Previously in Solo Leveling Season 2, the story reached a turning point as Jinwoo brought an end to the terrifying ant colony on Jeju Island, claiming victory and gaining a powerful new ally in the form of the Ant King, Beru, now a loyal shadow soldier. Following the aftermath, at the funeral of fallen hunters, Jinwoo revealed his plan to form his own guild. With newfound resolve, he soon stepped into uncharted territory, facing even greater monsters and beginning to uncover the true masterminds lurking behind the rising chaos. After clearing the first wave of magical beasts in the Red Gate, Jinwoo pressed forward with his summoned soldiers, advancing toward the next target. Then, the dungeon boss emerged. Flanked by his elite guards, he scanned the battlefield, searching for the one responsible for the massacre of his forces. His gaze locked onto Jinwoo, an overwhelming presence that sent a ripple of unease through him. But before he could even issue a command, a chilling realization set in. The battlefield was silent. His entire army, all of them, had already been wiped out. Jinwoo found the situation amusing. He commanded his shadow soldiers to reveal themselves, then, with a cold gaze, ordered them to eliminate the enemies standing before him. Jinwoo, along with his shadow army, marched forward, exuding an overwhelming aura that was impossible to ignore. Sensing the imminent threat, the magic beasts charged with ferocity, but they were no match. The battlefield descended into chaos as Jinwoo's forces brutally tore through their enemies, dismantling them piece by piece. The boss, now paralyzed with fear, could do nothing but watch as his forces were annihilated. His agonized screams echoed through the dungeon as he called out for his fallen subordinates, but none remained. In a final desperate attempt, the boss lunged forward, but Beru, moving at lightning speed, struck first. His claws pierced through the boss's body. Igris followed up, severing an arm in one swift motion. Tusk delivered the finishing blow, slamming the boss into the ground with overwhelming force. The entire battlefield trembled from the impact. As the dust settled, Jinwoo stepped forward. The boss lay in a pool of his own blood, barely clinging to life. Jinwoo demanded answers, but the creature remained silent. The system was likely interfering again, preventing it from revealing any crucial information. With a sigh, Jinwoo dismissed the thought. For now, he had something else to focus on. He opened his inventory and, with a focused expression, took out a key. It was the cursed random box key, a rare item he had obtained after defeating Baran in the Demon Castle. At the time, the key had offered no information, leaving Jinwoo puzzled about its purpose. But now, after reaching level 100 following his achievements in the Jeju Island raid, the required conditions had been met. The system had finally revealed the details behind the mysterious key. It was the key to the Kartanon Temple's gate. A message popped up, stating that the location of the designated gate would be revealed once the allotted time had passed. The name struck a chord in Jinwoo's mind, Kartanon Temple. A rush of memories flooded in. The double dungeon, the ancient temple at its end, the eerie stone statues, and the stone slate held by one of them. The pieces were finally falling into place. Jinwoo realized that the system was calling him back to where it all began. The very place that had set him on the path of a reawakened hunter was summoning him once more. But this time, it felt different. If everything had been orchestrated from the start, if the system had been waiting for his return, then Jinwoo knew he had to answer the call. The challenge had been issued once again, and this time, he was ready. With steely resolve, Jinwoo declared in his mind for the statue of God to wait for him, because he was coming. As Jinwoo stepped out of the Red Gate after clearing it, daylight had already broken. He began walking toward his car, ready to head to his guild office, when a man suddenly approached him, introducing himself as Adam White, a senior official from the Federal Bureau of Hunters. The man's presence hinted at something important. Curious, Jinwoo asked why he had come all the way from the United States to meet him. Adam responded with something that immediately piqued his interest. He had information that no other country or institution could provide. Adam explained that the Bureau made it their mission to share knowledge with special individuals like Jinwoo, and after his performance on Jeju Island, their interest in him had skyrocketed. But Jinwoo, skeptical, was ready to walk away, until Adam said one word: upgrader. That stopped him in his tracks. Adam offered to explain further, and the two drove off to meet the Bureau's deputy director. Upon arriving, Jinwoo was greeted by Michael Connor, the deputy director himself, who wasted no time getting to the point. He extended an offer, an invitation to join the American Hunters. Jinwoo, uninterested in their proposal, cut straight to the real reason he was there: the upgrader. Soon, a middle-aged woman named Norma Selner entered the room. Connor introduced her as the upgrader, the only person in the world capable of enhancing an awakened being's abilities. Miss Selner explained her powers, though Jinwoo remained skeptical. When he questioned the effectiveness of her ability, she claimed that an individual could experience a 20 to 30% increase in strength after completing all 3 stages. Connor emphasized that the Bureau was willing to grant Jinwoo this incredible gift, hoping he would accept. To prove her abilities, Miss Selner offered to perform the first stage right there. She gently took Jinwoo's wrist, instructing him to look into her eyes. Connor, watching closely, was certain that once Jinwoo experienced the upgrade firsthand, he would be eager to continue and sign the agreement. But what happened next left everyone in shock. As Miss Selner gazed into Jinwoo's eyes, she suddenly found herself consumed by an overwhelming darkness. She searched frantically, but saw nothing until a shadow emerged. It moved closer, revealing its terrifying presence as it opened its eyes and stared directly at her. Overwhelmed by fear, she screamed and fell off her chair, completely shaken by what she had seen. The 2 agents guarding Miss Selner instantly drew their guns, aiming at Jinwoo in a panic. Connor, alarmed by their reaction, quickly intervened, shouting for them to lower their weapons. He reminded them of who Jinwoo was, warning that if they had acted this way towards someone like Thomas Andre or Liu Zhigang, they wouldn't have lived to regret it. Realizing their mistake, the agents swiftly holstered their guns and rushed to assist the trembling Miss Selner. Connor turned back and bowed deeply to Jinwoo, apologizing profusely for his agent's actions. Still trying to process what had just happened, Jinwoo reassured him that it was okay. Connor rushed to Miss Selner's side, trying to understand what had happened. She could barely speak, her breathing unsteady. Seeing her distress, he quickly decided it would be best to reschedule their meeting with Jinwoo. Without hesitation, Adam escorted Jinwoo out of the room. Still struggling to catch her breath, Miss Selner finally managed to speak. To her, Jinwoo was no ordinary hunter. He was a king, a powerful king beyond anything she had ever encountered. Connor, trying to grasp the magnitude of her words, asked if this meant Jinwoo was as strong as a national-level hunter, but Miss Selner admitted that this wasn't something she could measure. What she had experienced went far beyond rankings or classifications. Still trembling, she described the sensation that had shaken her to her core. When she looked at Jinwoo, it wasn't just him she saw, but a presence within him, a force so deep and overwhelming that it had looked into her as she tried to peer into him. As fear gripped her, she shared one last chilling realization with Connor. There was no limit to Jinwoo's power. As Jinwoo left the room, the atmosphere remained tense. The Bureau had sought to recruit him, believing they could offer him something valuable. Instead, they had just uncovered something far beyond their understanding. The story then shifted to an earlier event in the timeline. The scene cut to America, where a hunter was trapped in a high-level dungeon. Fear gripped his face as a chilling presence emerged before him, Silid, the Frost Monarch who was on the hunt for the rulers within the country. A moment later, a gate opened behind him, revealing Yogumund, the Transfiguration Monarch. He hurried towards Silid, bringing urgent news about a small island to the east. Silid frowned, questioning why Yogumund was bringing up a place he had already claimed, as the island in the east was home to the Shadow Monarch. Yogumund explained that the rulers were attempting to free Legia, south of that location, and he needed to head there immediately. He urged the Frost Monarch to take his place in the east. But Silid pressed again. What about the Shadow Monarch? Yogumund reassured him that as long as the architect fulfilled the contract and everything would go according to plan. However, he also shared an intriguing detail that made Silid grin with excitement. The greatest fragment of light had been located in the east. Just then, the Frost Monarch sensed a powerful presence. A ruler had arrived. It was Song Il-hwan, Jinwoo's father. He had deliberately left traces of his power, luring the monarchs to America. His glare was filled with fury as he demanded to know if they were referring to Korea as the small island to the east. As they prepared to leave, the Frost Monarch confirmed it, taunting Il-hwan to chase them if he dared. Not one to back down, Il-hwan launched a swift attack, but Silid countered effortlessly, erecting a massive ice wall that exploded upon impact, shaking the entire area. Back in the present, Yu Jinho sat in the office, fully committed to his new mission, silencing anyone who dared to badmouth Jinwoo. After the Jeju Island raid and the controversy surrounding Jinwoo's involvement, he was determined to protect both his partner and their guild's reputation. Wasting no time, he meticulously went through each offending comment, reporting them one by one with unwavering focus. Just then, Jinwoo appeared silently beside him. The sudden presence startled Jinho, snapping him out of his concentration. Jinwoo casually asked if there was any trouble, but Jinho assured him everything was fine. That's when he noticed something unusual. Jinwoo was still in his hunter gear. Jinwoo explained that he had just returned from a gate, bringing back high-level magic cores to fund their guild. Hearing this, Jinho was both relieved and impressed. With such valuable resources, they wouldn't have to worry about salaries for future employees. Jinwoo, however, looked confused when Jinho mentioned employees. Jinho reminded him that they still needed one more member to officially establish the guild. But before they could dwell on it, another pressing issue came up: the guild's name. Jinwoo initially dismissed it as unimportant, but Jinho emphasized that a name would define their identity. As they debated potential names, a knock at the door interrupted their discussion. Jinho hesitated, curious about who could be visiting. As he creaked the door open, he froze in shock. Standing before him was Hunter Cha Hae-in. Jinwoo was just as surprised. Someone of her stature showing up at his office was completely unexpected. He asked what brought her there, and Hae-in, without hesitation, stated her reason. She wanted to join his guild. Jinwoo, puzzled by her request, sought clarification. It had only been 2 years since her awakening, which meant she was still under contract with the Hunters Guild. He assumed she wouldn't be able to leave so easily, but to his surprise, Hae-in was willing to pay the penalty to break her contract. What shocked him even more was that she expected nothing in return, not even a signing bonus or a salary. Jinwoo couldn't understand why she would abandon one of Korea's most powerful guilds for his newly formed, unproven one. Pressing further, he asked why she was making such a drastic decision. Hae-in hesitated. She lowered her gaze, struggling to put her feelings into words. She couldn't possibly admit the truth. After what happened in Jeju and how he saved her from the jaws of death, she wanted to be near him. But she couldn't say that. Instead, she composed herself and gave a made-up excuse. She simply wanted a simpler life. Jinwoo listened, understanding more than he let on. As an S-rank hunter himself, he knew the burden that came with it. But he wasn't about to let her join just like that. To test her resolve, Jinwoo introduced a guild entrance test. Hae-in was caught off guard, as there was no mention of a test in the recruitment notice. However, Jinwoo smoothly deflected, implying it must have been an oversight on Jinho's part. For the test, Jinwoo announced that she would have to face one of his summons, his strongest one. Yet, despite the unexpected challenge, Hae-in didn't even flinch. There was no fear, no hesitation. She was ready to take it on. Without wasting any time, Jinwoo suggested heading to the Hunter Association's gymnasium to conduct the test. As they prepared to leave, Jinwoo realized that the gymnasium was quite far from their office. He wanted to test if his shadow exchange skill could transport both of them together. He reassured Hae-in that there was no need for a long walk. They could take a shortcut, but she needed to stay close. As Jinwoo stepped toward her, Hae-in felt a lump in her throat. He was closer than she expected. Before she could process it, Jinwoo activated Shadow Exchange. In an instant, their forms sank into the shadows, vanishing from the room without a sound. As they arrived at the gymnasium, the lights flickered on automatically, reacting to their mana. The vast space was brightly illuminated, and Hae-in couldn't hide her amazement at what she had just experienced. She took a moment to take in her surroundings before her gaze finally settled on Jinwoo, who was already prepared to begin the test. Just as they were about to start, Hae-in realized she had left her weapon behind. Jinwoo pointed out that the gymnasium had reserve weapons, though they were mostly for training and not of the highest quality. Without hesitation, she examined the selection and chose a sword similar in weight and length to her usual one. Once she confirmed her choice, Jinwoo summoned Igris, the best swordsman among his shadow soldiers. While Beru was undoubtedly his strongest summon, Jinwoo knew unleashing him against Hae-in might be too much, potentially even traumatizing, so he settled on Igris for this test. Jinwoo explained the conditions. Victory would be achieved by destroying the summon, while defeat would occur if Hae-in surrendered. To make the fight fair, he retrieved the Demon Monarch's sword from his inventory and handed it to Igris. Without wasting any time, Jinwoo gave the signal, and the match began. Igris struck first, swinging the Demon Monarch's sword with deadly precision. A bolt of lightning shot toward Hae-in, crackling with immense power. She reacted instantly, dodging with cat-like agility as the blast struck the wall behind her, leaving a deep, charred mark. Jinwoo watched closely, impressed. A lesser hunter would have been fatally wounded if they had been even slightly grazed by that attack. Without losing momentum, Hae-in gripped her sword and charged forward. Her focus was unwavering, and Igris met her head-on. Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying, each strike resonating through the gymnasium. Jinwoo had expected a good fight, but as he observed the battle, he realized he had underestimated Hae-in. Despite wielding the Demon Monarch's sword, Igris was struggling. Hae-in's attacks were relentless, her technique refined and precise. With one final blow, she sent Igris crashing into the wall. The impact reverberated through the space, and Jinwoo knew the outcome was decided. Before Igris could rise again, he called off the match. But Hae-in wasn't satisfied. She stepped forward, her breathing steady, and questioned whether Igris was truly the strongest summon Jinwoo had. Her gaze was unwavering as she insisted on facing his strongest one now. Jinwoo hesitated, knowing exactly who she meant. He was concerned she might get hurt, but Hae-in's determination was absolute. She wasn't backing down. She wanted this fight. After a brief pause, Jinwoo finally agreed and, without saying another word, summoned Beru. The moment the shadow ant materialized, the atmosphere in the gymnasium shifted, but despite the crushing weight of his aura, Hyen stood firm. Beru, ever loyal to Jinwoo, awaited confirmation of his orders. Jinwoo commanded him to defeat Hyen, but made one thing clear: she must not be harmed. With his mission set, Beru unleashed a thunderous battle cry that shook the gymnasium. His blade-like claws extended menacingly from his fingers, ready to strike. Just as the tension peaked, Jinwoo's stern voice cut through the silence, reminding Beru of his command. Hearing his liege's instruction, Beru immediately retracted his claws. In that instant, Hyen saw an opening and moved to seize the moment, but before she could react, Beru vanished from her sight. An icy shiver ran down her spine. She had seen this move before, on Jeju Island. She steeled herself, refusing to fall for the same trick twice. Beru reappeared behind her, his presence looming over her, but this time, she was ready. Her blade lashed out in a flurry of precise strikes. Dozens of slashes cut through the air, yet not a single one landed. Beru dodged effortlessly, his form unmoving, his gaze impassive. The overwhelming difference in their power became painfully clear. No matter how fast or how precise her attacks were, they simply couldn't reach him. Confusion and frustration began to set in for Hyen. She couldn't understand. How could he be so powerful? And more importantly, what kind of strength did Jinwoo possess to command a monster like this with such ease? As doubt settled in, Beru suddenly closed the distance between them. A suffocating stench of death washed over her, paralyzing her limbs. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if it was over. But instead of attacking, Beru released a terrifying roar. The force of his magic power sent Hyen skidding backward, momentarily stunned. Jinwoo watched the one-sided fight unfold with a grimace. He found no pleasure in the spectacle and asked if Hyen was satisfied, hoping she would yield. But despite everything, her resolve hadn't wavered. She still wanted to fight. Jinwoo observed closely, trying to understand her intentions. By now, she knew she couldn't win. She had seen the sheer gap in their strength, yet she still refused to back down. He could sense Beru's growing irritation. Unlike his other summons, Beru was still a predator at heart. Even now, Jinwoo could feel him suppressing his overwhelming instinct to kill. Suddenly, Beru's patience snapped. His instincts flared, and he could no longer tolerate prey standing up to its predator. With a flick of his wrist, his claws extended once more as he lunged at Hyen with lethal intent. But she dodged, barely. Realizing she had to take a risk, Hyen activated her most powerful technique, sword dance. Moving with increasing speed, her blade carved elegant arcs in the air, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next. The sound of metal clashing filled the room as Beru blocked every attack with his claws. Despite his calm demeanor, his displeasure was evident. Growing tired of the game, Beru decided to end it. As Hyen lunged for another strike, he caught her sword with his bare hand. With a sickening crunch, he shattered it. Half the blade fell to the floor. But Hyen didn't hesitate. She channeled all her remaining magic power into the broken weapon, its jagged edge glowing with an intense light. She was about to unleash a skill she had never used before, Blade of Light. Seeing her chance, Hyen thrust her glowing weapon toward Beru, who had briefly lowered his guard after breaking her sword. Watching from the sidelines, Jinwoo's eyes widened. Something was wrong. In that brief moment, Beru's mind reset. Jinwoo's command to avoid harming Hyen was overwritten, and an old, deeply ingrained instinct from his previous life resurfaced: annihilate all enemies. To Beru, Hyen was no longer an opponent. She was prey. Claws outstretched, Beru launched himself at Hyen with terrifying speed, intent on ending her. She froze, her instinct screaming at her, but it was too late to react. Just as his claws were about to reach her, Jinwoo intervened. In a blur, he caught Beru's attack with his bare hands. Beru trembled as his gaze met Jinwoo's. Realizing his mistake, he leaped back, dropping to the ground, begging for forgiveness. Jinwoo sighed, understanding what had happened. Beru's protective instincts had momentarily overridden his command. For a moment, he glared at the kneeling shadow before shifting his gaze toward Hyen. She had fallen to one knee, her breathing ragged. He still didn't understand. Why was she pushing herself so hard? Someone of her caliber didn't need to risk her life over a guild entrance exam. It wasn't worth it. Jinwoo asked her why she was pushing herself so hard, hoping for an answer that would make sense. But Hyen remained silent, avoiding his gaze. Her silence only deepened his confusion. Still confused, Jinwoo asked Hyen if she was interested in him. Hyen's head snapped up, her expression betraying her shock. She looked completely caught off guard, as if the question had pulled her out of a daze. Jinwoo, sensing her surprise, dismissed the thought with a shrug. But after a long pause, Hyen quietly admitted the truth. Jinwoo was right. She did have feelings for him. At the Federal Bureau of Hunters in the United States, Director David Brennan wasn't pleased with the recent news. His men had failed to recruit Sung Jinwoo, a hunter the Bureau had been determined to bring into their ranks ever since witnessing his overwhelming strength during the Jeju Island raid. Assistant Director Connor, accompanied by Norma Selner standing beside him, apologized for their failure in completing the assignment. Brennan, eager to get to the bottom of the situation, wasted no time in demanding an explanation. He wasn't interested in apologies, he needed to know what had gone wrong. Connor detailed everything that had happened in Korea, describing their failed efforts to bring Jinwoo under the Bureau's authority. He explained to the director that, based on Miss Selner's observations, Jinwoo was supposed to be one of the monarchs. This revelation about Jinwoo took Brennan by surprise. If true, it meant Jinwoo's power was beyond what they had anticipated. Brennan immediately sought clarification, questioning whether this put him on the level of a national-level hunter. Miss Selner took a deep breath before explaining. All reawakened hunters drew their strength from a realm known as the other side. Their abilities were not their own, but channeled from this unseen force. She had always been able to perceive these connections, feeling the energy each hunter borrowed. Some hunters glowed brighter than the rest, appearing to her as streaks of blinding light. She had always referred to them as monarchs. But Jinwoo's case was different. A chill ran through her as she recalled the experience. When she looked into Jinwoo's eyes, she hadn't seen a connection to another source of power. Instead, she had seen darkness, a vast, overwhelming force, something endless and all-consuming. Unlike other hunters, Jinwoo did not borrow his strength from anywhere. He was the source of his own power. No external forces granted him abilities, no limitations restricted his growth. He was the darkness itself. The weight of her words settled over the room like a suffocating pressure. Director Brennan, now understanding the gravity of the situation, thanked Miss Selner for her time. The implications were far beyond what he had expected. Connor watched as Director Brennan abruptly began walking, clearly having a plan in mind. When he asked where he was headed, Brennan instructed Connor to follow him to basement level 24. Both men walked to the elevator and stepped inside. As the doors closed and the descent began, Director Brennan finally broke the silence. If they couldn't use Miss Selner's abilities to bring Jinwoo into the Bureau, they would need to find another way. He wasn't willing to give up so easily. He then reminded Connor of the first ever S-rank gate that had opened, a moment in history that no one could forget. Connor immediately understood what he was referring to. That catastrophic dungeon break had unleashed destruction on a scale never seen before, wiping out the entire West Coast. In response to the disaster, America had launched an unprecedented operation, offering massive rewards to gather the world's strongest hunters. Out of all those who had participated in the legendary raid, only 5 had survived. These 5 warriors, forged in the flames of battle, had been granted a title that carried the weight of an entire nation, national-level hunters. The monster responsible for the carnage was Kamish, the dragon known as the Undying Flame, a beast so powerful that it had single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of top-ranking hunters. Its name was etched into history as a symbol of absolute terror. As they reached basement level 24, Director Brennan questioned whether Connor could truly believe that nothing had been gained from such a tragedy. Connor hesitated for a moment before realizing what the director was implying. Brennan silently confirmed his suspicion as they stepped into the last room on the level. The reinforced door slid open, revealing a chamber unlike any other in the facility. Brennan stepped forward and carefully opened a safe embedded into the wall, unveiling the heavily secured artifact. It was a runestone, extracted from Kamish's remains. Brennan explained that it had been 8 years since this rune had been recovered from the remains of the most fearsome monster in human history, and yet, in all that time, not a single hunter had been able to activate it. The power of the rune remained untouched, waiting in the shadows as if it had been left behind for someone else, for the one hunter who might finally unlock its secrets. As Brennan stared at Kamish's mortal remains, his mind raced with possibilities, wondering if this powerful artifact could be the key to their dilemma. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Jinwoo stood in front of his bathroom mirror, lost in thought. Haeun's words from earlier lingered in his mind. Jinwoo wondered if he had really changed that much, considering himself fairly slim with average looks. Curious about how others might see him, he glanced into the living room, where Jinna was lying on the couch. Grinning to himself, he decided to ask for her opinion. But Jinna, unimpressed, shot him down instantly. She questioned where he had gotten such baseless confidence and playfully teased him, insisting that, in her eyes, he still looked like a bum. Jinwoo smirked before pinching her cheek, which quickly escalated into their usual playful banter. Their conversation soon shifted when Jinwoo mentioned his plans to form a new guild. Jinna, now genuinely intrigued, asked if he had settled on a name. he suggested solo play guild. Jinna, however, immediately rejected it. She pointed out the obvious contradiction. Jinwoo wasn't a true solo player. His strength came from his ability to summon an army of shadow soldiers, so the name didn't make any sense. After thinking for a moment, Jinna offered an alternative, Ahjin Guild. She explained the meaning behind it, where Ah meant I and Jin meant to go forward. Jinwoo found it surprisingly clever, but what amused him the most was when Jinna revealed the real reason behind her choice. It was simply her name spelled backward. After mulling it over, Jinwoo admitted it wasn't a bad name for his new guild. That night, Hai-In lay on her bed, feeling overwhelmed with embarrassment. The memory of her earlier conversation with Jinwoo kept replaying in her mind. She had practically confessed her feelings. The realization made her cringe. She buried her face deeper into the blanket, wondering if Jinwoo now thought of her as a strange woman. Every time she tried to brush it off, the moment resurfaced, making her mind go completely blank. She told herself it was natural to be interested in him. After all, he had saved her life. But deep down, she knew her feelings were far more complicated. For a brief moment, her thoughts drifted to Min Byung-gyu, the healer whose abilities had actually saved her. But just as she recalled him, a faint voice rang in her head. The voice was familiar, yet distant. She closed her eyes, desperately trying to grasp the fleeting memory. Something about it felt urgent, as if it had been buried in her subconscious, waiting for the right moment to surface. The voice echoed again. It spoke about Jinwoo. Slowly, the memory began to take shape. The fog in her mind lifted, revealing Min Byung-gyu's shadow. But something was different. His usual calm demeanor was tinged with an unusual worry. His eyes, filled with concern, were locked onto her as he spoke. He had told her to warn Jinwoo, to tell him to be careful of the power he possessed. A chill ran down Hai-In's spine. Her eyes snapped open as she sat up abruptly. At the Knights Guild, Yuntai arrived with urgent news for Guildmaster Park Jong-soo. A new gate had appeared the previous day, and securing a raid permit was proving difficult due to its high rank. While it wasn't an S-rank gate, it was dangerously close, enough to cause concern. The problem was clear. The Knights Guild simply didn't have the manpower to form a proper assault squad for such a high-level raid, but as one of the 5 major guilds in the country, failing to take it on would damage their reputation. Yuntai pointed out that if they passed on this gate, the Fame Guild would likely seize the opportunity. The idea of handing over a gate that had appeared so close to their own territory made Jong-soo fume with anger. While their A-rank hunters were strong, comparable to those in other major guilds, their biggest weakness remained unchanged. They had no S-rank hunters. That single fact alone prevented them from taking on the raid. As Jong-soo and Yuntai discussed their limited options, Jung Yerim, an A-rank healer, joined the conversation. She suggested forming an alliance with another guild, a logical choice under normal circumstances, but Jong-soo was skeptical. However, Yerim had a different idea. Instead of a guild alliance, she proposed bringing in a single hunter. Jong-soo initially dismissed the idea, questioning how a single hunter could make a difference in such a high-level raid, but before he could brush it off completely, something clicked. He suddenly realized who Jung Yerim was referring to. He knew that if they could bring Hunter Sung Jinwoo into the raid, it wouldn't just increase their chances of safely clearing the gate, but also enhance their public image. With no time to waste, Jong-soo immediately decided to meet Jinwoo in person to discuss this crucial matter. With the Knights Guild planning ahead for their crucial meeting, Jinwoo arrived at his office the next day, having made a decision about his new guild's name. He proposed Ahjin Guild. Jinho was thrilled with the suggestion, feeling relieved that it wasn't something ridiculous like Solo Play Guild. With the name settled, Jinwoo and Jinho knew they only needed one last founding member to complete the team. Jinho was taken by surprise when Jinwoo dismissed Hunter Cha Hai-in as the potential candidate. Even though she seemed perfect for their guild, Jinwoo explained that she wasn't the right fit. He was looking for someone with a hunter's license who had no interest in guild activities. As they were discussing, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Jinwoo briefly wondered if it might be Hai-in again, but when he opened the door, he was met with 3 unfamiliar faces, Park Jong-soo, Yuntai, and Jung Yerim from the Knights Guild. Jong-soo introduced himself and immediately got to the point, showing Jinwoo a video of a massive gate that had appeared in Busan. While it hadn't been officially classified as S-rank, its sheer size made it the largest gate ever recorded in the city. The situation was urgent. Jong-soo explained that the Knights Guild was struggling to obtain a raid permit because they had no S-rank hunters. That was the real reason for their visit. They had traveled all this way to ask Jinwoo to join their assault team. If he agreed, it would fulfill the requirements needed to secure the permit they desperately wanted. To make the offer more appealing, Jung-soo offered Jinwoo 20% of the profits, a generous share compared to the usual 10% most S-rank hunters received. Jinwoo, however, countered with a 50-50 split. He made it clear that he would only join them if they treated him as a guild rather than just an individual hunter. Jung-soo, realizing that Jinwoo was far from a pushover, agreed to the terms, but with one condition. Jinwoo would have to defeat the dungeon boss. Without hesitation, Jinwoo accepted. Jung-soo informed him that the raid needed to happen by the next day at the latest. Jinwoo had no objections and assured them he wouldn't be late. Just as the meeting was wrapping up, Jinwoo's phone vibrated. Stepping outside to take the call, he was greeted by a familiar voice, his mother. She had just bought a cell phone and called simply because she wanted to hear his voice. Jinwoo, happy to hear from her, suggested they have dinner together that night. As it had been a while since they had spent time together, she agreed, and Jinwoo looked forward to the evening. The next day, at Gwangali Beach in Busan, the elite hunters of the Knights Guild had gathered at the designated meeting point. Guildmaster Park Jong-soo stood among them, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as he anxiously awaited Jinwoo's arrival. The scheduled start time was fast approaching. Only 5 minutes remained before the raid was set to begin. At that exact moment, Jinwoo stepped out of his apartment building. He glanced up at the sky, sensing that it was time. Without wasting a second, he activated Shadow Exchange and disappeared. Back at Gwangali Beach, a large crowd had formed, their eyes locked on the enormous gate, despite the gloomy clouds overhead. The sheer size of it was intimidating, even up close. Jinwoo observed the scene carefully, noting the various raid teams assembled, and was quietly impressed by the number of A-rank hunters present. As he walked forward, he quickly found himself surrounded by the other hunters. They were eager to see him in action, especially after his legendary performance during the Jeju Island raid. The air buzzed with excitement and curiosity, but Jinwoo found the sudden attention somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing his unease, Yong Yerim stepped in to deflect some of the attention. Her intervention gave Jinwoo a much-needed moment of respite from the barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Jung-soo, thrilled to see Jinwoo arrive, greeted him with enthusiasm. Jung-soo quickly addressed the group, officially announcing that as guildmaster, he would be leading the raid. The declaration was met with disappointment from several hunters, many of whom had hoped that Jinwoo would take command instead. Despite their reactions, Jung-soo remained firm, explaining that Jinwoo's role was to protect the backline and ensure the team's safety. With everything in place, Jung-soo signaled the start of the raid. The team moved forward, stepping toward the unknown dangers lurking beyond the gate, ready to face whatever awaited them inside. While things had settled at Gwangali Beach with Jinwoo's arrival, a storm was silently brewing elsewhere, inside Jinnah's high school. 3 male students, grumbling about being sent on an errand, wandered through the halls, following their art teacher's instructions. Their destination was the second art classroom, a room that had long been repurposed into a storage space. As they unlocked the door, a thick cloud of dust greeted them, filling the air with the stale scent of neglect. Casually discussing how many statues they needed to carry back, one of them suddenly froze. His eyes locked onto something unusual in the far corner of the room. The others followed his gaze. There, embedded in the wall, was a large, blue gate. Curiosity got the better of them. One of the students stepped forward, reaching out to inspect the gate, completely convinced that nothing would happen. At that moment, a deep crack split through the gate's surface. Before he could react, a hand shot out. It clamped down on the boy's head with an iron grip. He struggled desperately, but the hand's strength was absolute. Soon, a sickening crack echoed through the room. Blood splattered across the walls as his skull was crushed instantly. The remaining 2 students, paralyzed in horror, barely had time to scream before the gate shattered like glass. From the fractured portal, beasts began pouring into the world. The first creatures to emerge were 2 massive orcs. Their keen senses immediately detected prey nearby. The entire building was teeming with prey. One of them, eager for the thrill of the hunt, decided the time had come. He ordered his companion to summon their brothers. Once their forces were assembled, they would wipe out every human in the building before fortifying their position. As the leader orc walked through the corridor, he spotted 2 students in the distance and, without hesitation, charged at them with his axe raised high. The students, caught in the monster's bloodthirsty gaze, stood paralyzed in terror. In the blink of an eye, a normal school day had turned into a massacre. As the nightmare unfolded, one student managed to fumble for their phone. With shaking hands, they dialed the Hunters Association Emergency Center. An employee answered quickly. On the other end was a teenage girl, her voice trembling with fear. The receptionist tried to remain calm and professional, asking how she could assist. The girl, barely able to get her words out, whispered that she was at her school, hiding in a bathroom while terrifying beasts roamed outside. The receptionist's breath caught for a moment, as she realized the gravity of the situation. As the girl struggled to form a sentence, overwhelmed by sheer terror, the receptionist urged her to stay calm and assured that hunters were already on their way. She gently asked the girl to describe the creatures. Through quiet sobs, the girl explained. They had human-like bodies, ugly faces, and green skin. A shiver ran down the receptionist's spine. She knew what they were dealing with, an orc outbreak. But before she could warn the girl, it was too late. A deep, guttural growl rumbled through the speaker. Then came a single, blood-curdling scream, and the line went dead. The school had turned into a slaughterhouse. While some students had managed to flee, many weren't as lucky. Bloodied corpses littered the hallways, and those still alive were either running for their lives or cowering and hiding. Orcs, with blood dripping from their axes, stood over the lifeless bodies of their victims. Though some prey had managed to escape, their cruel, beastly eyes gleamed with satisfaction. There were still plenty more students trapped inside. On the top floor, a group of students huddled together, their bodies pressed against the walls as they listened to the horrors unfolding below. They had barricaded the classroom door with desks and chairs, but it was a feeble defense at best. The boys in the room clutched whatever they could find, chairs, mops, anything that could be used as a weapon, but their hands trembled and their eyes betrayed the truth. They knew none of it would make a difference. Suddenly, the door exploded from its frame as the leader orc burst into the classroom. Panic surged through the students as one boy, desperate to escape, sprinted toward the back door, only to be struck down instantly by an orc waiting in the shadows. With both exits blocked, the remaining students were trapped like cornered prey. Pressed against the wall, they could only watch in horror as the orcs closed in. Amid the chaos, Jinna huddled with her classmates in a corner, her heart pounding. Fear consumed her, but in that moment of terror, she clung to a single hope, her brother Jinwoo. She called out to him in her mind, believing with all her heart that he would come for her. An orc scanned the group of terrified students and sensed something unusual, a surge of magic energy. It was coming from Jinna. Her presence stood out, and the orc's bloodthirsty gaze locked onto her as he became fixated on killing her. As the orc took a step toward her, Jinna's classmate stepped in the way. Summoning every ounce of courage she had, she tried to block the orc's path, but it was futile. His eyes remained locked on Jinna as he raised his massive axe, ready to strike. Jinna watched in horror as the weapon rose above her head. She couldn't move. Her body was frozen in fear. Desperately, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. Just as the orc prepared to strike, something completely unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a high orc shadow soldier clad in black armor emerged, gripping the orc's wrist with an iron grip. The orc barely had time to react before the shadow soldier slammed its fist down on its head with overwhelming force. The impact was so brutal that the orc shot through the roof like a rocket. Soon, more high orc shadow soldiers materialized, their imposing figures rising from the darkness. Their eyes locked onto any remaining threats as they moved in unison, forming an impenetrable wall around Jinna. The battle had shifted. She was no longer in danger. Jinwoo's shadow soldiers had turned up at the school just in time, securing the area, while their master, on the other hand, had entered the dungeon alongside the Knights Guild raid party. Upon entering, they were met with a twin-headed ogre. The creature roared and swung its massive battle axe with all its might, aiming to crush anything in its path. Jeongsu, the tank of the group, charged forward, raising his shield just in time to block the powerful blow. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the ground, but he held firm. As Jeongsu held the line, he called out to Yuntai, who dashed in with lightning speed. With precision and agility, he leapt onto the ogre and slashed at both of its eyes. The beast roared in agony, thrashing wildly as Yuntai signaled the others to strike and inflict as much damage as possible. Seizing the opportunity, the Knights Guild hunters launched a coordinated counterattack. Their frontline fighters moved in sync, slashing deep into the ogre's thick hide, while the mages positioned behind them rained down scorching spells. The monstrous creature, now covered in wounds and burns, staggered backward before collapsing with a heavy thud. Jeongsu called for a brief regroup, acknowledging the difficulty of the raid. Encountering a twin-headed ogre at the entrance of a dungeon was rare, an ominous sign. Jinwoo, surveying the scene, identified it as a gravekeeper. Jeongsu explained that such creatures often signified an army of undead lurking deeper within. Trying to keep the tension in check, Yuntai joked about not jinxing their situation, but before anyone could respond, they noticed something strange. The undead creatures within the dungeon weren't charging at them as expected. Instead, they were retreating, backing away as if something far more terrifying was chasing them. Jinwoo's instincts flared. A sudden jolt of adrenaline shot through him as his heart pounded. He picked up urgent signals from the High Orc warriors, he had stationed to protect Jinna. Something was wrong. Without hesitation, he turned to Jongsu, informing him that he had an urgent matter to attend to. Jongsu, startled by the sudden announcement, protested, concerned about the dangers they might face without his presence. But Jinwoo remained unfazed. With a cold, steady gaze, he assured them that he would summon someone just as reliable to take his place. Then, without delay, he called forth the most powerful soldier in his shadow army, Beru. He instructed him to protect the humans while dealing with any other creatures however he pleased. The sheer presence of Beru, radiating overwhelming mana, sent a wave of fear through the hunters. They instinctively backed away, uneasy at the thought of finishing the raid alongside such a monstrous being. Jinwoo calmly informed them that his summoned soldiers, including Beru, would assist them. He assured Jongsu that 20 of his shadows were more than enough to clear the dungeon. Yerim, still in shock, questioned Jinwoo's decision to leave after summoning such an overwhelming force. But one glance at Jinwoo's icy expression silenced her. He made it clear, if they didn't want his help, he could withdraw his summons, but whatever happened next would be on the Knights Guild, not him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jongsu quickly agreed. Jinwoo checked the cooldown timer for his shadow exchange skill, frustration washing over him as he realized there was still over an hour left before he could use it. He couldn't afford to wait. Determined, Jinwoo turned and sprinted toward the exit, but just as he prepared to cut through the undead blocking his path, something unexpected happened. The creatures, instead of attacking, dropped to their knees, bowing before him. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Perhaps they were reacting to his necromancer abilities, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Dismissing his dagger back into his inventory, he burst out of the dungeon's exit and summoned his winged dragon, Kaisel. As he emerged, the crowd outside the gate stood frozen, watching in awe. Ignoring their curious stares, Jinwoo climbed onto Kaisel's back, eyes burning with determination. With one command, he took off, soaring through the skies at breakneck speed, racing toward Jinna. Back at the high school, the leader orc's head was sliced in half, its massive body collapsing to the floor. The towering shadow soldier slammed the remaining 2 orcs into the ground with a lethal blow. The students, frozen in fear, could only watch in horror, unable to comprehend what had just happened. In an instant, all 3 orcs attacking the classroom had been eliminated. Now, the shadow soldiers stood silently, guarding Jinna. Confused and still in shock, Jinna wondered if her brother had arrived, but as she looked around, the shadow soldiers refused to let her leave their side, pointing toward the lingering dangers still present in the building. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the halls. The dungeon gate cracked open, and a throne emerged. The final restriction had been lifted, unleashing the dungeon's master, Groktar, the orc warlord and chief of the Red Blade tribe. Sitting atop his throne, he exuded a terrifying presence, ready to bring mayhem upon the school. His moment of stillness was broken by a panicked subordinate rushing to his side, breathlessly, reporting that a group of high orcs was assisting the humans. Groktar, unimpressed, asked how many there were. Upon learning there were only 3, he scoffed at the idea that his warriors couldn't handle them. Calling it pathetic, he lifted his massive axe and commanded his subordinate to lead the way. Reaching the classroom, Groktar wasted no time. With a powerful swing, his axe struck the towering shadow soldier, sending it flying. The other orcs erupted in cheers, chanting their leader's name. Despite their formidable strength, the shadow warriors were no match for the chief of the Red Blade tribe. Boasting about his countless victories, Groktar pointed to the tattoos covering his body, each a symbol of an enemy he had slain. He taunted the shadow soldiers, demanding a better fight. When they managed to block his strikes, he acknowledged their resilience but remained dominant. With a swift motion, he cut through them, expecting them to fall for good. But to his shock, the shadows regenerated instantly. Groktar frowned. Was this some kind of sorcery? No matter how many times he cut them down, they kept coming back. Frustration boiled inside him. As he pondered a way to eliminate the shadow soldiers, a voice rang in his head, urging him to kill the humans. The constant nagging gave him a headache. He then suddenly realized that if these shadows were controlled by magic, eliminating their caster would put an end to them. His gaze scanned the room, and then he saw Jinna. She stood behind the towering shadows, trembling. Groktar was certain she was the source. Without hesitation, he commanded his orcs to seize her, knowing the shadow warriors would be powerless while regenerating. One of his subordinates lunged toward Jinna. The shadow soldiers tried to intercept, but they were swarmed by the other orcs, who relentlessly slashed and stabbed, keeping them at bay. As the battle raged on, Groktar advanced on Jinna himself. He grabbed her by the mouth, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. A wicked grin spread across his face. He was about to squeeze the life out of her when a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Groktar's instinct screamed at him. Something was coming, fast. A surge of fear locked him in place as the thunderous sound of an approaching force grew louder. His grip loosened, and Jinna fell to the ground, gasping for air. Her friend rushed to her side, frantic with concern, but Groktar wasn't paying attention anymore. His focus was locked on the overwhelming presence closing in. Every second, it drew closer. Groktar's jaw clenched, his eyes widening as he grasped the sheer magnitude of the power rushing toward them. Panic surged through him as he bellowed to his orc warriors, ordering them to brace for impact. But before they could react, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the building. The classroom wall was obliterated, sending dust and debris billowing through the air. Jinna coughed, struggling to catch her breath, her vision blurred by the chaos around her. But amid the destruction, a familiar presence emerged beside her. Without a word, Jinwoo gently patted her head, a silent reassurance that she was safe now. Groktar swallowed hard as he faced this new and incredibly powerful adversary. The overwhelming presence of Jinwoo sent a chilling fear through him, a feeling he had never experienced before. Desperate to assert himself, Groktar straightened and introduced himself as the chief of the Red Blade tribe. But before he could finish, Jinwoo's hand rose. Filled with rage, Jinwoo pointed directly at Groktar, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade as he commanded him to shut up and wait. The orc chief froze, instantly silenced by the overwhelming presence before him. Jinna, tears welling in her eyes, threw her arms around her brother the moment her coughing subsided. Jinwoo stroked her hair gently, asking if she was okay. Apologizing for being late, he glanced around, ensuring the students were safe. They nodded in relief, confirming they were unharmed. His gaze then landed on Jinna's face, where a distinct handprint on her cheek and neck made his blood boil. Without hesitation, he commanded Igris to stay by her side and protect her, then summoned additional shadow soldiers to escort the remaining students to safety. As the orcs tried to budge, seeing their prey slipping away, Jinwoo glared at them with anger, demanding to know who had allowed them to move. Groktar, realizing the situation was far beyond his understanding, questioned Jinwoo. Who was he, and how could he speak their language? But Jinwoo's expression remained unreadable, his silence more terrifying than any answer he could give. Seeing no response, Groktar didn't waste another second. With a roar, he commanded his warriors to attack. The orcs surged forward, their weapons raised, but they never stood a chance. One swung a massive axe at Jinwoo, but before it could land, Jinwoo caught its fingers effortlessly, crushing them in his grip. The orc howled in pain before Jinwoo flipped it upside down, slammed it into the ground, and crushed it beneath his foot. Two more orcs lunged, but Jinwoo barely moved. With a flick of his wrist, he activated Commander's Touch, sending them colliding midair before clenching his fist, causing their bodies to burst apart. Despite the mounting losses, the orcs pressed forward, charging at him with reckless abandon. But Jinwoo weaved through them with ease, dismantling them with nothing but his fingers. Wherever he touched, heads, shoulders, arms, torsos, the orcs exploded on impact, their remains painting the walls in carnage. In mere moments, dozens of orcs lay motionless, and Jinwoo stood face to face with Groktar. The orc chief barely had time to react before Jinwoo grabbed him by the jaw and slammed his head against the wall. Groktar gasped for air, his vision spinning as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Jinwoo's gaze shifted, scanning the hallway. The sight of fallen students, lifeless bodies littered across the floor, sent his rage boiling over. His cold eyes locked onto Groktar once more as he pressed for an answer for the slaughter of humans. Groktar, trembling, stammered a response, claiming that a voice in his head had ordered him to slaughter all humans. Jinwoo leaned in, his gaze piercing as he pressed for more. Had the voice commanded him to kill him as well? Groktar, now desperate, pleaded for forgiveness, swearing that he hadn't intended to challenge Jinwoo. But Jinwoo wasn't satisfied with his answer. The orc chief continued to beg, but Jinwoo only grew colder. Perhaps, he thought, Groktar hadn't considered him human at all. Jinwoo, in an eerily calm voice, told Groktar that he might forgive him, but the path to forgiveness would not be easy. And in the next instant, without another word, Jinwoo summoned the demon monarch's dagger and brutally ended Groktar's life. Meanwhile, at Guangdali Beach, the dungeon raid pressed on. Jinwoo's shadow ants swarmed the cavern walls, their battle cries echoing through the space. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the Knights Guild hunters, some of whom began voicing concerns, fearing these creatures might turn on them at any moment. Yuntae, uneasy, looked toward Jongsu for direction. Jongsu, deep in thought, realized they couldn't afford to back out now. If they retreated, they would have to face the reporters waiting outside, and calling off the raid out of fear wasn't an option. Just as he was steeling himself, Beru suddenly appeared in front of him. The unexpected appearance of the monstrous figure made Yongsu freeze, his confidence draining instantly. He struggled to find the right words, nervously attempting to address the creature with respect. Beru, however, simply stared at him in silence, heightening Jongsu's unease before vanishing just as quickly as he had appeared. The moment Jongsu began to process what had happened, Beru reappeared again, startling him further, and tossed something toward his feet. It was a severed head, the remains of a death knight, one of the strongest monsters they could encounter. Jongsu's breath hitched as he registered what he was looking at. The realization that Beru had effortlessly slain such a formidable foe in an instant left him in stunned silence. As Beru returned to commanding the shadow ants, Jongsu slumped to the ground, overwhelmed. His teammates rushed to check on him, asking if it was safe to continue following the shadow creatures. Gathering himself, Jongsu assured them he was fine and pointed at the decapitated head. He reminded them of the immense value of magic stones harvested from high-ranking monsters like this. Then, turning to his party, he asked if they still wanted to proceed. Before he could even finish his sentence, the raid party had already started moving. Yuntai chuckled, calling out to Jongsu to hurry up and keep pace. It had been quite a while since the raid began, and at last, the Knights Guild strike squad reached the entrance of the boss's lair. As they stepped inside, a chilling sight awaited them. An arch-lich, the dungeon's boss, flanked by a group of death knights. The moment they laid eyes on it, fear paralyzed them. None of them had expected to face a creature this powerful and infamous. Jongsu quickly assessed the situation. Arch-liches were notorious for wiping out entire guilds. He recalled the devastating incident involving China's Gold Dragon Guild, an elite force that was annihilated by an arch-lich, resulting in a near-catastrophic dungeon break that was only contained thanks to Liu Zhigang's intervention. His gut told him they were in trouble. Their squad, composed of only A-rank hunters, stood little chance against such a formidable opponent. Sensing the danger, Yuntai turned to Jongsu, anxiously asking what they should do. But before he could respond, the hunters noticed a horde of death knights marching toward them, weapons raised and ready to attack. Jongsu snapped into action, urgently ordering his team to block the doors. Yerim, reacting instantly, activated her holy shield, erecting a barrier that sealed the entrance in an instant. Jongsu knew they were running out of options, and without Jinwoo, survival seemed impossible. Yerim, already struggling to maintain the barrier, turned to Jongsu with a look of concern. She warned him that it wouldn't hold for even 5 minutes. Then, at that critical moment, Beru stepped forward. Without hesitation, he strode past the hunters and stood directly in front of the arch-lich. The boss, upon recognizing the Shadow Army's presence, was momentarily taken aback. It demanded to know why the monarch's personal army was attacking them. Beru remained unfazed. Baring his mandibles and extending his claws, he coldly declared that they had been chosen by the king, while the arch-lich had not. Indignant and in disbelief, the arch-lich insisted that it would speak to the king itself. But before it could finish its sentence, Beru materialized mere inches from its face. The arch-lich barely had a moment to react before Beru's claw pierced through its chest. A stunned silence filled the room as the lich looked down, eyes wide in horror. Beru gripped its heart and yanked it free. The boss trembled, shaking its head in denial, desperately pleading for Beru not to break it. But the Ant King didn't care for its screams. Without hesitation, he crushed the life source in his fist. In an instant, the arch-lich and its death knights disintegrated into the air, leaving nothing but a fading echo of their existence. Beru roared triumphantly as he struck down the final boss of the dungeon. The Knights Guild members stood in a mix of disbelief and excitement, watching as the raid concluded without a single casualty on their side. But things weren't as calm at Jinna's high school, where a large crowd had gathered, shaken by the tragic incident. The atmosphere was heavy with panic, grief, and the cries of parents mourning the loss of their children in the dungeon outbreak. Meanwhile, Jinwoo had already left the scene, seated in a car alongside President Go Gunhee. As they rode together, President Go provided a report on the situation. Out of all the students, 213 had managed to escape safely, while 10 others were rescued from the building. The rest, tragically, hadn't made it in time. He then shared additional data with Jinwoo, revealing an alarming trend. Gate appearances had been steadily increasing worldwide over the last 6 months. Alongside this surge, there was also a noticeable rise in the number of people awakening as hunters. It was as if the world was trying to maintain a balance between the threats emerging from the gates and those who could stop them. Jinwoo then calmly asked about the reason behind the chairman's sudden visit. President Go explained that several countries had expressed interest in meeting him. Due to his S-rank status, many nations were eager to recruit him for their own purposes, with some even making highly lucrative offers. He assured Jinwoo that the association had protected his personal information thus far, but ultimately, the decision to engage with these nations rested with him. As Jinwoo listened closely, President Go voiced his concern. If he were to leave Korea, the country might struggle to adapt to the changes looming on the horizon. Soon, the chairman's car arrived at the hospital where Jinna had been taken. As Jinwoo stepped out, President Go made one final plea, urging him to stay in the country. He reassured Jinwoo that the association would do everything in its power to provide him with the resources he needed. The Korean Hunter Association had already lost 3 of its official S-rank hunters, 2 in the Jeju raid and 1 to the United States. Losing another, especially someone of Jinwoo's caliber, would be a devastating blow. President Go was determined to prevent that at all costs. After a brief moment of thought, Jinwoo made an unexpected request. He asked for permission to enter high-ranking gates alone, bypassing the minimum capacity requirement. President Go was taken aback. The law requiring a set number of hunters in raids was designed to protect them from unnecessary risks. However, as he considered Jinwoo's words, it became clear that this might have been the very reason he had formed his own guild. Jinwoo confirmed this and asked if his request was too much. While the idea of a single-man raid team was unheard of, President Go understood that Jinwoo wasn't just any hunter. Though hesitant, he agreed that it wasn't impossible and promised to do everything in his power to make it happen. After dropping Jinwoo at the hospital, President Go headed straight to the National Assembly to discuss Jinwoo's urgent matter. As he presented his request to recognize summoned minions as official members of strike squads, one of the assembly members immediately rejected the idea, calling it absurd. The member argued that the Hunters Association was meant to serve all hunters equally and accused President Go of bending regulations solely for Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Remaining calm, President Go acknowledged that this was indeed preferential treatment. He then posed a simple yet powerful question to the assembly. If they had to choose between sending an assault squad of regular hunters or letting Jinwoo clear a dungeon alone, which would they pick? The room fell silent as the weight of the question sank in. President Go then reminded them that guilds from around the world were eager to recruit Jinwoo. If Korea refused to compromise, there was a real risk he might leave for another country. He urged them not to repeat past mistakes, referencing how Hunter Hwang Dong-soo had defected to the United States. He then nudged the assembly, reminding them that if another S-rank gate appeared in Korea, they would need someone capable of protecting them. Meanwhile, unaware of all the buzz surrounding her, Yoo Soo-yeon was fully engrossed in her work in the entertainment industry. After wrapping up a shoot, she noticed her phone buzzing with a call from her brother, Jinho. He invited her to join Ahjin Guild, assuring her she wouldn't have to do any actual work. He explained that they needed one more founding member to finalize the guild's registration. Skeptical, Soo-yeon teased Jinho, asking if he had fallen for some kind of scam. Jinho, amused, told her she'd be shocked when she found out who this so-called shady guy was. After their call, Soo-yeon made her way to Ahjin Guild's office. Upon arriving, Jinho introduced her to Jinwoo, explaining that she was his cousin and a certified A-rank hunter. The realization hit Soo-yeon. She was standing before the famous Sung Jinwoo. Jinho, ever playful, reminded her that she was the real celebrity in the family. But Soo-yeon remained more excited to meet Jinwoo than to bask in her own fame. Observing their interaction, Jinwoo considered the family dynamics. Jinho was a D-rank hunter, while Soo-yeon was A-rank. He pondered whether genetics played a role in the awakening process, recalling cases of siblings gaining abilities and reflecting on his own father, who had been a hunter. Turning his attention back to Soo-yeon, Jinwoo asked if Jinho had explained everything to her. She confirmed that she understood they needed a founding member. Jinwoo then warned her that joining their guild would likely cause a media frenzy and asked if she was prepared for that. Unbothered, Soo-yeon brushed it off, saying that anything was better than being involved with Jinsung. Curious, Jinwoo asked who she was referring to, and Jinho quietly explained that Jinsung was his older brother, infamous for his bad personality. As Jinwoo processed the conversation, Soo-yeon hesitated for a moment before stepping closer to him. With a small smile, she asked if he would mind taking a selfie with her. Jinwoo obliged, and Soo-yeon quickly posted it on social media. The post went viral almost instantly, sparking conversations everywhere. When Hae-in saw the photo, an uneasy feeling washed over her. Her heart ached, her body trembled, and for the first time, she felt a deep sense of insecurity she couldn't ignore. After the National Assembly approved Jinwoo's request to recognize his summoned minions as official members of strike squads, he arrived with Jinho at the site of an A-rank gate that had recently appeared. It was their guild's first ever raid after receiving authorization, and Jinho stood in awe, staring at the massive, towering structure before him. Jinwoo, always focused, led the way as they prepared for their mission. However, they weren't alone. The chief inspector of the Hunters Association's surveillance team, Woo Jinchul, was also present, assessing Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. Observing them closely, he noted that each of them was at least B rank, with some likely reaching A rank. Jinwoo and his soldiers easily passed the safety checks required for the A rank gate, proving they were more than capable. Jinchul quickly realized that those questioning whether Jinwoo received special treatment simply didn't understand the full extent of his power. With preparations complete, Jinchul signaled that they were ready to proceed. However, before stepping into the gate, he unexpectedly removed his coat. Both Jinwoo and Jinho were taken aback as Jinchul revealed a full suit of armor underneath his formal attire. He then explained that Chairman Go had ordered him to personally observe the raid to ensure everything was truly safe. He asked if he could accompany them as a representative of the inspection team, just for the day. Jinwoo questioned whether Chief Jinchul was truly prepared for what lay ahead. At that moment, Jinchul didn't fully grasp what Jinwoo meant, but he soon realized it after witnessing the gruesome scene unfolding before him in the dungeon. An A-rank monster, a Naga, was being ruthlessly stabbed and slashed by Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. On the other side of the battlefield, the shadow ants devoured their prey alive, creating a disturbing sight. Iron and Tank tore through the monsters with sheer brute force, while the formidable Beru decapitated a Naga with a single effortless slice. Sweat dripped down Jinchul's forehead as he observed the massacre. Even elite veteran hunters with exceptional combat and magic skills would struggle against such formidable opponents. Yet, these monsters stood no chance against Jinwoo's shadow army. Among them, one figure stood out the most. Igris, wielding the demon monarch's sword, moved with blinding speed, lightning striking from his blade with every swing. He annihilated the Nagas in an instant, his overwhelming presence making Jinchul wonder if he surpassed even A-rank hunters. For a brief moment, Jinchul questioned whether he himself would stand a chance in a one-on-one fight against Igris. While his army handled the monsters, Jinwoo commanded another squad to mine the mana crystals, ensuring every resource was efficiently utilized. Jinchul, still in shock, now fully understood why Chairman Go had sent him to observe Jinwoo firsthand. This wasn't just a one-man assault squad. Jinwoo was capable of clearing an A-rank dungeon, retrieving valuable corpses, and mining mana crystals entirely on his own. Just then, the boss of the dungeon appeared, a massive Naga wielding dual tridents. Its presence alone sent a wave of unease through Jinchul. Jinwoo, however, remained calm. He instructed his mining team to keep working while commanding the rest of his soldiers to return to him. Jinchul was puzzled. Why send away the shadow soldiers when they could easily handle the boss? Jinwoo simply smirked, taking out his demon monarch's dagger. He explained that relying too much on his shadows could dull his own abilities. Then, without hesitation, he lunged forward. The Naga boss roared, swinging its tridents with immense force, but Jinwoo had already moved. In a flash, he closed the distance, dodging effortlessly. Before the creature could react, Jinwoo sliced through its head in one swift, precise strike. Jinchul watched in awe as the beast's lifeless body crumpled to the ground with a heavy thud. A notification appeared before Jinwoo. He had reached level 101. Even more surprising, all his job-exclusive skills had leveled up. His shadow exchange cooldown had decreased by an hour. Jinwoo's eyes widened with delight as he realized that if it continued to decrease with each level he gained, he would eventually be able to move freely anywhere without worrying about his mother and sister's safety. Meanwhile, Jinchul stood frozen, still trying to process what he had just witnessed. Jinwoo had sliced through the thick Naga scales with nothing but 2 daggers, something that should have been impossible. Just then, something else caught Jinchul's attention. Jinwoo raised his hand over the fallen Naga boss and murmured a single word, "Arise." The system notified him that the shadow enhancement was successful. His new soldier started at level 13. Despite being smaller, it radiated an enormous amount of mana. Jinwoo concluded that, like Tusk, it might be able to increase its size through magic. The system then prompted Jinwoo to choose a name for his new summon. After a brief moment of thought, he decided on Jima. Jinho, who had been watching closely in awe, was amazed at Jinwoo's ability to turn such a powerful monster into one of his own. Despite his excitement, he reminded Jinwoo that they should head out. However, Jinwoo's gaze remained locked on the massive carcass before him, contemplating what to do with it. Outside the gate, reporters stood in wait, ready to capture anything noteworthy. Then, from within the gate, an enormous figure emerged, carrying the Naga boss's carcass on its shoulders. It was Tusk. Gasps filled the air. Cameras flashed wildly. Panic briefly set in among the reporters, but once they realized it was Jinwoo's summon, fear turned into excitement. Tusk, feeling self-conscious under the spotlight, responded with a big, awkward smile. Jinho and Jinwoo stood silently, realizing that their first raid had attracted far more attention than they had expected. Meanwhile, Chief Wu Jinchul, standing beside them, remained shaken. The scenes he had witnessed inside the dungeon refused to leave his mind. With the same exhausted and shaken expression, Chief Wu Jinchul arrived at the Hunter Association, recounting the entire ordeal to President Go Gunhee. Jinchul, his eyes dark with unease and sweat trickling down his brow, admitted that what he had witnessed wasn't a typical raid, it was a massacre. As he detailed every moment inside the dungeon, President Go let out a deep sigh. Understanding the toll this experience had taken on him, the chairman calmly instructed Jinchul to take some rest. Left alone in his office, President Go stood by the window, lost in deep thought. Hunter Sung Jinwoo had not only cleared an A-rank dungeon, but had also retrieved monster corpses and mined mana crystals, completely on his own. He recognized Jinwoo as a one-man guild, an army unto himself. A slow smile spread across President Go's face. His earlier instincts had been correct. Korea, and the world, was on the brink of a massive shift in power, and the first tremor of that shift was already underway. In Tokyo, the bustling city suddenly came to a standstill. Pedestrians froze. Conversations stopped. All eyes turned to the sky, where an enormous shadow loomed overhead. A gigantic portal, the size of a skyscraper, had opened in the heart of Shinjuku. An S-rank gate had just appeared. As terror settled in, the nation's top hunters gathered at the Prime Minister's residence to discuss the impending crisis. The leaders of Japan's major guilds, Draw Swords, Phantoms, Invincible Kings, and Snowy Mountains, were all present. Among the murmuring association employees, whispers spread as Reiji Sugimoto of the Draw Sword Guild arrived, flanked by Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, and Kanai Tawada. One employee mistakenly referred to Reiji as the Vice Guildmaster, only to be corrected. He had since risen to leader after Goto Ryuji's devastating loss in the Jeju Island raid. Speculation ran rampant. The loss of half of Draw Sword's S-rank hunters, coupled with Chairman Matsumoto Shigeo's underhanded dealings, had weakened the once dominant guild. Many saw this as an opportunity for other guilds to challenge their position at the top. Some even murmured that with Goto gone, Draw Sword's reign as Japan's strongest guild was nearing its end. Reiji and his team overheard the whispers, their steps momentarily pausing. A sharp glare from them was enough to silence the room. But before they could meet anyone's eyes, the gossiping employees had already turned their backs, pretending not to notice. Minoru was frustrated by the incident. He reflected on how no one would have dared to speak so boldly in front of them before. But now, with Goto gone, it seemed everyone had found their voice. Kanai added that rumors were circulating about a possible merger between the Phantom Guild and Snowy Mountain Guild. If true, their combined strength would give them 4 S-rank hunters, the same number as Draw Sword. Reiji scoffed at the idea, remarking that no matter how many guilds banded together, they still wouldn't match Draw Sword's true strength. Inside the Prime Minister's office, tension thickened. The Prime Minister slammed his fist against the table, furious. He demanded answers from the Japanese Hunters Association. Why had no solutions been presented? What was being done to prevent a dungeon break? Chairman Matsumoto, attempting to calm the storm, explained that even S-rank hunters were not guaranteed to survive an S-rank gate. The room erupted as one guildmaster snapped, arguing that there was no point in meetings anymore. The situation had already spiraled out of control, just like the Jeju raid. Another guild leader, recognizing the urgency, suggested a bold move, hiring the world's strongest hunter, Thomas Andre. His proposal was quickly shot down by another guildmaster who questioned whether Japan even had the funds to recruit someone of Thomas's caliber. Besides, with the sudden surge in high-level gates worldwide, every nation was struggling to hold its own. The Prime Minister, his worry deepening, doubted that many hunters would be willing to face such a perilous mission. The fear in the room was palpable. Then, Reiji spoke up. He mentioned that there was one hunter who would be willing to help, for the right price. That man was the barrier specialist, Yuri Orlov. Reiji took charge of the mission personally. Along with Minoru and Kanai, he traveled to Russia to negotiate with the one man who could keep Japan's S-rank gate under control, Yuri Orlov. Seated in a brightly lit room, Yuri barely spared them a glance as he swirled his drink. With an air of arrogance, he introduced himself, reminding the Japanese hunters of his reputation as the best support-type hunter in the world. After taking a slow sip, he got straight to the point. He had already reviewed the files sent by Draw Sword Guild. While he acknowledged their decision to evacuate civilians as the right call, he pointed out a glaring flaw, a lack of manpower. Yuri asked if it was true that Japan could only send 6 of their S-rank hunters on the mission. Reiji confirmed it. He explained that each had to leave one S-rank behind to handle the A-rank gates that had spawned across the country. Even Draw Sword could only afford to send 3 of its 4 S ranks. Yuri chuckled, unimpressed. He pointed out that such a plan wouldn't be enough to protect Japan from the looming disaster. Shaking his head, he slammed his drink onto the table and made his offer clear: $10 million a day to keep the gate closed. Reiji was momentarily stunned by such an outrageous demand, but Yuri simply shrugged with a grin, saying it was a bargain compared to Thomas Andre, who would have charged $36 trillion for the mission. Minoru, standing just behind Reiji, turned to Kanai, asking what exactly Yuri had said. Kanai, fluent in Russian but shocked by the audacity, hesitated before muttering, "Whatever it wasn't good." Yuri exhaled in amusement, his smirk widening. He gave the Japanese hunters a choice: pay $10 million a day to save their country, or risk everything just to save a little money. Mocking their hesitation, he questioned whether they even had the luxury of being picky. Then, with a sneer, he added that even if they begged while licking his boots, it still wouldn't be enough. Frustrated by Yuri's arrogance, Reiji challenged him, asking if he truly believed his abilities justified such demands. Unfazed, Yuri scoffed and confidently claimed he was far superior to the 2 S ranks standing behind Reiji, dismissing them outright as losers. Minoru and Kanai's blood boiled. They had been silently enduring Yuri's arrogance, but this was too much. They lunged forward, ready to put the Russian in his place, only to freeze mid-motion, locked in place by an unseen force. Yuri's smirk deepened as he watched their futile struggle. With a chuckle, he taunted them, daring them to move if they could. Minoru and Kanai were stunned. As seasoned S-rank hunters, they had faced countless powerful foes, yet now, they couldn't even twitch a finger. How had Yuri managed to completely immobilize them with such ease? With a smug grin still on his face, Yuri turned back to Reiji and repeated his offer: to keep the S-rank gate sealed and, as a bonus, release the 2 hunters without any extra charge. Reiji remained still, carefully analyzing the situation. The Russians' power was undeniable. Even though the price was steep, Japan had no better option. Still clenching his fists from the humiliation, Reiji took a deep breath. After a brief moment of thought, he made his decision and reached out to the authorities. And just like that, the deal with Yuri Orlov was set in motion. While a dangerous crisis loomed over Japan, in neighboring Korea, Jinwoo was in high spirits as he made his way back to the Ahjin Guild office. His mind buzzed with thoughts of his rapid progress. His skills had evolved at an astonishing rate. Now, at level 101, he marveled at having obtained the key to the Kartanon Temple. And with level 102, just within reach, he couldn't help but anticipate what lay ahead. As Jinwoo parked his car and stepped out of the vehicle, a familiar figure caught his eye near the office entrance. It was Hunter Cha Hai-in. The moment their eyes met, she quickly turned to leave, but Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He sprinted after her. Startled, Hai-in froze as he suddenly appeared beside her. Narrowing his gaze, Jinwoo asked why she was avoiding him and what she was doing near his office. Still surprised by his sudden approach, Hai-in explained that she had left her car in the parking lot during her last visit. Jinwoo immediately recalled their last encounter, when they had used Shadow Exchange to leave. Understanding the situation now, he relaxed slightly. But before Jinwoo could say anything else, Hai-in looked up at him, as if gathering her thoughts. Then, she hesitated for a moment, before asking if he was free right now. Hai-in's mind swirled with questions, about the photo Jinwoo had taken with Soo-yeon, about why he had chosen an A rank instead of hiring her, an S rank. But despite these thoughts, what truly weighed on her was something else, something far more important. Taking a breath, she finally opened up about the dream she had of Min Byung-gyu and how it was connected to Jinwoo's powers. Jinwoo's expression shifted. A sudden jolt ran through his mind. Sensing the gravity of the conversation, he gestured toward the office, inviting Hai-in to continue their discussion upstairs. Inside the office, Hai-in found herself momentarily flustered. She hadn't expected to be alone with him. Jinwoo, however, remained focused. He casually made himself a cup of coffee before turning to Hai-in, inquiring how Min Byung-gyu had left a message for him. She recounted the strange events of that night, the eerie voice she had heard, and how Min Byung-gyu's shadow had manifested before her. His presence had felt urgent, almost desperate, as he warned her about the hidden danger within Jinwoo. He spoke of feeling as though he had been revived solely to serve him. Yet, the most unsettling part was that he felt content in that servitude, as if it was his natural purpose. Byung-gyu's final words hinted at something even more terrifying: Jinwoo's power, a force unlike anything else. Before his shadow could explain further and reveal the truth about Jinwoo's army, a sudden light engulfed him, cutting off the message. His last words still echoed in Hai-in's mind, leaving her with an uneasy sense of foreboding. Hai-in's words clung to him, even as Jinwoo resumed his usual routine. Seated in a dungeon while his shadow soldiers carried out the battle, his mind drifted. If what Heian had told him was true, then his powers weren't just about getting stronger. There was something deeper, something dangerous, and it was time to uncover the truth. As Jinwoo was lost in thought, Jinho took a nostalgic turn, reminiscing about their past and mentioning how the dungeon reminded him of their early days raiding C-rank dungeons. Jinwoo, barely paying attention, simply reminded him not to talk with his mouth full as Jinho ate. Undeterred, Jinho suggested that Jinwoo let his shadow soldiers handle everything while he focused on other matters, arguing that they could move on their own. But Jinwoo knew better. He earned fewer experience points when he was too far away from his summons, and besides, he couldn't always trust his soldiers to behave properly when unsupervised. Shifting the conversation to a more serious note, Jinho asked about Jinwoo's sister, Jinna, and how she was recovering after that horrific event. Jinwoo explained that she was still resting, but reassured himself that she was safe, knowing his most reliable shadow soldier was watching over her. Realizing he should check in, Jinwoo closed his eyes and activated his new skill, Shared Senses, allowing him to see through the vision of his shadows. Through Beru's perspective, he saw Jinna sound asleep while his mighty summons stood beside her, deeply engrossed in a historical drama, speaking in a manner that was overly formal and dramatic. Amused, Jinwoo decided to check on others as well. He suddenly heard the soft dripping of water. Focusing on the source, he was jolted by the realization that he had unintentionally glimpsed Heian in the bath. Jinwoo's eyes flew open in shock, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Jinho, catching the odd reaction, asked if he had dozed off for a moment. Jinwoo shook his head, quickly dismissing it as nothing, though a brief thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should take Heian out for dinner as an apology. Before he could dwell on it, Jinho broke the latest news, informing him about the S-rank gate that had recently appeared in Shinjuku and warning that if it wasn't cleared within 3 days, a dungeon break was inevitable. He then asked if Japan had reached out to Jinwoo for the mission. Jinwoo, already aware, confirmed that he had received the call but was still considering his options. There were more urgent matters at hand, and his decision wasn't immediate. As he spoke, Jinwoo summoned the key to the Cartenon Temple from his inventory, his mind racing with unanswered questions about the system, his powers, and what it all truly meant. With only a day left before he could use the key, he knew the long-awaited truth was finally within reach. Pushing the thought aside, he turned to Jinho, reminding him that if he was done eating, they still had work to do. Jinho, lifting his backpack, nodded enthusiastically and followed Jinwoo deeper into the dungeon. The next morning, Jinwoo was ready in his hunter gear to head out of his apartment. His mother glanced at him over her shoulder, concern evident in her eyes as she asked if there was anything she needed to worry about. Jinwoo quickly reassured her, telling her it was just an appointment and promising to return soon before stepping outside. As he walked, he summoned the black key once again, watching as a notification popped up, revealing the location where the key could be used. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Meanwhile, at Jinna's high school, a group of Hunter Association employees stood near another gate that had appeared in the exact same spot again. Jinwoo, cloaked in stealth, approached quietly, unnoticed at first. One of the employees moved to stop him, but he calmly lowered his hood, revealing his identity. The female employee, the same one he recognized from the Red Gate incident, looked surprised as she informed him the gate had been open for 3 days. Jinwoo's jaw tightened. The system had played him this time. He had assumed the location of the gate would only be disclosed today, but instead, it had already spawned days prior. Despite the gate being classified as C-rank, something felt wrong. Jinwoo turned to the employee and asked if any hunters had already entered. When she confirmed that an assault team had gone in 2 hours ago, Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He told her to call them back immediately, warning that if they stayed inside, they would all die. The employee looked confused, alarmed even, questioning his urgency, but Jinwoo ignored her, walking straight towards the gate, stating firmly that there was no time to explain. Inside the dungeon, the assault team gathered in front of what they assumed was the boss room, struggling to open the door. Something was off. As they debated their next move, Jinwoo emerged from behind, halting them. His sudden appearance startled the group, who barely had time to register his presence before he stated that he was the survivor of the double dungeon and warned them of the danger they were in. The assault team exchanged bewildered glances, trying to process his words. Still, Jinwoo advised them to leave immediately, declaring that from here on, he would take care of the gate. Ignoring their murmurs of disbelief, Jinwoo stepped forward and examined the stone door blocking their path. It refused to budge. As he inspected it further, a notification appeared, informing him that the gate to the Cartenon Temple was locked and required the key to open. Summoning the key one last time, He pressed it into the stone, and with a heavy creak, the door began to open. The assault team stood frozen, stunned by how easily Jinwoo had accomplished what they couldn't. Just as he was about to enter, one of the group members stepped forward, reminding Jinwoo that the Dragon Guild had purchased the raid permit for this dungeon. Despite him being an S rank, they argued, he had no authority to take over. More voices joined in from behind, echoing their guildmates' concerns. Jinwoo listened silently, watching their anxious expressions. He knew convincing them otherwise would be difficult, so he simply gave them a choice. He wouldn't stop anyone from entering the gate if they wished to go forward. One hunter, emboldened by the challenge, stepped past him and crossed the threshold. A notification flashed instantly. Access denied to individuals who do not possess the key. The words had barely registered before a monstrous doorkeeper swung its massive sword down, aiming straight for the hunter's head. Jinwoo moved in an instant, yanking the hunter back just in time, as the sword smashed into the stone tiles, shattering them. The squad members recoiled in terror, their gazes locking onto the crimson-eyed statue looming before them. Jinwoo turned to the shaken hunter, asking if he still wanted to continue. He explained that every monster in this dungeon was just as dangerous, if not more. The reality of their situation settled over the group like a suffocating weight. Jinwoo turned back to the rest of the assault team, warning them to leave the dungeon immediately and report to the Hunter Association that a double dungeon had appeared. Then, without waiting for their response, he stepped into the eerie chamber. A notification flashed. One who possesses the key has entered. The door slammed shut behind him, sealing the assault team outside. In Japan, the Russian S-rank hunter, Yuri Orlov's plane, finally arrived at the airport. As he walked towards the terminal, a massive crowd awaited him, cameras flashing as everyone eagerly tried to catch a glimpse. With a wide smile, Yuri greeted them all, reveling in the attention. Reporters rushed in, firing questions at him, the loudest one demanding to know how he planned on blocking off the S-rank gate. Exuding confidence as he stepped into the spotlight, Yuri simply explained that he would draw a large magic circle around the gate and pour his mana into it, creating a barrier strong enough to contain the magical beast. Skepticism rippled through the crowd as another reporter pressed him, asking if he could truly handle such a massive task alone. With a calm shrug, Yuri clarified that sustaining a barrier indefinitely by himself was beyond even his capabilities, but his magic circle had a solution. It would draw mana from its surroundings. By setting up large quantities of mana crystals around Tokyo, he assured, the circle would steadily absorb energy, strengthening over time. It was like starting a car, he added smugly. Once the engine was running, it would build up power on its own, transforming into an unbreakable wall. Lifting his chin, Yuri then made his bold declaration, reminding everyone that he was about to save their lives and that they should remember his name for it. Chairman Go Gun-hee watched the telecast unfold from his office, his fingers steepled as doubt lingered in his eyes. Yuri's confidence was undeniable, but the chairman wasn't entirely convinced of his ability to seal off such a powerful gate. If he failed, the consequences would be catastrophic, and Japan couldn't afford to gamble on empty promises. Turning to Jinchul, Chairman Go shifted the conversation, asking about Jinwoo's recent activities. Jinchul, prepared, handed over a list, explaining that Jinwoo had been keeping busy raiding gates in the capital. A chuckle escaped the chairman as he scanned the reports. He was amused by the sheer power of a one-man guild rivaling major organizations. It was nothing short of fascinating. Their discussion was cut short as Jinchul's phone buzzed. Seeking permission to step outside, he left the office to answer the call. As he listened, his usual composed expression faltered, his grip on the phone tightening. The caller's voice relayed urgent news. Another gate had opened at Jinna's school. But it wasn't just any gate. A double dungeon had been discovered inside. A panic surged through the Hunter Association, but Jinwoo remained undaunted as he stepped into the Cartanon Temple. The torches along the walls ignited upon his arrival, casting eerie shadows across the vast chamber. His eyes swept across the familiar sight. Towering statues lined the walls, their frozen gazes fixed forward, while at the far end of the hall, the largest of them all loomed on a stone throne, watching in silent judgment. Everything looked exactly as he remembered, yet something felt different. The stillness of the temple no longer unsettled him. It beckoned, whispering to a deeper understanding within him. He could sense it now, something he hadn't grasped before. These statues, these ominous figures that once struck fear into him, were neither living creatures nor magic beasts. They were mere puppets, empty husks tethered to a greater force. Jinwoo's sharp instincts latched onto the single presence in the room, something that concealed its monstrous nature beneath layers of stillness. His gaze locked onto one particular statue, its aura betraying it. Slowly he advanced, his voice cutting through the silence as he demanded to know if it was the one orchestrating everything. There was no response. The statue remained motionless. Irritation flickered across Jinwoo's face as he took another step closer. He knew it was there, knew it was watching him. His voice was cold now, sharper, as he questioned why it was refusing to answer. He was now face to face with the towering stone figure, a hooded angel with 6 wings, its hands clasping a massive stone tablet. Finally, its eyes flickered to life, glowing an ominous red as a slow smile crept across its face. A voice filled the chamber, welcoming Jinwoo with a chilling certainty. At last, he had arrived. A powerful rumble echoed through the chamber as the angelic statue unfurled its massive wings, sending a gust of wind sweeping across the temple. Dust and debris swirled in the air, but Jinwoo stood firm, his gaze locked on the being before him. Without warning, the stone tablet in its hands began to crack, fractures racing across its surface, until, in a violent motion, the statue smashed it to pieces. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes, watching the fragments scatter across the floor. Something about that act felt wrong. Muttering that maybe the commandments inscribed on it never really mattered in the first place, he took a step forward. The statue's lips curled into a knowing grin as it admitted that once they held meaning, but no longer. Jinwoo's expression darkened. So it was the one who had brought him here. The realization settled in, and he demanded confirmation. The chilling chuckle that followed made his skin crawl as the statue finally admitted that yes, it had called him to this place. Jinwoo's stance remained firm as he questioned further, asking if it was a monster, but the statue simply clapped its hands, dismissing the question entirely. Instead of asking about its identity, it told him he should be questioning his own. The weight of those words pressed against him, but before he could dwell on them, movement flickered at the edges of his vision. The towering stone figures that lined the chamber, once frozen in place, were now shifting. The air grew thick with an oppressive force as the angelic statue declared the beginning of his final test, promising that if he remained standing by the end, he would be given the truth as a reward. Jinwoo's instincts flared. Reaching for his shadow soldiers, he prepared to summon them, only for the statue to snap its fingers. A notification appeared in his vision, restricting all job-exclusive skills. Jinwoo grit his teeth, understanding the message. This was a test for him alone. The statue watched him with amusement, reminding him that it was only interested in his strength, not that of his soldiers. Before Jinwoo could respond, a massive stone figure lunged at him, its sword slicing through the air. His instinct screamed. Then it hit him. His inventory was still accessible. Without hesitation, he caught the descending blade with his bare hands, his grip tightening as cracks formed along its surface. With a sharp motion, he snapped it in two. Wasting no time, he grabbed one of the broken shards and hurled it forward. The jagged piece whistled through the air before piercing deep into the temple of the stone figure. But he wasn't finished. Leaping into the air, he twisted mid-motion and kicked the shard even deeper, shattering the figure's head entirely. Another statue advanced, an axe raised high. Jinwoo met its strike head-on, his daggers flashing as he deflected the crushing blow. Without hesitation, he countered, his blade slicing clean through the axe handle before he leaped onto the figure's shoulders, his weapons carving through stone as he crushed its skull with a precise, devastating strike. Before he could land, an archer statue had already drawn its bow. The arrow tore through the air, but Jinwoo moved faster. His dagger sliced the projectile in two mid-air. Without missing a beat, he kicked one of the broken halves with lethal force, sending it flying back toward its source. The makeshift projectile struck the archer's head, shattering it instantly. Jinwoo didn't stop. His movements were fluid, calculated. He dodged, struck, and dismantled the statues one by one, their once overwhelming speed now nothing more than sluggish movements in his eyes. Every attack that once seemed unavoidable was now predictable. His heart surged with anticipation. This was the battle he had been waiting for. Across the chamber, the angelic statue trembled in delight. Watching Jinwoo carve through the stone figures with ruthless efficiency, it marveled at his growth, at the sheer power he had attained. This was beyond what it had expected. Jinwoo, however, paid it no mind. He was focused solely on the enemies before him. His daggers clashed against stone as he tore through them, their relentless assault becoming less of a challenge with every second that passed. But the angelic statue was not done. A deep, guttural rumble shook the temple, forcing Jinwoo's eyes toward the far end of the hall. The colossal figure seated on the throne, which had remained motionless all this time, was finally stirring. Slowly, it gripped the armrests of its massive seat and rose, the sheer weight of its presence making the ground tremble. Each step it took sent violent tremors through the chamber, the very air seeming to bow to its overwhelming power. Then, Its glowing red eyes snapped open. From its perch, the angelic statue let out a delighted laugh. With a voice laced in twisted amusement, it announced that the time had come to worship God. Undaunted, Jinwoo surged forward with blinding speed, decapitating yet another stone figure with a swift slice from his daggers. Yet, no matter how many he cut down, their numbers constantly replenished. Glancing past the stone figures, he saw the statue of God standing tall, its eyes glowing an intense red. In a split second, he knew what was coming: the deadly heat vision. With no time to prepare, he abandoned his dagger for a moment and activated Commander's Touch. The skill yanked a few stone figures midair, pulling them into the line of fire just as the Colossus unleashed its beam. The attack struck with such force that the temple shook, vaporizing the statues into molten rubble. But the delay had been enough. Jinwoo had leaped back in time, avoiding the brunt of the blast. As the heat and dust cleared, a notification flashed before him. Commander's Touch had been upgraded to its final form, Commander's Authority. His instincts screamed that even at his current level, a direct hit from that beam would be fatal. It was clear. If he wanted any chance of surviving this test, the Colossus had to fall first. He launched himself forward. The statue of God tracked him, its massive foot rising before slamming down, cracking the floor with a deafening sound. A sinister smile crossed its face, certain it had crushed him. But Jinwoo's speed was beyond its comprehension. The foot struck empty ground as he weaved past, propelling himself upward with explosive force. The Colossus's eyes locked onto him again, preparing another beam. But Jinwoo had already formulated a plan. If he combined his speed with his newly upgraded skill, he could strike from its blind spot. Channeling Commander's Authority, he yanked himself toward the Colossus's shoulder. The red beam fired instantly, but veered off target as the giant lost its balance, sending tremors rippling across the battlefield. The gravitational pull from his skill dragged Jinwoo toward the Colossus. Even at its enormous size, it couldn't resist the force. Now right beside its eerie face, Jinwoo gripped his daggers and activated Mutilation, slashing at its stone surface. Yet the blades barely left a mark. The Colossus smirked, mocking his efforts. Realizing his daggers were useless, Jinwoo shifted tactics. His eyes locked onto a deep crack on the statue's face. Without hesitation, he leaped onto it, grabbing hold as he funneled a tremendous amount of mana into his arms, his fist clenched, glowing with raw power, before he delivered his first punch. The impact sent a shockwave through the temple. The Colossus's face distorted slightly from the sheer force of the blow. The angelic statue watching from afar flinched in surprise. It had never anticipated such a direct, brute force approach against its perfect creation. Jinwoo didn't stop. Strike after strike, he hammered into the Colossus's face, his relentless assault echoing like thunder. Each punch carried the weight of his growing strength, his fury fueling every blow. He was determined to show what the power of a level 101 hunter truly looked like. Then, with one final devastating strike, the Colossus staggered before crashing to the floor, sending tremors through the lair. As the dust settled, Jinwoo stood unscathed amidst the destruction. But the battle wasn't over. The remaining stone figures lunged at him, seizing the opportunity. Before they could reach him, he activated Commander's Authority. Instantly, their heads slammed into the ground, immobilized. A moment of silence followed, the ground trembling before everything went still. Jinwoo clenched his fists, feeling the power surge through him. He had grown even stronger. Across the chamber, the angelic statue clapped, impressed by his triumph. Narrowing his eyes, Jinwoo demanded answers, but instead of an explanation, a hollow, chilling laugh filled the room. The test wasn't over. A sudden notification flashed before his eyes, an urgent quest carrying an ominous message that sent a chill down his spine. The angelic statue's voice cut through the silence. It was Jinwoo's final test. The message was clear. If he failed to defeat the enemy in front of him within 10 minutes, his heart would stop beating. The seconds ticked away. Frustration rising, Jinwoo demanded once more to know who the angelic statue truly was. Grinning, the statue's stone face began to crumble. As the dust settled, its true identity was revealed. It was the architect of the system itself. Outside the double dungeon, Chief Wu Jinchul and his surveillance team arrived at the location. The moment he stepped closer, a suffocating wave of magic power poured from the gate, warping the air itself. Jinchul froze. The sheer intensity of the mana storm sent a deep chill through his body, his instincts screaming at him to retreat. His breath hitched as he forced himself to speak, muttering about the overwhelming aura. It wasn't just dangerous, it felt monstrous, unlike anything he'd encountered before. He turned to his team, his voice sharp, as he demanded to know if any major guilds were nearby. A subordinate quickly confirmed that the Hunters Guild remained on standby, with both of their S-rank hunters ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. Jinchul didn't hesitate. Recognizing the scale of the threat, he barked an order to send an emergency request for cooperation. They needed reinforcements, now. As the final test commenced, the architect stretched out his wings, morphing them into hands. Jinwoo watched closely, standing face to face with the orchestrator behind the system. The air between them crackled with tension, heavy with the anticipation of battle. A smirk crossed the architect's face before he lunged forward at blinding speed. Jinwoo barely registered the movement before a crushing force struck him. He braced himself, but the impact sent him hurtling across the chamber, slamming into the stone wall with a sickening crunch. Blood trickled from his mouth as the architect wasted no time, launching another strike. Jinwoo barely twisted away, the architect's fist missing him by mere inches. Jinwoo hardly had time to breathe before a relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon him. The sheer force of the blows shattered the floor, while the architect grinned, reveling in the onslaught. Yet, even as the architect pressed its advantage, Jinwoo adapted. His hands moved with blinding speed, blocking, deflecting, and countering. His sharp gaze locked onto his foe, unwavering even in the midst of overwhelming aggression. The architect's expression flickered with surprise. Jinwoo was exceeding expectations. Then, suddenly, a brutal jab crashed into Jinwoo's jaw, snapping his head back. The architect prepared to follow up, convinced he had him on the ropes, but fiery determination ignited in Jinwoo's eyes. With all his strength, he countered with a devastating punch to the architect's face, blasting him backward. The architect recovered swiftly, landing gracefully, yet something had changed. A slow grin spread across his face. He was amused. For the first time in his existence, the architect had encountered a human who could truly stand against him. Blood dripped into Jinwoo's eye, partially obscuring his vision, but his thoughts remained razor-sharp. The architect had summoned him here as soon as he reached level 101, assuming he wouldn't be a match, but Jinwoo knew otherwise. He had the power to take the architect down. Determined, Jinwoo pressed for answers, demanding to know why the architect had created the system and why he had been chosen as its player. The architect, intrigued by Jinwoo's defiance, moved swiftly to strike again. Realizing close combat put him at a disadvantage, Jinwoo backed away, activating Commander's authority to launch a counterattack, but his assault met an unexpected resistance. The architect wielded the very same skill. Their powers clashed mid-air, gravitational force tearing through the battlefield, shattering the ground beneath them. Jinwoo's eyes widened as he realized that the architect could use the same abilities as him. That meant long-range attacks were futile. He needed a new strategy. The architect, now with all 8 arms outstretched, spoke with eerie finality, asserting that his own demise would make no difference, that the outcome had already been decided. Suddenly, weapons scattered across the chamber trembled, rising into the air. An ominous energy crackled around them as they floated toward the architect, aligning perfectly in his grasp. As each of his 8 hands gripped a different weapon, the architect stated that the answers Jinwoo sought had been predetermined from the very beginning, and that, no matter what, he would come to know the truth. Jinwoo tightened his grip on his daggers, demanding to know how the architect had created such a powerful system and how he had gained such immense abilities. The architect, now brandishing his weapons, stated that he had never chosen Jinwoo in the first place. In fact, he had opposed the idea entirely. He was merely the designer and overseer of the player breeding system. Less than 7 minutes remained. Time was slipping away, and Jinwoo knew he had no choice but to end this now. The architect, sensing the urgency as well, prepared to unleash his full power for the final stretch. In a blur, he soared into the air before crashing down in front of Jinwoo with a force that shook the ground. Armed with 8 different weapons, the architect unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. Each strike sent shockwaves through the chamber, the deafening impact echoing as blades and hammers tore into the ground and walls around Jinwoo. Yet amid the chaos, something within Jinwoo shifted. His instincts sharpened, his movements growing more precise with every passing second. Even with one eye impaired by blood, he saw the patterns, reading the attacks before they landed. The architect moved with incredible speed, but Jinwoo, despite the storm of attacks surrounding him, weaved through the barrage with an uncanny ease. The architect was taken aback. He had unleashed his full force, yet Jinwoo was not only blocking his blows, but also counterattacking with relentless precision. With every passing moment, Jinwoo's speed increased, his strikes sharper, his movements more fluid. Before the architect could even comprehend what was happening, Jinwoo's blade sliced through the air, severing one of his arms in a clean, merciless strike. The architect staggered back, a pained groan escaping his lips. He couldn't believe it. Jinwoo had managed to wound him, even though he resided within a mere imitation of a body. His eyes narrowed as he studied the hunter, realization dawning upon him. Within Jinwoo, there existed a fragment of something far greater, something that allowed him to stand against forces beyond human comprehension. Yet Jinwoo remained calm, his unwavering gaze locked onto his opponent. The architect, filled with rage and disbelief, let out a furious bellow. He couldn't fathom how a human could defy him in such a way. In desperation, he summoned the remaining stone figures to attack. Even those with shattered heads and broken limbs began to rise, their fractured forms obeying his will. Time was running out. Just over 3 minutes remained. Wasting no time, Jinwoo leaped forward and activated his skill Commander's Authority once again. Landing in the midst of the statues, he sent them flying backward. Then, he dashed through the chaos, narrowly avoiding the massive fist of the Colossus before cutting down another stone figure with a swift slash of his daggers. The gap between him and the architect was closing rapidly. In a blur of motion, Jinwoo's blade struck again, severing another arm from the architect, making him roar in fury. Desperate, the architect swung his sword with full force, the blade barely grazing Jinwoo. Before Jinwoo could regain his footing, another devastating impact slammed into his back. A shield, wielded by one of the statues, crashed into him with bone-rattling force. Gritting his teeth, Jinwoo turned his gaze to the culprit. It was the same statue from his first expedition into the double dungeon, the one that had nearly ended his life. A surge of fury erupted within him. With less than 3 minutes left, he launched himself into the air, descending with a brutal elbow strike that shattered the statue's head into dust and rubble. Fueled by vengeance, Jinwoo sprinted toward the architect, who could do nothing but watch in disbelief. In a flash, he slashed again, severing more of the architect's arms. The lair trembled under the force of the battle as the architect crashed to the ground. As the dust settled, Jinwoo stood over the fallen architect, his dagger pressed against his throat. 2 minutes remained. With a heavy breath, the architect finally admitted defeat, declaring that the final test had come to an end. But Jinwoo wasn't done. It was time for the answers he had been seeking. The architect, however, merely lifted a trembling finger and pointed directly at Jinwoo, stating that everything he had been searching for was already within him. Jinwoo's brow furrowed in confusion, but before he could press further, a system notification flashed before his eyes, asking if he wished to retrieve the data stored in his memory. The architect locked eyes with him, making it clear that the choice was Jinwoo's alone. Thoughts surged through his mind as he grappled with the idea of data hidden within him. After a brief hesitation, he steeled himself and accepted the system's prompt. In an instant, radiant light erupted around him, engulfing him in its brilliance. The world around him twisted, and suddenly, Jinwoo felt himself being hurled through an endless tunnel at an unfathomable speed, as if time and space had lost all meaning. The sensation was overwhelming, yet familiar, like returning to a place he had long forgotten. Jinwoo gasped at the breathtaking spectacle before him. Beneath his feet stretched an endless army of monstrous creatures, their ranks so vast they seemed to extend beyond the horizon. Every species imaginable, high orcs, ice elves, goblins, giants, stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes locked onto something in the sky above. Following their gaze, Jinwoo lifted his head. Suspended high above was an enormous jet-black gate, looming like a celestial void against the eerie purple sky. It exuded a menacing aura, as though sealing something terrifying beyond its threshold. Jinwoo's breath caught in his throat. This was not Earth. The realization hit him hard. If these creatures ever crossed into his world, humanity would be annihilated. Yet, something told him the monsters weren't focused on Earth. They were preparing for something else. Then, it happened. A deafening crack split the silence as fractures spread across the surface of the gate. With a final, ear-shattering rupture, it burst open, revealing what lay beyond. From the void emerged legions of silver-armored warriors, their radiant wings unfurling as they flooded into the sky like divine retribution. If the monsters blanketed the earth, these celestial soldiers eclipsed the heavens, forming an endless tide of light and steel. It didn't take long for Jinwoo to grasp what was about to unfold. The silver-armored soldiers in the sky raised their majestic horns, and an earth-shaking blast echoed across the battlefield. What followed was a war of unimaginable scale and intensity. The two opposing forces, both radiating raw hostility, clashed just above the ground. But the outcome became clear almost immediately. The silver-clad soldiers overwhelmed their monstrous foes in an instant. Wave after wave of their ranks advanced like an unrelenting storm, cutting through the monstrous horde and reducing them to nothing but lifeless husks. It was an overwhelming display of power, one that left no doubt as to who the victors would be. And then suddenly, everything changed. Just as the Silver Army was on the verge of totally annihilating their nemesis, they all came to a sudden, eerie halt. their collective attention drawn to something ominous, stirring in the distance. A dark shadow spread across the battlefield, swallowing the reddish-brown land beneath it. A suffocating stillness took hold, until a single word shattered the silence. Arise. The moment the command was spoken, a ripple of dark energy surged outward, devouring the battlefield in an abyss of writhing shadows. The blood-soaked earth became a sea of blackness as something unfathomable emerged from the darkness. Jinwoo's eyes widened. He knew this power. His gaze darted toward the source of the command. There, atop a warhorse wreathed in black energy, stood a towering knight clad in jet-black armor. The strands of dark aura rising from him were so thick they seemed almost alive. The Shadow Monarch had arrived. As if answering their sovereign's call, an endless legion of shadow soldiers erupted from the darkness. The battlefield, once painted with the blood of slain monsters, had now transformed into a nightmarish expanse of reborn warriors standing at their master's command. Jinwoo's breath hitched as he took in the spectacle. The sheer magnitude of the Shadow Monarch's power, his ability to summon an infinite army, left him awestruck. Compared to this force, even his own skills seemed insignificant. And then, with a flash of silver, the battle resumed. The silver-armored soldiers descended upon the shadow soldiers like lightning, clashing with newfound ferocity. But this time, they did not cut through their enemies as effortlessly as before. The battlefield erupted into chaos once more, the two armies now evenly matched. Explosions ripped through the air, the ground cracked under the relentless force of battle, and the very atmosphere quivered under the weight of the war. What had once been a one-sided slaughter had transformed into an apocalyptic showdown, all because of the arrival of a single, all-powerful being. The flow of the war shifted instantly when the Shadow Monarch entered the fray. The battlefield, once dominated by the radiant silver-armored soldiers of the sky, now quaked under the force of a singular presence. The black horse carrying the monarch thundered forward, its hooves shattering the blood-stained ground beneath it. With each sweep of his sword, thousands of enemy troops fell, their bodies dissolving into darkness. A single flick of the monarch's hand sent the soldiers of the sky flying backward, their pristine wings fracturing like brittle glass as they plummeted back to the ground. Jinwoo, watching through the monarch's eyes, immediately recognized the technique, commander's authority. It was a power he himself possessed, but never had he seen it wielded with such devastating efficiency. The Shadow Monarch carved a path of destruction, sweeping through the battlefield like an unrelenting storm. For the first time since the war began, the Silver Army faltered. Yet just as the Shadow soldiers began to gain ground, an ominous wind howled across the battlefield. The monarch paused, turning his gaze away from the battle. Jinwoo, still bound to his vision, followed suit. In the distance, two colossal gates materialized, their sheer size rivaling those suspended in the sky. From their gaping maws, two armies poured forth, one composed of monstrous, beast-like creatures led by a wolf the size of a mountain, and the other of heavily armored knights, their banners bearing the insignias of the noble clans from the demon's castle. Among them, Jinwoo spotted the familiar crest of Ezel's clan. The battlefield, already drenched in carnage, now teetered on the brink of further chaos. The new arrivals wasted no time, encircling the Shadow Monarch's forces. Jinwoo's confusion deepened. Why had the demons joined this fight? They had no stake in this war between the Silver Soldiers and the monstrous horde. What did they stand to gain? Before he could make sense of it, the demons and beasts charged. The Shadow Soldiers, unyielding as ever, fought back. But for every soldier they lost, the enemy's numbers seemed endless. Jinwoo's mind raced. Was the Shadow Monarch not on the same side as these creatures? Or was this a betrayal from within? The battlefield descended into further ruin, the ground torn asunder by battle. The monarch, now without his mount, stood firm at the heart of the chaos. His dark armor gleamed under the eerie light as he finally reached his true opponent, a lone demon slumped against a jagged rock formation, breathless and battered. Though the demon's face remained obscured by its helmet, the Shadow Monarch's piercing gaze revealed his recognition. He demanded an answer, his voice cold, asking why he had been betrayed. Why, when they could have ended the war together, the demon had chosen this path. The demon trembled, but slowly lifted its head. In a weak yet unwavering tone, it responded that it was a shame they couldn't end him instead. The monarch's expression hardened, his hand extended, dark energy surging forth as the demon was pulled toward him, his throat clenched in an unyielding grip. The metal of the demon's armor groaned under the pressure, but still, he spoke. Even as his breath waned, his words did not falter. Then, with a final mocking laugh, the demon uttered something in a language long forgotten. The monarch's grip tightened. His thumb crushed into the demon's throat with a sickening crunch. That was precisely the moment when the Shadow Monarch's gaze locked with the demon's eyes, glaring back from within the helm. Jinwoo, still witnessing through the monarch's perspective, recognized that seething rage. Startled by the realization, he let go of the demon's lifeless body, which crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. His gaze drifted to the fallen demon. Hesitantly, he stepped forward and removed the battered helmet. The metal clattered to the ground, revealing a face he had seen once before, on the top floor of the demon's castle. It was Baran, the Demon King. Jinwoo's breath hitched. His mind reeled. But before he could fully process the revelation, another realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He looked down at himself, at the armor now clad over his form. It wasn't his own. From an unknown moment in time, he had taken control of the Shadow Monarch's body. His heartbeat quickened, each thud echoing louder than the last, pounding against his ribs like war drums. As his hand moved instinctively to his chest, his fingers trembled. There it was. Not one, but two hearts, pulsing in perfect unison, their rhythm intensifying until it drowned out everything else. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, his gaze lifted to the sky. Descending from above, their 6 wings spanning wide, were 4 celestial beings, their divine forms shrouded in blinding light. Their presence loomed ominously over Jinwoo, casting a heavy weight on his shoulders. Then, a soft chime echoed in his mind. The system's notification rang out, confirming that the playback of the retrieved data had come to an end. In the meantime, the elite hunters from the Hunters Guild and the Association, led by Choi Jong-in and Woo Jin-chul, arrived at the entrance of the double dungeon gate. As they approached, a thick tension gripped the air. The overwhelming mana that surrounded the place was unlike anything they had encountered before. Among the group, Hunter Cha Hyen observed the eerie surroundings, silently noting that the mana permeating the area didn't belong to Jinwoo. Her curiosity only grew as the team rushed past the massive doorway. Inside, what awaited them was beyond comprehension. Countless shattered stone statues lay strewn across the chamber floor. Their remains had piled into small hills. Jinchul's heart began to race wildly as he remembered the testimonies of survivors from the previous double dungeon incident. Everything they had described was real. The statue of God, the stone figures, all of it. As they took in the ruinous sight, a deep, booming voice echoed around them. The architect had risen. Tattered wings hung behind him, and only one of his arms remained. His glowing eyes swept across the intruders with disdain as he muttered menacingly that he hadn't invited any humans here. The hunters were stunned to hear a monster speaking their language, but the architect raised a finger to his lips and silenced them, warning them not to disturb the king's slumber. The mention of a king made the hunters glance toward the far corner of the room, where Jinwoo stood silently, almost as if in a deep sleep. He was frozen in place, unaware of his surroundings. Myung-chul recognized Jinwoo instantly from a distance, but before he could react further, a brutal attack struck him and 2 other hunters in half. Hyen's eyes widened in panic as she witnessed the shocking scene unfold. The architect stepped forward with a grin, declaring that these strong humans would make the perfect first offerings to the king. Fear swept through the group. In a desperate bid to save Myung-chul, the group's healers rushed in under Choi Jong-in's urgent orders, pouring all their power into reviving him while the wounded were dragged to safety. But something worse was coming. The shattered statues began to stir. One by one, the stone warriors started standing up. Soon, the most terrifying of them all, the statue of God, stood upright, glaring at the hunters as the architect's voice echoed ominously around the chamber. He taunted that anyone who survived until all of his puppets had fallen would be given the chance to witness the glorious rebirth of the king. Just as the words left his mouth, the Colossus' eyes lit up, charging a deadly laser. Choi Jong-in screamed at the top of his lungs for everyone to get down, and they narrowly avoided the laser, which sliced just above their heads. Then, skidding past the Colossus, Jong-in unleashed a powerful fire spell, engulfing the towering stone figure in flames. The explosion rocked the chamber, momentarily distracting their enemies. Jinchul seized the moment and hurled himself forward, winding up a crushing punch. His gauntlet connected with one of the statues, delivering a thunderous impact, but the figure didn't even crack. It was tougher than anything he'd ever faced. Before he could react, a shockwave blasted him across the room. Jong-in screamed again, warning Jinchul that the statues were highly resistant to physical attacks and spells. Other guild members quickly confirmed this, as their attacks had no effect. The statues remained completely unfazed. Quickly assessing the situation, Jong-in realized they were running out of options. His eyes locked onto Jinwoo, knowing their only hope lay in waking him. Taking a drastic measure, he fired a fireball directly at Jinwoo, hoping it might break whatever trance he was trapped in. But to his surprise, the architect suddenly stepped in front of the projectile and absorbed the explosion with his own body. Enraged that someone dared interrupt the king's slumber, the architect lunged at full speed toward Jong-in, aiming to strike him down. Before the attack could land, 3 hunters rushed past and intercepted the blow, blocking the architect's assault with sheer force. Seeing an opening, Jinchul urgently instructed Haiyan to wake Jinwoo while the rest of the team handled the chaos. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Haiyan sprinted toward Jinwoo, who still stood motionless, caught in a deep and unbreakable sleep. But before she could reach him, the architect stepped into her path, blocking her way. Amused by Haiyan's determination, he taunted her to push beyond her limits, prompting her to launch into her most powerful skill, sword dance. The architect seemed delighted, easily blocking her flurry of attacks without breaking a sweat. Haiyan struggled to keep pace with his speed until a strike sliced through her arm, drawing a scream of pain. Unimpressed, the architect smirked and boasted about the system he built, one that could predict and respond to every possible outcome. He mocked the hunters, claiming none of them were capable of breaching his creations. He hadn't even finished his taunt when a fireball blasted across his face. Jong-in, exhausted but resolute, reminded everyone that their goal was to wake up Sung Jinwoo. Despite her injured arm, Haiyan launched forward again. The architect extended his arm, trying to grab her, then swung his sword with devastating force. She narrowly dodged the strike, which slammed into the ground and left a deep scar. Impressed, the architect grinned, until he suddenly flinched. He noticed a trace of a shadow soldier within Haiyan's shadow. Though it couldn't fully manifest due to the dungeon's rules, its presence was undeniable. Intrigued, he questioned her about the shadow's origin and her connection to Jinwoo. Gasping for breath, Haiyan declared she was Jinwoo's friend and had come to rescue him. The architect, amused by her determination, offered her a grim gift. She would witness the descent of one of the greatest monarchs, but only after every one of her companions lay dead. Before he could make good on his threat, a sudden voice cut through the chamber, and a rock-solid punch from Jinwoo slammed squarely into the architect's face. Jinwoo had finally awakened from his slumber, demanding answers from the fallen architect. Looking down at him, Jinwoo, feeling a surge of unfamiliar power, raged as he asked what the architect had done to his body. Jinchul and Haiyan stood frozen in shock, while Jong-in exhaled in relief at seeing Jinwoo awake. Jinwoo's anger surged as he further stomped the architect into the ground. Howling in disbelief, the architect couldn't understand why Jinwoo was conscious instead of the king, or how he had awakened despite the Black Heart's influence. Hearing that name, Jinwoo's mind raced as he now realized where the irrational mana levels within him came from. A sudden notification appeared before his eyes. He had fulfilled the requirements for the title Demon Hunter. With it, he received the mystical Black Heart, granting him a staggering increase of 100,000 to his mana capacity. Yet something didn't add up. Jinwoo observed the architect closely, deducing that the Black Heart wasn't his doing, and certainly not intended to benefit Jinwoo. Despite the data retrieved, the system had yet to provide all the answers. He recalled that the architect had opposed his selection as a player, yet Jinwoo still didn't understand what being a player truly meant, or what had been planned for him. With narrowed eyes, he pressed the architect for answers. Before he could continue, the architect snapped, identifying Jinwoo as the Shadow Monarch, and warning that the other monarchs would never tolerate what had just occurred. Jinwoo, with no patience left, summoned every dagger from his inventory. The weapons pulsed with mana as they hovered ominously around him, his demand for answers pressing down like a storm. Even in his peril, the architect laughed darkly, hinting at a deeper reason behind Jinwoo's selection. But chaos erupted before he could say more. The other hunters began to panic as the stone statues reanimated. The architect chuckled at the panic and reminded Jinwoo that his puppets would keep attacking even if he died. Smirking, Jinwoo coldly threatened to kill the architect and then the puppets afterward. When the architect attempted to argue that Jinwoo would return to being an E-rank hunter upon his death, Jinwoo cut him off, asserting that the system wouldn't collapse with the architect's demise. The architect, stunned, realized Jinwoo had seen through his bluff. At that moment, the system pinged repeatedly as Jinwoo attempted to take over. The architect froze in disbelief. His access was denied again and again. Jinwoo stood his ground. He understood the mutual dependency between himself and the system. It needed him just as much as he needed it. With a chilling stare, he declared that he would devour the system entirely if needed. He then taunted the architect, claiming the system he'd built wasn't so flawless after all. Furious, the architect lunged, but Jinwoo's dagger tore through him first. The architect's face split in two as his body collapsed. In his final moments, he uttered a grim prophecy. When the pillars of fire that uphold the heavens rise, an inescapable death will descend upon Jinwoo. As his voice faltered and his body disintegrated, Jinwoo stood tall, his eyes steely and unshaken, coldly stating that he'd be waiting. It had been about an hour since the Hunters Guild had gone in, and the tension outside the dungeon had grown heavier with each passing minute. Bravery Guild remained on standby, their members growing increasingly impatient. Eyes remained fixed on the gate, hoping for any sign of movement. Then, finally, the first glimpse of the returning hunters appeared. Young-in and Jinchul emerged from the gate, leading what remained of the Hunters Guild. Their faces were haggard, their bodies battered and bruised, not a single smile among them. The Bravery Guild members stood frozen, overwhelmed by the devastation before them. It was hard to believe that such ruin had come from a C-rank dungeon. Jinchul stepped forward, his voice low but steady as he addressed the Bravery Guild members, asking them to help carry out the bodies of the deceased. A moment later, Jinwoo stepped out. He didn't speak. His eyes were distant, his mind lost in thought. The architect was gone. But so many questions still lingered in his head, questions the system hadn't answered. Jinchul walked up to him, his expression grim as he relayed the casualties. Nearly 20 top-ranked elite hunters had lost their lives inside the dungeon. He took a moment to acknowledge Jinwoo's bravery, remarking that if this had escalated into a full-scale dungeon break, the devastation would have been beyond imagination. Jinwoo listened silently before responding, his voice barely above a whisper as he thanked the Hunters Guild and the Monitoring Division. He admitted that he wouldn't have made it out alive without their help. Jinchul, however, was puzzled. He looked at Jinwoo curiously, asking how he even knew to investigate this specific gate in the first place. Jinwoo met his gaze, eyes somber as he revealed the truth. The dungeon had summoned him. Jinchul blinked, trying to understand, but in the end, he didn't question it further. The horrors he had witnessed were enough to make him believe anything. Before either could say more, Hae-in approached them, her expression filled with concern. She asked if Jinwoo was all right, her eyes scanning him for injuries. Jinwoo offered a small nod, saying he was fine, just tired. But as the words left his mouth, his knees gave out from under him. He collapsed to the ground without warning. Jinchul and the other hunters rushed to his side, calling out his name in desperation, their voices filled with urgency as they tried to rouse him. Jinwoo was urgently rushed to the hospital, while far from him, a different kind of storm was brewing. A private meeting had been called at the Korean Hunter Association headquarters. Inside a secured conference room, Japan's Hunter Association chairman, Matsumoto, sat across from President Go. The tension was thick as Matsumoto slid a document across the table, stating that Japan was willing to give up all rights to the monocrystals on Jeju Island, a resource valued in the billions. President Go raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the proposal. When he asked why Japan would surrender something so valuable, Matsumoto gave a measured nod and confessed they wanted to hire Jinwoo. All they needed was the association's help in arranging a meeting with him. As President Go glanced down at the enormous monetary figures outlined in the proposal, it became clear to him Japan was desperate. He speculated silently that their urgency had something to do with the newly emerged S-rank gate in Tokyo. With Goto Ryuji gone, Japan had no one left capable of handling such a threat. He kept his expression neutral and set the document aside. Then, in a more serious tone, he requested they continue the conversation in private. Once both assistants had stepped out, President Go's demeanor shifted. Calmly but firmly, he warned Matsumoto that if this was another one of his notorious schemes, he should back off before it was too late. Matsumoto blinked in disbelief at the accusation, clearly caught off guard. President Go didn't stop there. He revealed that he had heard rumors, whispers that the Blade Guild, once tightly under Matsumoto's thumb, had recently severed ties with the Japanese association. Matsumoto stood up, eyes narrowing, as he asked how the Korean president could possibly know that. But President Go, unmoved, simply replied that it wasn't hard to figure out. Without Goto, the Blade Guild was fracturing, and the internal power structure within Japan's Hunter Association was crumbling with it. Matsumoto's offer to hire Jinwoo wasn't just strategy, it was survival. Then, without a hint of hesitation, President Go pulled out a small camera device. Its design was unmistakable. It was the same kind used by Goto's team during the Jeju Island raid. He held it up just long enough for Matsumoto's face to pale before setting it on the table. His voice dropped to a growl as he asked if Matsumoto had really believed his scheme would remain hidden. Matsumoto was at a loss, realizing there was no more room to maneuver now that the truth had come to light. President Go continued, unrelenting. He warned that if this information were ever made public, the fallout would devastate not only Matsumoto's reputation, but all of Japan's remaining stability. Then, slowly curling his fingers into a fist, he crushed the device in his palm. The metal crumpled with a sharp crack before he slammed his hand down, splitting the table in two. The echo of splintering wood rang across the room as President Go's voice rang with restrained fury. He said he may be many things, but he wasn't so heartless as to doom an entire nation or an entire continent for the greed of one man. He made it clear he wouldn't let Matsumoto's ambition plunge all of Asia into chaos. The meeting ended without an agreement. Jinwoo's involvement in the S-rank mission remained undecided, but time wasn't slowing down for anyone. As the night deepened, trucks moved quietly through the empty streets of Shinjuku, loaded with high-grade mana crystals. Their engines purred like whispers against the silence, unloading hundreds of thousands of tons of magical energy onto the desolate streets. The operation to contain the S-rank gate had officially begun. Overseeing it all stood Yuri Orlov, the formidable Russian S-rank hunter. Arms folded and expression stern, he surveyed the glowing stockpile. The quantity was staggering, more than enough to construct a magic barrier of unprecedented scale. Confidence laced every movement as he paced the perimeter, mentally drafting the massive magic circle he was about to engrave. Yet despite the perfection of his plan, something gnawed at him. Something didn't sit right. His instincts flared, warning him of a presence lurking nearby. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the shadowed streets in search of the disturbance. Without missing a beat, he called out, demanding that whoever was hiding reveal themselves. But the silence that followed only deepened the tension. The Japanese personnel standing nearby exchanged confused looks. He finally muttered that it was probably just nerves. Who would be foolish enough to linger near an active gate with a dungeon break looming? But Yuri cut him off sharply. He clarified that he never said it was a person he sensed. What he felt was different. Something far beyond mere human presence. Something unnatural. And indeed, from atop a high-rise across the district, a hooded figure stood motionless. His gaze was locked on Yuri, eyes half hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. It was Song Il-hwan. He watched the preparations unfold, knowing full well that everything was falling into place, just as it had been destined. The tragedy that had been set in motion was finally beginning to unfold. Back on the ground, the air around the gate had grown dense, humming with volatile energy. The Blade Guild's S-rank hunters stood at attention, weapons ready, nerves taut. They were strong, but even they knew they were facing something far worse than anything they'd seen. Meanwhile, the man at the center of the mission, Yuri, brimmed with confidence. If everything followed his plan, he was certain he could handle the S-rank gate alone. He pictured himself going down in history as the hunter who cleared it single-handedly. Still, in the back of his mind, he acknowledged there was someone even more worthy of that recognition. Smirking, he brushed the thought aside and casually took a sip from his flask, asking how many S-rank hunters were currently on standby. The personnel informed him there were only 15 S-rank hunters on standby, hardly the crowd Yuri had hoped for to witness the spectacle he was about to deliver. With mild curiosity, he asked whether the United States had dispatched any of their elite hunters to support Japan, but the response was clear. A new S-rank gate had opened in Maryland, with similar occurrences in England and India, leaving their top hunters stationed in their own countries. Just as their conversation continued, the personnel's expression shifted. His eyes widened in terror as he noticed something horrifying unfolding right in front of him. The dark barrier at the gate's entrance began to dissolve, cracking apart like shattered glass. An ominous silence fell over the area as hunters and military personnel turned their eyes toward the gate, only to freeze in place. What they saw defied their expectations, an unimaginable threat spilling into their world. A thunderous tremor rolled through the earth, followed by a heavy thump that shook the ground. And then came the monsters. They emerged one after another. These were no ordinary creatures. They were giants. The S-rank gate had opened. Jinwoo's eyes shot open as he jolted upright, his breath uneven and his mind racing. He looked around, disoriented, trying to make sense of where he was. The sterile white walls and the faint beeping beside him told him everything he needed to know. He was in a hospital. But how? He couldn't remember collapsing, let alone being brought here. The door creaked open, and Jinho stepped in. Relief flooded his face the moment their eyes met. His voice trembled as he rushed over, eyes glassy with emotion. Jinwoo blinked at him, still groggy, still trying to piece it all together. Jinho sat beside him and told him the truth. It had been 3 whole days since Jinwoo had fallen unconscious. Shock hit him instantly. He hadn't realized how far he'd pushed himself. The constant dungeon raids, the non-stop pressure. He hadn't rested in days, maybe even weeks. It was no wonder his body finally gave out. But even more troubling was what lingered in his mind, the architect. The things he had shown him. The visions still burned behind his eyes, haunting and clear. Then it hit him. If he had been asleep for 3 days, Then the S-rank gate in Shinjuku had already opened. He turned to Jinho, demanding an update. Jinho's expression dropped. He hesitated, then quietly began explaining what had happened. The moment the gate broke, monsters started pouring out, monsters that were usually reserved as final bosses in A-rank dungeons. Only this time, they weren't appearing one by one. They came in waves, and they were all giants. The hunters on standby were caught off guard. They weren't prepared for this. Fear gripped them as the first giant stomped through, each step shaking the earth beneath them. But in the middle of that chaos, Yuri Orlov stood calm, as if nothing fazed him. He took a sip from his flask, tossed it aside, and activated the magic circle he had prepared. With hundreds of thousands of tons of mana crystals surrounding the area, a massive barrier surged to life. A powerful wall of magic locked the gate, blocking the giants from advancing any further. The air vibrated as energy surged through the circle, forming a protective dome invisible to the eye, but impossible to pass. The giants didn't understand what they were up against. They charged, slamming their bodies into the barrier with brutal force, but it held strong, just as Yuri had planned. He watched them with a smug grin, confident in his magic, confident in himself. Nothing was getting through. But then, everything changed. Something far bigger pushed through the gate. A giant, so massive it dwarfed the rest, emerged from the shadows. It brushed aside the other giants and stood tall in front of the magic circle. Yuri's grin faded as he looked up at the towering figure. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his body didn't move. The colossal creature pulled out a sword that looked more like a slab of steel, raised it, and in one devastating swing, shattered the barrier. For a split second, Yuri stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The impenetrable wall he had created was gone, and he was exposed. Before he could react, another giant's massive hand shot toward him. In a flash, it grabbed him. Yuri opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came. The behemoth raised him into the air, opened its jaws, and swallowed him whole. Just like that, Yuri Orlov was gone, and with him, the only line of defense around the gate. The giants, now unchecked, stormed into the city, their roars echoing through the streets of Tokyo. The raid had failed. As Jinho finished, silence settled over the room. Jinwoo stared ahead, deep in thought. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. This failure wasn't the end, but merely the beginning of a much greater storm looming on the horizon. Elsewhere, inside the Ahjin Guild, the atmosphere was heavy. Yu Myunghan sat slouched at his desk, eyes closed, head in his hands. He stirred slowly, still groggy, unsure of how long he'd been out. Secretary Kim, who had been waiting quietly nearby, stepped forward and informed him. He'd been asleep for nearly 24 hours. They were minutes away from sending him to the hospital, just as he had instructed. But now that he was awake, there were two urgent matters waiting for him. The first stopped him cold. A patient, long trapped in eternal slumber, had woken up. It was a rare, almost impossible occurrence, and the patient was Jinwoo's mother. Myunghan sat upright, mind racing. Could Jinwoo truly possess the ability to cure eternal slumber? The thought lingered as he asked for the second piece of information. Just then, Secretary Kim opened the door, revealing a visitor. His daughter, Jinhee, stood there with numb eyes, silently staring at her father. In Japan, the dungeon outbreak had already escalated into full-blown war. Tanks lined the streets, their cannons firing at maximum power, sending explosive rounds straight into the path of the advancing giants. Above, helicopters hovered with ruthless precision, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets and missiles, but it was all in vain. The giants pressed forward, unfazed by the barrage. Realizing the situation was slipping out of control, Reiji gave the command. The Blade Guild moved instantly. Kanai and Minoru launched into action, blades drawn and eyes locked on the closest threat. They struck with perfect coordination, aiming to cripple the advancing giant before it reached the city's inner blocks. But the creature reacted with inhuman speed, sidestepping both attacks with ease. For a moment, Kanai froze, stunned at how something that size could move with such fluidity. It made no sense. Giants weren't supposed to be this fast, and that's when it hit her. These monsters weren't just strong, they were smart, adaptable, far beyond what any of them had trained for. High above the battlefield, news helicopters hovered, broadcasting the carnage live. From their vantage point, the destruction stretched across Tokyo. Skyscrapers crumbled, roads were split apart, trees were ripped out by their roots and hurled like debris. The giants moved with purpose, as if erasing anything man-made from the land. The camera zoomed in on one particular figure near the gate, the largest giant of them all. Unlike the others, it didn't rampage through the city, it just stood there, still and watchful, as though guarding the gate itself. Whether it was waiting for something or someone, no one knew. One of the cameramen, eye pressed to the viewfinder, whispered his own observation. Despite its sheer size and slow, deliberate movements, the giant looked empty, like it wasn't truly alive. The way it moved was too mechanical, too calculated, as if following orders it couldn't disobey. The destruction continued with no end in sight. Flames devoured buildings, smoke choked the sky. In 2 days, only 2 of the 30 giants had been taken down, and the damage was already catastrophic. The reporters in the sky began to ask the question everyone else was thinking: how much longer could they last? Far from the front lines, Jinwoo sat in his apartment, silently watching the news unfold on the television. News anchors called the situation apocalyptic. The footage spoke for itself. Screams, explosions, collapsing towers, the fall of Tokyo unfolding in real time. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. It reminded him of Jeju Island, the same helplessness, the same slow collapse, but this time, it was spreading. If left unchecked, all of Asia could fall. And Jinwoo knew he couldn't wait any longer. Lost in thought, Jinwoo was pulled back to reality by a quiet voice. Turning around, he saw his sister, Jinna, standing in the doorway with her head lowered. She didn't say much, but the worry in her voice was clear as she pleaded with him not to go. He blinked, surprised. It wasn't like her to speak up like this. Jinwoo assured her he wasn't planning on going anywhere and explained that he'd simply been working too much lately, so he intended to rest for a while. He stepped forward and gently tapped her on the head, telling her not to worry before he walked past her, leaving the room in silence. Later, needing to clear his mind, Jinwoo stepped outside and began a light jog. The chill in the air helped him think. Eventually, he came to a stop at a quiet park and sat on a bench, staring off into the distance. The images from Tokyo, the threat of the giants, the fear in Jinna's voice, it all swirled in his head. Wanting to check on Jinna, he summoned Beru, her overseer. As his strongest summon materialized before him, Jinwoo casually asked if he'd been watching dramas again instead of keeping an eye on her. Embarrassed, Beru quickly assured him that nothing unusual had happened. Even so, Jinwoo couldn't shake the feeling in his chest. Something about Jinna's reaction felt different this time. She had never tried to stop him before. Not even once, except during his first raid, 4 years ago. He wondered if the orc attack on her school had left a deeper scar than he'd realized. The thought lingered, weighing heavily on his mind as he tried to decide what to do next. As Jinwoo walked toward his office, he heard the sound of a car approaching from behind. A black vehicle came to a gentle stop beside him. A representative from the Ahjin Guild had arrived to pick him up. Without much conversation, he was quietly escorted to Yu Myunghan's office for what seemed to be a private meeting. Jinwoo, curious about the sudden meeting, asked what business Myunghan had with him. The man introduced himself first, his tone direct and formal, before sliding a check across the table toward Jinwoo. It wasn't a bribe or an attempt to buy loyalty, he clarified. It was merely a gesture of sincerity. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. This wasn't about guild recruitment or some corporate ploy. Whatever this was, it was personal. He asked Myunghan what exactly he wanted, and after a long moment of hesitation, the old man finally spoke. He suffered from the same illness that had once trapped Jinwoo's mother, eternal slumber. The words hit Jinwoo like a jolt. Eternal slumber wasn't something casually mentioned. He wondered immediately if Jinho knew, but Myunghan, already anticipating the question, explained that barely anyone was aware. Jinwoo was only the 4th person to know. As realization set in, Myunghan's tone grew heavier. He clasped his hands tightly and confessed that during his desperate search for a cure, he had found only one case where someone had fully recovered. That person, of course, had been Jinwoo's mother. And that, he believed, was no coincidence. He wasn't asking for pity or favors. What he wanted from Jinwoo was the truth, whatever it was that had brought his mother back. And if Jinwoo could offer even the smallest help, Myunghan swore he would never forget it. Jinwoo sat silently for a while, the weight of the request settling in. Then, with a quiet breath, he pushed the check back and offered a calm apology. He didn't believe there was anything he could do. A flicker of desperation cracked through Myunghan's composed expression as he asked again, this time more softly, how his mother had been cured. Jinwoo didn't answer right away. His gaze shifted away as he spoke, saying that if he truly possessed such a secret and intended to use it for gain, he would have already made a move. The fact that he hadn't should speak for itself. That answer left no room for debate. Myunghan nodded weakly, a man defeated not by rejection, but by helplessness. Jinwoo stood, his decision made, and walked toward the elevator. Once inside, he exhaled deeply, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. Despite everything, even knowing that Myunghan was Jinho's father, he couldn't bring himself to trust the man. He didn't know what kind of person he truly was, or whether the illness was even real. What he did know was that the holy water of life couldn't be wasted, not when its power was so rare, so finite. Whatever came next, he'd need to choose its use carefully. The next day, Jinwoo arrived at the Ahjin Guild office, only to be met with Jinho's wide-eyed shock. He had just told him he was heading to Japan, and Jinho could hardly believe what he was hearing. His voice trembled as he tried to process it. This wasn't like Jeju Island. What was happening in Japan now was on a completely different scale. But Jinwoo, ever composed, simply said that if they could prevent the disaster, the Ahjin Guild's name would be known across the globe. Jinho, after a moment of silence, straightened his back and declared that if Jinwoo was going to Japan, then he would be going too. The sudden change caught Jinwoo off guard. He asked what he meant by that, genuinely surprised. Jinho didn't raise his voice. He reached into his bag and pulled out a bundle of old newspaper clippings and printed headlines, each highlighting Jinwoo's feats and accomplishments. His voice cracked as he admitted something he had held inside for too long. Not a single one of those reports ever mentioned his name. He confessed, between tears, that it made him feel useless, like his efforts meant nothing. The only thing he could truly be proud of was standing by Jinwoo's side. That's why he wanted to go. Not for fame, not for glory, but because being by Jinwoo's side gave him purpose. Jinwoo let out a small sigh, reminding him that just moments ago, he was against going to Japan at all. So what changed? The answer came without hesitation. Jinho looked at him and said he trusted him. As long as Jinwoo was there, he felt safe. A soft chuckle escaped Jinwoo as he stood up. He glanced back and told Jinho not to take it too seriously. He had only been joking about going to Japan. Jinho blinked, confused by the sudden reversal, but Jinwoo didn't explain further. Instead, he simply told him to head home and rest. Jinho nodded reluctantly, still uncertain, watching as Jinwoo exited the office with quiet resolve. The walk back to his apartment was a silent one. Jinwoo's thoughts drifted, memories surfacing like waves. He recalled his battle with the architect. Even without his shadow soldiers, that being had pushed him to his limit. That fight proved something he hadn't wanted to admit. He wasn't the strongest, not yet. There were still others out there who could stand above him. When he stepped into his apartment, the familiar scent of home welcomed him. His mother smiled brightly at the sight of him, asking if he would be staying for dinner. He gave a small nod, and while the food was served, he glanced around and asked where Jinho was. His mother, still cheerful, explained that she hadn't been hungry and had gone back to her room. As Jinwoo sat at the dinner table, his mind drifted between thoughts of Jinho's father and the lingering worry in his sister's eyes. Eventually, he looked up from his plate and said softly that he would be leaving again. His mother didn't argue. She simply smiled, the same quiet smile she always wore in moments like this, and said she would help him pack once he finished his meal. With a full stomach and a firmer resolve, Jinwoo walked quietly to Jinna's room. The door creaked slightly as he entered. His sister lay on her bed, restless even in her sleep, her body shifting beneath the blanket, as if her dreams too were weighed down by worry. He sat beside her without a word, taking a moment before gently placing a comforting hand on hers. He told her, in a calm voice, that he had faced death countless times, and every single time, he came back alive. He thanked her for caring, for worrying, and promised that this time would be no different. Though her eyes remained closed, Jinna's lips trembled. Her voice, barely a whisper, cracked as she said he would have gone regardless. Jinwoo didn't deny it. He simply looked at her with warmth and summoned his shadow ants. As the towering figures appeared behind him, he reassured her that no matter where he went, no matter how far, she would never be left unguarded. The following day, Chairman Go stood before a sea of reporters, his expression solemn. The atmosphere was tense, cameras already rolling, pens poised, eyes locked on the man at the center of the storm. He stepped up to the microphone, clearing his throat before delivering the words everyone had been waiting for. Hunter Sung Jinwoo, he announced, would be officially joining the S-rank gate mission in Japan. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd just as Jinwoo appeared beside him. The sound of camera shutters intensified, rapid and relentless, as reporters surged forward for a clearer shot. He stepped forward and shook Chairman Go's hand, sealing his commitment with quiet finality. Later, at the airport, Jinwoo and Jinho arrived together, shoulders squared, expressions sharp. Determination radiated from both of them. The crowd that had gathered quickly took notice, and once again, the flashes began, each clique trying to capture the moment before they stepped into uncertainty. Representing the Ahjin Guild, the two stood side by side, ready to cross the sea into chaos. Whatever waited for them in Japan, they had already made their choice. News of Jinwoo's decision to join the mission in Japan spread fast, even across the ocean. In Maryland, deep within the headquarters of America's elite, a cluster of S-rank hunters gathered around a long table, their conversations already drifting to the Korean hunter who had now taken the spotlight. Murmurs filled the room, laced with doubt and scoffs. One of them leaned back in his chair, pointing out how even Lady Selner, the psychic who had pushed their powers beyond normal human limits, had failed to enhance Jinwoo by a single stage. That, to them, was all the proof they needed. If Selner couldn't awaken him further, another hunter chimed in, then Jinwoo had already hit his ceiling. No amount of Jeju Island fame would change that. Clearing an S-rank gate, he claimed, was on a completely different level. The ants were one thing, but giants? That was a death wish. Their confidence swelled as the conversation devolved into bets. A sleek yacht, a mountain estate, even a luxury villa were thrown on the table, each wager riding on the same belief. Jinwoo wouldn't last a day in Japan. But then, from the corner of the room, a quiet voice broke through the arrogance. Thomas Andre didn't even look up from his meal as he cut into his steak with the calm of a man who'd heard enough. With a small smirk, he declared that he'd bet his scavenger guild's entire building on Jinwoo making it out alive. The room fell silent. Eyes turned toward him, half in disbelief, half in irritation. Instead of arguing, Thomas gave them a blunt reminder. With the dungeon break fast approaching right here on their soil, maybe they should stop worrying about Japan and start asking how many of them would survive. The silence thickened, some rolling their eyes, others shifting uncomfortably. One muttered under his breath that Thomas always had a way of killing the vibe. But Thomas only chuckled under his breath, leaning back in his chair with a shrug. Maybe Japan would have been more fun after all. Still, he had a feeling the real chaos was just beginning, right where he was. Meanwhile, in the heart of Japan, the situation was growing increasingly desperate. The military personnel were overwhelmed, scrambling to assist the flood of injured and helpless civilians. At a crowded nursing home, a soldier wiped sweat from his brow as he was approached by an elderly couple, their faces worn, yet calm, supporting several immobile patients behind them. He tried to usher them away, warning that there was no room left and that they needed to evacuate before the giants got any closer. But the old man refused to move. He spoke gently but firmly, saying they had promised these patients they wouldn't leave their side, not even at the end. Something in the soldier shifted. He hesitated, then quietly made his decision to stay with them, knowing full well what that meant. He turned to help guide them to the safest area he could find, only for a shadow to suddenly cast over them. A massive giant loomed above, the limp body of a human still clenched in its jaws like a trophy. The soldier's stomach sank as he raised his weapon along with the others. Gunfire erupted, but the bullets were useless. The giant kept advancing, its massive hand lunging forward toward one of the soldiers shielding the elderly couple. And then, in a blur of motion, a black spear tore through the air, piercing the giant's chest with explosive force. The impact was so powerful, it sent the towering creature flying, crashing through several buildings before finally skidding to a lifeless halt. The soldiers froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Towering where the attack had originated stood a figure, tall, fearsome, and unmistakably inhuman. Jima, the Naga boss shadow soldier, stood silent, black spear in hand, his gaze locked on the battlefield. For a moment, the soldiers couldn't tell if they were witnessing reality or a waking dream. Then, Jinwoo stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. He told them to evacuate immediately. This area wasn't safe. Before anyone could react, rubble from a shattered building began to fall toward the old couple. But a shield rose just in time. Jinho, breath steady and stance firm, had thrown himself into the path, intercepting the debris. He called out to Jinwoo, his voice unwavering as he declared he would stay behind to assist with the evacuations. Jinwoo gave a slight nod, acknowledging Jinho's determination. Then, without another word, he turned, stepping forward with a heavy presence, his aura rising like a dark storm. With shadows stirring around him, Jinwoo readied himself for the battlefield ahead. Jima, thrust into his first battle, unleashed a storm of unrestrained fury. Each step he took shook the earth, his black spear spinning with a savage rhythm as he tore through the giants. One after another, they fell before his raw power. There was no hesitation, no mercy, only carnage in his path, a trail of broken bodies left behind like shattered statues. Above him, Jinwoo charged forward, sprinting across Jima's towering back before launching into the air. His grip tightened around the demon monarch's dagger, its dark edge pulsating with lethal intent. As he soared toward one of the giants, his eyes locked onto its face. With a single brutal stroke, Jinwoo split the giant's skull clean down the middle, the body collapsing in a heap before it could even register what had happened. Above the chaos, helicopters buzzed nervously. Reporters inside peered down with wide eyes, their cameras capturing what felt like a myth in motion. The giants were being torn apart effortlessly by Jinwoo's summoned army. It was a massacre, and they were watching the ascension of a war hero. As the towering beasts continued to fall one after another, a piercing scream cut through the chaos. A young girl, no older than 12, darted through the wreckage with terror in her eyes. Her cries echoed off broken walls and crumbling concrete, chased closely by the thunderous steps of a giant. Its massive hands stretched out, casting a shadow over her trembling form, ready to claim its next victim. Then, in an instant, a violet flash tore across the air like lightning made solid. The giant's wrist exploded with sparks and blood as a blade carved through it mid-reach. The monster reeled back, howling in pain, its severed hand crashing to the ground. From the smoke, Igris emerged, his long red plume flickering like flame, his demon monarch sword humming with residual energy. Without a word, he placed himself between the girl and the monster, unmoving, a silent wall of protection. Before the giant could recover, a deafening roar shook the battlefield. Iron hurtled through the air like a cannonball, axe raised high above his head. His descent was swift and merciless. The moment his weapon connected with the giant's skull, the air itself seemed to split. The impact sent a powerful gust rippling outward, flattening debris and dust in its wake as the giant collapsed in a heap, its eyes already lifeless. Still shivering, the little girl clung to Igris's body, finding safety in the stoic knight's presence. Iron stood proudly atop the fallen beast, with his axe in one hand and flashing a playful wink as if to say the job was done. Meanwhile, Igris knelt beside the girl, resting a gloved hand gently on her head. His gesture, calm and reassuring, told her without words that no harm would come to her now. Jinwoo watched the scene unfold. Watching Iron in action filled him with a rare sense of pride. The towering knight, now stronger after his recent upgrade, was holding his own with impressive force and precision. As Jinwoo stood amidst the aftermath, a soldier cautiously approached, nerves evident in his expression. Though overwhelmed by the chaos they had just survived, he managed to offer a few words of thanks. Jinwoo responded with a calm, reassuring thumbs up. The gesture struck something in the soldier. He nodded back, still shaken, but visibly comforted. Jinwoo then turned his gaze toward Jinho, giving him a firm nod and instructing him to stay behind and assist the soldier with the evacuation. Without hesitation, Jinho gave a short affirmative, stepping up beside the soldier and quickly leading him away from the danger zone. With that resolved, Jinwoo shifted his attention back to the massive corpse lying before him. Standing beside the fallen giant, a command slipped from his lips like a whisper laced with power. Arise. The shadows beneath the giant trembled, then surged upward as 6 colossal forms emerged one by one. Their eyes glowed with dark loyalty, their forms now bound to Jinwoo's will. He didn't dwell on their identities. There was no need for ceremony, he simply numbered them. From number 1 to number 6, each giant received its name and its place in his ever-growing army. Beru appeared shortly after, always prompt, reporting each successful subjugation with unwavering loyalty. As more giants fell, Beru kept count, providing updates on their expanding control over Japan. The battle so far had unfolded in Jinwoo's favor. His army of shadows, scattered across cities, worked with tireless efficiency. This war of attrition favored him completely. His mana reserve seemed endless, allowing his soldiers to fight without pause. Even in defeat, they simply regenerated and returned to battle. But the war wasn't without complication. While the giants were being dealt with, the S-rank gate's presence had triggered numerous other dungeon breaks. Swarms of lower-ranked monsters were spilling out into urban centers, bringing fresh waves of chaos. Still, in the midst of it all, Japan was slowly being reclaimed. The once hopeless situation was stabilizing, and at the heart of it all stood Jinwoo. At the Japanese Hunters Association headquarters, the atmosphere was tense, but filled with awe. Officials stared at the growing list of recovered cities, their expressions frozen with disbelief. No one could deny the impact Jinwoo was making. For Chairman Matsumoto, the shock ran deeper than most. He stood in silence, mind reeling back to their first meeting. He remembered clearly how he had rushed to greet Jinwoo at the airport, desperate to salvage what little control they had left. Without hesitation, he had asked the Korean hunter to focus solely on defending Osaka, explaining that the giants were closing in and that they would request support from other nations in the meantime. He hadn't expected resistance. He had expected compliance, at the very least cooperation, but Jinwoo had refused, calmly, bluntly, and without any intention of compromise. The officials present at the time had been stunned, left speechless by his defiance. Now, watching the impossible unfold city by city, Matsumoto finally understood. Jinwoo hadn't come to defend. From the very beginning, he had come to wipe them all out, alone. Days had slipped by, like a slow-burning fuse. On the 7th day since the dungeon break, night draped itself over the ruined shell of Tokyo. Jinwoo and Jinho walked in silence through the city's wreckage, the once vibrant streets now a hollow echo of what they used to be. Jinho glanced around, his heart sinking as he took in the devastation. Just then, a familiar presence emerged from the shadows. It was Hanakawa, the A-rank hunter who had stayed behind when everyone else had fallen or fled. Her face was pale, not from fear, but from the weight of what she had witnessed. Without needing to be asked, she confirmed what Jinwoo had sensed long before her arrival. Tokyo had no hunters left. The destruction was absolute. The giants had used this place as their ground zero, fanning out to wreak havoc across the nation. She gave him the numbers next. Cold, final. 16 S-rank hunters remained globally, Jinwoo included. 6 were still in Japan. The rest were scattered across China, Canada, India, Russia, and England. Yuri Orlov, alongside 2 others, had fallen. Even the most powerful weren't immune to the chaos that had erupted. Hanakawa's voice trembled slightly as she recounted the losses, but she remained composed. There were still 31 giants left. One had already begun crossing the ocean, heading toward China. The others were scattered but slowing, thanks in large part to Jinwoo's army of shadows fighting beside the remaining hunters. Still, the threat was far from over, and Jinwoo knew it. The last, most dangerous giant remained at the gate, its protector, the strongest of them all. He could feel it waiting, like a storm on the edge of the horizon. As Hanakawa's words faded into silence, Jinwoo's thoughts drifted to something far removed from the battlefield before him. The burning buildings, the ash in the air, the lifeless city around them. It reminded him of the Demon Castle. That place, once just a floor within the system's trials, now felt eerily prophetic. The destruction here mirrored the Demon Castle so closely, it sent a chill down his spine. He wondered, if the system's architect had truly died back then who was carrying out this vision now? Or was it already set in motion long before? Perhaps that castle had been more than just a challenge, it had been a glimpse into a possible future. Jinwoo clenched his fist. He had overcome that place once, trained in its fire, bled within its walls, and now that strength would be put to the ultimate test. If what he saw was a warning, then this, right now, was the chance to rewrite that fate. The final battle loomed ahead, and Jinwoo was ready. With a calm, unwavering confidence, Jinwoo signaled that it was time to move. Hanakawa hesitated for a moment, uncertain, noting that the other hunters hadn't arrived yet, but Jinwoo, calm and composed, assured her they were already here. That's when the sound began. A low, rhythmic thud, echoing across the shattered cityscape. The ground trembled faintly as one by one, dark silhouettes emerged from the fog. They climbed atop broken rooftops, stood silently upon ruined ledges, and filled the street corners like shadows cast by a god. Then, behind Jinwoo, his most trusted summons, Tusk, Iron, and Igris, stepped out of the shadows. Hanakawa could only watch, frozen in awe as the sheer magnitude of their power unfolded before her eyes. Jinwoo's shadow soldiers had arrived. Their presence alone shifted the air. But the sight didn't end there. The rest of Jinwoo's army flowed in, hundreds of shadow soldiers spreading like ink through the city, filling every space. Their forms rippled with black energy, glowing eyes locked on their king. And then, in a perfectly timed motion, they all dropped to one knee, an entire army of shadows pledging themselves in total, unwavering loyalty. But the moment wasn't complete. Not yet. From the sky, a streak of dark lightning flashed downward. With a massive thud, Beru landed in a crater of his own making, the ground shattering beneath him. His wings curled behind his back as he bowed deeply before Jinwoo, voice crackling with pride as he addressed his sovereign. Jinwoo gave him a nod, commending his soldiers for their performance. Then, turning toward Jinho, he instructed him to fall back and protect Hanakawa. Without question, Jinho obeyed as he led her away to a safer vantage point. Once Jinho was safely out of harm's way, Jinwoo turned his attention to the battlefield. He summoned the towering forms of the Shadow Giants, his newly acquired weapons of war. They stepped into formation at the front, their massive bodies forming a wall of unstoppable strength. Standing atop a cliff, overlooking the field, Jinwoo's gaze burned with resolve. His army, a blend of loyal summons and fallen enemies, stood ready below. Raising his hand, he pointed ahead, and with a single word, unleashed them. Beru flung his head back and let out a thunderous screech that tore through the city's ruins like a war cry. The Shadow Army roared in response, charging forward as one. The earth trembled beneath their charge. Like a black tide, they surged across the wasteland and into the domain of the final guardian. Dust whipped into the air, buildings trembled in their foundations, and the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier with each step closer to the gate's protector. But as they breached the heart of the city, everything shifted. There it stood, the final giant, unmoved by the spectacle before it. Surrounded by a sea of shadows, the creature remained eerily calm. It didn't flinch. It didn't even adjust its stance. Then, in a blink, it vanished. The giant reappeared mid-air like a phantom, its sword already in motion. And then, destruction. With one swing, half of Jinwoo's front line was obliterated. Shadows burst into smoke as the enormous blade tore through them like paper, cleaving the battlefield apart. Without pause, the giant landed, its sword raised again, cutting a direct path through Jinwoo's ranks. The shockwave alone flattened nearby buildings. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. He wasn't shaken easily, but even he had to admit, the giant was on another level. Its swordplay was precise, fast, and devastating. Its aura pulsed like a living storm, magic power so dense it warped the air around it. He wondered how a being so monstrous could even exist. The sheer presence of it gnawed at his mind. But Jinwoo understood. There were only two choices, turn away or destroy it. And he had never been one to turn away. Tusk, now towering in his full battle form, stepped forward and faced the monstrosity. Wasting no time, he drew in a deep breath and unleashed a massive pillar of flame. The searing blast would have incinerated any ordinary magic beast, but the giant wasn't like the others. With a calm motion, it raised its massive palm, blocking the fire effortlessly, untouched and unmoved. A shadow giant leapt in from the side, but the titan pivoted effortlessly and bisected it with a single, brutal sweep of its sword. Smoke filled the air as more shadows were crushed beneath its heel. Ant soldiers scrambled to overwhelm it, but they were trampled like insects. Beru, enraged by the giant's rampage, prepared to charge, but Jinwoo raised a hand, stopping him. It wasn't time yet. Beru stepped back reluctantly, taking position beside Igris, both poised for battle yet holding back, waiting for the signal. Their eagerness was clear, but Jinwoo had a plan. He'd anticipated this challenge. The giant's strength and defense were overwhelming, but Jinwoo wasn't without strategy. He had more than enough mana, but knew he had to be patient. His army was immortal, and perfect for probing the enemy's weakness. The giant continued its assault, crushing shadow soldiers beneath its feet, slamming its fists into the ground with terrifying force. Yet even as they fell, the shadows rose again, relentless. Jinwoo observed from a distance, eyes narrowed, mana draining steadily with each resurrection. Then, something caught his eye. The giant's body was cloaked in powerful magic, a constant barrier that gave it confidence, even arrogance. It didn't defend, not until one moment. Just once, it raised its arm to block an incoming attack. That told Jinwoo everything he needed. Without wasting a second, he summoned his flying mount, Kaizul. With a single powerful flap, Kaizul rose into the air. Jinwoo leapt onto his back, calling out to Beru and Igris. Beru unfurled his wings, while Igris silently climbed aboard behind Jinwoo. With both Beru and Igris on board, Kaizul let out a piercing cry and launched into the sky. His wings flapped powerfully, slicing through the air as they ascended, soaring straight toward the giant's head. Though surrounded by 1,000 shadow soldiers, the giant's sharp eyes caught sight of the approaching threat. Its gaze shifted, locking onto Kaizul with immediate awareness. Igris was the first to strike. His demon monarch's sword flashed violet, sending a streak of lightning toward the giant's forehead. But the massive creature reacted swiftly, tilting its head just enough to evade. Igris didn't falter. He followed with another powerful swing, faster and more precise. But the giant dodged again, moving with unreal speed for its size. From Kaizul's back, Jinwoo observed every movement, analyzing the giant's reaction. Igris kept up the pressure, unleashing strike after strike, forcing the creature on the defensive. Finally, the giant swung its enormous sword upward, aiming to swat them out of the sky. But in perfect sync, Jinwoo and Igris leapt from Kaizul's back just before impact, narrowly avoiding the blade. Jinwoo's eyes sharpened. He had seen what he needed. He'd found the weak spot. Igris launched another burst of lightning from above, blinding and loud. The crackling energy struck the giant's upper face, disorienting it just long enough. Jinwoo surged forward like a bolt, his dagger drawn. With one swift, vicious motion, he carved across the giant's eye. A guttural roar shook the battlefield as the beast recoiled in pain. Then came Beru. Diving in with claws bared, he slammed into the giant, tearing deep into its flesh and forcing its defenses to crumble. The onslaught didn't let up. Jinwoo, now locked in, activated Ruler's authority and rocketed toward the giant's face. Below, Hanakawa watched in awe. This wasn't a battle anymore. It was war between monsters. Lightning from Igris continued to rain down, staggering the giant. Jinwoo seized the moment. He summoned more daggers and activated mutilation. With a flash of fury, he tore into the giant's torso. One dagger sliced its eye further. Fluid erupted, spraying across the air, while the others ripped into muscle and bone. The giant thrashed wildly, but Jinwoo clung on and called for Beru. In an instant, Beru joined him, flying straight into the exposed wound. Together, they assaulted the creature's face, Jinwoo tearing through tissue while Beru shredded flesh without pause. Blood sprayed, bone cracked. The giant let out one final scream, then collapsed. Its towering form crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Right after, a system notification flashed before Jinwoo. The enemy had been defeated. A series of notifications followed, and with them came the familiar message. He had leveled up. Jinwoo noted it calmly, aware that the enemy had been defeated. Jinho, breathless and brimming with excitement, rushed over, calling out to Jinwoo with his usual enthusiasm, clearly in awe of how decisively the giant boss had been taken down. But Jinwoo remained composed. Something felt off. The system hadn't acknowledged the dungeon's completion, and there was no confirmation of the dungeon boss being defeated. He immediately sensed that the raid wasn't over. Attempting shadow extraction on the fallen giant yielded no result, and that was when he realized something was wrong. While he was contemplating these unexpected developments, a sudden surge of mana erupted from the S-rank gate. Jinwoo's eyes widened in shock as they landed on the giant's corpse. The massive creature had released an overwhelming amount of magic energy upon death, creating a blast that wiped out everything nearby. Jinwoo's senses sharpened as he recognized the chaotic surge of energy. It was a magic storm. His first instinct was to check on Jinho. He spun around, tense, but relaxed when he saw Jinho safely protected in Igris's arms, unharmed by the blast. All the mana that had once resided within the giant's body had now been absorbed into the nearby gate, as if the gate itself had devoured it. Amidst the strange phenomenon, Jinwoo felt a sharp sting on his cheek, only then realizing he had been cut, an unfamiliar experience, as no ordinary magic had ever left a mark on him before. Determined to uncover the truth, Jinwoo instructed Jinho to stay behind, and without hesitation, turned toward the ominous gate. As he entered, the vastness of the dungeon struck him immediately. It was unlike any he had encountered before, immense and boundless, far larger than any high-ranking dungeon he had seen. Beru's heightened senses suddenly picked up on something. He alerted his liege to an odd sound, faint but distinct, a strange laughter echoing from deep within. Jinwoo heard it too, and was taken aback. Someone was laughing, even after he had entered the gate. His expression hardened. With a silent nod, he gave the signal to move forward. Deeper into the dungeon, the foul laughter grew louder until Jinwoo finally came upon a massive figure bound in thick, black chains. The restraints wrapped around its neck, torso, and limbs, some of them pierced directly through its flesh. Despite being restrained, the giant seemed amused, flashing a toothy grin. It welcomed Jinwoo, addressing him as a monarch, as if acknowledging something about him. Jinwoo stepped forward, understanding this was the true boss of the dungeon. The giant demanded to be freed, claiming he had information about the rulers and needed to speak with the monarchs. But as he studied Jinwoo closer, his tone shifted. The amusement drained from his face, replaced by confusion and anger. He had mistaken Jinwoo for someone else, and this realization frustrated him deeply. Piecing the giant's words together, Jinwoo asked whether the rulers were the ones who had imprisoned him in chains. The giant confirmed it, saying he had been trapped and used by the rulers in preparation for a much larger war. This, he claimed, was only the beginning. Jinwoo was intrigued, not just by the implication of a greater conflict, but by the giant's intelligence. He pressed for more information, asking who the rulers really were. The answer came with a revelation. The rulers were ancient enemies of the monarchs, a statement that gave Jinwoo pause. If the monarchs were at war with the rulers, and Jinwoo was becoming more and more entangled with the monarchs, did that make the rulers his enemies too? The giant confirmed his suspicions. He revealed that he too was a monarch, and explained that both factions, the monarchs and the rulers, were targeting Jinwoo. According to him, Jinwoo lacked the power to stand against either side and would need more than strength to survive. He would need influence, a means to tip the balance. Offering his help, the giant proposed that if Jinwoo released him, he would assist in giving him the influence he needed. But Jinwoo remained cautious. The idea of a monster offering help to a human was absurd to him, hard to trust. Yet the giant, unbothered, promised to prove his intentions. Suddenly, the giant began to chant. His lips moved at an unnaturally rapid pace, words spilling out like a distorted recording as he muttered in an ancient, unfamiliar tongue. The strange cadence set Jinwoo on edge, and without hesitation, he summoned his daggers, prepared for a surprise attack. But the giant showed no intent to strike. He simply continued the incantation with eerie composure. A familiar chime echoed in Jinwoo's ears as the system interface appeared before him. The message identified the being in front of him as Ligia, King of Giants and Monarch of the Beginning. It explained that Ligia had activated an ancient spell, known as the Oath of Faith, a binding pact that would prevent both parties from speaking any falsehood once accepted. The message ended with a prompt, asking Jinwoo whether he wished to accept the Oath of Faith. After a brief moment of reflection, Jinwoo made his decision and accepted the oath. Another system chime echoed, confirming the pact had been sealed. With the Oath of Faith now active, both Jinwoo and Lydia were bound. Neither could speak a lie until the oath was mutually revoked. The rules were in effect. Lydia, now bound by truth, repeated his earlier offer. If Jinwoo freed him, he would lend his strength in the battles ahead. Curious to test the oath's influence, Jinwoo tried to express trust, but the moment he did, his throat tightened, and no words came out. The King of Giants laughed heartily, clearly entertained by Jinwoo's reaction. He reminded him that the Oath of Faith was working exactly as intended. No falsehoods could slip past. Realizing the full weight of the pact, Jinwoo asked directly why Lydia could speak so fluently, so unlike the other creatures that had emerged from the gates. The King of Giants appeared confused by the question, prompting Jinwoo to clarify. He was referring to the monsters from the dungeons, the ones that never spoke with reason. Lydia's tone grew more serious. He explained that Jinwoo had made a flawed comparison. The monarchs were not like those monsters. They ruled over them. The beings Jinwoo had encountered were the residents of chaos, stragglers, prisoners warped by centuries of servitude. Their minds had long since broken, leaving behind only instincts and rage. But Lydia was different. As a monarch and a king, he had preserved his mind through the ages, resisting the madness of captivity. He had waited, patiently and silently, for the one who might finally set him free. Shifting gears, Jinwoo pressed for more information, this time about the silver-armored winged soldiers. Were they with the rulers? Lydia confirmed it. Those beings were indeed part of the ruler's army. When Jinwoo asked why the rulers were sending such creatures, along with demons, to Earth, Lydia calmly reminded him he had already revealed the answer. The rulers were preparing for war. Earth was to be their battlefield, a stage set for the inevitable clash between monarchs and rulers. Jinwoo still couldn't grasp how sending monsters to Earth would turn it into a battlefield, until the King of Giants explained that the ruler's plan was simply to flood the human world with magic energy, transforming it into an arena brimming with mana. Jinwoo was taken aback, trying to process the weight of those words. If the monsters that emerged from the gates were considered disasters, then the magical energy they brought with them had been seen as a blessing by many. Not just hunters, but civilians too, believed that mana crystals and gems were priceless resources. These objects had become the world's most vital energy source. But now Jinwoo realized that these so-called blessings were nothing more than stepping stones, foundations laid in preparation for war. The King of Giants continued, revealing that the best way to plant magic in a mana-deprived world was through the blood of those who already carried it. The rulers had chosen to sacrifice hostages and release monsters to infuse Earth with magic energy. The more blood spilled, the thicker the mana concentration became. Magic was strengthening the world, not to protect it, but to make sure it didn't collapse under the weight of the war to come. According to the King of Giants, the rulers were preparing the world to survive the conflict, not avoid it. Still piecing everything together, Jinwoo asked what kind of war Lydia meant. The King of Giants explained that it would be a rematch between the monarchs and the rulers, and Earth was the battleground. Hell was coming, and it would arrive sooner than anyone expected. There wasn't much time left. Neither side would sit idle now that Jinwoo had made contact. In fact, the rulers might already be on the move. Jinwoo couldn't shake the feeling that both sides were focused on him, targeting him. He asked why it felt like everyone was after him. And then came the truth. The power within Jinwoo wasn't truly his. Lydia explained that the original owner of that power had betrayed the rulers by transferring it to Jinwoo. That single act had painted a target on his back, marking him an enemy of both monarchs and rulers alike. Yet amid all the tension, the King of Giants made a vow. He promised to stand by Jinwoo's side and fight alongside him. All he asked in return was to be freed from his chains. Jinwoo, eyes sharp, considered the offer. He asked, if Lydia truly wished to help, wouldn't it be easier to become one of his shadow soldiers? The King of Giants flinched at the suggestion, visibly shaken. In that moment, he saw the shadow of the true monarch flicker behind Jinwoo's human form. Lydia then explained why it was impossible. Monarchs and rulers existed in astral form, spiritual bodies, and when an astral body was destroyed, it vanished entirely, leaving nothing behind that could be reanimated or turned into a shadow. That was why he couldn't become one of Jinwoo's soldiers. Jinwoo listened, understanding, yet something still didn't feel right. A piece of the puzzle was missing. As the thoughts swirled, Jinwoo summoned a dagger to his hand, while the King of Giants pleaded again, to be set free. Jinwoo stepped forward with resolve, asking once more if Legia would truly be on his side. The King of Giants nodded solemnly, and Jinwoo began cutting through the chains. One by one, the shackles fell away as Legia remained composed. Then, as Jinwoo moved to break another chain, he paused, his gaze fierce, and asked whether Legia would also stand on the side of humanity. This time, Legia remained silent. Jinwoo didn't need an answer. The oath of faith made lying impossible, and that silence spoke volumes. His eyes shifted to the back of Legia's neck, where cold, glinting magic stone was embedded. That stone was the key. It bound him to the ruler's will. As long as it remained, Legia was still under their control, still a threat to humanity. Without warning, murderous intent erupted from the King of Giants as he swung his newly freed arm at Jinwoo. Realizing the danger, Legia decided Jinwoo could no longer be allowed to live. But Jinwoo moved first, ducking low beneath the attack, then driving his dagger upward, deep into Legia's chest. Up close, Jinwoo muttered coldly to Legia that he would have been a calamity. But the King of Giants responded with a twisted grin, claiming that the true calamity wasn't him. It was Jinwoo. With his mind made up, Jinwoo struck again and again, dodging desperate counterattacks as he buried his blades deeper. After several brutal blows, the King of Giants finally went still, blood gushing from his mouth. Even in death's grip, Legia's last words came as a venomous curse. He warned that as the war between humans and the residents of Chaos escalated, Earth would become a battlefield, and he hoped everything Jinwoo loved would burn to ashes. But Jinwoo's gaze remained cold, unwavering. Without hesitation, he swung his dagger one final time, slicing through the giant's neck in a single, decisive motion. The sound of steel slicing air echoed through the dungeon as the King of Giants was beheaded. A system notification immediately followed, confirming the defeat of the dungeon boss, Legia, one of the 9 original monarchs. Jinwoo had gained an immense amount of experience points. As the system struggled to tally it, he looked down at the magic stone in his hand, taken from Legia's body. Though he'd hoped for a new shadow soldier, he decided the stone would be enough, a souvenir from this brutal encounter. From Legia's body came a final surge of powerful energy before his form disintegrated into dust. In the aftermath, a familiar chime sounded. The system displayed the results. Jinwoo had leveled up multiple times. His new level was now 122. News of the giant's annihilation spread like wildfire. Across the world, social media lit up with excitement. Talks of a new national-level hunter were everywhere. But unlike the Jeju Island incident, this wasn't just a Korean headline. Recognition poured in from all corners of the globe. One giant had managed to escape overseas, but it didn't get far. China's Liu Zhigang took it down before it could cause any real damage. In Japan, a different storm was brewing. Chairman Matsumoto of the Hunters Association turned himself in. Though he didn't offer much explanation, many believed it was an attempt at redemption, a way to shoulder the weight of his past betrayals. But even as the news made waves, speculation over his true motives continued to stir. Jinwoo, meanwhile, stepped out of the gate, far removed from the world's noise. He walked in silence, his mind lingering on the choice he'd made. Killing the King of Giants had been necessary. Letting Legia roam free would have been a disaster waiting to happen. He didn't regret it, but the weight of that decision still lingered. More than ever, he knew. He had to grow stronger. The S-rank gate was cleared, and the battlefield was quiet. Around Jinwoo, the fallen giant's shadows stood ready. The soldiers nearby, having witnessed his power for the first time, could hardly believe what they'd seen. They whispered among themselves, unable to hide their shock. Jinho, catching their glances, stood a little taller, proud to stand next to the man who commanded such fear and respect. Then Hanakawa approached, drawing Jinho's attention. He assumed she had something for Jinwoo, but to his surprise, the message was for him. A phone call. He answered. And immediately, something changed. His face tightened, the color drained. Whatever he heard hit hard. Jinho turned to Jinwoo, apologizing. He had to return to Korea. Something had come up with his family. Without waiting for questions, he headed for the helicopter that was already waiting. As it lifted into the sky, Jinho sat in silence, his mind racing. His mother's voice on the call, it had trembled, shaken in a way he hadn't heard before. Something was wrong. He could feel it. Still, he tried to brush it off as nothing while the helicopter carried him home. Jinho arrived at the airport in Korea, still unsure of what to expect. Secretary Kim was already there waiting for him and wasted no time, informing him that a car had been arranged. Puzzled but concerned, Jinho followed silently as they made their way out. On the way, Kim spoke with a careful tone, advising Jinho to brace himself, that things weren't looking good, but promised he would explain everything soon. As they neared the hospital, Secretary Kim finally revealed the truth. President Yoo Myung-han, Jinho's father, had fallen into eternal sleep. The words didn't make sense at first, and then they hit all at once. Jinho screamed in anguish, calling out for his father, his voice trembling with disbelief as he tried to rush into the room, only to be held back by Secretary Kim. He explained softly that Jinho's presence, as a hunter still struggling to control his power, could do more harm than good. The mere aura around him could aggravate his father's fragile state. Staggered by the helplessness, Jinho turned away from the room. Then he noticed Secretary Kim holding a black leather portfolio in his hands. When Jinho asked what it was, the secretary answered gently. It was something President Yoo had been working on before collapsing. Hands trembling, Jinho opened it. Tears welled up immediately. Inside were newspaper clippings, all centered around him. Gossip pieces, minor press coverage, local write-ups, articles that barely anyone else would care about, yet each had been carefully cut and stored by his father. The scrapbook was messy, but deliberate. Secretary Kim told him then that President Yoo's cold distance had never been from lack of love. On the contrary, his expectations for Jinho had been enormous, just like his love for him. Secretary Kim gave him a moment before suggesting they head back to the residence. Jinho, wiping his face, nodded in silence. As they walked through the hospital corridor, he suddenly stopped. A strange sensation crept through Jinho. He glanced around, sensing something, but the hallway was empty. Kim noticed and asked if anything was wrong, to which Jinho only muttered that it was nothing. They continued walking until the pair finally disappeared around the corner. From a quiet patch of shadow behind them, Jinwoo stepped out. He had been there the whole time, observing without a word. Watching Jinho grieve had stirred something deep in him. He had come to the hospital unsure of what to do, but now his resolve was clear. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a bottle of the elixir of life. Outside, a car pulled up. Jinhee stepped out and hurried into the hospital. A sense of heaviness settled on her as she entered the corridor, her pace slowing. She passed by someone, just a blur in her peripheral vision, but gave it no thought as she reached her father's room. What she saw inside stopped her breath. President Yoo was awake. Her eyes flooded with tears as she rushed to his side, stammering with disbelief. He was just as shocked, asking the nearby doctor how this was possible. The doctor, equally stunned, could only describe it as a miracle, something without precedent. While the room filled with emotion, Jinwoo quietly slipped out through a back exit, unnoticed. Walking alone beneath the pale light outside, he allowed himself a rare, quiet smile. With the bottle now empty and the weight of his decision behind him, he muttered softly into the night, wishing Jinho an early happy birthday. This was his gift to him. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Maryland, the U.S. government held a grand celebration, honoring the hunters who had successfully cleared the recently emerged S-rank gate within the state. The atmosphere inside the venue was relaxed, filled with the sound of laughter, clinking glasses, and casual banter. Hunters mingled freely, some marveling at the sheer scale of the event, others simply enjoying the rare chance to unwind. Then, without warning, a towering figure in a bright Hawaiian shirt stepped in from behind. Conversations quieted for a moment as heads turned toward him. It was Thomas Andre. He didn't say much, just reminded the group about a bet they'd made. His presence alone was enough to make a few of them shift nervously. With a grin, Thomas leaned toward one hunter and casually asked for his tie. The man hesitated, sweat beginning to form, but didn't argue. Wordlessly, he removed the tie and handed it over. Just as the laughter began to return, Thomas's assistant, Laura, entered the room, her tone bringing a different kind of attention. She informed Thomas that the list of guilds participating in the upcoming International Guild Conference had just been released. Among them was Korea's Ahjin Guild. Thomas paused for a second, the name unfamiliar, until Laura added that it belonged to Sung Jinwoo. That's when a smirk slowly crept across Thomas Andre's face. Korea's strongest hunter was coming to the States, and Thomas couldn't wait to meet him. The world was bracing for major changes, with only a few days left until the upcoming International Guild Conference, an event set to bring together the world's most powerful guilds under one roof. But just days before the prestigious summit, a major turning point quietly unfolded in the heart of America. A helicopter descended onto the grounds of a vast, luxurious estate nestled in the countryside. The mansion belonged to Christopher Reed, one of the few national-level hunters in existence. As the blade slowed, Christopher emerged onto the front steps, watching as the vice director of the Hunter Command Center stepped out, followed by a composed but tense-looking Norma Selner. He raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised to see them. He hadn't been informed of any visits today. Still, he motioned for them to come inside, his voice cool as he noted that if they were here about a newly spawned S-rank gate out east, they were wasting their time. He had no interest in getting involved. But the vice director shook his head, saying that it wasn't about a gate. It was something far more urgent. Christopher led them into a private room and instructed his maid to ensure no one came near. As they settled, he sat comfortably and asked what this was really about. He could already tell from their faces that it wasn't routine business. Norma Selner sat down across from him, her tone calm but firm as she explained that this visit wasn't about a crisis. They had come to warn him. According to her visions, his life was in danger. He would be murdered soon. A nerve hit Christopher the moment the words slipped from Miss Selner's mouth. He slammed his teacup onto the table, the sharp clink slicing through the heavy silence. Without looking up, his voice dropped low and serious as he said he was grateful for everything she had done for him in the past, but they weren't close enough for her to make jokes like this. Then his gaze slowly lifted to meet hers, cold and sharpened, a quiet storm in his eyes. Christopher reminded her who she was speaking to. The weight in his voice pressed into the room like a vice. Despite the pressure, Miss Selner didn't flinch. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, recalling the vision that haunted her. She calmly revealed that she had dreamt of him recently, surrounded by men, with a heavy sense of danger closing in on him. It wasn't a vague unease. It was certainty. She knew he was going to die, but Christopher's patience had already begun to fracture. The idea that she'd flown all the way out here to spout what he saw as nonsense left a sour taste in his mouth. His tone rose, edged with anger, as he questioned whether she really expected a national-level hunter to believe he could be killed. Unmoved, Miss Selner pushed forward. She spoke of fate, inevitability, and the one sliver of hope she believed still existed. Christopher scoffed at the idea, asking if she truly thought there was anyone in this world capable of protecting someone like him. He declared, with full confidence, that no such person existed, but Miss Selner disagreed. "There might be one," she said quietly. Christopher narrowed his eyes, watching her carefully as she uttered a name, Sung Jinwoo. He fell silent, a flicker of uncertainty passing over his expression as Miss Selner turned and walked out, leaving behind only doubt in her wake. That night at Christopher Reed's mansion, the atmosphere was thick and heavy, the kind of silence that felt too perfect. Christopher lay asleep in his bed, but the calm was broken as he abruptly sat up, eyes sharp. Something had stirred him. He slipped on his robe and stepped out into the dim hallway, guided by instinct rather than reason. As he walked, the unnatural stillness clung to him. It wasn't just quiet, it was wrong. Suspicion rising, Christopher grabbed a wine glass from a nearby table and, in one swift motion, hurled it down the empty corridor. The glass shattered, but no sound followed. That silence confirmed it. Something was here. A chill ran through him as his thoughts drifted back to Miss Selner and the vice director, to their warning. He hadn't believed them, but now, he felt it. Something powerful lurked nearby. Just then, a man with blonde hair appeared, standing at the far end of the hall with a serene smile, his hands tucked behind his back. Christopher's senses flared. Two more presences stood behind him, silent but unmistakable. Without turning, he demanded they reveal themselves, but the blonde man wasn't focused on him. He raised his gaze slightly and, in the language of monsters, spoke, directed not at Christopher, but at something beyond. He said that if the fragment of light continued to accommodate humans, no one would be saved. Christopher's brow furrowed. The words made no sense. What was he talking about? But the man dismissed him, told him to be silent, claiming the conversation wasn't meant for him. He was speaking to something above Christopher, something connected to him. Those words struck a nerve. In an instant, fire surged around Christopher. His body ignited, his form expanding and morphing until it became something no longer human. Engulfed in flames, he declared with fury that at least one of them would die here. The two figures standing behind him watched his transformation in awe, unable to comprehend how a human could achieve spiritualization. But Christopher didn't wait. He lunged forward at the blonde intruder, unleashing his power. Flames roared through the mansion, devouring everything in their path as the clash shook the very walls. The outcome of the battle remained unknown, but the destruction it left behind was undeniable. Meanwhile, in Japan, it was Jinwoo's last day as he headed toward the airport in a sleek black car, accompanied by a full convoy. The streets were flooded with thousands of people, all gathered for one last glimpse of the man who had saved their city. The sheer number of onlookers had even Beru suggesting that his liege raise a hand like a king to acknowledge them. But Jinwoo shut the idea down without hesitation. He wasn't interested in basking in attention. The convoy soon reached the airport. Jinwoo exchanged brief farewells with the officials before boarding his flight back to Korea. As he settled into his seat, he noticed a familiar face in the seat beside him, Adam White of the Federal Bureau of Hunters. Jinwoo couldn't help but wonder if this was just coincidence or another deliberate approach by the Bureau. Adam didn't beat around the bush. With a shrug, he admitted it outright. Jinwoo greeted him coolly, recalling their previous meeting, and asked what brought him here this time. Adam, well aware that showing up unannounced crossed a few lines, explained there was something urgent he needed to discuss. Immediately, Jinwoo's mind went to the worst. He asked if the US had failed to contain the S-rank gate. Adam quickly reassured him it had been handled, but what he had to show Jinwoo was something else, something far more serious. Wasting no time, Adam pulled out his laptop and opened a video file. The screen showed thick black smoke curling into the sky like from a massive wildfire. Flames blazed violently, firefighters scrambling to get control as chaos unfolded. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed as he studied the footage and asked what exactly he was looking at. Adam's tone turned grim as he revealed the truth. The man responsible for the destruction was Christopher Reed. Despite deploying 1,800 firefighters and 14 high-tier hunters, they had struggled to contain the fire that Christopher had unleashed. Jinwoo instantly recognized the scale of the disaster. For flames that wild, there had to have been a serious battle. He asked what had become of Christopher. Adam paused the video, freezing it on an image of Christopher's scorched body, riddled with wounds. He said that by the time they found him, Christopher was already dead. Then, Adam reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a photograph, the man they believed was behind the incident. The moment Jinwoo laid eyes on the picture, something in him snapped. Without warning, he activated ruler's authority. Adam was yanked from his seat mid-air, crushed invisibly by immense pressure as his laptop was flattened into scrap. Screaming in pain, Adam found himself at the mercy of Jinwoo's darkened gaze. Jinwoo warned him coldly that if this was some kind of twisted joke, Adam wouldn't leave the plane alive. Panicked, Adam waved off the bodyguards who had started to react. He hurriedly explained that the man in the photo had emerged from a dungeon, that it might not be who Jinwoo thought. Still struggling to breathe, Adam went on. The man's energy felt less like a hunter's and more like a monster's. He revealed that the explosion at the Hunter Bureau's headquarters a few months ago was this man's doing too. Jinwoo slowly released his grip, letting ruler's authority fade. The name of his father, the face in that photo, all of it churned inside him in disbelief. As tension started to ease, Adam, still catching his breath, continued. The suspect had already attacked several S-rank hunters before disappearing. He acknowledged the emotional weight of what this meant for Jinwoo, but said all signs still pointed to the man in the photo. Jinwoo, his expression now unreadable, asked why Adam had shown this to him. Adam replied that it concerned the upcoming International Guild Conference. The US Bureau planned to issue a red notice on the suspect. Until now, the investigation had been confidential, but that was about to change. They wanted to give Jinwoo advance notice before making the wanted poster public at the conference he was scheduled to attend. The US Hunter Association had lost a national-level hunter. They were prepared to pursue the culprit with everything they had, and out of respect, they had decided to tell Jinwoo first. Jinwoo sat there, silent. His father, missing for 10 years, had returned, and possibly not as the man he once was. That truth weighed heavily on him. Adam, meanwhile, despite the pain still lingering in his chest, found himself quietly awed. Telekinesis wasn't unheard of among high-tier magic hunters, but what Jinwoo had just demonstrated was on an entirely different scale. It was the kind of power only national-level hunters could wield. There was no longer any doubt in Adam's mind. Jinwoo was the 6th national-level hunter, a fact the vice director would need to hear. The anticipation surrounding the International Guild Conference only intensified with time. The U.S. Hunters Association soon released the official list of participating guilds, and one name in particular caught the world's attention: Korea's Ahjin Guild. Discussions ignited across the globe. People questioned the rationale behind inviting a guild with only a single high-ranking hunter. But the message was clear: that one hunter was worth more than all the guilds boasting multiple top-class hunters combined. Jinwoo's name was everywhere. As the conference neared, he became the focal point of global attention, and the first ripple of its impact reached the Korean Hunter Association. Chief Woo Jinchul entered President Go's office with an urgent report in hand. He explained that China had submitted a request for information on Jinwoo, specifically raid records and any published data related to him. President Go raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. He couldn't understand why China would be after Jinwoo when the hunter had already made it clear that he had no interest in joining foreign organizations or leaving Korea. But Jinchul clarified that the request hadn't come from the Chinese government, it came from an individual. The moment he revealed the name, President Go froze. Liu Zhigang, China's 7-star hunter, had personally asked for Jinwoo's information. The thought that someone of Liu Zhigang's caliber had taken an interest in Jinwoo hit President Go hard. Jinchul added that it likely had something to do with Liu's past battle against a giant monster. After hearing of Jinwoo's solo annihilation of the giants in Japan, Liu Zhigang had grown curious about the Korean hunter's capabilities. A knowing smile spread across President Go's face as he absorbed the revelation. Then, with a wave of his hand, he ordered Jinchul to reject the request, or at most, provide only surface-level data. Nothing substantial about Jinwoo was to be shared. Meanwhile, at the Scavenger Guild, the atmosphere was heavy as preparations for the conference ramped up. Laura entered Thomas Andre's office with an update. Jinwoo was scheduled to arrive in the country the next day. As Thomas reviewed his calendar, the door creaked open. The person he'd summoned had arrived. Without any build-up, Thomas stepped forward, his expression firm, and delivered his warning. No matter what happened, Sung Jinwoo was not to be touched. Huang Dongsu's face tightened, with a mix of nervousness and barely contained frustration. Thomas saw it and continued, making it clear he knew everything that had gone down between Jinwoo and Dongsu's brother. He understood Dongsu's thirst for closure, but that was all in the past. Dongsu opened his mouth to protest, but Thomas lifted a finger. The weight of his presence silenced Dongsu instantly. Fear flickered in the S-rank hunter's eyes as he stood frozen under the guildmaster's pressure. From across the room, Laura watched it all unfold. The tension was unmistakable. Very few people in the world could deliver such a command to someone like Dongsu, but Thomas was not most people. Placing a heavy hand on Dongsu's shoulder, Thomas repeated himself. No contact with Jinwoo, no matter the circumstance. To remove Dongsu from the equation during the conference, Thomas suggested a vacation at the guild resort, far from the action. A long pause followed. Then Dongsu finally gave a stiff nod, jaw clenched, before turning and leaving the office. But even after his departure, Laura could feel it. Dongsu hadn't truly let go of his grudge. She turned to Thomas, questioning whether it was wise to let him walk out so easily. Thomas, well aware of the risk, gave his response without hesitation. Dongsu wasn't one to back down, which is why Laura was to keep a close eye on him until Jinwoo left the country. Otherwise, he warned, Dongsu wouldn't live to see another day. Finally, the day arrived. The top hunters from the world's most powerful guilds landed in the United States for the International Guild Conference. The air buzzed with excitement, and the energy in the crowd was electric. Among the arrivals stood Leonard Nierman, Germany's top hunter and guildmaster of the Richter Guild. Reporters swarmed like bees, cameras flashing non-stop. Leonard, noting the chaos ahead, glanced at his vice guildmaster and asked what all the noise was about. The man explained that the Korean hunter everyone had been talking about had just landed. Leonard's eyes scanned the crowd until they fell on Jinwoo across the lot. He nodded slightly, deciding he should take the opportunity to introduce himself and build rapport. Straightening his coat and adjusting his steps with confidence, he moved forward, but then, without warning, stopped cold. His vice guildmaster looked puzzled, asking if he was going to keep walking. Leonard, still staring, muttered under his breath as realization struck. He had assumed Jinwoo summoned his shadow army from another dimension, but this was different. They were walking with him. Always. Leonard didn't see a hunter arriving for a conference. He saw a king arriving for war. Jinwoo, aware of the eyes locked on him, looked over subtly. Jinho, noticing the glance, asked if someone caught his eye. Jinwoo simply replied that some foreigner had been staring for a while, prompting Jinho to chuckle and joke that maybe the guy was a fan, hoping for an autograph. Before the conversation could continue, Adam White approached with a team from the U.S. Hunters Bureau. He welcomed the group with professional ease, handling the pleasantries quickly before directing staff to escort Jinho and Woo Jinchul to their rooms. But when he asked Jinwoo to stay back for a separate matter, the Korean hunter's expression immediately hardened. He wanted to know if this was about his father again. Adam reassured him that it wasn't. This had nothing to do with threats or danger. In fact, quite the opposite. The Bureau held him in the highest regard. Still unconvinced, Jinwoo pressed further, but Adam kept things vague, mentioning only that it was a top-secret matter they would discuss at the Bureau headquarters. During the drive, the tension in Adam's voice rose as he explained the ongoing internal problems. Christopher Reed's death, still hidden from the public, had left a gaping hole in the Bureau's strength. Resources were now being funneled toward finding someone capable of replacing him, and when Jinwoo asked whether he was one of the potential candidates, Adam gave a silent nod that said everything. Without dragging things further, Adam activated the center console, and a hologram came to life. Kamish's corpse appeared, towering and lifeless, alongside a glowing runestone, pulsing with power. Adam explained the runestone's origin and its unmatched potential. It had come from one of humanity's greatest calamities and had remained sealed until now, waiting for someone worthy. and in their eyes, Jinwoo was that someone. But Jinwoo didn't answer immediately. Instead, his focus shifted as he asked Adam to rewind the image, stopping at the hologram of Kamish's corpse. Jinwoo stared at it longer than Adam expected before asking if the body was truly stored intact. Adam hesitated before confirming that it had been preserved. Jinwoo, now firm in his tone, requested to see it. Caught off guard, Adam tried to explain that even he didn't know its exact location, that it was highly classified, but Jinwoo reminded him of all the time and cooperation he'd given the Bureau so far, implying this was hardly too much to ask. Adam, uncertain but aware of the weight behind Jinwoo's request, agreed and contacted the higher-ups for clearance to access Kamish's corpse. Soon, their car pulled into the Hunter Command Center, and word of Jinwoo's arrival quickly reached Director David Brennan. Surprised by the unplanned visit, David immediately questioned whether Jinwoo had said anything about the runestone, clearly expecting that to be the main agenda. But Adam explained that the topic had barely come up all day, which only deepened David's confusion. Why was Jinwoo so insistent on seeing Kamish's corpse? Perplexed, David stepped away to consult with the deputy director. As the two discussed behind closed doors, the deputy speculated on Jinwoo's intentions. While most hunters would have been drawn to the immense power runestones offered, especially one extracted from a creature like Kamish, perhaps for Jinwoo, the corpse itself held greater value. David's brow furrowed as he recalled how Jinwoo's powers worked, how they were tied to the monsters he personally defeated. That was when it finally hit the deputy. His eyes widened in shock. Jinwoo wasn't there to marvel at Kamish. He was there to turn the mighty dragon into his summon. The realization struck hard, and David rose abruptly from his chair, stunned by the possibility. The idea of someone controlling a beast like Kamish was terrifying in itself. But before he could voice his opposition, the deputy reminded him of the political weight behind this interaction. Denying Jinwoo could shatter their delicate diplomatic ties, especially when their country already stood vulnerable after Christopher Reed's death. After a long silence, David finally relented. He decided to take responsibility himself and accompany Jinwoo to Kamish's chamber, reasoning that witnessing the act firsthand would be the best way to assess the risk. Together with Adam, he led Jinwoo into the elevator, descending into the heavily restricted sublevels beneath the command center. As they stepped out onto the underground floor, David gestured silently down the long corridor, where a massive armored door waited at the far end. The moment they neared it, a chill clung to the air. Jinwoo felt it seep through his skin. The magical energy was dense, oppressive, almost sentient. His thoughts raced as he imagined the possibilities if Kamish were to become one of his shadow soldiers. When the door finally opened, Jinwoo was met with the sight he had come for. In the heart of a cavernous chamber lit by cold white lights, Kamish's body rested undisturbed. Towering and intact, its presence alone was enough to command silence. The dragon's scales shimmered faintly even in death, as if its power had refused to fade. David, trying to regain composure, explained how the corpse had been preserved exactly as it was after the raid that took the lives of hundreds of elite hunters. His words barely registered to Jinwoo, who had already started moving forward, eyes locked onto the giant carcass. Without waiting for further clearance, he calmly instructed David and the staff to stand back. When the deputy protested, unsure whether it was safe, David assured him that they had already given Jinwoo clearance, and now they would see for themselves what he intended. Standing in front of Kamish, Jinwoo raised his hand, the air around him beginning to distort. His voice, steady and quiet, carried a single word: arise. Dark energy erupted, flowing like liquid smoke toward the dragon's body. The chamber's lights flickered, but then came a sudden halt. A prompt flashed before Jinwoo, informing him that the shadow extraction had failed. Jinwoo, however, didn't flinch. He had 2 more attempts. Reining in his power, he focused, ignoring the gasps from behind as the ground trembled again. The command left his lips once more. This time, the shadow responded. A deafening roar shook the chamber as Kamish's body twitched, then surged upward, the immense power coursing through its veins once again as it rose from death. Lights exploded overhead, while the structure groaned under the pressure of the awakening beast. Kamish stood, its shadow form towering over them all. The dragon's eyes scanned its surroundings before locking onto Jinwoo. Then, as if remembering something buried deep within, Kamish spoke, not with anger, but recognition. It addressed Jinwoo not as a stranger, but as the Shadow Monarch, the king of the dead. Panic broke out among the staff. Adam froze, disbelief etched across his face. David could barely breathe as he watched the scene unfold, while others staggered backward, unable to comprehend what was happening. Kamish's eyes drifted toward the humans, standing behind Jinwoo. Its voice dropped into a growl, and in the next moment, The chamber darkened under the weight of its murderous intent. A low snarl rippled from its throat as it vowed death upon every human in sight. The room shook violently, cracks splitting across the reinforced walls, barriers infused with top-ranker mana now splintering like glass under the weight of Kamish's fury. From a distance, David watched in terror as Kamish's mouth began to glow, the ominous light signaling the buildup of its most devastating attack, Dragon Breath. He braced himself as the chamber's integrity began to crumble, knowing full well they wouldn't survive what was coming. But before Kamish could unleash its wrath, Jinwoo's voice cut through the roar with absolute command. His tone was cold, authoritative, beyond negotiation. He reminded Kamish that the mana crystal embedded in its skull, the very source of its obedience to the rulers, was gone. The dragon froze. The glow faded. Its fury flickered, then dissolved. Adam could barely process what he was seeing. He asked, half to himself, whether Jinwoo had truly just spoken in the tongue of monsters. The deputy standing beside him was equally stunned by the sight before them. Kamish, once humanity's worst nightmare, now stood solemn before Jinwoo. The anger had faded from its eyes, replaced by something deeper, recognition. It spoke again, slower this time, with the calm acceptance of one who understood its new place. Once, it had served the king of dragons. Now, it knelt before Jinwoo, acknowledging him as its new sovereign. Jinwoo slowly approached the towering dragon and rested his hand gently on Kamish, his voice low as he asked whether Kamish had truly served the king of dragons. The dragon confirmed it had, revealing that it once followed the king of mad dragons, known as the Monarch of Destruction. As Jinwoo absorbed the weight of those words, his eyes lingered on the immense rage still radiating from Kamish. It stunned him to realize that, even as a summon, Kamish retained such a strong, independent will. He stood in silence, mind drifting back to the vision the system had once shown him, the 9 monarchs. There was the king of the dead, the shadow monarch, and the king of the giants, the monarch of the beginning. And now another piece of the puzzle fit into place. Kamish had once served yet another monarch, one whose power was rooted in destruction. But the moment of revelation didn't last. Kamish, its voice tinged with finality, told Jinwoo that their time together was short. Trapped in the abyss for too long, its magic was fading fast. As the dragon's form began to crumble, dust falling from its body like ash in the wind, it explained that 8 long years had drained it of all strength. Jinwoo's eyes widened in disbelief. Even with the powers of the Shadow Monarch, was he truly powerless against time? A desperate plea echoed within him as he called out to the system for help, but the system remained silent. Kamish's voice grew fainter, speaking its final thoughts with quiet resignation. It envied the shadow soldiers who could remain by Jinwoo's side forever. Then, with what little strength it had left, it offered a warning about 4 humans who had borrowed the power of the rulers and urged Jinwoo to be wary of them. Jinwoo remained still, watching helplessly as Kamish's massive frame slowly vanished, the mighty dragon reduced to particles of light, fading into the void. A notification soon appeared before him, stating that the shadow extraction had failed. Without a word, Jinwoo turned back and called out to Adam, telling him to inform Director David of his apologies and that he would personally cover any damages caused. The frustration gnawed at him as he walked away from the ruined lair. His clenched fist trembled with anger, and with a sudden burst of emotion, he struck the wall beside him. The force of the blow shook the building for a brief moment, leaving David and Adam frozen where they stood, stunned into silence. As Jinwoo emerged from the facility, Chief Woo Jinchul was already waiting outside, concern etched across his face. He mentioned they'd been trying to reach him for a while, but every attempt had failed. Jinwoo, still weary from everything that had transpired, simply said he'd been in a place where no calls could get through. Jinchul then asked if he had seen Jinho. The question caught Jinwoo off guard. He frowned, asking what Jinchul meant. Jinchul explained that Jinho had left hours ago after receiving a message, allegedly from Jinwoo, claiming he was waiting at the Hunter Bureau's headquarters. Jinwoo, visibly confused now, replied that he hadn't sent any such message and had just come from the Bureau himself. Jinho hadn't been there. Adam, who had caught part of the conversation, stepped in and confirmed that Jinho's name hadn't appeared in the visitor logs either. Jinchul nodded grimly, recalling that a hunter from the Scavenger Guild had come by to pick Jinho up 2 hours earlier. The air turned heavy with urgency as Adam quickly suggested contacting the Scavenger Guild directly. No time was wasted. He pulled out his phone and placed the call. Laura answered, and the moment Adam relayed what had happened, her face shifted. Her voice tightened as she asked if Jinwoo was aware. Adam admitted he didn't know the full details yet, only that Jinho was missing and they were actively searching. Laura didn't need to hear more. She understood the danger immediately and promised to find out what had happened as fast as possible. Adam turned back to update Jinwoo, but Jinwoo was already gone. Above the city rooftops, Jinwoo surged forward in great, bounding leaps, a blur of speed cutting across the skyline. Unease churned inside him like a storm. He cursed himself for being careless, for not assigning someone to guard Jinho. He should have been more cautious. The memory of the incident at Jinna's school resurfaced sharply in his mind, and the thought of history repeating itself made his chest tighten with dread. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and summoned his army. Shadows erupted beneath his feet, stretching outward like a black tide. Thousands of shadow soldiers swept through streets, alleys, and skies with a single purpose: to find Jinho. Jinwoo stood atop a towering skyscraper, the wind whipping against his coat as he scanned the city below with sharp, narrowed eyes. Worry crept behind the intensity in his gaze, a rare flicker of emotion breaking through his usual calm. His enhanced perception let him pick out every movement, every face in the streets far beneath him. Yet there was still no sign of Jinho. His thoughts ran wild. Maybe Jinho had left the city, but it didn't make sense. It wasn't like Jinho to vanish without a word. He was a combat-type D rank, not someone who would go down without a fight. And then there was that one name tying everything together: Scavenger Guild. Jinwoo's mind raced as the name Hwang Dongsu resurfaced in his thoughts. The man had likely been waiting for this moment, predicting their arrival in America with eerie precision. Dongsu wanted answers. Answers about his brother's death. Jinho and he had been the only survivors of that dungeon. The memory of Jinchul's old warning echoed in his mind like a prophecy fulfilled. He didn't regret what he did in that dungeon, but now, standing helpless above a city that offered no clues, he couldn't stop the burning thought. He should have assigned someone to protect Jinho. Meanwhile, tension grew inside the Scavenger Guild's headquarters. Thomas sat stiffly in his chair, his fingers laced as report after report brought no progress. His hunters had turned up nothing. He couldn't understand what Dongsu was thinking. As an S rank, Dongsu wasn't unaware of the power gap between himself and Jinwoo. Thomas realized that Dongsu's reckless actions could only mean one thing. He was counting on him to step in. Without waiting, he picked up his phone and rang Laura. Laura informed him that, with help from the Hunter Bureau, they'd traced Dongsu's movements over the last month and narrowed down 3 potential locations. Thomas didn't hesitate. He ordered full deployment. Every available guild member was to sweep those sites, and he would head out personally. But just before ending the call, something nagged at him. He asked how Laura had managed to get the Bureau to move so quickly. Her reply was simple, but heavy. She'd told them the truth, that if Dongsu wasn't found soon, it would come down to a clash between Thomas Andre and Sung Jinwoo. At the Hunter Bureau, the news hit like a shockwave. Adam relayed the update to the staff. Scavenger Guild had canceled all its scheduled raids. Every member had been mobilized. They were treating this like a crisis. The deputy director paused mid-step when he heard. The scale of the operation said everything. If the entire Scavenger Guild was moving, then Thomas Andre wasn't just aware. He was personally involved. This wasn't some internal dispute anymore. Something massive was unfolding, and the entire guild was racing to stop it before it reached the point of no return. The heart of the chaos lay inside a long-abandoned factory in the United States. Inside, Jinho lay unconscious on the cold concrete floor, bruised and bloodied, while a few men loomed over him. One among them, voice laced with uncertainty, questioned whether they were really okay with this. Dongsu, standing over Jinho with a look of disdain, dismissed the concern with a cold assurance that everything was under control. He wasn't planning to kill the kid, just get a few answers. He remembered Thomas's stern warning not to provoke Jinwoo, but Dongsu had never planned to confront Jinwoo directly. His sights had always been set on Jinho. He needed the truth, the one that haunted him, the confirmation that Jinwoo was the one who had killed his brother. That single truth would be enough to end it. Without waiting further, Dongsu slapped Jinho hard across the face in an attempt to wake him. When the blow didn't stir him, Dongsu's patience snapped. He drove his fist into Jinho's already bruised ribs. The force of it dragged a tortured scream from Jinho's throat, and blood spilled from his mouth as his eyes fluttered open, dazed and in pain. From the side, one of Dongsu's men watched silently, commenting almost clinically on Jinho's toughness, noting that an average man would have died from such abuse by now. Dongsu, clearly unimpressed by Jinho's endurance, clenched his fists with growing irritation. He was done playing nice. Grabbing Jinho by the hair, he slammed his head into the wall, the impact echoing through the empty building. Then, dragging him back upright, Dongsu leaned in close and muttered with quiet menace that while he had no intention of killing him just yet, he would keep torturing him and heal him each time he hovered on the edge of death, until he finally confessed. He reminded Jinho that this factory was deserted, that no one could hear him scream, and no one would be coming to save him. He then asked, voice dipped in mockery, whether the pain had finally loosened his tongue. Jinho, barely conscious and drenched in his own blood, was still defiant. With a pained groan, he lifted a trembling hand, raised his middle finger, and rasped a curse through split lips. Dongsu's rage erupted. He slammed Jinho's head into the wall once more, and this time, Jinho's body slumped to the ground, motionless, his strength drained, his will barely clinging to consciousness. From behind, the same worried subordinate stepped forward, his voice cautious as he reminded Dongsu to be careful, hinting at the mess they'd have to clean up if things went too far. Dongsu didn't even bother to look at him. He simply muttered that he hadn't even gotten started yet, his lips curling into a sinister smile that mirrored the cruelty of the brother he had lost. Just as he stepped forward to continue, something shifted in the dim light at the far end of the factory. Dongsu's eyes narrowed, catching sight of a high orc standing still in the shadows. Confused, he wondered if a dungeon break had happened nearby. But what unsettled him more was the orc's behavior. It wasn't snarling or attacking. The creature stood frozen, trembling in fear as it sensed an overwhelming presence rapidly approaching, and it wasn't Dongsu. Meanwhile, Dongsu didn't hesitate. He charged at the creature, ready to strike it down with a single blow. But before the blow could land, a deep voice cut through the stillness. Exchange. At the same time, on the other side of the world, Jinwoo's mother sat in the living room, her brows furrowed as she watched the television intently. The screen was flooded with breaking news, reports of strange, dangerous events cropping up across the globe. Her voice trembled slightly as she voiced her worries aloud, wondering if Jinwoo was doing all right in the midst of all the chaos. Beru, tasked with watching over Jinwoo's mother and Jinna, observed her with quiet reverence. From the shadows, he silently assured her, if there was anything their king couldn't overcome, then nothing in this world could. The broadcast shifted, cutting to live footage from a conference in the US. The camera briefly captured Jinwoo as he stepped onto the scene. Jinwoo's mother pointed toward the screen, calling Jinna's attention to it with a hint of pride in her voice. Beru's gaze also lingered on the screen, reverent and proud, but then, without warning, his entire body tensed. A cold shiver ran through him as a surge of dark, violent energy washed over his senses. He had felt this once before, the unmistakable sensation of Jinwoo's wrath. The king was angry, and it pierced through dimensions like a blade. Back in America, Thomas Andre, racing toward one of the suspected locations, suddenly froze in his seat. A feeling, deep and overwhelming, gripped his instincts. Without warning, he shouted for the car to stop, startling the driver. When hesitation met his command, Thomas roared again, this time with more force, and the sheer pressure in his voice left no room for delay. The car was still moving when Thomas slammed the door open with brute force. Without a second thought, he leaped out, the concrete beneath him shattering as he landed. He shouted back to the hunters still seated behind him, ordering them to catch up as fast as they could. Then, in a blur of motion and destruction, Thomas took off, cutting through the cityscape like a missile, driven by instinct and urgency. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned factory, everything changed in an instant. Out of nowhere, a fist crashed into Dongsu's stomach with devastating force. The impact lifted him off his feet, his body sailing across the factory before slamming into the far wall. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the shockwave rippled through the building. The men who had stood beside him blinked, trying to process what had just happened. On the cold floor, Jinho, barely holding on, managed a faint smile. Relief washed over his fading eyes as they locked onto the familiar figure now standing before him. The factory air grew thick and heavy, crackling with pressure. The presence now in the room was overwhelming, undeniable, and filled with pure, unfiltered rage. And there he stood. Eyes blazing with fury, his gaze was locked onto Dongsu, not as a warning, but as a sentence. His arrival wasn't loud or theatrical. It was quiet and final, like death itself had stepped into the room. Jinwoo had arrived. He rushed to Jinho's side without hesitation, gently tilting his head and pouring a healing potion into his mouth. But almost immediately, a cold system notification flashed before Jinwoo's eyes. Healing potions couldn't restore health once it dropped below 10% of a person's total HP. The message was a cruel reminder. Jinho was too close to death. Frustration surged through him. Time was running out. Turning sharply to the two men nearby, Jinwoo's voice cut through the tension like a blade, cold and demanding as he asked if either of them was a healer. The question wasn't a plea, it was an order. The one closest to him hesitated, clearly shaken, and then muttered something about not understanding Korean. Dongsu, having just pulled himself together from Jinwoo's earlier strike, seized the moment to speak up, casually translating the request to his men. as if this were just a routine introduction between acquaintances. Jinwoo didn't even spare him a glance. His gaze remained locked on the two men, his voice now even colder as he repeated his demand, this time laced with deadly intent. One of them, clearly the healer, let out a scoff and dared to smirk. With arrogant confidence, he said Jinwoo should convince his boss first before making requests of him. But before he could finish his sentence, Jinwoo flashed forward, grabbed the man's head, and slammed it into the nearby pillar with brutal force. Bone cracked, and the smirk disappeared beneath a spray of blood. Without pause, Jinwoo shifted to the second man, his patience now hanging by a thread. He asked again, this time with deadly clarity, if the man could heal. The man raised his hands, stammering an answer, but never got to finish it. A heavy force crashed his head into the concrete, silencing him instantly. Dong-soo, now burning with rage, stepped forward, his voice seething as he demanded to know if Jinwoo had killed his brother. On the ground, Jinho stirred faintly. With great effort, he whispered Jinwoo's name, trying to warn him. But Jinwoo, in a calm voice, reassured him and told Jinho to rest and not speak. Dong-soo didn't stop. He stepped closer, again demanding an answer. Jinwoo's eyes turned to ice as he finally responded, not with an admission, but with a chilling suggestion to go ask his brother himself. The words struck deep. Dong-soo roared, his fist flying straight for Jinwoo's face, but Jinwoo was faster. He slipped past the punch and retaliated with a blow that sunk deep into Dong-soo's gut. Dong-soo coughed blood midair before crashing into a maze of iron pipes. The impact echoed with brutal finality. He tried to move, tried to rise, but before he could fully register what had happened, Jinwoo was already crouched low beside him, his presence like death itself. Dong-soo howled and lunged, but Jinwoo's fist came down again, crushing his head into the pipes. But Jinwoo didn't stop there. His grip tightened around Dong-soo's skull as he slammed it again and again, blood splattering with each impact. The brutal thuds echoed through the empty space, and Jinwoo remained locked in, hell-bent on crushing whatever resistance was left in Dong-soo's broken body. Then, a deafening crash tore through the factory as the ceiling above exploded, and Thomas Andre landed with a quake. Dust and rubble rained around him as he rose from the crater, eyes narrowing as he took in the scene before him. His voice rang out, calm yet commanding, as he demanded Jinwoo to stop. He reminded Dong-soo of the warning he had once given him, not to touch Jinwoo. And now, seeing his guildmate battered and broken, he asked flatly if Dong-soo was still alive. Jinwoo, still holding Dong-soo by the head, replied coldly that he wasn't done yet. Thomas exhaled slowly and offered a way out. He stated that if Jinwoo released Dong-soo, he would overlook what had occurred. Jinwoo's gaze turned sharp as he locked eyes with Thomas, his voice low and cold as he asked what would happen if he refused. Thomas bared his teeth, a growl in his tone, warning that the request was no longer open for negotiation. In a single, effortless motion, Jinwoo flung Dong-soo's limp body aside. Dong-soo crashed across the factory like a rag doll, and as his broken form lay sprawled, his last flicker of consciousness burned with hatred. In his mind, Dong-soo urged Thomas to kill Jinwoo in his place, his eyes seething with malice. He knew he had succeeded in pushing Thomas to intervene, the one who could finish what he himself could not. Jinwoo now stood facing the indomitable Thomas Andre, unshaken. No fear, no doubt, just quiet defiance. Thomas stepped forward, towering with power, his voice heavy with authority as he asked if Jinwoo truly understood who he was. Yet, Jinwoo's gaze remained icy and unwavering, silently asserting that he didn't care who Thomas was. It caught Thomas off guard. This wasn't ignorance. Jinwoo knew exactly who he was, and yet, he didn't care. That kind of fearlessness, it was something Thomas hadn't seen in years. Memories of his own rise surged within him. Born into poverty, raised as an outsider, he'd never been exceptional, until one day, the gift revealed itself. A terrifying talent for overwhelming violence. He sharpened it through endless fights, battles, and blood. Those who mocked him were silenced. Those who challenged him were crushed. And now, faced with a man who refused to bend, Thomas knew what had to be done. Time seemed to freeze as Thomas launched forward. His roar filled the air as his hand shot toward Jinwoo's skull, telling him to blame his ignorance for what was about to happen. Outside, the scavenger guild had finally arrived. Hunters moved to secure the perimeter until something massive came barreling at them like a missile. The ground quaked. Metal screeched. Something skidded across the floor and landed with brutal force at their feet. It was Thomas. Silence fell over the guild members. Eyes wide, breaths caught, their strongest, thrown like a rag doll. They rushed to his side, calling his name in panic, but Thomas raised a single hand, signaling them to stay back. His face was dark, his pride wounded deeper than his body. Without a word, he stormed back toward the factory, fury burning in every step. The Vice Guild Master, stunned by the sight, snapped into action, yelling for everyone to prepare. The air was electric with tension. Inside, Jinwoo had already summoned Igris and Kaisel. Igris appeared beside him, cradling the barely breathing Jinho in his arms. Jinwoo immediately ordered his summons to rush Jinho to the nearest hospital, making sure they did everything they could to save him. Igris bowed deeply, mounted Kaisel, and the two vanished into the sky, streaking toward salvation. Back on the ground, scavengers full force poured into the factory. Dozens of elite hunters stood ready behind Thomas. But Jinwoo was not outnumbered. He raised a hand, and shadows erupted across the floor like smoke. One after another, the shadow army emerged. Knights, beasts, giants, forming an unstoppable tide of darkness. Across the battlefield, Thomas grinned. For the first time in a long while, he had found someone who didn't fear his strength. Someone who didn't kneel. This wasn't about Dongsu anymore. Now, all that mattered to him was reclaiming his pride, and the only way to do that was by killing Jinwoo right then and there. There was no going back now, and Thomas knew it well. That's why he offered Jinwoo one last chance, urging him to admit his mistakes, back off, and apologize. In return, he promised to spare his life. But Jinwoo only stood still, expression cold and unreadable, as he slowly raised his middle finger toward the world's strongest hunter. That was the final straw. Fury exploded through Thomas as Jinwoo's blatant disrespect shattered any restraint he had left. He growled that the man would regret not taking his last chance, voice trembling with rage as a violent energy burst around him. His shirt ripped apart, revealing a chiseled body as his muscles swelled, hardening like armor while a terrifying force surged beneath his feet. Behind both men, their forces gathered, locked and waiting. The moment commands were given, war erupted. The Scavenger Guild moved first, their front lines raising shields infused with mana, creating a shimmering defense. They formed a tight wall, bracing for impact, but Jinwoo's shadow army surged forward like a black tidal wave. Nearly 1,000 shadows collided with hundreds of top-tier hunters, the ground quaking with each impact as magic and brute force clashed. Thomas tore through the battlefield, his path cutting straight toward Tusk. The massive shadow mage raised his arms and summoned a thick barrier, but Thomas didn't slow. Slamming the ground, he launched himself skyward and came crashing down, shattering the magical wall and tearing Tusk's head clean off in one brutal strike. Hovering for a moment above the wreckage, Thomas sneered at the chaos below and mocked Jinwoo's forces before smashing down through the roof of a factory. Inside, the air was thick with violence. The Scavenger Guild was being overrun. Thomas saw his elite squad crumbling beneath the relentless tide of shadows. At the heart of it all stood Jinwoo, staring down at him not with fury, but with something colder, pity. Thomas charged forward without hesitation, but before he could reach his target, iron stepped into his path. The towering knight stood firm, yet was tossed aside like scrap as Thomas drove a fist through his shield and flung him across the room. His eyes snapped back to Jinwoo, only to find the man was gone. Then, with a flicker of black, Jinwoo appeared beside him and silently drove the demon monarch's dagger into his abdomen, but instead of cutting, the blade merely scraped along his hardened flesh. Jinwoo's eyes flicked with a hint of surprise. Thomas didn't waste the moment. He swung hard, and the punch landed flush, sending Jinwoo flying across the factory floor. Standing tall, Thomas spat that Jinwoo had made the mistake of looking down on a national-level hunter. Then, he raised a hand, and an invisible force gripped Jinwoo mid-air. With a voice devoid of mercy, he told him to feel the difference in strength, feel despair. But instead of struggling, Jinwoo responded with his own power. Ruler's authority exploded outward, slamming down on Thomas like a hammer and cracking the floor beneath him. He blinked in disbelief. Jinwoo wasn't resisting the pull, he was overpowering it. Jinwoo blurred forward, and his punch smashed into Thomas's face, blood spraying as the hunter staggered back. For the first time in his life, Thomas tasted his own blood. Jinwoo's voice cut through the tension as he rushed in again, mockingly asking what happened to all that talk about despair. Fists flew, and Thomas found himself being pushed back, struggling to keep up, shocked by the relentless precision behind every blow. He realized he had grossly underestimated this opponent. Blood dripping from his mouth, he snarled the single word, reinforcement. Jinwoo braced as Thomas transformed. His body swelled past 3 meters tall, now encased in golden armor, with black horns curling back from his head. His hair blazed like wildfire, his entire form pulsing with raw power. Jinwoo's thoughts raced back to Kamish's warning about 4 humans who had borrowed power from the rulers. As he watched Thomas, the meaning became clear. These were the national-level hunters with mystical powers, and Thomas Andre was unmistakably one of them. Even so, Jinwoo didn't falter. He launched forward, but Thomas slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that tore through the terrain and obliterated everything nearby. Jinwoo leaped back, narrowly avoiding blast just in time. Thomas created a gravitational zone next, pulling everything toward him in a deadly vortex. Jinwoo's shadows were dragged into the spiral, distorted and scattered, but the hunter pushed back with his own force, resisting the pull as Thomas built up mana above his head, shaping it into a massive energy sphere. He released it without warning. The blast carved out a massive crater, annihilating everything in its radius. Jinwoo landed just beyond the edge, crouching low as the air trembled. Thomas stood within the crater, panting, and warned coldly that he wouldn't miss next time. At the edge of the battlefield, the Vice Guild Master of Scavengers shouted for retreat, yelling at his team to get the wounded out and fall back. But Thomas charged again, ignoring it all. Jinwoo met him mid-air, his kick smashing into Thomas's head and hurling him across the ground. Thomas retaliated by activating another pull, but Jinwoo used Ruler's authority to accelerate, blasting toward him with explosive speed. Their fists collided in a deafening crash. Yet, despite Thomas's reinforced armor, it cracked, and the force of Jinwoo's punch sent him crashing through a factory wall, tearing through debris and steel. Jinwoo landed lightly, calm and focused. Thomas emerged from the rubble, roaring with rage. He charged again, swinging his fist, but Jinwoo ducked beneath the attack and avoided the shockwave. In a blur, Jinwoo gripped Thomas by his horns and drove his knee into his face with devastating power, cracking more of the golden armor. Meanwhile, Hunter Bureau vehicles arrived and came to a screeching halt. Agents stood in stunned silence, the overwhelming magical pressure in the air paralyzing them. One figure crashed violently into the ground, and the earth trembled. Adam's face turned pale. He instantly recognized the wreckage and the man within it. It was Thomas Andre. No one could believe it. A national-level hunter was being beaten, overwhelmed by Sung Jinwoo. Thomas tried to rise again, but Jinwoo was already on him. His punches rained down like hammers. Every hit targeted weak points. Each blow pushed Thomas closer to collapse. Doubt and confusion seeped into Thomas's mind. How could a mage-type hunter have such speed, such raw power? This wasn't possible, but it was happening. Blood filled his mouth. Yet, pride wouldn't let him quit. With blood-stained teeth, Thomas clenched his jaw and roared that he was Thomas Andre, that this wouldn't be enough to bring him down. But Jinwoo didn't stop. He shifted behind him in a blink, elbowing him in the neck and driving the towering warrior into the ground again. His voice was cold, almost pitying, as he muttered that he didn't care who Thomas was. The Bureau agents and scavenger hunters stood frozen. None dared intervene. They could only watch, helpless, as their most powerful ally was being crushed. Adam finally ran toward them, shouting desperately for Jinwoo to stop, pleading with him to end it. But Jinwoo didn't pause. His attacks continued, relentless, precise. The upper armor of Thomas's body was now gone, and his torso was fully exposed. Blood dripped from his face, his strength waned, and just as Jinwoo wound up for one final devastating punch, Thomas, barely conscious, parted his lips. The words came slowly, weakly, but they were clear. He had admitted defeat. His body slumped, the fight drained from him, conceding that the battle was over. With that, Jinwoo halted, his clenched fist suspended for a moment before he slowly lowered it, standing silently over the fallen Thomas. Onlookers were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. Thomas Andre, one of the world's most powerful national-level hunters, lay broken on the ground, a symbol of overwhelming strength reduced to a battered figure. The image was especially jarring for Adam. How many hunters in the world could defeat Thomas Andre, he wondered. Was there ever anyone who could, to begin with? In all his years working for the Bureau, he had never seen anyone even come close. And now, watching the impossible unfold, the truth struck him like a thunderbolt. Once news of Thomas's defeat spread, it would shake the entire world to its core. Snapping back to reality, Adam wasted no time and called for the healers. One of the highest ranking among them rushed to Thomas's side, checking his vitals before immediately casting healing magic. His expression darkened as he assessed the damage. Thomas's body was wrecked beyond belief. Every bone shattered, blood flowing freely, his life hanging by a thread. Realizing his magic alone wouldn't be enough, the healer called out to the others. While the healers focused on their life or death struggle, Hunter Command Center staff swarmed the ruins of the factory, evacuating the wounded and surveying the damage. Amid the chaos, Adam stood quietly, watching it all unfold with a heavy heart. He reassured himself that, given the way things could have gone, this might have been the best possible outcome. But the devastation, the raw brutality of the battle, couldn't be ignored. Then an officer ran toward him, snapping him out of his thoughts. The man's face was pale, and his voice was grim as he reported the worst of it. S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo wasn't breathing. Far from the wreckage, seated silently atop a tall building overlooking the Korean skyline, Jinwoo watched the city beneath him. He had used Shadow Exchange to return, swapping places with Beru, who remained behind in America, to heal Jinho to the best of his abilities. As his mind wandered through the echoes of battle, a deep, unfamiliar voice broke the silence, respectfully addressing him as king. Jinwoo turned his gaze toward the source and found a towering shadow soldier kneeling before him, the energy radiating off him, marking him as a knight-level commander. With his head bowed, the soldier humbly asked for a name. Jinwoo studied him for a moment, remembering the greed that had consumed the man in his final moments, and settled on the name, Greed, thinking it suited him well. As his gaze fixed on the familiar face beneath the shadows, he asked flatly whether Hwang Dong-soo liked his new name or not. The once proud S-rank hunter, now reborn as a part of the Shadow Army, bowed deeper and gave thanks for the name. Jinwoo's expression didn't change. He simply told him to return his head to the ground, bringing the conversation to a close. With that, he looked back over the cityscape of Korea. The battle was over, but the war, he knew, was only beginning. The next day, in the United States, the International Guild Conference finally commenced as Jinwoo arrived at the prestigious venue, escorted by the Deputy Director of the Hunters Bureau. Reporters swarmed the entrance, cameras flashing in rapid bursts. Jinwoo, clearly confused by the attention, asked about the commotion. The Deputy Director explained that the public had somehow caught wind of the fierce battle between him and Thomas Andre, and from this point on, it would be impossible to avoid the spotlight. He was now the central figure of the entire conference. He also reassured Jinwoo that the testimony from Dong-soo's party had clarified the incident, and the truth would eventually surface with no blame falling on his shoulders. But Jinwoo wasn't focused on Dong-soo anymore. The chaos and speculation didn't concern him. His purpose for coming to America was clear. Once his questions were answered, he had no intention of staying. When they arrived at the conference building, the deputy handed him an earpiece, assuring Jinwoo that he'd translate the presentation throughout the event. As Jinwoo stepped inside, the air shifted. Conversations died out, and all eyes turned toward him. Some of the hunters and officials studied him with curiosity, others with doubt, but a heavy mix of awe and unease hung in the air as they tried to grasp the power of the man who had just walked in. Whispers rose as Jinwoo made his way down the steps. Speculations buzzed from every corner about the man who had defeated the indomitable Thomas Andre. Some recalled his feat of clearing the S-rank gate in Tokyo, while others simply tried to make sense of his presence. Jinwoo ignored the murmurs and calmly took his seat as the conference began. A keynote speaker stepped onto the stage and introduced himself as Dr. Belzer before diving straight into the topic that had brought the world's top hunters and officials together. He stated that the number of gates appearing worldwide had surged, and with them, more powerful monsters had begun to emerge. Yet something else had occurred, an unusual activity detected high above the skies. Dr. Belzer explained that the magical energy concentration in the atmosphere had been increasing dramatically, a phenomenon they had named the Magisphere. Behind him, a world map lit up the screen, pinpointing the regions where this energy was densest. There were 9 major hotspots scattered across the globe, but one location stood out above the rest: South Korea. The moment Dr. Belzer mentioned it, all eyes shifted toward Jinwoo again. Murmurs grew louder, and tension rippled through the crowd. Still, Dr. Belzer attempted to ease their nerves, stating that if Jinwoo were indeed the cause of this phenomenon, then he would be far beyond the scope of any ordinary hunter. Jinwoo remained still, lost in thought. The number of locations matched the number of monarchs. Could this be connected? Dr. Belzer admitted that they still didn't know what caused the Magisphere, nor how to stop it. But whatever was coming, it would bring significant change to the world. They had to prepare. As the presentation wrapped up, the Bureau's director, David Brennan, took the stage for a pressing announcement. His voice was low and heavy with the weight of the news. Christopher Reed had been assassinated by a group of unknown assailants. The crowd fell into stunned silence. The idea that a hunter of Christopher's caliber could be killed sent a chill through the room. Speculation flared instantly. Who could possibly do this? More eyes turned toward Jinwoo, whispers connecting the dots between Thomas Andre's defeat and Christopher's death. Jinwoo remained impassive as David raised a hand to calm the speculation, urging the audience not to jump to conclusions. The Bureau had already identified a suspect, he announced. Jinwoo's gaze sharpened as an image flickered to life on the screen behind David. The man identified as Suspect S was believed to be responsible for the murder of Christopher Reed. The audience stared at the image, confused. It wasn't Jinwoo, but the resemblance was uncanny. Too close. Too precise. Meanwhile, Jinwoo clenched his jaw in frustration, questioning his father's motives. As his thoughts raced, he recalled something crucial. Dungeons were the domain of the rulers, a fact now tangled with his father's sudden reappearance. He remembered what Kamish had told him, about 4 humans who had once borrowed the ruler's strength. The words echoed in his mind as he pondered the possibility. Why would a ruler send someone who looked like his father? Could this truly be connected to what Kamish had said? David pressed on, revealing that the suspect had been caught on camera months ago during a devastating incident with Hwang Dong-soo that reduced an entire section of the Bureau's headquarters to flames. Footage began playing. On screen, Suspect S stood over Dong-soo's unconscious form. Jinwoo's soldier, Greed, gave him a silent confirmation. There was no doubt. The man in the footage was his father. David explained that the association would request the aid of all guilds to locate and apprehend the suspect. If any sightings occurred, they were to be reported immediately. The questions came flooding in. One hunter asked whether there was proof that Suspect S wasn't human. David confirmed that his magical signature matched that of a monster. Then came a delicate question. Why wasn't the identity of Suspect S being shared with the public? David paused before answering. The suspect, he said, was connected to one of the hunters in the room. For now, the association had decided to keep his identity confidential. A hand went up from the back row. Liu Zhigong, China's 7-star hunter and a national-level powerhouse, stood and asked directly, what was the nature of Suspect S's connection to Hunter Sung Jinwoo? David hesitated. Then, finally, he said it. He revealed that during the interrogation, Suspect S had claimed to be Jinwoo's father. The Bureau had no reason to doubt the claim and was treating the investigation accordingly. The room erupted in gasps. Shock rolled through the audience in waves. Liu Zhigang turned to Jinwoo and asked the question everyone else was afraid to voice. If Suspect S truly was his father, what would Jinwoo do if the world's hunters tried to bring him down? Jinwoo's answer came without hesitation. He calmly replied that if Suspect S truly was a monster, then it was only natural for hunters to hunt monsters, and if that were the case, he would personally take him down himself. But if the suspect was truly his father and not a monster, then Jinwoo, eyes cold and burning with silent menace, made his vow clear. He would protect his family and wouldn't hesitate to hunt down those hunters, even if it meant becoming the enemy of every single one in the world. As the International Guild Conference drew to a close, Jinwoo stepped out of the building, only to be greeted by Adam White waiting outside. With a slightly cautious tone, Adam asked if Jinwoo had truly meant what he said back in the meeting. Without a hint of hesitation, Jinwoo nodded and confirmed he did. Adam let out a soft chuckle, half in awe and half in disbelief, and remarked that there were only 2 hunters in the entire world who would dare to say something like that in front of so many powerful hunters. With a faintly embarrassed smile, Adam gestured vaguely and said the other person was currently lying in a hospital bed. Jinwoo immediately understood, the image of a broken but defiant Thomas Andre flashing in his mind. Trying to shift the mood, Adam suggested Jinwoo join the banquet hosted by the Hunters Association, but Jinwoo's attention drifted as he noticed a presence approaching, the heavy, commanding aura of Liu Zhigang, accompanied by a small group of subordinates. The atmosphere instantly shifted, conversations died down, and every eye in the vicinity turned to the approaching Chinese hunter. Liu stepped forward and said something in Mandarin, his tone calm but resolute. Jinwoo turned slightly, his expression calm, and asked Adam what the man had said. Adam listened for a moment and then explained that Liu claimed to have caught a giant monster on the coast of China, one that Jinwoo had supposedly allowed to escape. Jinwoo remained silent as Liu continued speaking. Adam translated as fast as he could, explaining that Liu had been caught off guard by the monster's power. The battle had been especially difficult, taking place on the open sea. Liu had always wondered what kind of hunter could deal with such monsters so easily, and now, standing in front of Jinwoo, he finally had his answer. Then Liu extended a hand, offering a firm handshake. He said he had wanted to meet Jinwoo for a while now. He added that he was glad Thomas Andre had been put in his place, and he had no doubt Thomas had been in the wrong. Jinwoo looked at him with new eyes. His initial impression had been that Liu Zhigang was just a grumpy man with a stiff attitude, but now, listening to his words, he found him far more intriguing. The 2 hunters shook hands firmly. Just as Liu was about to leave, he paused and uttered one last sentence in Mandarin. Adam's eyes narrowed slightly as he translated, his voice just a little more hushed. Liu had said he hoped Suspect S wasn't someone related to Jinwoo's family. Once again, silence fell around them. The air grew heavy under the weight of that final remark as Liu Zhigang and his team quietly left the event behind. Adam reassured Jinwoo that Liu Zhigang didn't seem to harbor any ill intent adding that the Chinese hunter had even said he never wanted to fight him. Jinwoo remained calm, nodding slightly, and replied that it was all right, showing no trace of concern. Moments later, David Brennan entered the room and gestured for Jinwoo to follow him. As they walked down a quiet corridor toward a private meeting room, Jinwoo's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. Inside the room, he found Norma Selner seated on the sofa. He hadn't expected to see her again. Without masking his curiosity, Jinwoo asked what business Miss Selner had with him. Her voice was steady, but there was an edge of unease as she explained that she had been having recurring dreams, visions in which top hunters were being hunted down by someone. The disturbing part, she added, was that each time she had one of those dreams, the event would come true only a few days later. The weight of her words settled heavily. Jinwoo's voice dropped as he asked whether Christopher Reed had been among them. David nodded and confirmed that they had indeed warned Christopher about the danger, but he hadn't listened, and they all knew how that had ended. With concern tightening her features, Miss Selner continued, saying that the hunters who had been pillars of strength in this world, the ones humanity had relied on, were going to keep dying. The force hunting them would not stop until they were all eliminated. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the implications. He asked if Miss Selner was here to warn him of the same fate, but she shook her head. That wasn't her reason. She hadn't come to warn him. She had come to ask for his help. For the first time, confusion stirred beneath Jinwoo's composed exterior. Miss Selner explained that she wanted him to protect the remaining hunters who were still alive. She'd tried remembering the faces of the culprits from her dreams, but no matter how hard she tried, the memories slipped away. So, she said, she had decided to take a different approach, one that involved using her ability within the dream itself to identify them. Jinwoo recalled their last encounter and finally understood why she had looked into his eyes so intently back then. She had been searching for something. Her voice trembled as she recounted what happened that day. There had been a voice, an entity speaking to her from within Jinwoo. When Jinwoo asked what that voice had said, she lowered her gaze, visibly shaken, and replied that it had told her to go back and prepare for war. The words struck Jinwoo like a blade of ice. His mind began racing. He remembered the King of Giants' warnings about the battle between the rulers and the monarchs. Could these hunters' deaths be part of that larger conflict? Still trying to put the pieces together, Jinwoo asked why she had chosen him specifically to protect the others. Miss Selner didn't hesitate. She had seen a power within him, the same overwhelming energy that had appeared in her dreams. Jinwoo instantly realized what she meant. It was the power of the Shadow Monarch. If she had sensed the same presence in the hunter's killers, then those attackers must be monarchs as well. David's voice broke in, explaining that the threat they faced was far beyond anything normal hunters could handle. These beings were on a different level entirely, and they needed someone like Jinwoo, someone powerful enough to stop them. He added that the Bureau was willing to offer anything in return for Jinwoo's help, even the runestone left behind by the dragon Kamish. David's voice grew more serious as he stressed that the hunters in question weren't just powerful, they were essential. They were the last barrier protecting humanity. If they fell, there would be nothing left to stop future catastrophes. Jinwoo sat quietly for a long moment, weighing it all. Then, with firm resolve, he declined the offer. David stared in disbelief. Shocked, he asked whether Jinwoo's rejection was because of some lingering resentment toward Thomas Andre after their clash, but Jinwoo made it clear that wasn't the reason. The truth was simpler, and far more important. He still didn't know who the real enemy was. Until he understood that, he couldn't commit to anything. Rising from his seat, Jinwoo turned toward the door, but just as he reached it, he paused. Something pulled at him. Without turning, he called out for Adam White. When Adam approached, Jinwoo asked him to provide the list of hunters the Bureau wanted him to protect, and then, almost as an afterthought, he asked Adam to arrange a meeting with them. Adam's eyes lit up, clearly relieved and more than a little excited. He nodded eagerly, already preparing to set things in motion. The final day of the International Guild Conference had arrived, and the banquet hall brimmed with the presence of the world's strongest hunters and their entourages. Amid the grand celebration, Jinwoo stood beside Jinho, who had finally returned from the hospital. When Jinwoo asked about his condition, Jinho, his eyes misty with emotion, replied that he felt better than ever. He confessed that he had been deeply moved upon learning Jinwoo had fought Thomas Andre, the Goliath, himself all for his sake. Nearby hunters watched them from a distance, speaking in hushed tones as they observed Jinwoo with awe. Despite being right in front of them, his presence was completely undetectable. To them, Jinwoo wasn't just powerful, he was on a level they couldn't even fathom. A man soon approached, introducing himself as the CEO of a global firm dealing in monster remains. With a businesslike smile, he expressed interest in purchasing the bodies of the giants Jinwoo had hunted and asked if he had time to talk. Jinwoo responded coolly that he didn't handle business affairs himself, then nodded toward Jinho, saying the vice chairman of the Ahjin Guild oversaw those matters. The two men stepped aside to talk, and Jinwoo watched them go with quiet pride, pleased to see Jinho growing into his role. Before long, Adam arrived at the banquet, holding a tablet in hand. He handed it to Jinwoo and explained that it contained the names of the top 10 hunters ranked by points, a system based on contribution, mission success, and activity. These individuals, he added, were considered priority targets, and if Jinwoo chose to help, the Bureau would likely ask him to protect them. Jinwoo asked where he ranked on the list. Adam chuckled and answered that he was likely in 3rd or 4th place, mostly due to his performance against the Giants. Thomas Andre topped the list, followed by Liu Zhigang, then Christopher Reed and Siddharth. Jinwoo skimmed the list briefly, already finding it tiresome to commit the names to memory. Instead, he silently dispatched shadow soldiers to each hunter. Through them, he could stay aware of their conditions and potentially communicate with the rulers, making it easier to discern friend from foe in the coming conflict. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of slow, heavy footsteps. A familiar pressure filled the room as an overwhelming aura approached. Jinshul, standing nearby, leaned in slightly and tried to speak, but Jinwoo cut him off calmly, assuring him that it wasn't something he needed to worry about. Then, Thomas Andre stepped into view. One arm was encased in a cast, a clear reminder of their previous battle. He walked up to Jinwoo, eyes steady, and explained that despite the efforts of doctors and healers, his arm still hadn't fully recovered. Jinwoo's magic power had done too much damage. While healing was underway, it was progressing slowly. Thomas paused, reflecting aloud on the battle. He admitted that Jinwoo could have easily wiped out his entire guild that day, and yet no one had died, except Huang Dongsu, who had brought it upon himself. He then asked why Jinwoo had chosen to show such restraint. Jinwoo's response was simple. He said that Thomas's guild had committed no crime worthy of death. That explanation seemed to satisfy the Goliath, who nodded with a mix of understanding and respect. He stated his intention to hold a grand funeral for Dongsu, not to excuse his actions, but to honor him in death. As he turned to leave, Thomas made a final request. Once his arm was fully healed, he hoped they could share a meal together. He asked Jinwoo to leave his contact details with his manager so they could arrange it. Laura stepped forward then, politely requesting Jinwoo's information, explaining that Thomas also wished to send a gift in appreciation. Jinwoo initially declined, saying there was nothing he needed, but Laura gently insisted. Her master, she said, was a competitive man who disliked owing anyone favors. Even something small would ease his mind. After a short pause, Jinwoo relented, suggesting that a good dagger would do. Laura smiled at the request, thanked him, and followed after Thomas. Once she was gone, Adam reappeared and suggested they begin introductions with the hunters on the list, but Jinwoo shook his head, saying there was no need anymore. His eyes flicked over the list as he asked about the 6th-ranked hunter, noting that the name was conspicuously absent. Adam looked momentarily taken aback. He admitted that the Bureau had lost contact with the hunter just days before the conference. Even the Brazilian government and their secret agencies hadn't been able to track him down. Jinwoo's expression darkened. There was a chance that the hunter had already been eliminated. With Thomas Andre and Christopher Reed no longer part of the equation and one hunter missing, that left 7 names, 7 more he needed to cast his shadow on. The party was still in full swing in America, while night had already draped Korea in quiet darkness. Inside the Korean Hunter Association, President Go sat alone at his desk, the soft rustle of paperwork the only sound in the room. Yet it wasn't the documents or late hours that weighed on him. It was something deeper, heavier. His heart, for some time now, had refused to beat normally. It had begun years ago, a subtle discomfort that had only grown more persistent. Recently, the unease had become impossible to ignore. His heart pounded with unnatural force, not from exertion, but as if sounding an alarm that his end could be near. A quiet scoff escaped his lips. The doctors had told him this would happen if he kept pushing himself. Yet, he had ignored their warnings, fully aware he'd long since crossed those limits, and it was nothing short of a miracle that he was still standing. Then, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the silence. He reached for it without hesitation. On the other end was the gentle voice of his wife, soft with concern, asking if he was all right. Her words, though brief, brought a rare comfort. He leaned back in his chair and assured her that he was just finishing up and would be home soon. But midway through his reply, a bizarre and eerie sensation suddenly pulled at his attention. Something felt off. He turned his eyes toward the window, and what he saw froze him in place. The skyline, the traffic, the lights, everything had been swallowed by an oppressive black void. Panic began to creep in as he struggled to make sense of what was happening. But then, a flicker of movement at the edge of his vision made him stop cold. He turned. There, seated on the couch as if he owned the room, was a man he had never seen before. He sat casually, a faint grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Cold air seemed to radiate from him, the kind that didn't belong to this world. The Frost Monarch had arrived. The tension was thick inside the Hunter Association, as Sillid, the Frost Monarch, sat with eerie ease across from President Go, whose mind scrambled to make sense of the intruder's sudden presence. Something about the creature twisted his instincts, something ancient and wrong. He couldn't understand how he had failed to sense such a dangerous aura. The aura now swelling around the creature made it clear. He was no ordinary intruder. President Go couldn't face this alone. As his mind raced, Sillid's voice, cold and calm, broke through the silence. He informed the chairman that the office had already been severed from the outside world. That declaration rattled President Go. It felt surreal, like a dream slipping into nightmare. But before he could fully grasp that thought, something sharp and fast sliced past his left shoulder. A searing chill followed. He looked down to see frost forming rapidly, a jagged trail of ice spreading across his suit where the projectile had grazed him. Pain bloomed beneath the surface as Sillid, without shifting tone, commented on the wound and wondered aloud if the chairman still believed he was dreaming. Now, fully alert, President Go steadied his voice and demanded to know who the figure was. But Sillid merely frowned at the question, his tone tinged with disappointment as he remarked that he had hoped President Go would recognize him without the need for introductions. Confusion still clouded the chairman's thoughts, but Sillid continued, his words sharp and dismissive. He called President Go a fragment of brilliant light, urging him to reveal his true self. Then, almost mockingly, he added that perhaps the fragment was simply afraid, that the vessel might crumble beneath the weight of its own power. With no reaction from President Go, Sillid seemed to lose interest in conversation. His eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating burst of icy magic. The explosion rippled through the office, shaking the walls and filling the room with a thick white fog that cloaked everything in sight. But in that freezing haze, Sillid smiled as two radiant lights shone through, piercing, golden eyes burning with power. The fragment of brilliant light had finally awakened. Sillid didn't waste a second. Another blast followed, more precise and lethal, aimed straight at the heart. But this time, President Go moved. His arm swung with divine force, deflecting the attack and sending it crashing into the wall. The explosion shattered stone and steel, revealing an endless void beyond. As the fog slowly cleared, President Go stepped forward, his body now cloaked in a luminous golden aura, pulsing with divine energy. This wasn't the Hunter Association chairman anymore. This was the brightest fragment of brilliant light in full form. The Frost Monarch's gaze sharpened. With a grim grin, he admitted that he had searched for this power for a long time, never realizing it had been hiding in what he now called a broken vessel. His tone shifted as he revealed that all 7 fragments of brilliant light had already been located, and that 2 had already been destroyed. His goal now was simple: to witness the proud humiliation on the brightest fragment's face before killing him. But President Go didn't flinch. His roar echoed with defiance, daring the Frost Monarch to prove he could bring him down. Sillid chuckled darkly, amused that a fragment, clinging to a fading body, dared to challenge a monarch who had long since conquered his own vessel. He scoffed at the idea, wondering aloud if President Go could even land a single hit. Then, the monarch raised his arms. With a thunderous screech, a massive wall of jagged ice surged forward like a wave of death. President Go dodged at the last moment. The ice tore through the space he had just occupied, and with clenched fists, he retaliated. A golden punch crashed into the wall of frost, shattering it into frozen shards that rained down like hail. Without missing a beat, he charged and aimed a devastating strike at Sillid, but the monarch danced away effortlessly, countering with a spear of ice that sliced across President Go's shoulder. Blood bloomed. The chairman staggered. Sillid, confident, let his guard slip for a split second, and President Go saw it. He lunged forward, driving a punch toward the opening, but Sillid was too quick. An ice barrier formed in an instant, absorbing the blow. Still, President Go didn't stop. He attacked again and again, pressing forward, trying to find even the smallest weakness. But Sillid moved like mist, untouchable, and the chamber rang with the sound of their clash. Magic exploded with every collision, shaking the structure from within. President Go's breaths grew heavier. His movements slowed. His body screamed with every step. He was running out of time. With desperation mounting, he pushed himself into one last charge. A golden punch flashed forward, blazing with everything he had left, but Sillid simply stepped back, avoiding the strike with ease. The chairman clenched his teeth in frustration. The truth hit him like a hammer. His vessel was breaking. His strength was nearly gone. Scyld stood tall and untouched. His gaze, once curious, now held something colder, pity. The monarch vanished from sight and reappeared an instant later right before him. President Go's eyes barely registered the movement before the spear tore through his chest. Agonizing pain erupted through his body. Blood poured from his mouth as he stumbled, barely remaining upright. Scyld loomed over him, grinning, watching the fragment crumble. He spoke calmly, almost amused, wondering how long it would take to find a new vessel. But by the time that happened, he said, the monarchs would already have gathered. This world would fall long before the fragment could return. President Go coughed, blood dripping down his chin, but a laugh still escaped his lips. Low and ragged, he gripped the spear with one hand and spoke through the pain, saying he hadn't fought in vain. The Frost Monarch had missed something. Just as the fragments had failed to anticipate his actions, Scyld too overlooked what truly mattered. The monarch's eyes narrowed, sensing something, powerful and wrong. Then, without warning, a colossal burst of mana roared past his face. The explosion behind him rocked the dimension itself, shattering part of the enclosed space. Scyld turned toward the chairman with a bitter grin, asking if that was the surprise he had been buying time for. But President Go only smiled through the blood, calm and certain. What needed to happen had already begun. A quiet rumble followed, and then a deafening crash. The mana barrier Scyld had crafted around the office shattered into pieces, crumbling like glass. Confusion flashed across the monarch's face as he muttered that a broken barrier wouldn't change the outcome. But President Go wasn't done. With the last of his strength, he let out a cry. From beneath him, the shadows shifted, and a figure surged forth. In a blur, an ant-shaped creature darted forward as it leapt through the shattered wall with an ear-piercing scream. Scyld's gaze snapped to it, momentarily stunned, but he brushed it off as just another foot soldier from the abyss. It didn't matter. Or so he believed, until a chilling realization hit him, freezing his expression. This wasn't just any soldier. His eyes widened in horror. He had made a grave mistake. Panic struck as he flung President Go's body aside and launched himself after the ant. A sickle of frost materialized in his hand, ready to strike the creature down before it could escape. He reached it in a flash and swung the blade, but the sickle never connected. A hand caught it mid-air, fingers closing around the blade with bone-crushing force. The monarch's eyes widened as time seemed to stop. That wasn't the ant anymore. Standing before him, gripping the sickle like it was nothing, was a figure cloaked in shadows. It was Jinwoo. His cold, piercing eyes locked onto the Frost Monarch as he grabbed Scyld by the throat, demanding to know his true identity. The Frost Monarch's heart sank as he grasped for breath, but even in this weakened state, he sensed the monstrous shadow army looming behind Jinwoo. His gaze narrowed with sudden wariness. He muttered under his breath, referring to Jinwoo as the Shadow Monarch, then questioned why, even after amassing such a vast army, he hadn't reached out to the other monarchs sooner. Jinwoo's confusion was plain in his eyes, and in that instant, Scyld finally understood what President Go had meant during their fight. He realized with growing dread that Jinwoo was the crucial piece he had overlooked. A surge of cold energy rapidly formed in his mouth, and with desperation gripping him, Scyld released a devastating blast of freezing air. Jinwoo's instincts kicked in. He shot backward just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack as an enormous ice wall erupted ahead of him. The sheer pressure of the magic confirmed what he already suspected. This being wasn't just a monarch, but a dangerously adept magic user. Without wasting a breath, Jinwoo summoned his demon monarch daggers. The twin blades gleamed with ominous light as he lunged forward, shattering the ice wall with a single, precise strike. But just as he prepared to strike again, Scyld raised his hands, not in defense, but in surrender, and unexpectedly suggested ending the fight. The Frost Monarch claimed he hadn't come to risk his life in a battle to the death. Scyld's cold gaze shifted toward the crumpled form behind Jinwoo. At that moment, realization struck. The chairman. Jinwoo turned his head. Blood coated President Go's motionless body. The man was barely clinging to life. Then, without a word, Scyld conjured an enormous spear of jagged ice. He launched it straight toward the helpless chairman, presenting Jinwoo with a cruel ultimatum. Jinwoo's eyes blazed as he immediately activated Ruler's authority, his mind screaming for the attack to stop, but a notification interrupted him. The Frost Monarch's magic resisted his command. His fury exploded. Slamming his foot into the ground, Jinwoo shot forward with all his speed, cutting through the air toward President Go. The ice spear shrieked as it neared its target. In one final surge, Jinwoo reached the chairman's side and intercepted the spear mid-flight, deflecting it with a resounding clash of metal and frost. The deadly weapon veered away, embedding itself into a marble pillar. He had saved him, for now. But Jinwoo's rage was now fully ignited, his glare locked onto the Frost Monarch, who stood there, watching with infuriating calm. Before he could retaliate, Scyld summoned a swirling portal behind him and turned to flee. Jinwoo wouldn't let him escape unscathed. He called forth a barrage of daggers from his inventory and hurled them in a deadly flurry. One dagger hit true, sinking deep into Scyld's shoulder. The monarch's body tensed with pain, his expression twisted as he clenched his teeth, fury boiling just beneath the surface. Yet he didn't attack. He stepped toward the gate, declaring coldly that he would return, once Jinwoo's shadows opened again, and with one final venomous taunt, he gestured toward the dying chairman, calling him Jinwoo's parting gift, a corpse soon to join his army. The words pierced deeper than the spear ever could, but before Jinwoo could move again, the monarch vanished into the shrinking portal. The room fell into an unnatural silence. The magical barrier was gone, and Jinwoo cursed himself for not sensing the threat sooner. He turned and rushed to President Go's side. The chairman lay still, his body soaked in blood. Jinwoo knelt beside him, heart racing. This wasn't something a potion could heal. Without hesitation, he called for his most trusted summon. Beru heard the call and tore through space like a bolt of lightning. He dropped to one knee before Jinwoo, awaiting orders. Jinwoo's voice was low, tight with urgency. Beru was to do everything in his power to save him. The loyal summon placed his clawed hands over the chairman's chest and channeled his full magical strength. Healing light surged, but nothing changed. Jinwoo's jaw tightened. From his inventory, he drew a small vial, the holy water of life, the last resort. He leaned forward, ready to administer it, until a trembling hand rose and clutched his wrist. President Go's eyes fluttered open, barely. His voice was hoarse and broken as he whispered for Jinwoo to stop. It was already too late. Jinwoo froze, wanting to resist, to argue, but the look in the chairman's eyes left no room for protest. Labored breath, the chairman offered words of gratitude. Jinwoo had arrived, and that alone was enough. Blood spilled from his lips as he spoke of the supreme being, of revelations from the other side, and a battle on the horizon unlike any that had come before. There were things Jinwoo needed to understand, warnings he had to hear. Jinwoo held his breath, trying to memorize every word as the life drained from the man before him. The chairman's hand trembled as he squeezed Jinwoo's, warning that a time would come when he'd have to make a critical choice about which side to stand on, and pleaded with him to stay with humanity, no matter what. President Go's voice cracked as he confessed his longing to fight alongside the younger generation, to protect the world with them. But his body had failed him. Still, he had no regrets. Meeting Jinwoo had given him peace, and as his breath slowed, he spoke one last truth. His heart, weak and faltering, had endured all this time just for this moment, just to see Jinwoo with his own eyes. At last, his hand slipped from Jinwoo's grasp, falling to the floor with a soft, final thud. It was over. Jinwoo remained still, lips pressed in a tight line, eyes fixed on the lifeless face of a man he had respected. Beru said nothing, head bowed low beside him, and outside, beyond the broken glass, the sky broke open. Rain began to fall, soft, unending, and mournful, as if the heavens themselves had paused to mourn a life now lost. The cold autumn wind whispered through the falling rain as headlines lit up screens across the globe. Brazil's great hunter Jonas had been found lifeless in a river. The chairman of the Korean Hunters Association had been brutally murdered, stabbed through the heart. And just like that, the names of Christopher Reed, Jonas, and Go Gun-hee, once revered as the world's mightiest protectors, were now written among the dead. Panic swept through the nations. News outlets looped grim footage and desperate commentary. Even the U.S. Hunter Association stepped forward with a statement, but no words could soothe the rising dread. Humanity had always looked to hunters for salvation, but now the world was forced to ask the terrifying question, who protects the hunters? The rain poured with no intention of letting up as mourners gathered beneath black umbrellas for President Go's funeral. The sky mourned with them, a heavy downpour that dulled the color from the world. Jinwoo stood still, gaze fixed downward, unmoving. His eyes eventually drifted to the side, where Chief Wu Jinchul stood just a few steps away. The man looked hollowed out, every trace of sharp discipline in his appearance gone. His eyes were sunken with grief, and his shoulders sagged beneath an invisible weight. With a voice choked by loss, Jinchul questioned why it had been impossible to save the chairman, even with all of Jinwoo's power. Jinwoo's response came low, heavy with regret. It had already been too late when he arrived. No further words came. Jinchul lifted his head slightly, letting the rain strike his face as he stared into the gray heavens. Just yesterday, the chairman had asked him about his trip to the U.S., had told him to return quickly. And now, just like that, He was gone, a life snatched away before he could even say goodbye. The chief turned back and thanked Jinwoo for being with the chairman in his final moments, but Jinwoo didn't speak. He couldn't. There was only the cold simmering in his chest, an oath forged in silence. He would find the one responsible, no matter the cost. As the rain intensified, Jinwoo made his decision. He turned toward Jinchul, voice clear beneath the sound of falling water, and instructed him to gather the reporters. It happened fast. The press conference was organized within the hour, and the room quickly swelled with eager voices and flashing cameras. When Jinwoo entered, the chatter died instantly. His presence alone silenced the room. Every lens locked onto him. He spoke plainly, but his words hit with force. There existed now a colony of monsters, intelligent, cunning, and far stronger than anything humanity had seen. These beings didn't attack openly. They isolated their targets, deploying magic that severed space, preventing escape and reinforcement. A reporter, unable to hold back, asked if the creature that had killed President Go was among them. Jinwoo's eyes didn't flinch. He confirmed it. The one responsible was part of that same colony. He continued, issuing a warning to every hunter around the world. Anyone who felt they might be targeted needed to stay close to their comrades. To fight alone was to invite death. But behind his words, Jinwoo's thoughts wandered back to the creature's final words, the name it had given itself, the Monarch of Frost. And if that was true, then there were others, the Monarch of the Beginning, and even Jinwoo himself, the Monarch of the Shadows. These were beings whose strength eclipsed even the greatest hunters alive. No one else could face them. As the silence in the room deepened, Jinwoo closed with one final statement. For those without comrades, for those who felt alone and vulnerable, they should reach out to him. Through the Korean Hunters Association, he would protect them. The Battle of Monarchs had begun, and the world would never be the same. In a cold, dimly lit cave, deep beneath the earth, the air was thick with unease as 5 monarchs gathered in silence. Their presence warped the space around them, a suffocating pressure building as Scyld, the Frost Monarch, finally broke it. The others turned toward him as he spoke with chilling certainty. The Shadow Monarch was alive, and he was walking the surface of Earth. Yogumund, the Transfiguration Monarch, narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with doubt, as he muttered that it was impossible. No vessel could contain the true power of the Shadow Monarch. Even the Dragon King couldn't maintain his form on Earth, so how could this be? But Scyld's expression didn't waver. He said he'd seen it himself. The Shadow Monarch was alive, real, and more dangerous than the fragment of brilliant light they had once feared. The atmosphere thickened. None of them wanted to believe it, yet none could challenge the certainty in Scyld's words. Scyld continued, proposing what none had dared to voice. They should attack the Shadow Monarch now, while he was still in human form. It was their only chance. He asked for their support, his voice hardening with resolve. Tarnak, the Monarch of the Iron Body, scoffed and dismissed the idea outright, reminding Scyld that picking a fight with one of the strongest among the 9 monarchs wasn't bravery, it was suicide. He urged patience, insisting they wait for the return of the Dragon King, the Monarch of Destruction. Scyld's eyes flashed as pain flared through his wounded shoulder, his fists tightening. Waiting wasn't an option. They were monarchs, not servants hiding behind another's strength. If they didn't act now, they never would. The human vessel was a flaw, one that could be exploited. But Tarnak didn't flinch. He reminded them what had happened to the Monarch of White Flames. The Shadow Monarch had bound him with a single command, turning his eternal form into a silent slave. Tarnak refused to suffer the same fate. Yogumund agreed, his tone cool and distant. He didn't want to gamble his existence just to fall like the others. The risk wasn't worth it. Raken, the Monarch of Beasts, growled in frustration, branding them cowards. He refused to believe that even the Shadow Monarch's authority could bend true monarchs in their original forms into his servants. Tarnak turned to Raken, his voice sharp, reminding him that the Shadow Monarch and the Administrator were now working together. That alone made them more dangerous. They didn't need to enslave the monarchs directly, not when they could be replicated, recreated, and used like tools. With no more words, Tarnak opened a dark portal and vanished into the void. Yogumund followed, leaving only 3 behind. Raken narrowed his eyes and faced Scyld directly, demanding proof that the Shadow Monarch still retained some trace of humanity. Scyld pulled out a dagger, its blade faintly pulsing with a sickly hue. He said it had pierced him during the battle, and it was coated with poison. Ashborn, the true Shadow Monarch, would never have needed such a thing. Queresha, the Monarch of Plagues, tilted her head, her voice low with disdain, as she admitted poison was beneath the Shadow Monarch. If he had truly been in control, he would have crushed Scyld with raw power, not resorted to human cowardice. Scyld's gaze moved between them. The vessel still had limits, Weaknesses. That was their opening. He asked again, would they stand with him? This time, Raken's grin stretched wide, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Kuresha responded with a slow nod, her wicked smile matching the growing tension. The human vessel piqued their interest, and with that, the three monarchs boldly decided to challenge and kill the Shadow Monarch. Meanwhile, above the surface, a somber atmosphere enveloped the city as rain poured relentlessly. Atop a towering skyscraper, Jinwoo stood unmoving, the downpour soaking him, yet his expression remained still as stone. His eyes scanned the city below, sharp and unyielding, trying to trace even the faintest ripple of the Frost Monarch's magic. But it was gone. He recalled the moment Scylla declared himself in his original form, a truth that aligned with what the Monarch of Giants had told him. Monarchs and rulers, in their true states, could not be transformed into shadows. That meant his usual means of tracking, his shadows, were useless now. But as the wind howled around him, Jinwoo's eyes remained firm, glinting with resolve. He didn't need shadows to hunt. As long as he was a hunter, he would not miss his prey. Across the city, deep within the Korean Hunters Association, the boardroom was filled with grim faces. A week had passed since President Go Gun-hee's death, and the chair at the head of the table remained hauntingly empty. The time had come to appoint a successor. One of the senior executives finally broke the silence, remarking that the association had always been led by an S rank, a symbol of strength that kept the great guilds in balance. Without someone of that stature, things could spiral. Another member countered with caution, warning that power alone wasn't enough. Leadership wasn't just about rank. After a long debate, a name was finally offered, Woo Jinchul. His head lifted in disbelief, eyes widening slightly as he asked, almost reflexively, if they were serious. But the board remained firm. They reminded him that no one had worked closer with the late chairman than he had. He had inherited not just President Go's experience, but also his values, and his leadership during countless critical moments had earned him respect throughout the association. Still, Jinchul hesitated, claiming there were others more qualified, older, stronger, more suited. He wasn't an S rank, he wasn't ready. Yet the board was quick to clarify that no law dictated the chairman had to be an S rank. What mattered was trust, and Jinchul had it, not just from them, but from the one man whose influence could shift nations, Sung Jinwoo. They didn't pressure him. They merely asked him to consider. And after a long pause, Jinchul finally gave a quiet nod, accepting the weight of the legacy now placed on his shoulders. At the same time, far across the ocean, deep within the Scavenger Guild's headquarters, Thomas Andre walked alongside Laura as they made their way down into the guild's secured lower levels. His voice echoed lightly off the stone walls as he muttered that it had been ages since he last visited this place. The guards at the entrance to the vault snapped to attention, startled by his presence, but Thomas gave a grin and waved them off, telling them to relax. He was here for something important. He placed his thumb on the scanner, and with a low mechanical hum, the doors parted to reveal the vault. Laura followed him inside, glancing around with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Her voice was quiet, almost uncertain, as she asked if he truly intended to give away what was stored here. Thomas didn't look back as he answered with calm certainty, saying that after what Jinwoo did for him, and for the guild, it was the least he could do. Inside the room, an eerie energy pulsed in the air as they approached a sealed display case. The overhead lights flickered slightly as the two of them stepped closer, and Laura noted softly that there were only 2 such daggers in the entire world. Their rarity wasn't just legendary, it was historic. But Thomas, without a hint of hesitation, remarked that such weapons weren't meant to sleep in glass coffins, they were forged to be used. As the light caught the glass, the blades inside shimmered. Twin daggers, gray-hilted with crimson edges that pulsed like living blood, rested within, humming with restrained power, as though awaiting a hand strong enough to unleash them. In Korea, a crowd had gathered outside the Ahjin Guild's office. Whispers rippled through the people as disbelief spread like wildfire. Thomas Andre, the world's strongest hunter, was inside the modest guild's building. It felt surreal, like something out of a dream. Inside, Jinho sat stiffly, struggling to maintain composure before the towering figure of the Goliath himself. His forced smile barely masked the tension, and sweat clung to his forehead. The other staff weren't faring any better, unable to process the fact that Thomas Andre had walked into their office like it was routine. The air was heavy, not just from Thomas's presence, but also because Leonard Nierman, the top hunter from Germany, was there as well. 2 hours had passed since their arrival, yet Jinwoo remained absent. Jinho, doing his best to seem composed, offered a weak smile as he dialed once more, silently pleading for his boss to answer. Leonard sat in silence, his expression unreadable, though a faint edge of frustration peeked through. He wondered whether he'd even get the chance to meet Jinwoo today, especially with Thomas already waiting. Nearby, Laura translated with calm precision as her boss speculated whether Jinwoo was caught in a raid somewhere, noting how it didn't seem like the man came to the office much. Jinho nodded uneasily, confirming her suspicions while racking his brain over where Jinwoo might be. Then the office doors slid open with a quiet hiss, and Jinwoo stepped in. His presence instantly washed relief across the staff. Jinho leapt up, nearly stumbling as he hurried to his boss. He questioned why Jinwoo hadn't answered his calls, his voice tinged with desperation. Jinwoo, still composed despite his disheveled appearance, replied simply that the recent wave of gate outbreaks had kept him busy. While they spoke, Thomas rose from his seat and approached with the easy confidence of a man who'd never been second to anyone. He greeted Jinwoo casually, and the room fell into a nervous silence. Jinho, standing close, felt the shift in the air and couldn't help but worry whether the two would clash right there in the office. Jinwoo, curious, asked what brought Thomas to Korea. Thomas smiled and reminded him of their agreement to share a meal once his arm had healed. But that wasn't all. He added that he'd brought something for Jinwoo, a rare gift. Jinwoo's brow arched, surprised by the mention of a gift. Thomas suggested they move somewhere private. What he had in hand wasn't something to be handed over in a public office. Jinho overheard and grew suspicious, his gut twisting with concern. What if it was a trap? Jinwoo, however, shifted his attention toward the other hunter in the room. Leonard stepped forward and introduced himself respectfully. Jinwoo immediately assumed Leonard was there to request some kind of protection commission. But before he could inquire further, Thomas stepped between them and insisted Jinwoo come with him, subtly making it clear this matter held priority. Leonard's patience finally snapped. He argued that after waiting over 2 hours, he deserved to be part of the conversation. But one glare from Thomas silenced him. The message was clear. The upcoming discussion was confidential, and Leonard had no place in it. Inside, Leonard simmered with frustration. He wasn't used to being pushed aside, especially not like this. But there was nothing he could do. The difference in strength was undeniable as he watched Jinwoo walk away with the American hunter. Not long after, the two sat across from each other at a quiet dinner table, joined by their respective associates. Thomas wasted no time. A snap of his fingers summoned his bodyguards, who stepped forward with a briefcase. He made it clear this was a token of gratitude for sparing the lives of his guild members during their last encounter. The briefcase opened with a soft clack, revealing 2 deadly daggers embedded into a giant scale. Jinwoo's eyes locked onto them, instantly recognizing the material. The look on his face said it all. The weapon had been crafted from Kamish's remains. Thomas, impressed by the swift recognition, confirmed it. Jinwoo, still processing, questioned it aloud. Wasn't Kamish's corpse under strict guard by the Hunters Bureau? Thomas explained that while the US government held most of Kamish's remains, he had kept something for himself. During their battle, he had pulled out the dragon's largest canine tooth and kept it as a souvenir. With that same easy grin, he added that he'd eventually had the tooth crafted into a pair of daggers. They were too short to make swords, but perfect as dual weapons. At the time, he hadn't known how useful they'd become, but now he believed they had found their purpose. Jinwoo reached down and pulled one of the daggers from the case. The weight of it, the raw pressure radiating from the blade, it was overwhelming. A prompt flickered into view, revealing the weapon's name, Kamish's Wrath, boasting a staggering attack power of over 1,500. He stood still, momentarily stunned. Nothing he had wielded before came close. The Demon King's daggers seemed like toys in comparison. With a few light swings, Jinwoo realized these weren't ordinary daggers. It felt like wielding a broadsword in each hand. Across from him, Thomas raised a brow and half-joked, cautioning Jinwoo that even with his insane durability, those blades could probably pierce him without much effort. He nervously asked if Jinwoo planned to test them on him. Jinwoo calmed his grip and lowered the weapon. The dark crimson aura around the blade faded, as if the weapon recognized its new master. The room grew still, the energy lingering like a storm about to break. Thomas turned back to Jinwoo and asked with a faint smile how he liked the gift. Jinwoo remained quiet for a moment before questioning whether he could really accept such a powerful item without offering anything in return. Thomas didn't hesitate. To him, the daggers were a small price to repay what Jinwoo had done. Jinwoo finally nodded and expressed his gratitude, carefully placing the blade back. The satisfaction in his eyes brought a rare joy to Thomas, who leaned back with a sense of contentment, but it didn't last long. Suddenly, both hunters froze. Their senses flared in alarm, a surge of danger impossible to ignore. Thomas turned to Jinwoo, his voice low and tense as he asked if he had felt it too. Jinwoo gave a brief nod before both bolted to the nearest window. Outside, the city of Seoul had ground to a halt. Cars stopped in the streets. People stood frozen, staring upward with pale, lifeless expressions. The sky had changed. It wasn't just the pressure, it was something deeper. Jinwoo's mind raced as he saw it, the massive magical presence they had felt. This was its true form. Beside him, Thomas muttered under his breath. It was the largest gate he had ever seen, even dwarfing the one Kamish had emerged from. His disbelief echoed the thoughts rushing through his head. Logic had just been torn apart. Reality itself felt like it was unraveling. Something unimaginable was coming. On the ground, stunned onlookers began snapping pictures with their phones, trying to capture the surreal moment. Reporters had gathered too, broadcasting updates with urgency in their voices. They emphasized the unprecedented magnitude of the gate. It was the largest ever recorded since the appearance of magical beasts. Elsewhere in the world, Dr. Belzer, who had long warned about the growing mass of magical energy gathering above the skies, addressed the rising global concern. To him, the gate in Korea wasn't an isolated incident. It was a harbinger. He predicted that such colossal gates could soon begin appearing across other nations as well. When a reporter asked what the wisest course of action might be in response to the event, Dr. Belzer, despite all his expertise in magical beasts and gate phenomena, gave a bleak response. All he could offer was a grim plea to pray, hoping the situation wouldn't spiral into disaster. Meanwhile, Jinwoo soared through the skies on Kaisel, heading straight for the massive gate looming over the city. As Kaisel glided beneath it, Jinwoo scanned the sky above, taking in the sheer size and presence of the anomaly. But as he drew closer, something unexpected happened. He couldn't pass through. An invisible wall blocked his advance, halting him mid-air. No matter how much he pushed, the barrier didn't budge. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes, analyzing the invisible force. This wasn't ordinary. It wasn't a barrier that even the most powerful awakened hunters could break. His thoughts churned with growing unease. If this gate truly held creatures more dangerous than anything they had faced before, then his friends, his family, everyone he cared about, were in danger. A vibration in his pocket snapped him back to the moment. His phone buzzed with the call he had been waiting for. Woo Jin-chul, the new chairman of the Korean Hunters Association, was on the line, calling to share the findings from the Hunter Bureau. The Bureau had finished its scans using satellite tech. Every inch of the planet had been surveyed, but there were no signs of other gates. This massive anomaly above Seoul was the only one. Jinwoo's mind spiraled through the implications. For 3 hours since the gate's sudden appearance, the world had remained eerily quiet. Not a single new gate had opened elsewhere. That couldn't be coincidence. Something larger was unfolding, something orchestrated. Jin-chul then informed him that authorities were now moving to evacuate civilians living near the gate, bracing for the worst. He asked Jinwoo directly what his next move would be. Jinwoo didn't hesitate. With firm resolve, he made it clear that no matter what came through that gate, he would stand his ground and face it. Ending the call, he slipped the phone away and turned his gaze upward once more. The gate loomed silently, motionless and menacing. Later that day, Jinwoo stepped into the Hunter Association's gymnasium, the space already prepared for what was to be an intense sparring session. Without hesitation, Beru surged forward, moving at lightning speed, his limbs a blur as he struck. Yet Jinwoo, calm and focused, dodged every attack with ease. Beru lunged again, his mandibles wide in a fierce attempt to land a blow, but Jinwoo intercepted the strike mid-air, catching the mandibles in one hand. For a moment, Beru froze, his compound eyes blinking in stunned silence. He hadn't expected his king's power to outmatch his own this overwhelmingly. Jinwoo looked at him calmly, wondering aloud if Beru was truly giving his all. The words stung, and Beru immediately dropped to one knee, asking forgiveness. But Jinwoo reassured him it was just a warm-up and admitted that Beru was the only one capable of giving him a real challenge anymore. The affirmation filled Beru with a deep, reverent emotion, and he bowed his head even lower, declaring his loyalty with all sincerity. Jinwoo, slightly embarrassed by the theatrics, chuckled and teased him about how expressive he had become lately. Then, shaking off the moment, Jinwoo took his stance again and focused, signaling with a nod that it was time to continue. Beru, already maxed out at commander rank, let out a sharp screech and launched into the air, wings buzzing with energy. He came down like a missile, slashing with deadly precision, but Jinwoo dodged without flinching. Each of Beru's strikes whistled through empty space as Jinwoo remained a phantom, just out of reach. When Beru launched a left hook, Jinwoo raised an elbow and blocked it effortlessly. Acknowledging the improvement, Jinwoo noted how much stronger Beru had become since evolving to commander rank. Their sparring grew fiercer. Beru's pace quickened, his strikes harder, more desperate. But no matter how relentless the assault, Jinwoo danced through it all, using the session to test both Beru's evolution and his own current limits. Then came Jinwoo's counterattack. A powerful left hook struck Beru square in the chest, sending the ant staggering backwards. Jinwoo reminded him, coolly but firmly, that there could only be one commander in the army. With Igris and Greed steadily closing in on the general rank, it wouldn't be long before they challenged him for that title. Beru's eyes flared at the thought, his pride suddenly on fire. He let out a guttural roar, the sound echoing across the gym as he threw himself back into the match with renewed fury, determined to prove he was still worthy. Jinwoo, watching every move, came to a quiet realization. Even though Beru remained the strongest in his army, he still wasn't strong enough to face the threats that might soon emerge. The sparring session neared its end as Jinwoo delivered a final blow, sending Beru flying across the gym. The summon crashed into the far wall with a thud that shook the room. Slumped against the cracked surface, Beru raised his head slowly, awestruck, and once again acknowledged the vast power of his king. Jinwoo chuckled at the melodrama, shaking his head as he teased Beru about needing to start blocking historical drama channels. Beru, flustered and saddened by the thought, looked up at him with pleading eyes, silently begging him not to take them away. With the sparring over, Jinwoo glanced around the gymnasium and let out a quiet sigh. The place was wrecked. Pulling out his phone, he called the chairman, casually explaining the situation and offering to have his ant shadow soldiers handle the repairs. On the other side of the city, in a high-rise hotel in Seoul, Thomas Andre stood by the window as he gazed at the colossal gate looming over the skyline. Its eerie presence dominated the heavens, casting a shadow that reached even here. Beside him, Laura, his ever-loyal assistant, stood quietly. She couldn't help but wonder why, with evacuation protocols already in motion and international flights grounded, Thomas had chosen to remain. Thomas simply said he was drawn to the power emanating from that gate. There was no fear in him, only a deep, primal intrigue. Something about the unknown beyond that rift called to him. It wasn't something he could control, nor something he could claim, and that made it all the more irresistible. For Thomas, there was no reason to turn back now. Laura, however, reminded him that the Hunters Bureau was growing increasingly anxious. They feared what might come through, what horrors this gate could release upon the world. But Thomas merely let out a soft chuckle, swirling the wine in his glass as he confidently claimed there was no safer place in the universe than by Jinwoo's side. Yet beneath the bravado, Thomas knew the truth. If they couldn't stop whatever was about to emerge from that gate, then there would be nothing left beyond it. Somewhere deep inside, he wondered whether this would mark the end of humanity or the beginning of something entirely new. In the heart of Seoul, the streets pulsed with tension as honking cars and hurried footsteps echoed off the buildings. Evacuation orders were in full swing, and the Hunter Association directed the chaos, herding civilians to safety. Above it all, perched atop a high-rise, Jinwoo sat alone in silence, his eyes fixed on the dark gate growing ever more unstable in the sky. Too many lives were at stake, and though he had faced countless threats before, this time, it felt heavier than ever. Snapping out of his thoughts, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts, quietly wondering who he'd want to spend his final moments with, if this battle truly became his last. Elsewhere, inside a quiet dojo, the rhythmic clash of wooden blades rang through the air. Cha-Hyen moved with practiced grace, fully immersed in her training, but the moment her phone buzzed against the wall, her movements faltered. She reached for it, glanced at the screen, and answered. Whatever was said in those few moments made her brow shift ever so slightly. She turned toward her master, requesting to leave. Something urgent had come up. With a silent bow and the master's nod, she walked away, a quiet resolve beginning to form in her chest. Not long after, in a seemingly out-of-place corner of the city, the amusement park was buzzing with life. Amid this fragile peace, a ripple spread through the crowd. Sharp eyes had spotted Jinwoo and Hyen walking side by side, their casual pace drawing whispers. Some gasped softly, murmuring excitedly about a possible date between the famed S-rank hunters. Jinwoo scanned the area, surprised to see how many people still filled the park, despite the danger hanging overhead. Beside him, Hyen kept her gaze low, her cheeks tinged red as she spoke quietly, wondering aloud if he liked places like this. Jinwoo answered in his usual calm tone that he didn't particularly enjoy them, but there had always been a part of him that wanted to experience it at least once. Hyen looked at him, slightly puzzled, asking why he would come somewhere just out of curiosity. With a faint smile, Jinwoo told her that she was his only friend. Her steps faltered for a moment, the warmth in his words catching her off guard. Then he brought up their past, mentioning the battle against the architect. Hyen flushed immediately, remembering what she had said then, not realizing he'd been conscious enough to hear. Jinwoo teased her gently, saying he had pretty good hearing. Hae-in muttered something under her breath and looked away, still embarrassed. But her curiosity hadn't faded. She asked about the mystery of that dungeon, her tone laced with hesitation. Jinwoo's gaze lingered on the crowd for a moment before telling her it wasn't something he could explain just yet. He needed more time to process it himself. Hae-in nodded, quietly accepting his answer. Her attention drifted again, this time to the shadows positioned strategically throughout the park. Jinwoo's elite soldiers stood like statues, forming an invisible wall around them. She asked softly if it might attract too much attention. He replied with an ease that it was fine. As she relaxed into the moment, Hae-in realized how long it had been since she felt this light. No responsibilities, no monsters, just walking. With Jinwoo beside her, the pressure she always carried seemed to slip away. There was something different about his presence. It wasn't just comforting, it grounded her. Jinwoo's eyes, however, wandered across the attractions. He asked if Hae-in wanted to try a ride, and she responded a bit too eagerly. Every time he offered a suggestion, she nodded with a smile. Jinwoo soon realized she might have always wanted to come to a place like this too. That decided it. If Hae-in wanted to try everything, then they'd try everything. Their first stop was the roller coaster, but neither of them flinched. Then came the drop tower. Again, no real reaction. The haunted house was next. Ghosts jumped from every corner, but after a few failed attempts to startle them, even the ghosts looked confused, doubting their own effectiveness. Eventually, they settled down on a bench, snacks in hand. Hae-in took a sip from her drink, while Jinwoo asked if she was enjoying herself. She nodded and said she was, but something in her voice wasn't convincing enough. Jinwoo leaned back slightly, noting aloud that the rides weren't exactly thrilling. Hae-in hesitated before admitting that he was right. He smirked and asked if she wanted to try something more fun. She blinked, not quite sure what he meant, until the world dropped away beneath them and the sky opened up. Kaisel soared high above the clouds, wings slicing through the wind with effortless grace. Hae-in's hair whipped around her face as she held on, overwhelmed by the sheer exhilaration. The height, the speed. It was everything the rides hadn't been. The wind softened, turning warm and golden as the sun dipped toward the horizon. The sky stretched endlessly, painted in orange and amber. Hae-in turned to Jinwoo, asking quietly why he would go to an amusement park when he could simply do this. His voice was gentler now, as he said the park had been built over the gate where his father disappeared. He had always wanted to visit the place, just once. Hae-in didn't respond with words. Instead, she leaned closer and wrapped her arms around Jinwoo, a soft embrace filled with gratitude. He didn't move, letting the silence speak for them. After a while, Jinwoo mentioned there was still something he wanted to show her. Kaisel flew farther, across vast landscapes until they arrived in a secluded forest, untouched and endless. As they landed, Hae-in took in the sight, an endless stretch of trees, still and pure. Sitting beside Jinwoo, she smiled quietly and rested her head on his shoulder. The two of them lay quietly intertwined, bathed in the soft glow of starlight as the serene stillness of the night enveloped them. When morning came, sunlight spilled across the forest, glinting off a waterfall nearby. Hae-in knelt down to drink from the cool stream while Jinwoo stepped out from between the trees, wearing his overcoat. He told her there was a hotel not far from here, and that they should head there, grab a meal, and clean up. She agreed immediately. A moment later, Kaisel soared into the sky once again, carrying them both toward the horizon. Outside the Korean Hunter Association, the atmosphere buzzed with unease. A middle-aged hunter stepped out of the headquarters. He had just been promoted to B rank, a milestone that filled him with quiet pride. As he strolled down the street, lost in thoughts of celebration, a figure brushed past him, hard enough to jolt him out of his reverie. He spun around, irritation flashing across his face, ready to bark at whoever had bumped him, but the words caught in his throat. Looming before him was a massive figure cloaked in a wild, monstrous aura. The man's breath caught in his throat as his eyes met those of the beast monarch, though he didn't yet realize who or what he was facing. A stunned crowd began to form, whispers crackling through the tension like sparks. But the hunter, still emboldened by his recent achievement, refused to back down. His voice rose with forced confidence, demanding that the beast watch where he was going, demanding an apology for the shove. Raken didn't respond with words. His jaw stretched open wide, revealing rows of jagged shark-like teeth, and his glowing red eyes locked onto the hunter. A bit later, the air was filled with the sickening crunch of bone and the squelch of tearing flesh. In a flash, the B-rank hunter was gone, devoured whole, his blood splattering across the pavement. Fear gripped the souls of the surrounding hunters as chaos erupted all around them. Raken's grin deepened, lips stained crimson as he basked in the terror. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, hurling cars into the air like pebbles, each impact scattering metal and fire across the street. One hunter barely had time to turn before a flying vehicle crushed him. A roar tore from Raken's throat, loud, guttural, and laced with primal fury. The monstrous sound rolled across the city like thunder. His voice, though spoken in the tongue of beasts, carried a message as clear as death. He declared the hunt had begun and vowed to tear through flesh and bone, devouring all who dared stand in his way. The beast monarch challenged anyone, if they had the courage, to step forward and try to stop him. Back at the association, Chairman Wu Jinchul shot to his feet as the news hit. His voice cracked with disbelief as he demanded a situation report. The associate, pale and sweating, stammered that the number of casualties was still unknown. Whatever this thing was, it hadn't stopped since it appeared. Time was running out. Frustration surged through Jinchul as he grappled with the escalating crisis. His thoughts were already consumed by the impending dungeon disaster, and now, this beast had appeared out of nowhere. His voice hardened as he urgently asked about Jinwoo's whereabouts, but the associate reported that no one had been able to reach him. Gritting his teeth, Jinchul moved toward the door, fully prepared to face the beast himself if he had to, but before he could leave, an employee rushed in, panting and breathless. Someone had appeared, a hunter capable of matching the beast's strength. Jinchul's heart skipped a beat as he asked if Jinwoo had arrived, but the employee shook his head and clarified. It wasn't Jinwoo, but a world-class hunter who just happened to be nearby. Outside, Leonard Nierman stood face to face with the nightmare that had descended on Seoul. Germany's strongest hunter could feel the ground trembling with each step Raken took. The stench of blood coated the air, and a creeping doubt tried to worm its way into his thoughts. Leonard steeled himself, tightening his jaw, readying for the battle ahead. But just as he prepared to move toward the monster, Thomas Andre approached from behind, his towering form exuding power as his eyes locked onto the beast monarch. He told Leonard plainly to step back. This wasn't his fight, and if he didn't move, he'd just get in the way. Meanwhile, far from the chaos of Seoul, the morning sun warmed a peaceful countryside. Inside a quiet restaurant, the soft clatter of plates and the scent of fresh breakfast filled the air. Jinwoo sat calmly at a corner table until his phone began to vibrate relentlessly. He answered with a brief greeting, only to hear Chairman Jinchul's voice on the other end, strained and panicked as he explained that a monster had appeared out of nowhere and was tearing through the city with terrifying force. Jinwoo's expression darkened as he asked how that could be possible, reminding him that the dungeon break wasn't due for days, but Jinchul confirmed the truth. This creature hadn't come from the gate. It was a lone monster, and it had already wiped out an entire guild. This wasn't something they were prepared for. Jinwoo's mind raced. He had stationed shadow soldiers across Seoul to report anything suspicious, and yet there had been no warning. He reached out through the link, but felt only silence. The connection was faint, the voices of his shadows distant and muted, like whispers through a wall. Even the summoning coordinates for shadow exchange had vanished. Something was blocking them, something powerful and deliberate. Jinwoo's thoughts darkened as he asked the one question that could confirm his fear. Did the monster have a shadow? There was a short pause on the line before Jinchul confirmed that it didn't. The creature had cloaked itself completely, even from Jinwoo's reach. Back in Seoul, Leonard watched as Thomas Andre strode confidently toward the beast. Nearby hunters stood in awe as the Goliath stepped onto the battlefield, squaring up against Raken. Sensing the urgency, Thomas ordered them to start evacuating civilians, then turned his full focus to the enemy before him. The monarch's twisted grin widened as he recognized the threat in front of him, and without hesitation, he lunged. His massive claws slashed forward with terrifying speed, raking across Thomas's chest, but the blow barely slowed him down. Thomas's muscles coiled as he retaliated with a bone-crushing punch that sent Raken's head whipping to the side. Dust exploded from the cracked ground as Thomas pressed in, another devastating blow following without pause, yet Raken's expression didn't waver. If anything, the beast seemed thrilled. Without wasting another second, Thomas grabbed the monarch by the head and slammed him into the street, the impact shaking nearby buildings and sending rubble flying. As the clash between the two titans raged, Choi Jong-in arrived at the scene, stepping out of his vehicle with urgency etched across his face. His eyes scanned the chaos before him as he asked for a status update on the evacuation. A subordinate quickly approached and reported that the process was still ongoing. Hunters from various guilds, including the Fiend Guild and the White Tiger Guild, were doing everything they could to clear civilians from the area, but Jong-in's attention had already shifted. He could feel it, an oppressive pressure in the air that twisted his gut. The sheer presence of the magic beast ahead was unlike anything he had felt before. Not even the Jeju Island raid had carried this kind of overwhelming dread. Something about it was wrong. Watching from afar, he narrowed his eyes at the distant battle tearing through the city and wondered what kind of monster Thomas Andre had engaged. In the heart of the destruction, Thomas didn't let up. His full-powered fist crashed against the beast monarch's jaw, sending the creature hurtling backward, carving a deep scar through the asphalt before slamming into a building. The concrete structure cracked under the force, yet even that wasn't enough to bring the monster down. Without even a second to breathe, Raken emerged from the dust with terrifying speed. His monstrous form blitzed forward, and in an instant, his skull rammed into Thomas's torso with brutal momentum. But the Goliath didn't budge. Bracing himself, Thomas dug his foot into the ground, absorbing the impact like a stone wall, then wrapped his arms around Raken's waist. With a roar of exertion, he hurled the beast into the air and slammed him down in a crushing suplex. The impact of the attack shattered the earth around them, yet even that wasn't enough to end it. Raken retaliated in a blur, delivering a powerful kick that slammed into Thomas's jaw with monstrous force. The blow launched Thomas into the air like a missile as debris trailed violently in his wake. Landing lightly, Raken stood tall and grinning, blood matting the fur on his jaw as he basked in the fleeting edge he'd gained. But Thomas wasn't fazed. He landed on his feet a moment later, staring down the beast monarch, and with a determined look, activated his reinforcement skill. The White Tiger Guild arrived at the subjugation site, led by Baek Yunho. As they prepared to join the containment efforts, something massive crashed into the ground nearby, sending a shockwave rippling through the street. Baek staggered slightly, his gaze locking on the cloud of dust, and from it, the monstrous form of Raken emerged, radiating a menacing energy so thick it felt like a storm pressing down on his chest. Baek's breath caught. That kind of mana. It was suffocating, far beyond anything he had ever encountered. His eyes darted across the battlefield until they landed on another colossal figure, Thomas Andre, cloaked in his full armor, standing tall and unyielding. The scale of the clash unfolding before him left Baek speechless. He had seen powerful beings before, but this was something else entirely. Thomas caught sight of Baek's team and barked out a warning, motioning for them to take cover. The battle ahead wasn't something they could interfere with. Raken's bloodlust thickened the air, his jaws stretched open, hunger burning in his crimson eyes as he prepared to charge again. Baek instinctively began to shift into his beast form, sensing the gravity of the threat. But before he could fully transform, Raken was suddenly in front of him. Baek froze. His body refused to move, instincts screaming at him to stay still, to hide, to survive. The beast in him knew better than to challenge the apex predator standing inches away. His knees trembled, his transformation reversed on its own as he reverted to human form, unable to meet Raken's eyes. But Raken didn't care. He merely passed by, uninterested, fixated on his true prey. Then the ground itself seemed to rebel as Raken extended his claws, lifting debris and vehicles into the air as if gravity had abandoned the area. With a casual flick, he sent the wreckage hurtling toward Thomas like missiles. But Thomas didn't flinch. He batted each projectile aside effortlessly, advancing step by step toward the beast monarch. Then Thomas raised his hand, and the battlefield warped around him. His gravitational field expanded outward, pulling everything into his center, including Raken. The beast monarch tried to resist, but the pull was relentless. In one swift motion, Thomas yanked the beast toward him, raised both fists, and slammed them down onto Raken's back with the force of a collapsing mountain. The impact tore a crater into the street, but Thomas wasn't finished. He lunged forward, fists hammering down with machine-like precision, each blow cracking bone and shaking the earth. Blood sprayed, the concrete shattered, and still, Thomas struck. But something felt wrong. Even as he overwhelmed his opponent, a cold unease crept up his spine. It didn't make sense. He was winning, yet the feeling of victory was absent. There was no fear in the monster's eyes, no desperation, only anticipation. He raised his fist one last time, preparing to end it, when suddenly, Raken caught it, effortlessly. Thomas's eyes widened. The beast monarch stood, his form now shifting, bones snapping and reshaping as a coat of white fur enveloped him. Raken chuckled darkly, amused that a mere puppet of a fragment had pushed him this far. But he was done playing. In the blink of an eye, his claws slashed forward, faster than Thomas could track. The sound of tearing armor echoed as Thomas struggled to stay upright, parrying with everything he had. But the assault didn't stop. Raken grabbed him by the throat, his grin widening as he mocked Thomas with a twisted invitation, a contest of strength. He crushed Thomas's armor in his grip, but the moment it cracked apart, Raken blinked in surprise. Thomas was gone. Before he could react, arms coiled around his neck from behind, Thomas had slipped past him, locking in a chokehold with brute force. Thomas clenched his teeth, tightening the hold with everything he had, trying to bring the monster down. But Raken didn't panic. He let out a bone-chilling growl as his head twisted unnaturally, rotating 180 degrees with a sickening snap. Thomas barely had time to react before the beast broke free, spun around, and seized him by the face. Raken lifted him like a doll, then slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash. The pavement split apart beneath them. The beast monarch then climbed onto the fallen Thomas, his iron grip still clutching his face as he leaned in, voice dripping with hunger. He was ready to devour Thomas whole. But before he could strike, a beam of magic tore through the air, crashing into Raken's face and sending him tumbling back. He skidded across the battlefield as the momentum dragged him away from his prey. Raken rose with a snarl, eyes burning, and turned to face the source of the attack. Leonard Neerman stood firm beside the fallen Thomas, mana swirling around him, his stance unwavering despite the overwhelming threat before him. Leonard's heart pounded in his chest, his breath shallow as the beast monarch turned toward him, eyes burning with murderous rage. A chill ran down his spine. Thomas, still conscious beneath him, recognized the danger and, with a weak breath, told him to run, urging him to leave before death claimed them both. But Leonard shook his head, trembling, refusing to abandon him. He stood his ground, knees shaking, teeth clenched. He told himself he had no regrets. He had made his choice. But as the monstrous figure drew closer, with each thunderous step, that resolve began to crack. The sheer weight of Raken's presence bore down on him like a mountain. The German hunter's limbs locked in place. He had made the wrong choice. That much became clear as Raken lunged forward, jaws wide open, aiming to end him in a single brutal instant. But then a violent gust tore past Leonard, followed by the crash of something colliding hard against flesh and bone. His eyes shot open. Raken, just moments from devouring him, was now clamped between the massive jaws of Kaisel. The shadow dragon had descended from the sky and dragged the beast monarch away with explosive force, yanking him off course mid-lunge. Raken, suspended midair, twisted violently within Kaisel's grip. A series of wild slashes tore through the dragon's muzzle, and in a flash of dark mist, Kaisel's form vanished into nothingness. Raken dropped back to the earth, unharmed and still grinning, fangs bared in savage delight. But then, the shadows swirled. From above, something descended with blinding speed. In a sudden blur, Jinwoo appeared out of thin air. With flawless control, he twisted mid-fall and struck Raken clean across the skull with a devastating leg kick. The impact thundered across the battlefield, sending the beast monarch crashing into the ground below, shattering concrete and rupturing the earth from the force of the blow. Jinwoo landed beside Leonard, calm and precise, and without wasting a second, instructed him to get Thomas to safety. Leonard snapped out of his daze, nodded sharply, and immediately helped the injured Goliath to his feet, dragging him away as fast as he could. Raken was already rising from the rubble, his massive form unshaken, eyes now locked onto Jinwoo with cold fury. The beast monarch stared at him, something flickering behind his glare, a recognition. He could sense it now, unmistakably. The shadow monarch's power coursed through the man in front of him. Rage twisted Raken's expression. Jinwoo could feel the intense killing intent radiating from Raken. But something else tugged at his senses. There was more than one threat here. From the other side of the battlefield, a familiar frostbitten chill began creeping in. Ice crackled across the ground as the frost monarch emerged beside Raken. His voice was venomous, his words laced with contempt as he spoke of Shadow Monarch's arrangement with the administrator, suggesting that Jinwoo's power wasn't born of chance, but carefully orchestrated. The air thickened. Then, from below, a sickening chorus of buzzing filled the silence. Thousands of insects poured from sewer grates, swarming together in a chaotic cloud. They twisted, merged, and formed into a slender, yet menacing figure. The queen of insects had arrived. Kurasha's piercing gaze locked onto Jinwoo, her tone curious and hungry as she mused aloud how it might feel to devour a fellow monarch. Jinwoo's expression turned cold. The battlefield had shifted. He wasn't facing a lone threat anymore, but three monarchs, each radiating ancient, world-ending power. System notifications flickered into his vision like alarm bells, identifying the Frost Monarch, the Beast Monarch, and the Plague Monarch as his sworn enemies. Both ends of the battlefield were blocked. There was no escape, but Jinwoo didn't waver. With a chilling calm, he gave a single command, and the earth beneath him cracked open. From the growing darkness at his feet, the Shadow Army rose in full force. Soldiers poured forth in thousands, covering the land like an unholy tide. At the front, Igris and Iron surged ahead, charging directly at the Frost Monarch with synchronized fury. On the opposite flank, Tank let out a feral roar as he and Jima lunged toward Raken, eager to tear into the Beast Monarch. Meanwhile, Beru and Greed moved with lethal grace, racing toward the Plague Monarch without hesitation. Raken growled with amusement as he observed the new Shadow Monarch's army. Scyld, however, remained unfazed. He took a slow, deep breath and released a bone-chilling wind that swept across the battlefield. Sensing the incoming threat, Jinwoo raised his daggers, blocking the icy storm rushing toward him. But his summons weren't so lucky. They failed to react in time. The Shadow Army, ready for battle just moments ago, was now trapped in a prison of ice that engulfed the area. Scyld's voice echoed across the frozen street as he belittled Jinwoo's efforts, dismissing his soldiers as nothing more than small fries. He found it laughable that Jinwoo thought mere summons could stand in the way of the monarchs. To him, the idea that a human had truly absorbed the full power of the Shadow Monarch was nothing but a joke. From a distance, Quretia made a light-hearted, mocking remark. She lamented the fate of her insect children, now frozen solid, as if seeing them again after so long stirred some twisted nostalgia. Jinwoo stood still, hand clenched around Kamish's wrath, as the monarch's mocking voices echoed around him. They made it clear that while the Shadow Monarch had once been the strongest among them, they would not allow their power to be underestimated again. Yet despite the frozen battlefield and the overwhelming might of his enemies, Jinwoo's rage burned even hotter. With a defiant growl, he shattered the ice around his dagger, locked eyes with the Frost Monarch, and pointed his blade toward him. His voice was cold and resolute as he vowed to kill Scyld, no matter what it took. The Frost Monarch grimaced, furious at Jinwoo's audacity. With a flick of his hand, he summoned monstrous golems from the frozen earth. Towering figures of ice and stone rose, prepared to crush everything in their path. Meanwhile, the Plague Monarch joined the fray, reanimating corpses from the battlefield into grotesque, spider-like abominations. But Jinwoo struck first. As the creatures swarmed toward him, he moved like a blur, twin daggers cutting through the air with precision. One by one, he shredded the human spiders that leapt at him. Then, a massive ice golem charged and brought down its colossal foot. The impact swept everything in its radius, but Jinwoo judged the timing perfectly. He flashed past the attack and sliced the golem's head in two. Two more golems lunged, claws ready to tear him apart, but Jinwoo was faster. With ruthless speed, he pierced them both, shattering them into icy debris. Without pause, he launched himself like a missile toward the Frost Monarch. Scyld barely had time to react. In a blink, Jinwoo appeared in front of him, daggers raised for the kill. But just as Kamish's wrath was about to strike, Raken intervened, slashing from behind with his claws. But Jinwoo slipped past the attack, and moments later, a sharp echo rang across the battlefield as his daggers clashed with Raken's steely claws. Raken smirked, mocking Jinwoo. He was convinced no blade could harm him, but Kamish's wrath was no ordinary weapon. It sliced clean through Raken's wrist, severing it completely. Blood sprayed across the ground as the Beast Monarch howled in disbelief. Jinwoo had no time to revel in the blow. A new threat emerged. Quretia appeared mid-air, hurling a hand imbued with mana at him. Jinwoo barely dodged the magical strike. At the same time, Raken calmly began reattaching his severed wrist. Jinwoo exhaled sharply, realizing the battle was far from over. All three monarchs, the Frost Monarch with his golems, the Plague Monarch with her twisted creations, and the Beast Monarch, fully regenerated, advanced in perfect synchronization. Just as the situation turned grim, a sharp crack of ice echoed behind him. Jinwoo turned to see a familiar figure letting out a piercing screech. Beru, his powerful ant commander, had broken free from the ice prison. His instinct to protect his king overwhelmed every other impulse. With a cry that echoed through the street, Beru burst forth. The Frost Monarch stood in disbelief, stunned that one of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers had shattered his binding spell. He was awestruck, realizing that a commander-level entity like Beru was under the control of a human. Even the Beast Monarch faltered for a moment. He recognized the might of a shadow commander, and Beru, in his eyes, was nothing short of a god of destruction. But the Queen of Insects was unfazed. With disdain, she called Beru a disobedient child, intent on punishing him. She extended her hand to crush him mid-air, but Beru didn't flinch. Enraged, he darted forward and shredded her mana-infused hand with ease. The Plague Monarch reeled back in shock. With Quretia momentarily subdued, Beru returned to Jinwoo's side. He landed beside him, kneeling with reverence, his words filled with admiration for his king's strength. But there was no time for pride. The dead moved once again, more twisted corpses racing toward them. Jinwoo and Beru shifted into attack mode. They tore through the oncoming threats, but in the chaos, Quretia struck. Her attack pierced through Beru. Jinwoo turned to help, but another massive shadow loomed overhead, a colossal palm crashing down on him. The blow hurled him into a building, dust and rubble clouding the air. Dazed by the impact, Jinwoo struggled to rise, but before he could regain full awareness, his gaze lifted to see a hail of ice arrows cascading toward him. Thousands of them, sharp and deadly, rained down like spears from the sky. Yet Jinwoo didn't flinch. He stood his ground, deflecting each one with flawless precision. The Frost Monarch, watching from atop an icy spire, couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Still, with a smug grin, he taunted Jinwoo, questioning how long he could endure an onslaught coming from every direction. Before Sillid could finish his taunt, a dagger shot through his chest. He gasped, eyes widening in disbelief as he looked down at the blade. When his gaze shifted upward, he found Jinwoo standing before him, cold and unwavering. In a voice as sharp as the dagger lodged in his body, Jinwoo reminded Sillid that he wouldn't leave this battlefield alive, and he fully intended to keep that promise. Sillid's blood surged with fury. That a mere human had landed such a blow on a monarch. It was an insult. Jinwoo, watching the creature's face twist in anger, realized something crucial. Piercing the heart wasn't enough. Not for a monarch. He needed to do much more. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinwoo flipped Kamish's wrath into a reverse grip and lunged forward. His movements blurred as he unleashed a brutal flurry of slashes, tearing through ice and air alike in an attempt to overwhelm the Frost Monarch's defenses, but Sillid, instead of faltering under the storm of attacks, let out a slow, confident smile, because he wasn't alone. Behind Jinwoo, the Beast Monarch had already moved. Silent as a shadow, he summoned his weapon with a low growl, and in one fluid motion, brought it down across Jinwoo's back. The blade tore through him with savage force, and Jinwoo's body buckled as blood sprayed from his mouth. From a distance, Beru let out a piercing scream as he watched his king struck so viciously, but his cry of anguish was silenced as the Queen of Insects loomed over him. With twisted pride, she introduced herself as the mother of all insects before grabbing Beru by the torso. Beru thrashed violently in her grasp, roaring in fury. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. The crushing weight of her mana held him tight. He couldn't reach Jinwoo, not like this. Jinwoo dropped to his knees, breath ragged, trying to steady himself after the brutal hit. The Beast Monarch raised his weapon once more, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. And in that moment, Beru's rage boiled over. His voice rang across the battlefield as he screamed his king's name, calling upon the other shadows to come forth and defend their lord. Suddenly, the ice across the ground began to fracture, deep cracks webbing outward in every direction. Then, two glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness beneath. Greed was the first to shatter the ice, his massive form bursting forth in answer to Beru's desperate cry. One after another, the higher-ranking shadows broke free. Igris, with his flaming blade, Iron stomping forward with his massive shield, and Tusk already preparing his magic. Their roars thundered across the battlefield as they rallied, driven by one purpose, to destroy anything that dared threaten their king. From a distance, Sillid and Raken watched the growing storm. The monarchs could feel the tide shifting, but neither dared retreat. Not yet. Sillid looked down at Jinwoo, noting the deep wounds and blood staining his hunter gear. The human was falling apart. The end was in sight. Or so he believed. Jinwoo slowly looked up, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. And then, in a calm voice that sent a chill through the air, he activated status effect recovery. As if time bent to his will, the wounds on his body began to heal, slowly at first, then faster, closing with each passing second. The monarchs stared, wide-eyed and stunned, as the man they believed to be on the verge of death began to rise again, body steady, breath even, and eyes burning with renewed fire. The disaster unfolding in Seoul had captured the world's attention. Across the globe, people stopped in their tracks, eyes glued to live broadcasts as Sung Jinwoo stood alone against three monarchs. Back in Korea, Leonard was among the few who could keep up with the chaos unfolding. Standing nearby, he watched in stunned silence as a violent storm of power surged across the battlefield. Beside him, Thomas Andre, still gravely wounded and surrounded by healers, asked what was happening. But even Leonard struggled to form an answer. The scene before him didn't feel like a battle. It felt like the end of the world. From another vantage point, Beck watched too, his eyes wide with awe. He'd always known Jinwoo possessed frightening potential, but this was something else entirely. The sheer pressure rolling off Jinwoo's presence was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Then, the battlefield erupted once more. Igris and Iron charged the Beast Monarch with full force, their combined assault shaking the very ground. At the same time, Tusk and Greed coordinated a pincer strike against the Frost Monarch, launching simultaneous attacks from both flanks. Beru, meanwhile, had just broken free from Kurosha's grotesque grasp by slicing through her twisted fingers. Enraged, the Plague Monarch lunged at him, her form a blur of venom and fury, but she failed to notice Jinwoo, who was already behind her, daggers drawn, his eyes gleaming with quiet rage. Jinwoo's mind flickered back to the architect's prophecy that he would die by a pillar of flame holding up the world, but nowhere had it said the pillar couldn't fall. With that thought, he slashed downward. His daggers cut clean through Quresha's body, drawing a scream of agony from the monarch as he landed beside her, blades dripping. But even before he could catch his breath, her body began to reform, grotesque limbs and torn flesh twisting back together, regenerating at an unnatural speed. Furious now, she unleashed a wave of poisonous energy, filling the air with a noxious miasma that choked the battlefield. Yet Jinwoo stood unmoved. He knew this poison held no sway over him. The system had already detoxified every trace of her attack. Quresha shrieked, her rage boiling over, her form twisted once more, transforming into a monstrous insect, towering and wild, razor-sharp mandibles snapping as she lunged toward him. But midway through her charge, her body stopped cold, suspended in midair. Jinwoo had silently activated Ruler's authority. The Plague Monarch trembled in place, her limbs paralyzed against the invisible pressure. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes and, without a word, drove her back with a powerful strike, then activated mutilation. His movements turned into a deadly blur, each slash powered by Kamish's wrath, his blade glowing with dark, destructive energy. Quresha could do nothing but watch in horror as Jinwoo's blade tore through her over and over again, carving her apart with cold, efficient precision. Her grotesque form shattered beneath his onslaught. Jinwoo passed through her crumbling body, stopping only once he reached the other side, his aura pulsing with pure, unmatched power. Behind him, the Plague Monarch's twisted body began to fall apart, piece by piece, eaten away by the force of Jinwoo's strikes, and in her final seconds, she felt it, the pull of something vast and eternal, an all-consuming darkness. With her last breath, she stared in awe at the brilliance of the force before her. A notification flickered into view, confirming the defeat of Quresha, the Plague Monarch. Moments later, a cascade of alerts followed. Jinwoo had leveled up. Far from the subjugation site, an elite assassin from the Fiend Guild observed Seoul burning under the flames of destruction. He had been standing by for some time now, awaiting a signal to launch support fire. That was his role, a sniper waiting for the perfect shot. But after seeing a world-class hunter like Thomas Andre go down, doubt crept in. Were their chances ever real to begin with? As he stood lost in thought, a cold grip suddenly clutched his shoulder, yanking him back to reality. His heart pounded as a low, bone-chilling whisper crept up behind him, telling him to just sit back and watch. Instinct took over. He spun around, drawing an arrow in a flash, but there was no one there, just empty space. Back on the battlefield, the tide was shifting. The collapse of the Plague Monarch sent ripples of panic through the enemy. Silid, watching from a distance, trembled in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Jinwoo wielded the Shadow Monarch's power with such devastating efficiency. That power, once feared across the cosmos, was now rising again through a human host. But the Beast Monarch dismissed the Frost Monarch's fears. He scoffed, claiming Jinwoo was merely hanging on. Clutching Beru by the neck, Raken sneered, mocking Jinwoo's reliance on his summons as he spat that an incomplete monarch could never stand against them. Beru let out a pained screech as his form flickered, his life force draining rapidly. Jinwoo's heart raced at the sight, panic surging as he attempted to recall Beru, but the system denied his command. The message was cold, irrevocable. Jinwoo's fury exploded. In an instant, he lunged at Raken and struck him with a devastating blow, sending the Beast Monarch hurtling away and breaking Beru free from his grip. Beru dropped, barely clinging to existence, but alive. The weight of battle bore down on Jinwoo, but there was no time to recover. Silid, stirred by Raken's earlier words, began transforming. His body swelled as an icy glacier spiraled toward the sky. Ice smoke curled from his mouth as he spoke with cold disdain, warning Jinwoo that he was placing too much faith in his power that still lacked an owner. His transformation complete, Silid unsheathed a trident pulsing with otherworldly energy. He raised the weapon, his voice like frost, as he declared that he would trap Jinwoo's shadow army in a vicious cycle of healing and death, turning them into parasites that would slowly drain him of mana. He lunged forward, trident swinging with a chilling aura. Jinwoo blocked it with his daggers, but the sheer force sliced into his shoulder, blood spraying across the ground. Silid didn't let up. He spun the trident and slammed it into the earth, shattering the battlefield, but Jinwoo vanished before the blow could connect. Silid blinked, scanning the terrain. Suddenly, Jinwoo reappeared behind him, Daggers aimed for the Frost Monarch's eyes, but Scylla turned just in time, avoiding the strike and countering with a brutal hit to Jinwoo's torso. The impact shattered ribs, blood bursting from Jinwoo's mouth as his body was hurled through the air like a rag doll. Despite the blow, Jinwoo regained his footing. His breath came in ragged gasps, pain burning through every nerve. He had underestimated Scylla's speed. This wasn't the same opponent he had faced before. Scylla advanced, eyes cold and focused. Their weapons clashed in a flurry of strikes, each swing faster, heavier, more lethal than the last. Jinwoo watched every movement, analyzed every breath and shift in mana flow, seeking even the smallest opening. But Scylla didn't flinch. In his mind, this fight was already decided. With weapons now in both hands, the Frost Monarch unleashed a storm of ice, but before the attack could land, Jinwoo had already slipped behind him, eyes locked on his target, thinking he had finally found his moment to strike. But just as he moved, Scylla turned with a smirk. And then, everything froze. Jinwoo's body stopped. His strength drained in an instant. The world turned dark as pain erupted through his chest. Silence fell. Hunters nearby stood in stunned disbelief. Claws, sharp and merciless, had pierced through Jinwoo's back. Blood poured from the wounds, soaking the earth. Behind him, fully transformed into his monstrous werewolf form, stood Raken. The beast monarch grinned as his claws sank deeper. Jinwoo's body trembled, his breath faltered, and as blood spilled from his lips, the realization sank in. He'd been caught, and death was staring him right in the eyes. As his strength began to fade from the loss of blood, the daggers slipped from Jinwoo's grasp, clattering to the ground with a metallic clang. His body was weakening, but his mind struggled to stay focused. This should have been manageable, he thought bitterly. His level had increased. He'd grown stronger. And yet, the brutal reality proved otherwise. The Frost Monarch stepped forward, the air growing colder with each measured step. In his hand, he held one of Jinwoo's daggers, now encased in a cruel sheen of ice. Without hesitation, Scylla drove the frozen blade into Jinwoo's chest, piercing deep. Blood surged from Jinwoo's mouth, the wound gushing crimson as the Frost Monarch sneered, daring him to heal again like he did earlier. Scylla twisted the blade further, mocking that Jinwoo was still incomplete, just a broken imitation of the true Shadow Monarch. As Jinwoo's life force waned, the Frost Monarch continued his vile sermon, painting a grim future for humanity once their army arrived. There would be mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, and for Jinwoo's homeland, an even crueler fate awaited. Scylla vowed to freeze every living being in Korea, imprisoning them in eternal suffering, neither dead nor alive. Jinwoo could do nothing but endure the horrifying vision as ice began crawling through his veins. His limbs went numb, his senses dulled, and his vision faded into darkness. As consciousness slipped away, he sank into an endless void, cold, quiet, and absolute. Then, as if the abyss itself had a voice, a message echoed through the silence. Player HP has reached 0. Another followed instantly, cruel in its finality. The player has died. Everything fell still, the notifications gone, until the screen flickered. The player possesses the Black Heart. A new window emerged from the void, revealing that all requirements for an unknown passive skill had been met. Without delay, the system activated the hidden skill, and a searing light burst through the darkness, engulfing everything. The next instant, Jinwoo's eyes flew open, his body drenched in sweat, chest rising and falling in sharp bursts. He gasped, struggling to steady his breath as scattered thoughts crashed through his mind. Memories of the battlefield and his last moments flooded back in vivid detail. His hand flew to his chest, the sensation of the ice dagger still etched in his nerves, yet he was alive. Just moments ago, he'd been locked in a brutal fight for survival against the Monarchs. Now it all felt distant, like a fading nightmare. Yet one thing was certain to Jinwoo. He was in a hospital. Confusion gnawed at him as he sat up slowly. Then, the door opened and Woo Jinchul stepped in, accompanied by a subordinate. Jinwoo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he asked, breathless, if the chairman had survived the Monarch's assault. Jinchul blinked, taken aback. After a scoff, he corrected him. He wasn't the chairman, just the chief inspector of the surveillance team. He had come to question Jinwoo about the moving statues. Then, with a cautious stare, Jinchul asked how Jinwoo even knew him. This, after all, was their first meeting. Jinwoo's heart pounded. Nothing made sense. Jinchul's words drifted in the background as he explained how the surveillance team and White Tiger Guild had found him unconscious, but Jinwoo wasn't listening. He knew this room. He'd been here before, after the double dungeon. 2 weeks he'd spent recovering in this very bed. The déjà vu was overwhelming. Jinchul remarked offhandedly that Jinwoo looked different from his photo. The words deepened Jinwoo's disconnection from reality. Everything pointed to one terrifying truth. The timeline had shifted, and he was caught between the past and something far more ominous. Trying to maintain composure, Jinwoo excused himself. He needed time to think. He dressed quickly, the confusion still clouding his mind. But even amidst the chaos in his thoughts, one thing was undeniable. His stats remained. So did Kamish's wrath. Somehow, he had returned to the past, with everything. Before he could process it, the door burst open. Jinna, his sister, stood there staring at him. She looked shocked, as if seeing a stranger in her brother's place. She stammered, asking if he was really Jinwoo. He seemed different. Jinwoo brushed aside her concern. He told her he had to leave, urgently, and that he was going to the Hunter Association to resign. Jinna's eyes widened at the sudden declaration. That wasn't something she ever expected to hear. Then Jinwoo glanced toward the quiet figure behind her, Han Song-yi. Without pause, he told her not to abandon her studies to become a hunter. Song-yi blinked in disbelief, clearly shaken. She asked how he knew her name. They'd never met before. But Jinwoo had already turned away, his thoughts elsewhere. The shadows were gone, but he would rebuild them. What mattered now was understanding how and why this reset had happened. Arriving at the Hunter Association, he submitted himself for re-evaluation. The device meant to measure his magic power had failed completely to register a reading. They were awestruck, but Jinwoo didn't care. He already knew what they were whispering and had no interest in proving himself again. What he wanted was a meeting with the chairman. The employee hesitated before offering to guide him, but Jinwoo declined, stating he already knew where the office was. As he walked through the familiar halls, the employee stood frozen, puzzled. How could an outsider like Jinwoo know the layout so well? At last, Jinwoo finally reached President Go's office. As he stepped inside, his expression shifted slightly, a subtle trace of something old and familiar passing through his eyes. It had been a long time since he last stood before the chairman. President Go greeted him with a light chuckle, noting how Jinwoo seemed to know his way around already, heading straight to him after receiving his test results. The chairman's tone was direct, ready to address formalities and paperwork, but Jinwoo's mind was elsewhere. Just as the conversation began, a translucent message blinked into view, asking if he wanted to restart the world. But Jinwoo dismissed it, pushing it to the edge of his consciousness for now. There were more important things to handle first. As President Go began speaking, Jinwoo cut in with a proposal. It wasn't a request. It was a deal. He wanted the association to change its regulations to officially recognize summoned creatures as raid participants. In return, he would eliminate the Jeju Island ants once and for all. The chairman blinked, momentarily thrown off by the absurdity of it. He reminded Jinwoo that countless attempts had already failed, that Jeju Island had become a graveyard for even the strongest hunters. But before he could continue, his words faltered as something shifted in the room. Dark energy began to surge around Jinwoo, rising like smoke, yet heavier than gravity itself. President Go froze. His breath caught in his throat as he felt the sheer magnitude of Jinwoo's presence. It was too vast, too foreign, the kind of power that didn't belong to the world he knew. Jinwoo, completely calm as the pressure mounted, met the chairman's gaze and said without pride or hesitation that this was something only he could accomplish. But President Go wasn't listening anymore. His thoughts were spinning, struggling to process the unnatural force before him. And then, just as suddenly, Jinwoo's vision blurred with a rush of memories. The cycle had begun again, dragging his thoughts through the timeline like a torrent. He remembered the Dungeon of Lizards, where Dong-suk and his team had tried to betray him and died for it. Then Kang Tae-shik, the assassin in disguise, whose blade never reached its mark. He saw himself trapped once more in the Red Gate, where he faced the white-furred beast that would later become Tank. Then the Hunters Guild raid, where high orcs had fallen one by one and Tusk had knelt in submission. The notifications for restarting the world kept flashing endlessly, forcing Jinwoo to endure the relentless repetition like a torment with no escape. He saw Demon Castle again, where he'd claimed the flames and brought his mother back from her eternal sleep. He saw Jeju Island and Beru's first kneel, the battlefield soaked in ant blood. But it didn't stop. Over and over, the system pounded him with the same message, forcing him through the same story, the same rise, the same outcomes. It was endless, and it wasn't real. Frustration boiled over as Jinwoo shouted into the emptiness, rejecting the illusion. Something was doing this to him, something external, watching, laughing. A wave of power surged outward as a shadowy domain erupted beneath his feet, swallowing everything it touched. The system bombarded Jinwoo with notification after notification, the words flashing violently across his vision, each one asking the same question, whether he would like to restart the world. Then he felt it. A presence. Something was approaching, drawing closer through the veil of shadows. Jinwoo turned. From the heart of the devouring darkness, a lone figure emerged. Its silhouette was sharp and deliberate, cutting through the black fog like a blade. Clad in gleaming, intricately etched black armor, the figure strode forward with the quiet authority of one who belonged here, like death incarnate wearing a crown. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the void as the figure that emerged offered Jinwoo a tempting proposition: to remain in this world forever, wrapped in the comfort of an endless dream. But Jinwoo's instincts flared. This world was too perfect, too still. He saw through the illusion, his sharp gaze cutting into the shadows. This was a lie, a carefully crafted trap. He met the figure's gaze and asked coldly what the true purpose behind the offer was, but the figure's response was cold and measured as he told Jinwoo he hadn't created this fabricated world. In fact, it was Jinwoo himself who had shaped this illusion. The words sank in slowly, and Jinwoo's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yet the figure continued, his form shifting through different human exteriors as he stepped closer, explaining that this world was born from Jinwoo's deepest desires, the need to fix the past, to erase his mistakes. That longing, combined with his own power, had birthed this place, a territory of death, a realm of eternal rest where no escape existed. Jinwoo stood frozen as the weight of it all pressed down on him. The figure explained that Jinwoo had resisted death time and time again, danced on the edge of mortality with every fiber of his being, but death had always been there, watching, waiting. The figure's presence weighed heavier with each passing second as he revealed he wasn't just a bystander, he was a part of Jinwoo, the embodiment of all he had fought against, and a mirror of his deepest struggles. His voice echoed low and steady as he declared himself death itself, eternal rest, endless terror, and the shadow of Jinwoo's soul. This territory, he explained, was under Jinwoo's control. Within it, he could do anything. Creation, destruction, manipulation, all of it was his to command. The figure claimed the power Jinwoo held was identical to his own, and that made them kindred spirits in this eternal game. He had been watching for what felt like forever, waiting for their meeting, knowing it was inevitable. Finally, Figure revealed himself as the Shadow Monarch, the King of Death, ruler of the deepest reaches of the void. Jinwoo, still reeling from the revelations, demanded in a steady but shaken voice why he had been chosen. The Shadow Monarch's voice echoed once more, steady and vast, as he promised to show Jinwoo everything, the beginning, the end, and the truth behind his very existence. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, Jinwoo's body lay frozen, locked inside a prison of ice. The Beast Monarch stood over him, his gaze filled with certainty as he concluded that Jinwoo was dead. From a distance, Thomas Andre felt something shift, his senses telling him that Jinwoo's presence had vanished. Confusion laced his voice as he questioned what had just happened. Leonard, standing nearby, struggled to find words, even though deep down, he knew the truth. Beck's voice trembled with disbelief, the realization sinking in that with Jinwoo gone, who could possibly stand against the overwhelming might of the magical beast? But then, a shift in the air made everything come to a standstill. The Frost Monarch, standing tall and proud after what he believed to be his victory, suddenly sensed a surge of mana emanating from Jinwoo's seemingly lifeless body. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Raken's expression mirrored the same shock as realization hit him with force. Something was about to happen. Jinwoo's black heart, once still, began to beat rapidly, burning with the power to rebirth itself. Both monarchs knew what this meant. The true Shadow Monarch was on the brink of resurrection, and they couldn't let that happen. The urgency surged through them, and without hesitation, they lunged toward Jinwoo's frozen form, determined to strike him down before the rebirth could take place. But before they could land their blows, the Beast Monarch was met with a crushing strike to the face. The blow sent him reeling, his vision spinning. Stunned, the two monarchs barely had time to react when another powerful strike hit them, sending them crashing to the ground with an earth-shattering impact. The mysterious figure who had intervened landed gracefully. With a swift motion, he unsheathed two gleaming daggers. It was Sung Il-hwan. Clad in a shimmering golden robe, he stood as an imposing figure between the monarchs and Jinwoo. His voice, low but commanding, echoed through the air as he declared that from this moment forward, no one would lay a hand on his child. Jinwoo, now cut off from reality, stepped into the Shadow Monarch's realm as the tale began, of a world that once knew only light and darkness. In the beginning of another world, there existed only light and darkness. The Absolute Being, in his infinite power, divided the light to create the emissaries of God and split the darkness to give birth to the 8 monarchs. These two opposing forces were each given a distinct purpose. While the monarchs existed to destroy, the emissaries were created to protect. And so began a never-ending war, a brutal cycle where both sides clashed repeatedly, annihilating each other's armies without end. Among the emissaries, the brightest fragment of brilliant light grew weary. Endless bloodshed had dulled even the divine spark within him, and he sought the audience of the absolute being. With desperation veiled beneath his reverence, he begged for guidance, pleaded for the power to end the war once and for all, to exterminate the monarchs and bring peace. But the absolute being remained silent. He offered no answers, no salvation, as if the lives of his creations held no weight at all. And in that silence, the emissary understood a horrifying truth. The war was not divine will. It was a spectacle, entertainment for the absolute being. The God they had served, praised, and bled for had no desire for peace. Their devotion had meant nothing. They had followed his laws without question, believing obedience would spare them. But death came regardless. The realization shattered their faith. And in that shattering came resolve. They raised their blades, not against the monarchs, but against their own creator. Thus began the rebellion. It wasn't hatred that drove them, but the desire to end a senseless war, a war devoid of meaning, a war that would never end as long as the absolute being sat above them. Now, as the Shadow Monarch stood before Jinwoo, he pointed toward a glowing figure at the forefront of an ancient army, a six-winged being of divine brilliance. That had been him, long ago, the only emissary who had refused to rebel, the last to raise his weapon in defense of their creator. But his efforts had been in vain. His soldiers were overwhelmed, crushed by the unity of the traitorous emissaries. In his final moments, he believed his story had ended. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, it was in the depths of darkness. There, within the abyss, he discovered something hidden inside him, a power implanted by the absolute being, a final failsafe to be awakened should everything go wrong. The divine light that had once marked him was gone. His wings, scorched and ruined, were torn away, and in their place, he forged new armor from the surrounding darkness. Thus was born the Shadow Monarch, no longer an emissary, no longer a servant of light. He became the king of the dead. With his new power and his growing army of the fallen, he returned to the battlefield, but it was already over. The other fragments of brilliant light had slain the absolute being. They had declared themselves the new gods and called themselves rulers. With their new authority, the rulers wielded divine tools left behind by their creator, artifacts imbued with the absolute being's power. And with those tools, they hunted the monarchs. Legia, the king of giants, was one of the first to fall. Captured and imprisoned by the rulers, his defeat shattered the balance between the two forces. Realizing that survival was no longer possible without unity, the monarchs were forced to accept an alliance with the Shadow Monarch. Together, they prepared to stand against their common enemy. From that moment forward, he no longer fought for the absolute being or as an emissary. He embraced his identity as the Shadow Monarch. With every battle, his army grew, each corpse, each soul feeding the strength of his undead legion. When the war reached its boiling point, the Shadow Monarch forged a pact with the army of destruction, led by the fearsome king of berserk dragons. Their union shook even the monarchs themselves. He had grown too powerful, too unpredictable. Fear turned to treachery. The Monarch of White Flames and the Beast Monarch conspired against him. Their betrayal nearly wiped out his entire army. The strength he had once wielded became the reason for his downfall. While the Beast Monarch fled, abandoning even his own soldiers, Baran, the king of demons, paid for his treachery with his life. In the aftermath, 4 rulers descended from the sky, their presence oppressive yet quiet. He stood ready to face them, even alone, but they did not attack. Instead, they knelt. One of the rulers addressed him not as an enemy, but with reverence, as the greatest fragment of brilliant light. Their words were humble. They asked for forgiveness. They claimed the war no longer held meaning. The fury boiled within him. How dare they speak of peace? The ruler quietly acknowledged that they, too, had once served the absolute being. But the moment those words left his mouth, the Shadow Monarch's fury surged. He seized the ruler by the face, his grip unrelenting. That admission didn't bring understanding. It made the betrayal all the more unforgivable. They had turned their backs on the very being they were created to serve. The ruler's voice, however, was calm. They reminded him that he, more than anyone, knew the burden of rebellion, knew what it meant to be consumed by sorrow and rage. And still, they begged, not for mercy, but for peace. The Shadow Monarch's grip loosened. He gazed upward, and for the first time, he saw them, his old comrades, the army of brilliant light. They saluted him, not with defiance, but allegiance. Overwhelmed, the Shadow Monarch felt helpless. Even with all his power, he couldn't find peace. Revenge had been his anchor. But now, the war was losing its meaning. So, he made the decision to go into hiding. After sealing the monarch of white flames within himself, his plan was simple. Recover his strength first, then strike back against the beast monarch's forces when the time was right. But in his absence, the monarchs grew weak and eventually fell, defeated at the hands of the rulers. And when he finally re-emerged, the remaining monarchs were already fleeing, escaping into dimensional cracks. Before he could confront them, the Dragon King intervened, forbidding any form of conflict. He understood the need for strength above all else. And so, the Shadow Monarch was welcomed once more into the monarchs' ranks. With their alliance restored, the monarchs began their search for a new world, one where they could rebuild their forces in secret, beyond the reach of the ruler's gaze. And then, they found Earth. Jinwoo stood in silence, his thoughts spiraling. Visions of cities in flames burned in his mind, too vivid to be mere imagination. He had seen this before, back in the Demon Castle. He turned toward the Shadow Monarch, his voice low and tinged with dread, asking if this was a vision of the future. But the Shadow Monarch's reply echoed clearly in his mind. This was not a glimpse of what was to come, but a memory of what had already been, a record of the past. The devastation he was witnessing had already unfolded long ago. The Shadow Monarch explained that the monarchs were born of destruction, their very existence bound to it, while the rulers were created to preserve balance in a world left behind by the absolute being. So, when the rulers finally became aware of the monarchs' movements, they dispatched their armies to Earth, but their response came too late. By then, humanity had already been ravaged. The rulers, furious over their failure to prevent the devastation, knew the consequences of their inaction. The monarchs had once again annihilated a world, and the rulers could not allow this to continue. In their anger and desperation, they turned to a forbidden tool they had sworn never to use, the Cup of Reincarnation. This divine artifact, infused with the power of the absolute being, had the ability to turn back time by 10 years. Desperate to undo the destruction, the rulers sacrificed everything, using their final measure to reverse the damage. But Earth, small, fragile, and devoid of mana, was unprepared for what was coming. The war, no matter who won, would leave only ashes in its wake. Faced with this grim reality, the rulers made a difficult choice. Aware they couldn't save all, they decided to focus on preserving the survival of a few. That was how hunters came to be. Humans, gifted with strength, meant to endure the storm. Mankind's final hope against the collision of monarchs and rulers. Jinwoo found himself deep in thought, the weight of the truth pressing down on him. The Demon King he had once fought, a towering foe in his past, had been nothing more than a fragment, an echo of memories left behind by the Shadow Monarch. The chilling reality settled in as Jinwoo murmured to himself that the world had already faced countless annihilations. This cycle of destruction and rebirth, it had repeated endlessly. The Shadow Monarch confirmed it. The higher beings, monarchs and rulers alike, couldn't alter time, not directly. But they had perceived its shifts, observed the subtle changes brought about by the Cup of Reincarnation. The rulers had tried to correct the course, while the monarchs kept shifting their tactics, adapting again and again until the divine artifact could no longer be used. That revelation unsettled Jinwoo even more. If even the powers that governed reality had limits, then what hope was there for anything else to endure? The Shadow Monarch explained that no power was truly infinite. Even the Cup of Reincarnation, despite its ability to rewind time, had its limits. Just like the absolute being, once mighty enough to shape entire worlds, yet still overthrown by his own creations. Jinwoo's voice was low, almost hesitant, as he questioned how creations could defeat the one who made them. The Shadow Monarch replied that it wasn't so different from humans falling to the machines they'd built. The monarchs had evolved beyond servitude. They began devising their own strategies, even borrowing from the ruler's playbook. Just as the rulers had empowered humans to rise against the magical beasts, the monarchs had planned to descend using human vessels. Through those bodies, they would infiltrate Earth and unleash their armies far earlier than the rulers had anticipated. Their plan was bold: transform the very magic energy meant to save the world into a trap, one that would doom the rulers' forces the moment they arrived. The pieces fell into place in Jinwoo's mind. The monarchs weren't here to conquer slowly. They wanted a massacre, a decisive ambush. And to make that happen, they needed hosts strong enough to bear their essence. However, both the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Destruction wielded power far beyond what any ordinary human could endure. Finding a suitable vessel was no easy task. It was a burden few could ever hope to carry. That was when the architect had stepped forward. The most brilliant mage under one of the kings had come with a proposition. He would help the Shadow Monarch find a host in exchange for an imperishable body. But the Shadow Monarch's power was rooted in death. No living being could house it. Still, the architect was undeterred. He crafted a system to seek out a human who could endure the overwhelming force. It was a monumental task. Years passed. Countless failed. And then the system found Jinwoo. He had always been weak, constantly teetering on the edge of death. Yet somehow he had defied it every single time. So, despite the architect's objections, the Shadow Monarch made his decision and chose Jinwoo as his vessel. He told Jinwoo that he was the living record of his struggles, the proof of his defiance, and the reward born from all his suffering. Jinwoo's thoughts spiraled as he tried to make sense of it all. Despite passing every test, he had still believed he wasn't strong enough. The Shadow Monarch corrected him. He hadn't been, not at first. That's why the architect created the system, to gradually reshape Jinwoo, using the player framework to steadily condition him for the overwhelming power he was destined to inherit. And yet, even with this understanding, Jinwoo couldn't let go of one question. Why had the monarch betrayed the architect? The Shadow Monarch hesitated, his expression clouded for the first time. He finally broke his silence, each word carrying the weight of countless years. He spoke of the ruler's apology, the betrayal of the monarchs, and the endless days he had spent watching Jinwoo from afar. He pondered long and hard on where he truly belonged, and the more he watched Jinwoo, the stronger his desire to remain grew. Ultimately, he made his decision, a choice he embraced with clarity. He didn't want to lose Jinwoo. For him, it ran deeper than duty or fate. He had become Jinwoo, and Jinwoo had become him. Their bond had grown inseparable. It no longer mattered who the original owner of the body was. They were now one and the same. And with that understanding, the Shadow Monarch extended a final offer, a choice laid bare before Jinwoo. The Shadow Monarch proposed that Jinwoo could remain here, within the realm of death, embraced by eternal dreams shaped to bring him peace. He could finally rest. Or he could return to reality. Return to a world still teeming with enemies, where the struggle never ceased and the fight continued without end. Jinwoo stared at the army of destruction led by the Dragon Emperor, his face set in stone. Then, with quiet intensity, he asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Why had the Shadow Monarch, who once chose not to fight, fled to another world with the monarchs instead of siding with the rulers? The Shadow Monarch's answer was calm, almost resigned. That world had no place for him. It was never where he belonged. Jinwoo made his choice without hesitation, echoing the monarch's own sentiment. This was not where he belonged either. The Shadow Monarch's gaze softened, a quiet contentment settling over him as he accepted the finality of it all. After countless trials, he could finally rest. With calm certainty, he explained that Jinwoo's power was now whole, and his soul immortal. Through this symbolic death, Jinwoo had been fully reborn as the new Shadow Monarch. They stood in silence, at the edge of parting. The monarch began to speak again, ready to guide Jinwoo back to the real world, but Jinwoo stopped him with a quiet smile, a subtle nod accompanying his words as he assured the monarch that he already knew the path. The monarch, now fully in his original form, looked upon Jinwoo one last time. There was pride in his gaze, fulfillment. After all his wandering, he had found his place. With that final moment, he stepped back, fading slowly into the darkness. Jinwoo looked up at the crimson-tinged sky. A storm brewed in the distance. His enemies awaited, and with a voice clear and unwavering, he spoke the word that would seal his rebirth as the one true Shadow Monarch. Arise. A cascade of notifications followed. The system began to unravel. The first message appeared with a chime that echoed through Jinwoo's consciousness. The deletion code for the player nurturing system had been entered. The very framework that had governed his growth, battles, and ascension was now reaching its end. As the process began, another prompt appeared, revealing that all restrictions on Jinwoo's power had been lifted. No longer bound by artificial limits, all commander-ranked shadow soldiers, including Beru and Igris, reclaimed their full potential. Another message confirmed what he already sensed deep within. The previous Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, had returned to the world of eternal void. Then came the final message, asking Jinwoo whether he would like to delete the system. Without a hint of hesitation, he made his choice and pressed yes. The moment his finger confirmed the decision, the air trembled. Reality itself seemed to fracture as dimensional boundaries crackled and collapsed. The ascension of a new Shadow Monarch had begun. A violent gust of wind tore across the battlefield, followed by a burst of blinding light that threw both the Beast Monarch and Frost Monarch back. The pressure was suffocating. Disoriented, the Frost Monarch erupted with fury, his voice laced with venom as he snarled that Sung Huan was shielding the disaster that would bring ruin upon the world. It infuriated him that a fragment of light was now standing in the way, aiding the rebirth of the Shadow Monarch. Realizing the urgency, the Beast Monarch's instincts screamed. They didn't have much time left. With no other choice, the two monarchs braced themselves for an all-out onslaught before Jinwoo's transformation could fully complete. Sung Il-hwan, undaunted by their rage, took a reverse grip on his daggers and planted his feet firmly. There was no fear in his stance, only resolve. The monarch struck without warning, dashing from opposite directions. Speed and power surged through every movement, but Il-hwan met them head-on. With each clash, his daggers deflected Raken's wild slashes and Silid's thrusting trident. He responded with pinpoint counterattacks, striking with the calm and precision of a warrior who had lived through 1,000 battles. Frustration flickered in Silid's cold eyes. This wasn't just evasion. Il-hwan was reading them, predicting their movements with near supernatural clarity. Slipping behind Il-hwan, the Frost Monarch prepared to unleash a gust of bone-chilling wind to paralyze his target, but Il-hwan sensed it. In one fluid motion, he pivoted and launched a brutal kick directly under Silid's chin. The Frost Monarch was lifted off his feet and sent crashing through a nearby building. Raken, seeing his opportunity while Il-hwan's attention was diverted, lunged with his massive jaws spread wide, ready to devour him whole. But Il-hwan reacted in a flash. His dagger shot upward and lodged deep between the Beast Monarch's fangs. Raken let out a thunderous cry, staggering from the sudden agony, and before he could recover, Il-hwan drove a savage punch into his ribs, sending him skidding across the rubble. Clutching his injured mouth, Raken seethed. He ripped the dagger free and growled through clenched teeth that he would tear Il-hwan apart, but the words froze in his throat. Something shifted. A dread-soaked sensation crawled over his skin. He turned toward the source, and his blood ran cold. Beyond the fading shimmer of ice, Jinwoo's eyes glowed with a fierce, inhuman light. Terror gripped the Beast Monarch's chest as he immediately leapt back, his instincts screaming louder than reason. He knew. He felt it. The Shadow Monarch was returning. By then, Silid had pulled himself from the wreckage, his face twisted with rage and disbelief as he called for Raken to regroup, signaling for another joint assault on Il-hwan. But Raken didn't move. The refusal stunned the Frost Monarch. After everything they'd endured, after how far they'd come, Raken was backing away. Silid's voice cracked with disbelief, demanding to know what he was doing. But the Beast Monarch could no longer ignore the truth. The very air around them felt suffocating, thick with mana that pressed down like a storm. The surge radiating from Jinwoo's body was unmistakable. He muttered that the Shadow Monarch was coming, and he wanted no part in it. Silid reminded him of the vow they made, to defeat him together. But Raken snapped, saying the promise only applied when the Shadow Monarch was still human. Still trying to sway him, the Frost Monarch spat that he was the king of beasts, that he couldn't turn his back now. But the Beast Monarch simply shook his head, warning the Frost Monarch that he wouldn't understand. He had never faced the full might of the Shadow Monarch. With that, Raken wasted no more words and stepped through the portal he summoned, abandoning the battlefield without a second glance. The Frost Monarch was seething. Rage twisted his features as he cursed the Beast Monarch under his breath, venom dripping from every syllable. To abandon him now, at the peak of battle, was unforgivable. Grinding his teeth until they threatened to crack, Silid let his fury take over. Slamming his trident into the ground, he summoned a storm born of pure hatred. Snow howled through the streets like wild wolves, wind screaming as cars were hurled like paperweights and buildings buckled under the force. The very air crackled as raw mana fused into dense crystals, forming tens of thousands of jagged icicles. With a furious roar, he sent them all hurtling toward Il-hwan in a deadly barrage. Despite the sheer magnitude of the attack, Il-hwan didn't budge. Every muscle tensed as he held his ground, his daggers flashing through the storm, deflecting or shattering as many of the deadly spears as he could. Silid's hatred twisted further. How could a mere human still stand? How could mortals defy him so openly? Snarling in contempt, he raised his arm high, channeling everything into one final act of annihilation. A massive column of ice, towering, dense, and alive with power, began to form above him, casting a monstrous shadow over the battlefield. This was no longer a spell, it was judgment. He intended to destroy everything in his path, sealing both Il-hwan and the Shadow Monarch within an eternal frost. Il-hwan's instinct screamed the moment he saw it. His eyes locked onto the forming ice pillar, and in an instant, he understood what it meant. His body moved, but not fast enough. An ice spear suddenly shot through the chaos, slicing clean through his hand. Blood sprayed as his dagger clattered to the ground, and pain lanced through his arm. He looked up, and for the first time in a long while, felt a chill that wasn't from the cold. The column began to descend. A deafening roar followed, and then, out of the darkness, something surged. A black blur sliced through the sky and collided with the massive ice column, shattering it in midair. Ice exploded in all directions, scattering into fragments like glass beneath a hammer. Beru emerged from the storm with a piercing screech, steam rising from his carapace as he glared toward the Frost Monarch. From the shadows, another figure stepped forth. Igris emerged, his jet-black armor reflecting the glow of falling debris, the crimson mane atop his helm fluttering with the wind. His longsword pulsed with dark energy, stabbed into the ground before him. When he raised his gaze, there was fire in his eyes. The battlefield fell silent as his voice rang out, calm yet searing. He warned the Frost Monarch not to dare belittle their king, not with such pathetic strength. Scyld staggered back in disbelief as his ultimate spell shattered. It wasn't just the surprise of being countered, it was the realization that the tide had turned. He realized with horror that the commander-ranked shadow soldiers had fully regained their strength. And then, he felt it. A ripple of pressure spread across the battlefield as the ice encasing Jinwoo cracked. A slow breath escaped from within the cocoon, and then it shattered, pieces falling away, like broken glass. Jinwoo stepped forward. He moved with a terrifying calm, shadows curling at his feet like loyal hounds. His expression was unreadable, his voice low as he muttered, almost to himself, that trusting in prophecies was a mistake. Jinwoo's eyes swept over the field. The Beast Monarch was gone. His gaze lingered on the vacant space for a moment, and then he turned his attention to Scyld. Sweat trickled down the Frost Monarch's face as Jinwoo stood amidst the chaos, eyes cold and calculating, asking how anyone dared to leave without his permission. The Frost Monarch, still reeling from the overwhelming presence of the Shadow Monarch, could barely comprehend the immense gap in power between them. To him, Jinwoo felt like an insurmountable wall, an obstacle too great to overcome. The sheer difference in strength left him frozen, not just in body, but in spirit. Jinwoo, however, spared him not even a glance. Ignoring Scyld, he closed his eyes and focused inward, his energy spreading far beyond the battlefield as his perception expanded across vast distances, locked onto one target, the elusive Beast Monarch. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He had found him. That was when Scyld sensed it, a rare opening. Jinwoo had dropped his guard, even if only for a breath. His attention shifted elsewhere, and Scyld knew such a chance might never come again. Clutching his trident, the Frost Monarch poured every ounce of his remaining mana into one final, desperate attack. The ice spear that formed grew impossibly large, crackling with lethal energy, the air around it turning brittle from the sheer cold. Then, in one decisive motion, he hurled it forward, aimed straight at Jinwoo's heart. But Jinwoo remained still, calm as ice. As the spear closed in, he simply raised his hand. Without a word, he invoked ruler's authority, stopping the trident mid-flight. Then, with a casual twist of his wrist, the weapon distorted violently, its once majestic shape warping into something crooked and broken until it collapsed in on itself and shattered. As the remnants scattered like broken glass, the Frost Monarch stood stunned. In that moment, he saw it. The terrifying truth. Not just the Shadow Monarch's strength, but the overwhelming might of the brilliant fragment that also resided within him. Jinwoo's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze back to the Frost Monarch, his voice like ice as he instructed him to wait patiently. He would deal with him after finishing with the Beast Monarch. Far away, deep within a jungle thick with mist and vines, a portal opened. Raken emerged from it, panting as he stumbled through the trees. He had escaped the battlefield, hoping to vanish into the wild until the King of Dragons returned. But something felt off. His instincts were screaming. That terrible aura of death incarnate was still following him. The shadows of the trees began to shift unnaturally, stretching and writhing like living things. That's when Raken felt it. His breath caught. Fear wrapped around his spine like a chain. He turned, but it was already too late. From the darkened earth, Jinwoo rose. The Beast Monarch staggered back as Jinwoo materialized beside him, his mere presence suffocating. Death radiated from the Shadow Monarch in waves. Raken's instincts screamed at him to submit. There was no escaping this. The gap between them was too wide. Even fleeing was futile. Then, the primal urge kicked in. Survive. With a growl laced with desperation, the Beast Monarch collapsed onto the ground, lowering his body and head as far as he could. His voice trembled as he pleaded, begging for forgiveness, swearing fealty to Jinwoo, and promising that when the time came, he and his beast would rise in support for the great war against the Dragon King. Jinwoo stood silently, his gaze unreadable as he looked down on the groveling monarch. A flicker of a sly grin tugged at Raken's lips. He believed he had fooled Jinwoo. In his mind, The true Shadow Monarch would never make the mistake of forgiving a traitor. Raken planned to play the role of the obedient hound, biding his time until the Dragon King returned, and when that day came, he would tear Jinwoo apart with his own claws. Jinwoo spoke again, his voice cold and unwavering. There could be no alliance, he said, not until a certain debt was paid. Raising his arm, Jinwoo revealed 5 deep scars carved into his skin, marks left by Raken's claws. He laid down a condition. If the Beast Monarch could withstand 5 of his strikes, he would earn forgiveness. Realization hit Raken like a freezing wave. Jinwoo had never intended to let him live. His body surged with fear and fury as he roared and transformed, shedding his humanoid form. His true shape erupted forth, a massive, towering wolf, fur bristling with mana, muscles rippling beneath thick skin. The jungle trembled beneath his weight. Raken's eyes blazed with fury as he bared his fangs, his voice a guttural snarl as he declared that if he was going to die here, he would make damn sure Jinwoo wouldn't leave unscathed. Jinwoo didn't flinch. Drawing Kamish's wrath, he vanished in a blur, moving faster than the eye could follow. The next instant, the trees behind Raken were cleaved cleanly apart, and blood sprayed high into the air as one of the Beast Monarch's colossal limbs was severed from his body, torn away, before he even felt the pain. Jinwoo stared down at the wounded Beast Monarch, his voice cold as he reminded him. There were still 4 more attacks left. Back in Seoul, the city shook as the remnants of the battle raged on. The Frost Monarch had no time to rest. Igris, the Knight of Death, pursued him relentlessly, his demon monarch sword crackling with raw lightning energy as it hummed through the air. Beru was still tending to Thomas Andre's battered form, but Igris had no need for backup. Scyllid ran through the ruins, panic etched on his face. He knew what Igris had become after unlocking his full potential. There was no stopping the knight now, not with his mana nearly depleted. Leaping to a rooftop, Scyllid tried to regain his composure. Sneering down at the Shadow Knight, he mocked him in a desperate attempt to mask his fear, claiming that holding out against him would be futile. But Igris didn't respond. He stopped mid-fight, lowered his sword, and raised his cape with reverence, as if saluting a king. From the black mist of Igris's shadow, Jinwoo emerged. Scyllid's blood ran cold. His gaze dropped to the ground where, resting at Jinwoo's feet, lay a familiar set of fangs, unmistakably torn from Raken's maw. Jinwoo's voice cut through the tension as he announced that the Beast Monarch was dead. The Frost Monarch couldn't fathom it, how, in the brief time Jinwoo had vanished, the Beast Monarch had already fallen. His mind raced in disbelief, trying to comprehend the impossible. But Jinwoo stood tall. His voice, calm and absolute, left no room for doubt as he declared that the fall of the Plague Monarch, the Beast Monarch, and soon the Frost Monarch would be a message, one that the rest of the monarchs would never forget. In a panic, Scyllid summoned a ring of ice arrows around himself, ready to launch them with everything he had left. But before he could move, a dagger slammed into his shoulder, tearing flesh. Then another hit. Blood sprayed as he staggered, unable to keep his footing. He opened his mouth, gathering one final surge of mana in his throat, aiming to unleash a deadly blast of cold. But Jinwoo was already there. In a flash, he closed the distance, grabbing Scyllid's face, clamping a hand over his mouth to trap the energy inside. Then, with his other hand, he slashed a brutal line across the Frost Monarch's chest. As Scyllid reeled back, gasping in pain, Jinwoo's eyes gleamed faintly with something between pity and detachment as he remarked that the Beast Monarch had died on the 4th strike, and wondered aloud how many the Frost Monarch would last. Scyllid's cry echoed across Seoul as his body began to collapse. The icy armor that once shielded him fell apart in chunks, revealing the fragile, mortal form beneath. Piece by piece, the Frost Monarch disintegrated into dust, carried away on the wind. Jinwoo stood tall beneath the purple sky, unmoving as the last remnants of his enemy vanished into the air. And at long last, the battle of monarchs was over. Beru approached Jinwoo, kneeling in unwavering loyalty. Jinwoo acknowledged him with a slight nod, his voice calm as he asked about the individual who had shielded him during the chaos. Beru explained that the man had vanished without a trace. Jinwoo listened silently. Then, something on the ground caught his eye. He turned and walked over, his gaze sharpening as he bent down and picked it up. A dagger, aged and all too familiar. Not far from the battlefield, behind a half-demolished building, Sung Il-hwan leaned against a crumbling wall. His body, bloodied and torn, trembled as he tried to steady his breathing. Every breath burned in his chest, and he could feel it, the divine power of the rulers eating away at his mortal form. There was no reversing it now. His body had reached its limit. In those fading moments, he reflected on everything, the choices, the silence, the cost. Maybe this was how it was always meant to end. A soft metallic sound reached his ears. He looked down to see a dagger spinning to a stop near his foot. His eyes slowly lifted. His son stood there. Jinwoo's voice broke the silence, quiet and firm, disappointment woven into every word as he finally called him dad again, asking why he had left without saying anything. Sung Hwan began to speak, his voice low and strained as he revealed the truth he'd kept buried for so long. He told Jinwoo how everything had begun when he was trapped inside a dungeon gate, a rift with no exit. There had been no escape, no rescue, only time, a slow, crushing weight bearing down on him as his body began to wither. Death by thirst or starvation had seemed inevitable until the rulers appeared. They had saved him, but not without cost. He hadn't been chosen out of mercy. They had their reasons. They offered him their strength, and in return, they asked him to stop the monarchs, including the Shadow Monarch, who was soon to be born. With no other path left, Ilhwan accepted. He became their emissary, returning to Earth burdened with a mission that felt heavier than any battlefield. Yet when he witnessed the vessel of the Shadow Monarch firsthand, he faltered, because that vessel was his own son. Even knowing the greatest threat to humanity slumbered within Jinwoo, Ilhwan couldn't bring himself to follow through. All he could do was watch from a distance, silently, helplessly. In the meantime, the rulers, who had initially focused solely on preventing the Shadow Monarch's full descent, began to shift their stance. Slowly, they came to realize that to stop the Monarch's ultimate plan and prevent the world's destruction, they needed the full strength of the Shadow Monarch on their side. Only his army possessed the power to stand against the coming storm, the Dragon King's legions. Eventually, the brightest fragment of brilliant light issued a new order: protect the Shadow Monarch at all costs. It had been a gamble. None of them knew which side Jinwoo would choose when the time came. But now, here, in the present, the answer had become clear. And the moment he saw Jinwoo standing against the monarchs, choosing to fight for humanity, there had been no hesitation. Ilhwan had made his choice too. He'd always followed what he believed was right. He'd made peace with the consequences, no matter how heavy they were. But deep inside, he'd hoped, selfishly, that Jinwoo would never have to see that part of him. His gaze softened as he looked at his son, voice quiet as he asked if Jinwoo had ever hated him. Jinwoo, eyes lowered as rain poured around them, admitted quietly that sometimes he did. He remembered the days he struggled just to survive as a hunter, and in those darkest moments, his thoughts always drifted to the man who had disappeared without a word. He'd hated him for that. Ilhwan lowered his gaze in silence, the regret carved deep into his face. But then Jinwoo continued, saying that despite that hatred, despite everything, he had always missed him. The words hit Ilhwan like a blade. Jinwoo then asked, voice barely audible through the rain, whether he had missed them too. Ilhwan couldn't answer. Emotions surged, suffocating him, breaking down walls he'd built over the years. And then, quietly, it all unraveled. His hand pressed to his head, tears spilling from his eyes as he broke down and admitted how much he'd missed them all. Even if they hadn't seen him, even if he could only watch from the shadows, he'd been there, and that had been enough to keep him going. He rose unsteadily to his feet and walked toward Jinwoo, arms trembling as he wrapped them around his son. He told him how much he'd grown, how proud he was of who he had become. Jinwoo's eyes welled up, fists clenched in frustration, as he asked if the rulers were the ones behind it all. Ilhwan shook his head. The rulers hadn't forced him, hadn't bound him in chains. They had given him a choice, and he had chosen to protect his son, no matter the price. He didn't regret it, not any of it. But his body had reached its end. Jinwoo could feel it. He stepped in and pulled his father into one final embrace, holding him tightly. Ilhwan's voice broke as he whispered his one true regret, that he hadn't been the father he wanted to be. The divine energy that had held his broken body together finally gave way. His form flickered, crumbled, and in an instant, turned to ash. Jinwoo reached out, hand grasping at nothing. The last traces of his father scattered through the air. Grief surged through him like a storm, and with a cry that tore through the heavens, he let out a roar of anguish that echoed across the sky. Rain pounded harder, as if the heavens themselves mourned alongside him. Far away, inside a quiet home, Jinwoo's mother stood at the window, her gaze lost in the downpour. A single tear rolled down her cheek, as if something deep inside her had just broken. Jinna sat in silence beside her. She didn't say a word, but she too felt it. The weight in the air, the stillness that only came when something irreplaceable was gone. Jinwoo's voice echoed across the ruined battlefield, laced with fury and raw pain. It wasn't just a cry, it was a declaration, a message hurled into the heavens where the monarchs waited. To those who had targeted Earth, who had slaughtered innocents and taken his father from him, he vowed retribution. They would pay, each and every one. The day his roar shook the skies marked the beginning of war. Above the battlefield, news drones hovered, capturing the aftermath as broadcasts flooded the airwaves. Reports confirmed that Hunter Thomas Andre was no longer in critical condition. Ambulances had already begun transporting the injured to hospitals, weaving through rubble and collapsed buildings. The monstrous creatures, once harbingers of death, had vanished into nothingness, reduced to cold, lifeless ash. After the carnage, Jinwoo returned home. The door barely closed behind him when he was pulled into a tight embrace, his mother and sister clinging to him. Elsewhere, in the stillness of the Hunter Association's headquarters, Chairman Woo Jinchul sat alone, his eyes fixed on the television screen, replaying footage from earlier. His thoughts drifted back to Jinwoo's oath, the one he'd made before charging into battle, a vow to kill the demonic beast responsible for President Go's death. And he had kept that vow. A heavy breath escaped Jinchul's chest. Gratitude surged through him, overwhelming and pure. Tears welled up, spilling freely as he quietly thanked Jinwoo from the bottom of his heart. In Seoul, reconstruction efforts began immediately. The city, now a skeleton of its once thriving self, bore the scars of war. But even amid the first signs of recovery, an invisible weight lingered in the air. The monarchs had fallen, but something worse loomed. The true calamity hadn't yet arrived, and its shadow was already creeping across the sky. In the days that followed, tens of thousands of hunters from every corner of the globe gathered beneath the colossal gate hanging above the world like a judgment waiting to descend. The air buzzed with tension. Among them, Liu Zhigang, China's 7-star hunter, stared up in awe. The gate was massive, terrifyingly so. The thought gnawed at him that even this army, countless as it seemed, could vanish into that abyss and never return. Beside him, Thomas Andre stood tall, his gaze unwavering. He could feel it, the pressure, the tremor in the air. The moment was close. Further back in the crowd, Jinchul scanned the field of hunters. The sheer number of them brought no comfort. He couldn't help but wonder, how many would live to see tomorrow? At the front of it all stood Jinwoo, his eyes locked onto the sky above with a grim, unreadable expression. Cha Hyen stood beside him, close but not speaking, until finally she murmured that she had never seen him like this before. Jinwoo let out a quiet scoff at her words, but the seriousness in his eyes betrayed the truth. He felt it too. The gate was on the brink, and the moment he'd prepared for had finally arrived. The sky split. Cracks spread across the gate's surface like veins of darkness, and then silence shattered. Hunters tensed, weapons readied. Formation lines snapped into place as the black barrier that had separated dimensions vanished completely. Then they came. A flood of magic beasts burst from the gate, so many that they blotted out the sky itself. The air turned thick with their presence. Claws, fangs, wings, and shrieks. Over 100,000, swarming like a plague, their numbers vast enough to swallow cities whole. Panic surged through the crowd as hunters scrambled into position, shouts echoing through the air, commands to attack, to prepare, to strike while the beasts were still descending. The sky darkened with wings and fangs, the incoming horde like a tide about to crash. But then, Jinwoo's voice cut through the chaos, calm, commanding, and backed by an overwhelming force of mana. The sheer weight of his words alone stopped everyone dead in their tracks. Confusion spread like wildfire. Hunters glanced around, hesitant, trying to understand why they were being ordered to hold their ground. Jinchul, standing closest, couldn't hold back. His voice carried the weight of concern as he asked Jinwoo why they were stopping, but Jinwoo, calm and composed, assured him it was all right. Still, the horde kept descending. Wings beat like thunder, and the tension spiked. Choi Jong-in, standing among the association's elite, frowned in disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why weren't they attacking now, while the enemy was still in midair? But Jinwoo, undeterred, walked straight toward the legion of demonic beasts. The hunters held their breath as one of the beasts, more commanding than the rest, its body clad in jagged armor and radiating an aura that rivaled the monarchs, broke formation and descended to meet him. The two locked eyes for a brief moment before the beast lowered its head and knelt before him. The beast's voice, deep and thunderous, introduced itself as Grand Marshal Bellion, commander of the Shadow Army. Silence followed. For a heartbeat, the world stood still. And then it happened. The swarm that had once blotted out the sky shifted in motion. One by one, in perfect unison, the massive army of magic beasts bowed before their liege. Tens of thousands of monsters lowered their heads in reverence to the man now standing at the center of it all, to their new master, to the Shadow Monarch, Sung Jinwoo. Jinchul couldn't believe what he was seeing. His knees almost buckled under the weight of the moment. These monsters, creatures that could decimate nations, were kneeling before a human. It was something beyond comprehension. Thomas Andre, standing off to the side, stared at the three colossal dragons at the front. His voice was low, almost a whisper, as he muttered how just one of those things could turn the tide of war against humanity. And yet, here were three of them, all obeying one man. Leonard, eyes wide with disbelief, could only nod in silence beside him. Jinwoo stood firm, his eyes locked on the legions now at his command. This was the army Ashbourne had left behind, the true strength of the Shadow Monarch, now awakened in full. A cold fire burned in Jinwoo's eyes as his thoughts turned forward. This wasn't the end. This was the beginning. The real war starts now. A few days later, in preparation for the coming war, Jinwoo arrived at a vast, deserted land, far from curious eyes. Standing atop Tusk's massive hand, he gazed down with a sharp, serious expression as his shadow army clashed below, synchronized footsteps thundering through the battlefield like rolling drums of war. Beside him, Grand Marshal Bellion silently observed the chaos. He was impressed by his liege's innovative strategy, dividing the army into two opposing factions and letting them train through real combat. Jinwoo casually remarked that since his soldiers couldn't die, this was the most effective method to sharpen them. As the mock battle raged on, Beru approached Jinwoo. With a bow of respect, the Ant King voiced his desire to challenge Bellion, seeking to test his worthiness for the title of Grand Marshal. Jinwoo's eyes shifted between the two. After a brief pause and a soft chuckle, he gave his approval. The Shadow Army halted their training and formed a massive circle, drawn in by the promise of a true spectacle. Bellion and Beru faced each other without a word. Beru screeched, his claws gleaming in the dim light, while Bellion slowly unsheathed his greatsword, larger even than Ygrice's. Jinwoo, watching intently, noted the sheer weight and scale of Bellion's weapon, sensing that his strength relied on overwhelming force rather than speed. At Jinwoo's signal, Beru darted forward, slicing through the wind with deadly precision. But Bellion stood unfazed. In a heartbeat, his whip-like blade ignited with mana, slashing forward with staggering might. Jinwoo was momentarily stunned by the sudden surge of power. The blade whirled through the air, carving through wind and earth alike, leaving deep gouges around Beru. But the Shadow Commander wasn't deterred. Despite the storm of strikes, he launched himself at Bellion once more, like lightning reborn. Bellion, anticipating the move, pulled his blade back and with a swift twist, coiled it around Beru's torso, mid-air. The Ant King slammed into the ground with a resounding crash, motionless. Jinwoo watched closely, impressed. Bellion had neutralized Beru's attack with almost frightening efficiency. The Grand Marshal's reflexes were beyond what he had expected. This was why Ashbourne had entrusted him with command. Still, Jinwoo knew Beru wouldn't give up so easily. As if on cue, the Ant King burst up from the dirt, eyes blazing, and lunged once more. But Bellion stood his ground. With a devastating slam, he pinned Beru down and drove his blade beside him, ending the match. Beru gasped for breath, defeated but not broken. Despite the loss, he insisted on continuing. Looking down at the battered ant, Jinwoo asked why he was so desperate for the Grand Marshal title. Beru lowered his gaze and quietly admitted that his only wish was to always remain by his liege's side. Jinwoo offered him a place, not as Grand Marshal, but as the one who would stand at his left, while Bellion stood on his right. Beru's eyes widened, emotion welling up, but before he could turn the moment into a scene, Jinwoo interrupted, telling him to save the melodrama. From behind, Ygrice stepped forward and requested a chance to challenge as well. Jinwoo, already expecting it, interrupted him mid-sentence and gave him a different task. He would be the one to watch his back. Just then, something unusual caught Jinwoo's attention. Tusk and the dragon stood in a huddle, seemingly in the middle of a heated discussion. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes, watching closely. Without warning, two massive dragons reared back and unleashed torrents of fire into the sky, their flames scorching the clouds. Tusk, not to be outdone, grinned smugly. Drawing out the orb of avarice, he gathered mana into a blazing core, then released an enormous pillar of flame that split the night sky. The High Orc soldiers erupted in cheers, awed by their master's display. The dragons, meanwhile, exchanged awkward glances, clearly disgruntled by the loss. Jinwoo squinted. It was obvious now they were competing in a firepower contest, and just as clearly, Tusk had cheated by using the magic orb, which he tried to tuck away discreetly. As Jinwoo continued watching his rowdy army, Bellion turned to him and asked why he hadn't returned them to his shadow. Jinwoo answered simply. He just wanted them to enjoy their time out in the open after being trapped in the dimensional rift for so long. He then turned to Bellion and asked if he ever felt sorrow over never meeting Ashbourne again. Bellion's expression turned solemn. He recalled the ages he had spent by Ashbourne's side. Even when the rulers condemned him, he had been Ashbourne's first soldier, the one who never doubted his king, not once. Moved by the weight in his voice, Jinwoo asked to hear the full story. Bellion warned him it would take time, but began nonetheless. And as the firelit sky slowly gave way to night, Jinwoo listened in silence, the battlefield quieting as Bellion recounted the epic tale of his long journey at Ashbourne's side. The next morning, Jinwoo returned to his apartment and cooked a meal for his family. As he served the food, his mind lingered on Ashbourne's memories, which had made one thing painfully clear. A war led by the Dragon King was drawing near. The dangers posed by the 8 armies could descend upon the world at any moment, and Jinwoo knew he could no longer afford to hide the truth. Everyone needed to prepare for the inevitable battle ahead. As he finished preparing the meal, his mother watched him with concern. She asked if something was wrong, noting that Jinwoo's father used to cook for her whenever he was about to do something dangerous. Jinwoo tried to dismiss her concerns with a gentle smile, assuring her it was nothing like that. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jinwoo, sensing a visitor, mentioned it casually and offered to answer the door. When he opened it, he found President Yu Myunghan standing outside with a few associates. Apologizing for the sudden visit, President Yu asked if he could speak with Jinwoo privately. They stepped outside into the snowy evening. President Yu, after a moment of hesitation, spoke. He reflected on his miraculous recovery from the eternal slumber and said he knew Jinwoo had something to do with it. He asked the question that had been weighing on him. Why had Jinwoo helped him? Jinwoo simply replied that he trusted him, explaining that if President Yu had been the kind of man who would do anything to achieve his goals, he wouldn't have risked helping him. President Yu immediately understood what he meant. It was because of Jinho. Jinwoo confirmed it with a slight nod. Gratitude filled President Yu's expression as he asked how he could ever repay him. Jinwoo smiled faintly and replied he didn't need anything, but he did make one request. If anything were to happen to him, he asked President Yu to protect his family. That, he said, would be more than enough. Far away, deep within a realm shrouded in darkness, the Transfiguration monarch Yogamut delivered troubling news from the human world about the Shadow Monarch's betrayal. A man seated in the dark listened, his face unreadable. After a moment of reflection, a sinister grin crossed his lips. Calmly, he declared that he would personally deal with the Shadow Monarch. He instructed the monarchs already on Earth to remain still, to avoid unnecessary losses. Then, in a voice heavy with command, he ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. In response, dozens of ancient dragons stirred in the darkness, their massive forms shifting, their eyes gleaming like embers. A confrontation that would shake the world had begun to move. Its ripples soon reached the Beijing International Airport, where a massive crowd of reporters and civilians had gathered to welcome Liu Zhigang. The Chinese hunters drew considerable attention, but Liu Zhigang, typically composed, barely acknowledged the reporters and made for his car. However, something outside the airport caught his eye, and he came to a sudden halt. His gaze shifted upward, causing others around him to look as well. A dark, ominous gate had appeared in the sky above Beijing, vast and menacing, as if hell itself was poised to break loose upon the city. The appearance of the colossal gate in Beijing sent shockwaves around the globe. A screen lit up behind Wu Jinchul as he shared the news with Jinwoo. He informed him that, including the one in China, a total of 8 such gates had manifested around the world, all appearing almost simultaneously. Sitting across from Jinwoo, Jinchul asked cautiously if these gates were connected to his shadow army. Jinwoo shook his head firmly, making it clear these were the work of their enemies. Rising to his feet, Jinwoo asked for Jinchul's trust. The chairman, though confused, nodded. Jinwoo reached out and touched Jinchul's forehead with his index finger. In an instant, Jinchul's vision went black. A flood of images and knowledge overwhelmed him, the ruler's plans, the monarchs, and the vast armies advancing toward Earth. When the vision ended, Jinchul gasped for breath, his chest heaving as he struggled to process what he had seen. Terror gripped him. This wasn't just a battle between humans and monsters, it was a colossal conflict between monarchs and rulers, 2 overwhelming forces with humanity caught helplessly in between. Staring at Jinwoo, Jinchul couldn't help but wonder how one man could possibly face such monstrous enemies alone. Overwhelmed by the gravity of it all, he asked if the Hunter Association could offer any help. Without hesitation, Jinwoo conveyed his request. The very next day, the Hunter Association of Korea reached out to representatives worldwide, urging them to gather under one roof for an emergency meeting. The news of this unprecedented assembly spread quickly, and soon leaders from 152 nations confirmed their attendance. In the vast hall, Jinchul scanned the crowd and asked his assistant to double-check the guest list. His assistant confirmed that no additional countries had responded beyond those listed. Curious and clearly unnerved, the assistant asked what Hunter Jinwoo had said to make his face turn pale the day before. Jinchul, brushing off the question, couldn't shake the memory, the sight of an immense army of dragons rising from the darkness, led by a colossal dragon. The memory haunted him even now, and he wondered silently, how does Jinwoo plan to face such an unstoppable force? Snapping out of his thoughts, Jinchul reached for his phone and contacted Jinwoo, informing him that all the representatives had arrived as requested. Jinchul flinched slightly when Jinwoo appeared from the shadows behind him, already at the location. Standing side by side, Jinchul's mind churned with anxiety. He knew that once the truth was revealed, the world would not remain calm. Some nations would panic, some might collapse into chaos. But Jinwoo's expression was resolute. No matter the consequences, today was the day the veil would be lifted, and the world would see the truth about the looming war. The conference room soon filled with leaders from around the world. Top officials, guildmasters, and even the director of the Hunters Bureau gathered, their gazes locked on the lone figure standing at the podium. The room held its breath as Jinwoo addressed the attendees, wasting no time with formalities as he warned them of the severe trials approaching. His voice, calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight, spoke of a future where hundreds of demonic beasts would descend upon the world, leaving only ruin in their wake. He continued, explaining that the catastrophe would mirror, if not surpass, the devastation of Kamish's raid, and this time, even national-level hunters would not be able to stop the enemy forces. The silence that followed was sharp and suffocating, broken only when murmurs of disbelief and rising voices of skepticism erupted across the floor. They demanded proof. Without hesitation, Jinwoo lifted his hand. A flick of his wrist summoned multiple gates behind him, each one pulsing with ominous, otherworldly energy. The very air trembled at their appearance. The officials froze, speechless, their wide eyes reflecting the eerie glow. A wave of whispers spread like wildfire as they struggled to comprehend what they were witnessing. Jinwoo explained in a steady voice that their enemies could open such gates anywhere, at any moment, just as he had done now. The only reason an invasion hadn't already begun was the sheer scale of the army being gathered. Amid the heavy silence, Director David Brennan spoke, his voice steady but tinged with urgency as he sought clarification on what steps needed to be taken. Jinwoo's response came without the slightest pause. He instructed them to steer clear of the gates to get their people as far away as possible before the looming calamity descended upon them. The warning rippled through the room like a shockwave. Leaders and representatives quickly shifted into action, strategizing on how to evacuate and protect their nations. After speaking his part, Jinwoo returned to his training ground on a secluded island, untouched by the chaos yet to come. As he arrived, he lifted his gaze to find a towering castle stretched across the landscape. Summoning Beru, Jinwoo ordered him to kneel. His voice carried no anger, only a sharp curiosity as he questioned the absurdity of the castle's grand design, wondering aloud if it was truly meant to be lived in or merely built as a show of loyalty. Jinwoo's eyes drifted to the top of the castle where a massive flag fluttered proudly, its presence just as excessive. He asked about it with a mixture of amusement and annoyance. At that moment, Bellion emerged from the shadows, positioning himself humbly beside Beru, sharing in the reverence toward their monarch. Realization flickered across Jinwoo's face. This had Grand Marshal Bellion's influence written all over it. Pushing aside the matter of the castle, Jinwoo shifted the conversation to a far heavier topic. He asked Bellion what would happen if he, the Shadow Monarch, were to die. Bellion responded solemnly, stating that the fate of the Shadow Soldiers was tied directly to their liege. Should Jinwoo perish, they too would cease to exist. The revelation weighed heavily on Jinwoo's mind, lingering there until Igris materialized silently behind him. The knight spoke with characteristic bluntness, expressing his concern that if war escalated into a full-scale clash, their forces might not stand a chance. Jinwoo listened intently. There was no false bravado in Igris's voice, only cold, hard truth. Turning back to Bellion, Jinwoo sought a realistic assessment. Bellion estimated grimly that the enemy's forces would likely outnumber them 100-fold. Jinwoo's expression darkened as he calculated the odds, realizing they were facing an army of at least 10 million soldiers. Meanwhile, far from the island's shores, S-rank hunter Jay Mills in Canada had no intention of heeding Jinwoo's warnings. In front of reporters and supporters, he dismissed the Korean hunter's words as fear-mongering, claiming Jinwoo merely wanted to monopolize the gates for himself. His bold defiance attracted growing support, a movement that saw Jinwoo's warnings as nothing more than calculated exaggerations. Back at the Korean Hunters Association, Chairman Jinchul monitored the situation. He relayed everything to Jinwoo, The movement growing in Canada, hunters rallying under Mills's leadership. Concern edged his voice as he asked what course of action Jinwoo intended to take. Jinwoo already had an answer prepared. Confronting 8 monarch armies at once was suicidal. For now, he decided to focus on eliminating threats nearest to Korea, the ones that could endanger his family first. Setting his plan in motion, Jinwoo boarded a plane to Beijing. He landed at dusk, the city's skyline stretching before him as he stepped off the aircraft. Waiting to greet him, bypassing all official formalities, was none other than Liu Zhigang himself. Jinwoo's attention was quickly drawn to the horizon, where a colossal gate loomed so massive it was visible from the airport itself. Liu led him outside, introducing him to the force assembled beneath the shadow of the gate, an army of over 100,000 elite Chinese hunters. The sight left even Jinwoo momentarily impressed. Not just the sheer numbers, but the strength radiating from the gathered force. Liu couldn't help but beam with pride, emphasizing that this was no ordinary army. They were China's finest. Liu glanced at his watch, feeling the anticipation of the moment build. But before he could speak further, Jinwoo extended his hand and summoned his own army. An overwhelming wave of mana rippled outward as thousands of shadow soldiers materialized in an instant. Liu, stunned by the display, realized immediately that Jinwoo operated on a completely different scale. The Chinese hunter's strength was undeniable, but the sight of Jinwoo's Dark Legion was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Beru bristled with irritation as he noticed Liu standing too close to Jinwoo's left side, a position Beru clearly deemed his rightful place. Jinwoo, sensing the discontent, gave a small nudge to Beru, silently reminding him that Liu was an ally. Liu raised an eyebrow at Jinwoo's casual, almost human interaction with his summon, but before he could dwell on it, a cry of alarm rang out. The gate was opening. Tension crackled in the air as every gaze turned toward the colossal gate. Yet despite the heavy anticipation, nothing emerged. Bellion voiced the thought that weighed heavily on everyone's mind. He could sense no presence within the gate. Jinwoo's mind raced. He quickly inquired about the status of other gates around the world. Bellion reported that shadow soldiers stationed at those locations reported the same, complete emptiness. A grim realization struck Jinwoo like a hammer blow. He had been wrong. The enemy hadn't divided their forces across the gates. They had concentrated everything into one, and it wasn't in China. Far away, in Canada, Jay Mills stood proudly with civilians and hunters at his back. They cheered, waving placards, confident that whatever emerged would be handled easily. The gate cracked open, and from within emerged a single figure. Long red hair, silver-red armor, and a calm, piercing gaze. Hands clasped behind his back, the man descended slowly, surveying the humans before him with cold indifference. The air turned heavy as he asked, almost casually, if Mills was the king of this place. Mills, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure. His mind spun theories. Perhaps this was how Jinwoo had secured loyalty from the beasts before, through conversation and dominance. Swelling with pride, Mills puffed out his chest and asked if the man recognized him as king. The red-haired figure merely glanced around, unimpressed, before dismissing Mills and the others with a look. His true target, the one he sought, was not here. Meanwhile, in China, Jinwoo's restlessness grew. Pulling out his phone, he quickly dialed Adam White, needing an update on the situation in Canada. Before Adam could properly answer, Jinwoo caught a faint, distant scream through the receiver. His heart sank. He demanded Adam's location. Adam, shaken, explained that he and several Bureau agents were stationed directly at the colossal gate, monitoring the tension that had been building. Jinwoo pressed harder, asking if there had been any activity. Adam's reply offered momentary relief. No movement, no forces detected. But then Adam's voice shifted, cracking with fear. A man had emerged from the gate. Before Jinwoo could react, a deafening explosion shattered the line. His heart pounded as Adam's terrified voice returned, painting a nightmare before him. The top-ranking hunters had been reduced to ashes in mere seconds. Countless dragons and beasts descended like a storm from the heavens. Jinwoo acted without hesitation. He focused on the summon he had planted within Adam, commanding the High Orc Shadow Soldier to grab the agent and teleport him away. But before they could vanish, a shadow fell over them. A chilling voice pierced the air, asking mockingly where they thought they were going. The red-haired man bared his teeth, charging an attack that filled the sky with ominous light. In the next instant, a torrent of fire consumed the Shadow Soldier, severing the connection with Jinwoo in a flash of agony. Jinwoo clenched his fists, a surge of frustration and regret boiling within him. He realized now that he had underestimated his enemy, and worse, his entire strategy had crumbled. Meanwhile, standing tall amidst the devastation, the red-haired figure closed his eyes, arms stretched wide as he drank in the sounds of terror. The screams of humans, the roars of ancient dragons, the beat of countless wings darkening the sky. Antares, the king of dragons and monarch of destruction, had returned. Tarnak and Yogamut flanked his sides as the Dragon King's voice echoed with chilling authority, commanding his legions to unleash destruction, to consume all in their path, and to leave nothing behind. The scene of the catastrophe flickered on the screen in the dimly lit room. Bottles of alcohol lay scattered across the table, and David Brennan sat alone in the office, consumed by the thoughts of the devastation unfolding at the colossal gate. Jinwoo's warning echoed in his ears, an ominous prediction that now seemed painfully accurate. The silence in the room was suffocating, and David found himself murmuring to himself, feeling as if the world was on the brink of destruction. He could almost taste the inevitability of the coming storm, and he struggled to shake the sense of doom that had settled deep within him. Just as the darkness threatened to consume him, shadows shifted within the room. David snapped out of his spiraling thoughts, his gaze lifting, to see a figure standing across from him. It was Jinwoo. Without missing a beat, the Korean hunter calmly stated his purpose for the visit. There was no greeting, no pleasantries, just a quiet, cold command. David's breath caught in his throat as Jinwoo asked for the runestone left behind by Kamish. For a brief moment, David could only stare, his drunken haze evaporating in an instant. He collected himself quickly, apologizing for his state, and agreed to hand over the artifact. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. Why did Jinwoo need this runestone? What could he possibly intend to do with it? As if reading his thoughts, Jinwoo responded. He planned to use the artifact as part of his strategy to launch a counterattack against the monstrous invasion. Without further hesitation, they made their way to the underground level of the Hunter Command Center, where the precious runestone was securely stored. As they walked, David couldn't help but reflect on Jinwoo's earlier words about the rulers, the beings who had sent these demonic beasts to Earth. With a frown, he voiced his concerns, asking what the true purpose of the runestones was, especially in light of the fact that the rulers were behind it all. Jinwoo's answer was direct and chilling. The runestones, he explained, were tools given to humanity by the rulers, meant to facilitate the hunting of demonic beasts. The rulers' objective was to foster conflict between humans and beasts, thus ensuring that mana would take root on Earth. David asked with uncertainty, his voice heavy with doubt, if this runestone could truly make a difference in the face of such overwhelming odds. Jinwoo's reply was steady, if not entirely reassuring. He would have to try. But there was one more favor he needed from the Hunter's Bureau director, and so, the two of them made their way to a mansion owned by Norma Selner. Miss Selner didn't expect the sudden visit. She looked at Jinwoo with a deep, contemplative gaze. She noticed the change in him. Once a man who harbored only darkness, he had now become one with it. Her expression softened, but there was a sorrow in her eyes. Jinwoo acknowledged her perception with a quiet nod, explaining that she was right. He had indeed embraced the darkness she had once seen in him, but now he needed her help. He requested that she look into his future. Miss Selner hesitated for only a moment before reaching out, her hands trembling slightly as they touched his. She closed her eyes, and as the vision unfolded, her face grew pale. Tears welled up in her eyes, and when she opened them again, she could not hide her sorrow. She had seen the immense burden that lay ahead for Jinwoo, the pain and sacrifice he would endure. She could not fathom how one person could bear such a fate, let alone fight a war in solitude, with no one to remember him. Jinwoo's expression softened in response, but there was no change in his resolve. He gently released her hands, his voice quiet but firm as he thanked her for the favor. Apologizing for the sudden visit, he disappeared into the shadow beneath his feet, leaving Miss Selner alone with the heavy knowledge of the future. On the rooftop of a tall building, Jinwoo stood alone, his thoughts momentarily drifting as he looked at the horizon. He felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Taking out his phone, he scrolled through his contacts, eventually finding the one he was looking for. He dialed the number, and after a few rings, Hae-in's familiar voice came through. Hearing it calmed him, reminding him of the normalcy that still existed amidst the chaos. Jinwoo apologized for his silence, explaining that things had been hectic. Hae-in responded with understanding, mentioning that her life had been busy as well. The conversation turned briefly to the idea of meeting again, something that seemed both distant and inevitable. Before the call ended, Hae-in asked Jinwoo for a simple promise, a promise that he would come to see her again. Jinwoo, his voice gentle but filled with unwavering resolve, promised he would return. As Hae-in's thoughts lingered on Jinwoo's words, she was interrupted by Jong-in, reminding her that it was time to go. The alliances of hunters were mobilizing, each preparing for the inevitable confrontation with the demonic forces. The Asian Hunter Alliance, the European Hunter Alliance, and the Chinese Emergency Response Alliance all had sent their best, their numbers swelling into the hundreds of thousands. The war was on the horizon. But even before the armies clashed, a more silent, invisible battle raged between the two monarchs. Antares, standing amidst the corpses of the fallen, was focused. His senses sharpened as he sought out the Shadow Monarch, eager to challenge him. The Dragon King reveled in the destruction he had wrought, but he was not content. His pride swelled as he dared Jinwoo to step out from the shadows and face him directly. From a great distance, Jinwoo felt the presence of the Dragon King. His rage flared, and in that moment, his voice rang out declaring he was coming for him soon. The Dragon King eagerly awaited the Shadow Monarch's arrival, standing atop a shattered building as he surveyed the desolate scene below. For a moment, he considered the silence from his opponent, wondering what Jinwoo might be planning. Antares entertained the thought that perhaps the Shadow Monarch had fled to the depths of the abyss, terrified by the sheer number of his army. But before he could ponder further, a missile struck him squarely in the face. More missiles followed, raining down in relentless waves, yet the Dragon King remained unmoved. High above, soldiers and fighter jets exchanged tense, hopeful communications, believing they might have finally dealt some damage. One pilot leaned over to check the battlefield below, but his hopes shattered as a wave of fire erupted from the ground. In an instant, a colossal, red glowing eye appeared before the fighter jet. It was the Dragon King, now revealed in his true, monstrous form, swallowing the sky. The pilots who had risked everything to delay his advance watched in horror as Antares sharpened his gaze and then unleashed a breath of pure destruction. Flames of annihilation burst forth, engulfing the fighter planes and consuming them in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, Jinwoo sat in solitude upon his throne, deep within the darkness of the castle Beru had forged for him. For a time, he had remained still, reflecting quietly, but now his eyes flickered open, stirred by the chaos rumbling in the distance. The call to battle had come. It was time. A faint smile touched his lips as he glanced at the wall where Beru's words of respect were inscribed. Jinwoo felt a pang of guilt for scolding his loyal summon earlier and softly expressed his gratitude, acknowledging Beru's unwavering efforts. Beru, waiting silently in the shadows, stepped forward upon hearing his liege's call, but Jinwoo halted him with a glance, sensing his concern. Bellion rose beside Beru, his voice steady, yet laced with caution about the dangers ahead. Igris soon joined them, mirroring Bellion's unease, both warriors deeply worried for their king's safety. Jinwoo met the eyes of his three marshals, each one loyal beyond measure and ready to sacrifice everything for him. He understood their fears, but he knew too that he could not allow danger to deter him from what must be done. His thoughts briefly wandered to Ashbourne, the former Shadow Monarch who had once admired his unyielding spirit. Jinwoo wondered if Ashbourne too had faced such moments of doubt. Bellion, reflecting on the memory of his old master, saw a familiar fire within Jinwoo. The resemblance was undeniable, the same unbreakable resolve shining through. At that moment, all three marshals understood what needed to be done. In renewed loyalty, they lowered their heads, pledging themselves entirely to Jinwoo until the very end. Jinwoo rose, bolstered by their devotion, fully prepared for the battle that loomed ahead. With a quiet breath, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone, the last fragile link to the world he was about to leave behind. Sensing his thoughts, Bellion gently suggested that he contact his family. Yet Jinwoo hesitated, knowing that hearing their voices might weaken his resolve. For a long moment, he stared at the phone, images of his mother and sister flashing through his mind. Then, without another thought, he tightened his grip, and the device shattered in his hand with a sharp crack. His body and spirit fully steeled, Jinwoo gave the signal. It was time to move. On the battlefield, the scene was hellish. In the skies, dragons pursued the few surviving fighter jets mercilessly, while on the ground, magic beasts roamed unchecked. A pilot, somehow still alive, clutched the remains of his parachute and watched in paralyzed horror as his comrades were obliterated. As he struggled to comprehend the devastation, a soft tapping sound caught his attention, a drop falling onto his shoulder. He turned, and his breath caught. Towering before him stood a monstrous, spider-like beast, its grotesque mouth wide open, ready to devour him. Helpless, the pilot closed his eyes, bracing for death, but nothing came. Opening his eyes cautiously, he found the creature ripped in half before him, its lifeless remains sprawled across the ground. Stunned, the pilot scanned the battlefield frantically until his gaze locked onto a figure standing calmly amidst the carnage, holding gleaming daggers, unmistakable even from a distance. It was Hunter Sung Jinwoo. He had arrived. Jinwoo glanced briefly over his shoulder, and with quiet authority, instructed the pilot to run. Danger still loomed, A new wave of magic beasts was already charging toward them, drawn to the commotion like bloodthirsty predators. Bewildered, the pilot managed to stammer Jinwoo's name, disbelief heavy in his voice. But Jinwoo remained steady, unfazed by the monstrous tide rushing toward him. As the creatures closed in, he raised his hand and activated ruler's authority. In an instant, with swift, ruthless swings of his daggers, he carved through them. Their twisted forms disintegrated, spraying dark fluids across the battlefield. With fierce determination blazing in his chest, Jinwoo pressed forward, blood and shadows trailing behind him. Then, he came to a halt, turned, and a command slipped from his lips, soft but laced with boundless power. Arise. The fallen beasts of the Chaos World twitched, then rose from the earth, their forms cloaked in shadow, their empty eyes gleaming with newfound allegiance. They had been claimed. And now, they followed their new master into the storm to come. As expected, it took no time for the Dragon King to sense the Shadow Monarch's arrival on the eastern front. His keen instinct sharpened further, watching every move of the emerging threat with predatory focus. Yogamut weighed the situation, considering whether they should rally all forces and strike Jinwoo at once. Meanwhile, Tarnak observed more cautiously, noting the absence of the Shadow Monarch's vast army of the dead. And Teres, silent and calculating, pondered their words. He concluded that Jinwoo might be baiting them into a trap by appearing alone, aiming to avoid a full-scale clash while buying precious time. It was a delicate game, and the Dragon King was wary of falling into the Shadow Monarch's unseen snare. But for Jinwoo, everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Hundreds of new shadows joined his army, and like a rising tsunami, the darkness began to engulf the battlefield. Jinwoo cut through the horde of beasts with effortless precision, his body moving with mechanical speed and lethal grace. Every swing of his dagger dropped a beast, every step left devastation in his wake. His summons tore into the enemy lines, ripping apart magic beasts one after another, while Jinwoo remained the calm eye at the center of the storm, his eyes ablaze with unyielding resolve. As the slaughter continued, Jinwoo sensed a new, heavier presence approaching. Above him, hundreds of wyverns blotted out the sun, their black mass casting a vast shadow over the battlefield. This force was unlike the others, and Jinwoo immediately recognized them as part of the Army of Destruction, though the Dragon King himself remained absent from this new wave. If the Monarch of Destruction was hesitating, Jinwoo decided he would give him a reason to act. As the horde of wyverns launched a coordinated, aggressive assault, Jinwoo murmured his command, "Arise." Instantly, the battlefield erupted as the fallen beasts reanimated into shadow soldiers and hurled themselves into the sky to meet the incoming horde. A fierce collision shook the skies, but hidden among the wyverns, a massive dragon waited. A bright, searing light formed in its throat before it unleashed a devastating torrent of fire, incinerating countless shadows in an instant. It climbed higher, surveying the field with a gaze full of scorn, confident that no mere army of mana could stand against the Dragon King's might. But before it could unleash another attack, the dragon sensed a presence above it. Jinwoo, riding atop Kaisel, was already poised high above. Before the dragon could react, he descended like a black flash, piercing through the monster's core with a single, lethal strike. The Dragon King immediately sensed the loss of one of his formidable warriors. Realizing the Shadow Army was gaining strength, he decided it was time to act. He turned to Yogamut, ordering him to stay behind and prepare for an ambush in case the tide shifted. Yogamut bowed and readied himself. Then, with a grim determination, Antares tore open dozens of portals, each linking directly to the eastern front. The Dragon King and his full army of destruction were finally marching to meet the Shadow Monarch. A storm approached. Meanwhile, on the western front, the situation was dire. The last lines of armed defense crumbled under the relentless assault of the magic beasts. Desperation filled the air as soldiers fired frantically, trying to hold the line, but the beasts pressed on without pause. One monster lunged toward a group of soldiers, ready to crush them, but before the blow could land, a colossal fist slammed into its face, sending it flying across the ruins. The stunned soldiers turned, and there stood the world's strongest hunter, Thomas Andre. His lips curled into a smirk as he announced that he would crush these pathetic bugs. But one presence caught his attention. Standing apart from the chaos, exuding an aura of menace, was a figure unlike the rest. Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body, stepped forward, introducing himself with a booming voice. Despite Tarnak's intimidating presence, Thomas remained unfazed, almost relaxed, as if he had been expecting this. Suddenly, a thick, inky darkness began to spread from beneath Thomas's feet, covering the ground like a creeping shadow. The air grew heavy, and then, from the shadowy veil, a figure materialized, Grand Marshal Bellion. He greeted Tarnak coldly, remarking how long it had been since they last crossed paths. Moments later, the massive shadow army emerged across the battlefield, catching Tarnak off guard. A flash of panic crossed the monarch's face as he reached out mentally to warn Antares, only to find his telepathic link severed. His gaze snapped to the source. Tusk, standing firm, held a talisman infused with the orb of Avarice's power, jamming the monarch's communication. Tarnak's mind raced. This wasn't the typical brutal assault the Shadow Army was known for. This was cunning, a trap set by a human mind. Rage overtook him. His pride wounded, he roared, declaring Jinwoo unworthy of being called a monarch. But before he could finish, Beru stepped forward, dark mana swirling around him. Glaring at Tarnak, he demanded the monarch retract his insult against their liege. Tarnak, enraged that a mere soldier dared challenge him, let out a cry of fury and transformed into a monstrous, grotesque form. His body grew larger and more monstrous. But Beru was unshaken. With a screech that shook the battlefield, he unfurled his wings and sharpened his claws, ready to take on the king of the monstrous humanoids alone. Back on the eastern front, snow began to fall, blanketing the field of destruction. At the very center stood the Dragon King, Antares, his burning gaze locked onto Jinwoo. Across the field, Jinwoo returned the stare, silent but resolute. The two monarchs finally faced each other across the ruins, sensing that their true battle was finally about to begin. Without hesitation, Antares opened his jaw, and flames surged out as he unleashed the breath of destruction, an attack born from the sole desire to kill. A blinding flash swallowed the battlefield, fire exploding in every direction as a sea of flame roared beneath the dark sky, reducing everything in its path to ash. As the rumble subsided, the Dragon King scanned the scorched battlefield, searching for Jinwoo amidst the inferno, but found nothing. Then, above the smoke, his eyes caught sight of Jinwoo mounted atop a shadow dragon. He had narrowly leapt back, escaping the blast by a mere second. Their gazes met once more, and Jinwoo, without flinching, uttered his command with quiet resolve. Arise. Instantly, the fallen beasts that littered the field rose as shadow soldiers, charging toward Antares in a wave of dark fury. But the Dragon King remained unfazed. He gathered a massive surge of energy into his claws and released it in a fiery storm that engulfed the approaching shadows. In an instant, they turned to ash, unable to regenerate under the searing intensity. Standing amidst the flames, Antares scoffed with disdain, inwardly mocking Jinwoo's strategy. He was certain the Shadow Monarch had diverted his main force elsewhere, likely to confront the Monarch of Iron Body, leaving only these weaker troops to deal with him. But before the Dragon King could savor his perceived advantage, a portal opened some distance away. Through it, he saw Jinwoo retreating. Antares' expression hardened as he launched himself into the air, chasing Jinwoo through the gate with blinding speed. Both figures leaped through the gate, and on the other side, Antares was met with a sight he hadn't anticipated. The entire western front was teeming with shadow soldiers. From horizon to horizon, the ground was covered in black. Every inch resounded with the unified steps of Jinwoo's army. Even the dragons that once belonged to the Army of Destruction now marched under the Shadow Monarch's banner. Antares turned sharply and saw Tarnak, the Monarch of Iron Body, being torn apart by Beru, while Belian stood tall, sword holstered in the earth like a monument of dominance. In that instant, the truth became clear. Jinwoo had eliminated Tarnak first, dismantling his forces before luring the Dragon King into a trap. Impressed despite himself, Antares acknowledged Jinwoo's cunning with a grudging respect, though he still believed the Shadow Monarch had overreached. To him, this was reckless arrogance. At that moment, Yogamont, the Monarch of Transfiguration, emerged at his side. Without hesitation, he began conjuring a vast network of portals across the battlefield, gates ready to flood the field with reinforcements. Antares turned to Jinwoo, warning him that he had made a fatal mistake by focusing solely on him while neglecting another key monarch. With Yogamont's gates, he said, he could summon an endless tide of destruction. In his mind, the battle was already won. But then, something shifted. Jinwoo smiled faintly, and a quiet command slipped from his lips as his shadow army vanished, sucked back into his own shadow in an instant. Antares stood confused, uncertain why Jinwoo would dismiss his own forces. He assumed the Shadow Monarch had finally realized the gap between their powers, had accepted defeat. Hundreds of wyverns circled overhead, ready to strike, awaiting their command. Yet Jinwoo stood perfectly still, his eyes closed in calm anticipation. And then, the air changed. A pressure unlike anything before began to build. A spark of ancient power pulsed in the space around him. When Jinwoo opened his eyes again, they were no longer his. They were the eyes of a dragon. In that moment, Antares felt it. The power Jinwoo summoned was unmistakable. It was Kamish's power, drawn from the runestone left behind by the greatest dragon in history, a force that once struck terror into the hearts of even the strongest hunters. And now it returned. Jinwoo unleashed a mighty roar, not a sound meant for human ears, but something far older and more primal. It was dragon fear, a scream that drowned the battlefield in despair. Its effect was instant. The wyverns fell into disarray, paralyzed by overwhelming terror. Even Yogamont staggered back, gasping as the roar tore through him. Screams echoed through the skies as the army of destruction faltered under the weight of one man's power. Antares, stunned, barely had time to process it when Jinwoo struck. With monstrous force, he seized the Dragon King's arm and dragged him into the void. Shadows surged around them, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished into darkness, reappearing in a desolate, isolated landscape. Antares' gaze swept across the barren horizon as he muttered a low question, asking where Jinwoo had taken him. The Shadow Monarch's voice was calm and absolute as he explained that they stood on the other side of the world, far from his soldiers. Antares understood instantly. Jinwoo had separated him from Yogamont and the reinforcements. A war of attrition would have drained Jinwoo's mana, but a duel? That was where the Shadow Monarch thrived. With a dark chuckle, Antares admitted it was a clever move, but Jinwoo didn't waver. Magic surged through him as Kamish's wrath formed in his hand, and his voice carried like a promise carved in stone as he declared that this land would become Antares' grave. Antares narrowed his eyes, acknowledging Jinwoo's resolve. For him, this was a test of endurance. He only needed to hold out until his forces arrived, but he wouldn't falter. His body began to shift, glowing with molten energy as he shed his human form. With a deafening roar, Antares transformed into a massive, awe-inspiring dragon, wings unfurling like a storm cloud, red eyes blazing with primal power. The embodiment of destruction stood tall, casting a looming shadow as the final battle began. The flames of war reached the United States as Norma Selner stood by the window, watching the cities burn before her eyes. David Brennan, seated beside her, felt the intense surge of mana coursing wildly through the region. Jinwoo had warned them of this reality, but seeing it unfold left him shaken. Desperately, he asked what they were supposed to do now, his voice barely rising above a whisper. Closing her eyes, Miss Selner extended her vision far beyond the horizon, her senses brushing against the chaos unfolding worldwide. She reminded him that Jinwoo wasn't fighting alone. Others had rallied too, hunters from every corner of the globe, rising to join the battle. Yet all of them would eventually fall, their lights fading like distant stars swallowed by the void. And still, when she turned back to David, her gaze carried quiet resolve. She said that when all those stars fall together, they form a pattern in the sky. Though faint, through that dim constellation, one could glimpse what lay ahead. Where others saw despair, she saw something else, a faint glimmer of hope, resilient even amid destruction. Meanwhile, in Korea, Chairman Jinchul stood by his office window, contemplating the grim tide of war. An employee's report confirmed what he had hoped. Jinwoo had successfully lured the enemy to an uninhabited island near Japan. His thoughts drifted back to a past conversation with Jinwoo, where he had mentioned a large, uninhabited island, drenched in mana, left behind after a massive gate collapsed. Now, the choice of this battlefield made sense. Jinwoo had planned carefully, laying low in this very place, anticipating the confrontation that was about to unfold. A faint smile of relief crossed Jinchul's face as he realized that mankind would endure this calamity. Back in Japan, Jinwoo ensured that chance remained alive as he rode atop Kaisel, surging toward the Dragon King, who was gathering a roaring flame deep in his throat. But before Antares could release his deadly breath, a long, centipede-like weapon whipped forward and coiled around his neck, sealing his jaw shut. The fire sputtered, trapped inside. Antares' gaze snapped downward, rage igniting as he met Bellion's unyielding grip, locking his jaw closed. The Shadow Soldiers didn't waste the moment. Giant forms rushed in, slamming the Dragon King to the ground, their massive hands pressing down to pin him in place. Tusk followed, amplifying the impact with gravitational force that smashed Antares into the earth again and again. From above, Beru and Greed launched themselves like twin missiles, their bodies crashing into the Dragon King's face with shattering force. Then came Igris, descending with the Demon Monarch's sword. With a single, thunderous blow, he brought the blade down upon Antares' head, lightning crackling in blinding arcs as the sky split around him. Jinwoo watched the chaos unfold from atop Kaisel, his eyes fixed on the battlefield as his shadow army clashed fiercely with Antares. The plan was working, until a deep, thunderous voice pierced the storm. The Dragon King's eyes ignited with fury, and with a twisted grin, He welcomed the challenge of being outnumbered, calling it a rare thrill. That was when Jinwoo's instincts screamed. A tremendous force was building. With a roar that cracked the air itself, Antares unleashed dragon fear. The shockwave ripped across the land, shaking the Shadow Army to its core, distorting the air and severing their connection to Jinwoo. He felt the link snap and immediately withdrew his forces to protect them, but he had no time to recover. In the very next moment, the Dragon King opened his mouth again, flames blazing anew before erupting in a searing inferno that bathed the battlefield. Jinwoo reacted instantly, darting away and pulling Kaisel with him just as the fire turned the ground below into molten earth. As the smoke curled around him, he stepped forward, his voice booming with unshakable pride. He called himself the embodiment of chaos, a being crafted for war, forged to bring annihilation. He thrived in the fury of battle, and with a fiery gleam in his eyes, he declared that he's Antares, the king of dragons and the monarch of destruction. The sheer pressure of Antares' presence was suffocating. In that moment, Jinwoo fully grasped the extent of the Dragon King's destructive power. Even his undying soldiers would not survive a direct hit from Antares' fiery breath. He could feel the weight of that truth bearing down on him. Meanwhile, Antares, now shifting back into his human form, spoke with an eerie admiration. He noted the faint trace of nervousness in Jinwoo's eyes and, with a calm demeanor, reassured him. The Dragon King remarked that when Jinwoo had grabbed his arm during their battle, he could have easily broken free. Yet, he chose not to, acknowledging that Jinwoo had impressed him by forcing him into a corner. Recognizing Jinwoo's strength and the weight he carried, Antares made his purpose clear. He hadn't come to brawl, but to speak, as one monarch to another. If Jinwoo had inherited the memories of his predecessor, then he would already know the truth. Their real enemy wasn't this world. It was the rulers. Born to erase the monarchs from existence, their army was a force that transcended dimensions. Antares emphasized that even Jinwoo was not spared from that fate. Jinwoo listened in silence, absorbing the weight of the revelation. Antares then admitted that he had once intended to kill Jinwoo to prepare for that coming war, but witnessing Jinwoo's power had changed his mind. The Dragon King acknowledged that Jinwoo's abilities were unlike Ashbourne's, a rare potential that set him apart. Antares then extended an offer. Whether Jinwoo wished for his family's safety, the protection of his homeland, or the withdrawal of the army of destruction, he would grant him any wish. The Dragon King went so far as to offer dominion over the entire planet, convinced that Jinwoo possessed the qualities to rule it. All he asked in return was for the Shadow Monarch to take his hand, so they could unite their strength and bring down the army of the rulers together. Jinwoo stared at the offered hand, the promise it held. But then he scoffed. He said he didn't trust Antares, not for a moment. The Dragon King's eyes burned not with peace, but with destruction. Jinwoo had seen it, his facade, the hunger to kill. As Jinwoo's rejection echoed through the air, Antares' expression cracked. His composed face twisted into a grin before breaking into a laugh that echoed like thunder as he declared that this had been his final offer of mercy. Now, he would no longer hold back. And with that said, Antares stretched out his hand, which swiftly shifted into massive dragon claws and hurled them toward Jinwoo with a thunderous stomp. Jinwoo dodged with razor-sharp instinct, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow, and in a breath summoned Kaisel beneath him. As the two shot into the sky, Antares, now fully transformed into his dragon form once more, charged a blazing breath of fire that lit up the heavens. But Jinwoo, quick to react, commanded Kaisel to dive. The wyvern swooped downward in perfect timing, narrowly evading the searing flames that scorched the air behind them. The instant the inferno ceased, Jinwoo saw his opening. He launched himself from Kaisel's back like a bullet, blades drawn, aura flaring wildly. Black energy split into countless tendrils mid-air and lashed against the Dragon King's head with brutal impact. The full wrath of Kamish's aura surged through Jinwoo's blades and crashed down upon Antares' armored crown. Landing back on Kaisel's back, Jinwoo's eyes remained locked on the enemy, but his heart sank. The devastating strike hadn't left so much as a scratch. Antares met his gaze with the same fierce confidence, entirely unfazed. Realizing the danger, Jinwoo immediately ordered a retreat, but before Kaisel could pull away, an ear-piercing roar tore through the skies. It was the dragon's fear, an ancient cry of domination that paralyzed even the strongest. Kaisel's wings faltered, trembling mid-flight, and Jinwoo was momentarily stunned. But the wyvern, acting on pure instinct and loyalty, coiled its tail around Jinwoo and flung him clear from its back in one desperate motion. Jinwoo's eyes widened as he tumbled through the air, struggling to comprehend Kaisel's act. He reached out to summon his mount again, but the sky was already ablaze. Antares' next blast of fire surged through like a second sun, and Kaizel took the full brunt of it. The wyvern vanished into the inferno, its body reduced to ashes. As Antares scanned the horizon, a sneer curled across his snout. He knew the Shadow Monarch wouldn't fall so easily, and sure enough, Jinwoo clung to the rocky scales of the Dragon King's own body, one foot jammed deep into a jagged surface, but discomfort twisted across his face. The heat radiating from Antares was like magma, searing his very skin. Gritting his teeth, Jinwoo raised his dagger and plunged it straight into the Dragon King's hide. The force cracked the air around him, but before he could follow through, a massive shadow engulfed him. Antares' colossal foot came crashing down. Jinwoo slipped free just in time, rolling across the burning surface. Then, with fierce resolve, Jinwoo curled his lips into a cold grit and gave the command, "Arise." At once, 3 immense shadows coiled from the ground, shaping into the forms of ancient dragons. Their eyes burned like dying stars as they launched themselves at Antares, encircling him with relentless fury. One clamped its jaws around the Dragon King's neck, while the other 2 gathered glowing orbs of flame within their throats. A heartbeat later, they unleashed a coordinated barrage, fire engulfing the Monarch of Destruction in a spiraling inferno. Jinwoo stood at the rocky edge, eyes locked on the clash. But even as his shadow dragons rained destruction, doubt crept in. Antares' raw power was beyond anything he had faced. He knew his usual tactics wouldn't suffice here. This enemy demanded something greater, something far more powerful. And then, the idea struck him. Darkness swelled beneath his feet, shadows slithering upward to wrap around his body. They thickened and hardened, growing stronger with every heartbeat, as if responding to something deep inside him. A dark essence surged forth, layer after layer of it coiling into form. Antares, still locked in battle, paused. His instincts prickled. He sensed it, the rise of something unfamiliar. Jinwoo's aura was shifting, the power of death pulsing in thick waves. And then he saw it. Jinwoo's figure began to expand. The shadows didn't merely armor him, they reshaped him. His body molded into a towering black figure, an armor not just for defense, but pure, overwhelming presence. Darkness rose like a mountain until he stood colossal, his silhouette blotting out the sky. The Dragon King stared in disbelief. This wasn't possible. Astralization was a form reserved for beings beyond Jinwoo's reach. The Shadow Monarch was once a fragment of brilliant light. He shouldn't be capable of taking such form. And yet, here he stood, cloaked in a body forged by death itself. An unsettling theory bloomed in Antares' mind as he wondered if Jinwoo had brought the very power of death onto Earth. For a human, no matter how strong, this should have been impossible. Yet the truth towered before him, undeniable and terrifying. Meanwhile, Jinwoo, fully enveloped in this vast, shadowy form, flexed his hand. He could feel it, the endless current of strength, the legacy of Ashbourne, the Shadow Monarch's final gift pulsing through every limb. This wasn't just power. This was dominion. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes. He understood now. Jinwoo had walked the border of life and death long enough to master it. That was why Ashbourne had chosen him. But such power made Jinwoo too dangerous to leave alive. Antares knew he had to kill him, and without hesitation, the Dragon King unleashed another inferno, the flames screaming through the air toward Jinwoo. But this time, Jinwoo raised a single hand. Darkness pulsed outward like a wave as he met the blast head-on, and with one mighty hurl of mana, he flung it back. The redirected fire roared straight into Antares, striking before he could brace. Smoke curled into the sky, but the Dragon King remained standing. Both monarchs now faced each other, clad in their ultimate forms. They launched forward at the same moment. Their collision sent shockwaves tearing through the land, their strength matching in a violent deadlock. Then, as if on cue, they broke apart, leaping back to reset. Antares struck first. His massive claws carved through the air, aimed straight for Jinwoo's core. But Jinwoo met the blow with his left hand, halting it cold. And in the same motion, his right fist drove into the Dragon King's face, the impact thundering through the sky. Undeterred, Jinwoo launched another strike, but this time, the Dragon King evaded. With a sudden burst of speed, Antares lunged forward, jaws wide, and sank his fangs deep into Jinwoo's side. He lifted him effortlessly, thrashing him like a ragdoll before hurling him into the air with brutal force, sending him crashing into the towering castle walls. Before Jinwoo could recover, another breath of destruction followed, scorching heat blazing past him, but he reacted just in time, shifting himself out of the path of the blast. The blast scorched his right shoulder, leaving a burning gash, but Jinwoo held firm, drew his sword wreathed in mana, and charged back into the fray without hesitation. The Dragon King was unrelenting. Another fiery blast began to form, aimed directly at Jinwoo, but this time, he didn't evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on, slashing through the firestorm at its source. His blade cut through the blaze, and he followed up with a fierce swing. Yet Antares, despite his enormous frame, darted aside and vanished to the far edge of the battlefield. With a thunderous flap of his wings, Antares soared high above. From the skies, he conjured portals wreathed in fire, and from each of them, a torrent of flames descended, raining down like the wrath of heaven itself. It was as if the world burned beneath a crimson downpour. But amid the inferno, Antares felt something shift, a disturbance in the energy around him. Before he could react, a mana-infused sword pierced his massive form. A howl of pain tore from the Dragon King as more blades erupted from the ground. Jinwoo unleashed a barrage of spectral swords, each one targeting Antares to counter his fiery onslaught. But the Dragon King wasn't finished. He met the incoming storm of blades with a devastating breath of flame, the two forces colliding mid-air in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave lit up the sky, but in the end, Antares' fire burned through Jinwoo's defense. The barrage of swords shattered, and the remaining flames tore through the Shadow Monarch's barrier, engulfing him in a devastating burst that scorched everything around him. As the dust settled, Jinwoo struggled to rise. The flames had torn through his mana-imbued armor, and he panted heavily, reverting to his human form. Burned and battered, he blinked through the haze, just in time to see Antares striding forward, emerging from the smoke like a god of war. Jinwoo felt the toll of the battle, the crushing weight of drawing upon such immense power. Every second drained him further. Across the field, the Dragon King also returned to his human form, his presence cutting through the haze like a blade. He offered Jinwoo one final chance to accept his proposal, but Jinwoo, unshaken, reactivated his shadow armor and rejected it outright. With resolve burning in his eyes, he reached for his weapon, summoning Kamish's wrath. Antares responded by drawing his own sword, a mocking grin playing across his face, ridiculing Jinwoo's attempt to resist. Without a word, they charged in a blur of motion. Their weapons collided with a violent crash, sparks flying as steel met steel. As they fought, Antares' voice echoed within Jinwoo's mind, whispering of the destruction spreading across the battlefield, the chaos unleashed by Yogamont and the army of destruction. Each blow from the Dragon King's blade was accompanied by venomous words, taunts meant to shatter Jinwoo's spirit. He warned that everything Jinwoo fought to protect would turn to ash, and that any peace he clung to was merely an illusion. But as the battle raged on one of Jinwoo's daggers, worn down from clashing against the Dragon King's hardened scales, finally snapped free, slipping from his grip and spinning through the air. Antares seized the opening as he plunged his sword into Jinwoo's stomach in a swift, merciless motion. The blade pierced through, blood spilling, as Jinwoo gasped, his body shuddering under the force of the wound. The Dragon King's voice was cold as he spoke of the suffering blanketing the world, of humanity's cries being smothered beneath the weight of his flames. Jinwoo fell to his knees, pain racking his body, struggling to remain upright as Antares loomed above, his sword pressing down like a guillotine. He spoke of despair, of regret, of the countless lives lost, mocking Jinwoo for failing to save them. But Jinwoo's resolve didn't waver. His eyes, bloodshot yet burning with fury, met the Dragon King's. He wasn't finished. From the shadows, the battered dagger came hurtling back and struck Antares from behind, catching him off guard. The surprise attack forced Antares to step back. Jinwoo used the moment to leap away, widening the distance. Yet, the dagger failed to pierce the barrier surrounding Antares. The Dragon King scoffed at the attempt, mocking Jinwoo again, reminding him that it would take more than a dragon's tooth to harm the King of Dragons. A dark chuckle escaped Antares. He found amusement in this struggle, a flame born of darkness, clashing with a darkness born of light. To him, the end of this battle seemed inevitable, and every word he spoke dripped with condescension. But Jinwoo stood firm. He too saw the end, but not the one Antares envisioned. Without a word, he launched forward, his speed blinding. Antares raised his sword high, ready to strike the final blow, declaring that the army of destruction wouldn't even need to search for this place. He would deliver Jinwoo's severed head himself. Yet as Jinwoo closed in, something changed. Antares sensed it, an unease in the air. Before he could act, Jinwoo's shadow soldiers surged from the darkness, emerging behind him in a tide of black. Together they charged, hands outstretched, their collective might aimed straight at Antares. The monarch of destruction's fury boiled over. His bellow thundered across the battlefield as he roared his final threat, vowing to tear Jinwoo apart for defying him all along. But Jinwoo pressed on. His hand crackled with raw energy, power surging to its limit. It wasn't just strength driving him now, It was the memory of his father, the man who had once drawn a dagger to protect his family. It was Ashbourne, the previous Shadow Monarch, who had entrusted him with everything he had. But above all, it was Jinwoo himself who had chosen this path, who had taken on the burden to protect the world and put an end to the endless cycle of death and destruction. Then, in one clean motion, he slashed his dagger across Antares' body. The blade ripped through the Dragon King's defenses, carving a streak of light that split him open. Jinwoo's body trembled with rage as he gritted his teeth and asked Antares if he could now see his own death. Reaching into his inventory, he summoned his father's dagger, the memory of that moment heavy in his soul. The sky cracked with lightning above them, as if the heavens bore witness to this end. And then, with no hesitation, Jinwoo plunged the dagger into Antares' chest. The blade pierced the Dragon King's armor, delivering the final fatal blow. Antares staggered, stunned, staring down at the wound as if unable to believe it. Above, the skies burst open. The ruler's army descended from the gates in unending waves. Antares looked up in disbelief. When he had arrived, there had been no gates, no signs of such an invasion. It should have required impossible force to open a rift between worlds. And then, he understood. Jinwoo had drawn him here, isolated him from his legion. Still, he couldn't fathom how Jinwoo had contacted the rulers. Jinwoo watched the realization wash over him. In a calm voice, he explained that the rulers had lent their power to human vessels, individuals who remained in this world. Through them, the rulers had sensed this place, used it as a beacon, and prepared the gate in advance. Antares finally grasped it. Jinwoo had used the vessels to summon the gate, ensuring that no matter the battle's outcome, the war would end in humanity's favor. Jinwoo's eyes bore into him, his words laced with truth, as he reminded Antares that it was he who had orchestrated the betrayal, the one who had unleashed the Monarch of White Flames and the Beast Monarch upon Ashbourne. Antares hesitated, the gravity in Jinwoo's words sinking in, and asked if the Monarch of White Flames had confessed. Jinwoo's smile widened. He said it wasn't him, it was Ashbourne. And then, with a slow, defiant gesture, he raised his middle finger and said the old Shadow Monarch sent his regards. The act sent Antares into a rage. With a furious cry, he lunged, blade raised to strike down the defenseless Jinwoo. But before the attack could land, spears of light rained from every direction, impaling the Dragon King mid-charge. He froze in place, stunned, and as he looked up, he saw the figure descending from the sky. It was the brightest fragment of brilliant light. As his strength faded, Antares' gaze softened. In his final breath, he murmured of balance, the brilliance of light and the depths of darkness that had surrounded him. And with a voice filled with exhaustion, yet strangely content, he admitted that victory had always been beyond his grasp. He whispered of eternal rest, hoping to meet Jinwoo again, somewhere beyond. Jinwoo's voice was steady as he responded, assuring the Dragon King that their paths would indeed cross again. That this ending was not the end, but a pause in their long, tangled history. Antares crumbled, light devouring his form as the last echoes of his reign faded into silence. Right after, the brightest fragment of brilliant light descended to the ground, its luminous form settling before Jinwoo as it acknowledged the truth, that his actions had brought an end to their long, grueling war. Jinwoo, steady in posture, but reflective in gaze, responded with a request that momentarily unsettled the ruler. He explained that there was still something left undone, something only the brightest fragment could grant. Intrigued, the ruler agreed without hesitation, promising to assist in any way it could. With unwavering conviction, Jinwoo asked to use the Cup of Reincarnation once more, a divine relic capable of turning back the flow of time. His words sent a wave of silence through the rulers as they exchanged glances, stunned by the weight of what he had asked. The ruler then clarified the implications of such a choice, reminding Jinwoo that rewinding time would also revive the fallen monarchs, each one returning with memories of their defeat still intact, fully aware of everything that had transpired in this life. Yet Jinwoo remained unmoved. He accepted the danger, but on one condition. He asked that when time rewound, no monarch be allowed to descend upon Earth. He would face them alone in the void of dimensional gaps, keeping the war far from those he vowed to protect. The ruler, sensing the burden Jinwoo was about to bear, voiced its uncertainty. It questioned why he would willingly shoulder such immense responsibility again. So many times before, they had used the Cup of Reincarnation in search of the perfect outcome. And yet, what Jinwoo had achieved now was the best of all timelines. Humanity had been spared, balance restored. Why then choose to erase it? Jinwoo's eyes dropped to the dagger hanging from his side, his father's dagger. The weapon glinted faintly, reflecting the countless sacrifices that had led to this point. His voice was calm but resolute as he explained his reason. He didn't just want victory, He wanted to undo the tragedy, to restore the lives lost in the carnage, to save the people who mattered to him most. The ruler listened, solemn and silent, then cautioned him again. The cup's power had nearly run its course. Its divine essence was frayed, fragile, nearly spent. This would be its final use. If Jinwoo failed this time, there would be no rewinding, no second chance. One last time, the ruler offered Jinwoo a path of peace. He could rest now, be remembered by the survivors as a hero who had saved their world. But if he chose to go back, to return alone to the war between dimensions, no one would remain to remember his name, his battle, or his sacrifice. If he won, no one would know. If he lost, no one would mourn him. And so, the ruler asked him, did he still wish to go back? Jinwoo closed his eyes. For a brief moment, silence surrounded him. Then, a faint smile appeared, softening the lines on his face. In that quiet darkness behind his eyelids, he saw them, his mother and sister clutching each other, their eyes glued to the television in fear. Hae-in, bruised and bloodied, standing tall on the front lines. Jinchul, frozen before a screen, unable to look away from the battle's climax, and Jinho, his desk cluttered, frantically coordinating calls in the Ahjin Guild office, trying to hold things together. Each memory filled him with warmth, carving away the fatigue and uncertainty until only one truth remained. He had made his choice long ago. When he opened his eyes, the weight of his decision was already upon him, but so was his resolve. Without hesitation, he reaffirmed his request. He would go back in time, and this time he would carry the burden alone. The moment Jinwoo firmly declared his wish to return to the past, the brightest fragment of brilliant light regarded him with quiet respect, sensing the unwavering strength behind his choice. His desire to save the world with his own hands, to carry its burden alone, reminded the ruler of Ashbourne, the former shadow monarch who had once borne that same resolve. With understanding, the ruler offered its support and wished Jinwoo luck in the monumental task ahead. But before the cup was used, a sudden doubt crept into Jinwoo's mind. He asked what would become of his shadow soldiers, those who hadn't existed in the past. The ruler explained plainly. Any soldier from the past would vanish, while those born in this timeline would remain, meaning Beru would stay by his side, but others like Greed and Iron would disappear. Jinwoo offered a faint grin and nodded. He accepted the cost, stating calmly that he was ready for what lay ahead. As he stood poised at the threshold of time, the ruler summoned the cup of reincarnation. With a solemn gesture, it overturned the relic. Radiant light spilled forth in waves, pure and boundless, sweeping across the world. In that fleeting moment, the earth was blanketed in a gentle, all-encompassing brilliance, as if existence itself were being rewritten. And then, the light vanished. Souls stirred awake beneath a clear, peaceful sky. Inside a modest apartment, the day began anew. Jinna pushed open her brother's door, calling out to wake him, but to her surprise, Jinwoo was already up, waiting. He smiled at her, eyes soft as he watched her unharmed, untouched by the tragedies that had once scarred their lives. Moments later, he stepped into the dining room. The sound of rustling utensils, the scent of breakfast, everything was exactly as he remembered. His mother cooking in the kitchen, Jinna scarfing down her food in a rush. Then, the soft flutter of a newspaper being turned. Jinwoo's gaze locked onto the man behind it, and with a trembling voice, he whispered, "Father." Ilhwan raised a brow at the formality and chuckled, but before he could speak, Jinwoo's tears had already begun to fall. He realized he was truly home, the place he'd longed to see again. As his family turned their attention to him, Jinwoo quickly deflected their concern, saying he'd simply had a bad dream. And in a way, it was true. That nightmare was finally over. His sister was safe, his mother was healthy, his father hadn't vanished. They were all here and whole. This was the second chance he had fought for. Silently, Jinwoo made a vow to protect this precious reality, no matter the cost. He wouldn't waste this final chance. He had the power now to reshape fate itself. But for now, he allowed himself a moment to breathe and savor the peace. Jinwoo thought about how, just for a while, he wanted to hold on to the quiet around him. He knew the monarchs were preparing their next move, yet if this calm could last even a single day longer without harm, he would gladly hold on to it. Later that morning, his mother went about her routine, when her eyes fell on a note resting on her son's desk. In it, Jinwoo promised he would return after finishing what he needed to do. By then, Jinwoo had already stepped through the rift between dimensions. Beru tore through a beast with surgical precision, severing its head in one swift motion. Bellion stood nearby, sword buried in the ground, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of slain monsters. Within the vast, barren void, Jinwoo stood in silence, feeling the oppressive weight of solitude. This place held no life, no comfort, only battle after battle. He reflected on the long years he had spent in this war. He had already defeated countless foes, including Yogamut, the monarch of transfiguration, whose chaos had once gripped the world. The struggle had been relentless, but after 27 long years within this forsaken dimension, Jinwoo sensed the end drawing near. Now, only one opponent remained, the Dragon King and his army of annihilation. Fortunately, time moved differently here. Though nearly 3 decades had passed in the rift, just 2 years had slipped by in the world he had left behind. The thought of reuniting with his family sparked warmth and guilt. He wondered how his parents were faring, how much Jinna had grown. He imagined telling her the truth one day, when she was ready. Bellion approached, breaking his thoughts, and reported that all enemies in the area had been wiped out. There were no traces of magic beasts nearby. Jinwoo nodded in acknowledgement, assuring himself before the coming clash with the Dragon King that he wouldn't lose this time. Then, with his gaze fixed on the beast corpses before him, he steeled his resolve for the final battle. His voice echoed through the shadows as he commanded, "Arise." From the ground, a fresh army emerged, shadow beasts rising to serve once more under their king. Across the dimensional rift, Antares sat silently on his obsidian throne. He sensed the march of the undead army, growing stronger by the moment. One of his subordinates approached, voice trembling, reporting the death of Yogamut and suggesting a retreat, but Antares refused. He was done retreating and had no intention of running this time. He made it clear that he would face the Shadow Monarch here, determined to stand his ground. A grin spread across his face as he acknowledged the audacity of Jinwoo's choice to defy fate, to rewind time itself just for one more chance. He hadn't expected to face him again, not like this. But now it would end. One of them would fall, forever. Antares chuckled darkly as he rose from his throne, his voice echoing with the weight of his power as he demanded his opponent's name. Cloaked in black armor that drank the surrounding darkness, Jinwoo met his gaze with unwavering eyes and calmly declared his identity. And with that, he leapt. Antares responded in kind. Their weapons collided with a thunderous shock, dagger against a colossal sword, signaling the beginning of their final confrontation. Behind them, their forces surged. Shadows and flames clashed as light and darkness warred once more in the heart of the void. Back in the real world, 2 years had passed. America was now gripped by a state of shock and fear, all sparked by a prophecy that stirred widespread anxiety. Normally, such predictions would have been dismissed as superstition, but this one came from Norma Selner. Her words carried undeniable weight. Time and again, her visions had proven eerily accurate, and now Selner had foretold a terrifying fate that sent ripples across the world. She had warned that a god of death would soon descend upon the earth, bringing with him endless soldiers of death, and that no one would escape. The very next day, the skies above Seoul darkened. A massive black hole stretched across the horizon, swallowing the daylight in its void. Every major news outlet echoed Selner's prophecy as people gathered outside, their eyes fixed on the looming gate, their faces a mix of dread and fascination. A murmur ran through the crowd when the gate began to part. Panic stirred, but what followed was not destruction, only emptiness, a vast, silent void. Most eyes stayed fixed on the vanishing gate overhead, unaware of the lone middle schooler who had quietly emerged amidst the chaos. Jinwoo stood silently, taking in the scene, when his gaze fell upon a man nearby, holding an elegant bouquet of flowers. With a calm smile, the stranger welcomed him back, not as an ordinary person, but as the Shadow Monarch. Though Jinwoo was caught off guard by the unfamiliarity of the man, he accepted the gesture and asked why he was being greeted like this. The man, still smiling, introduced himself as an emissary of the rulers. He acknowledged Jinwoo's lonely victory, admitting they hadn't expected him to resolve everything on his own. Sensing the weight of watching eyes, the emissary suggested they find a quieter place to speak, somewhere uninterrupted, where he could deliver the ruler's message in full. Jinwoo agreed. The two slipped away, eventually entering a nearby ice cream parlor tucked between city buildings. Inside the tranquil shop, the emissary blinked in mild confusion at the unusual venue. Jinwoo gave a faint chuckle, explaining that after existing in a world of endless darkness and solitude, it was only natural to crave something sweet. With the formalities cast aside, the emissary began as expected, thanking Jinwoo on behalf of the rulers. But Jinwoo, ever perceptive, cut through the pleasantries and asked him to get to the point. He could feel there was more to this visit than gratitude. The emissary's tone grew serious. Though all threats had been dealt with, the rulers now faced a different dilemma: Jinwoo himself. As the Shadow Monarch, his power had grown into something far beyond what Earth could withstand, and so they proposed a solution. The emissary calmly explained to Jinwoo that he should move to another world, one capable of sustaining his presence. But Jinwoo, sensing the underlying motive, offered an alternative. What if, instead, he allowed himself to be sealed away completely? To that, the emissary immediately agreed, but before he could elaborate, the air shifted around them. Jinwoo's voice dropped lower, sharp with suspicion. Were the rulers simply trying to erase him now that he had served his purpose? He wore a faint smile, but the cold glint in his eyes betrayed his trust was thin. The emissary stiffened. He quickly assured Jinwoo that this wasn't an execution in disguise. He had come to address a new development. With urgency, he pulled out his phone and presented an article, the same one circulating America, recounting Miss Selner's grim prophecy. He explained that before Jinwoo vanished, Selner had been a modest fortune-teller at best, but after encountering the residual energies of the ruler's world, her abilities had surged, and so had her influence. As Jinwoo listened, realization dawned. Even in this timeline, his presence, or the ripple of what he had become, had begun to shape reality. The emissary confirmed this with a solemn nod. Fatigue crept into Jinwoo's expression as he leaned back, quietly asking if they could continue this another time. The emissary respected his request, bowed politely, and exited, leaving Jinwoo in the peaceful hum of the ice cream shop. There, surrounded by the murmurs of daily life, Jinwoo stared into his untouched dessert, lost in thought. Every being has a purpose, a reason to exist. He had once become the Shadow Monarch, wielding immense power to stop the invading monarchs and restore balance to the world. But now, that purpose had been fulfilled, and the power he carried felt like a burden. Immense, unnecessary, and out of place in a world at peace. He wondered, painfully, if he had already served his use, if this world no longer needed him. Just then, he sensed something, a familiar presence outside. Driven by instinct, Jinwoo stepped toward the doorway, eyes scanning the street. His gaze settled on a young woman in a tracksuit, mid-run. She had paused for a moment, drawn perhaps by the sweet aroma wafting from the shop. She turned briefly, her eyes brushing past him. As Jinwoo looked at Ahjin, standing there under a silver sky, he felt something stir inside him. There were still people in this world who mattered, people he cared for deeply. There were memories, connections, and bonds that anchored him, some forged in the past, others waiting to be formed, and that alone was reason enough to keep going. With a quiet breath, Jinwoo resolved to stay, to remain in this world that had once been his and still could be. He vowed to find new reasons to move forward. Beneath the overcast skies of Korea, the police station remained unusually calm. Woo Jinchul, now in his 4th year with the Violent Crimes Investigation Unit, approached with measured steps. An unshakable emptiness weighed in his chest, a strange sense of loss that wasn't tied to any clear memory, but lingered nonetheless. Inside the station, the usual hum of activity resumed as a young rookie approached and handed him a cup of coffee, snapping Jinchul out of his thoughts. He accepted it with a small nod, feeling the warmth seep into his fingers. The void within hadn't faded, but duty demanded focus. There was no room for melancholy in his line of work. When he entered the office, his eyes immediately fell on 3 unfamiliar men seated together. Their nervous energy set them apart. Jinchul asked what this was about, but the rookie hesitated, clearly unsettled. One of the men finally spoke, voice trembling, words spilling out in fragments. He described a shadow rising from the ground, one that spoke in an unearthly voice and gave him a chilling ultimatum: surrender within 24 hours or suffer a punishment so cruel it would make him wish he'd never been born. The second man broke down and begged for imprisonment, confessing to crimes he had long hidden. Jinchul remained quiet, sipping his coffee as he tried to process the surreal account. It sounded insane, but the fear on their faces was very real. Before he could decide how to proceed, a colleague called him into the meeting room. The rookie offered to finish taking the statements. Jinchul gave a nod and stepped away. The chief detective addressed the situation with an unusual request, instructing Jinchul to release the 3 men who had willingly turned themselves in. Jinchul balked, asking if he had heard correctly. The chief confirmed it, explaining his intent. It wasn't about leniency, it was about testing the claim, letting the scenario play out. Jinchul couldn't hide his frustration. He argued they were probably hallucinating, maybe even on a new drug. But another detective dismissed the concern, noting that every drug test had come back negative. And the most peculiar part, these men had no connection to each other, yet all described the exact same event. The chief admitted that due to these strange occurrences, the higher-ups had been pressuring him to investigate for some time, yet no solid explanation had emerged. He added that allowing the bizarre scenario described by the men to unfold might be the only way to uncover a clue, no matter how absurd it sounded. Still uneasy, Jinchul voiced his concern. What if something actually happened to these individuals? What if the threat they spoke of was real? The room fell quiet, then burst into laughter. Even the chief chuckled, shaking his head. He clapped a hand on Jinchul's shoulder, amused by his sudden superstition. Then, more seriously, he revealed the plan. The suspects would be moved to a secure storage warehouse, a controlled environment watched over by detectives, and if a monster did appear, perhaps it would finally give them the answers they were looking for. Volunteers were called for the operation. The chief assured Jinchul he could sit this one out, but Jinchul, after a moment of silence, agreed to join. He had to see this through, with his own eyes. As night draped the skies above, one of the suspects was escorted to a warehouse under heavy surveillance. Inside, the man shook with fear, his voice cracking as he begged for protection, pleaded that the shadow would return to claim him. The chief, arms folded and tone firm, tried to reassure him that nothing would happen under their watch. 10 minutes remained until the promised deadline. A tense silence settled over the space, broken only by the quiet hum of tools and the nervous breaths of those inside. Yet Jinchul stood unmoving near the far wall, his eyes sharp, his instincts on edge. Something gnawed at the back of his mind, a sensation like standing in the eye of a storm just before it breaks. As the final seconds ticked away, the air grew unbearably heavy. The criminal, face pale and drenched in sweat, looked around in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked why nothing was happening. The chief, exasperated, crossed the floor with narrowed eyes and accused him of faking the whole thing, dismissing it as another drug-induced delusion. But the man insisted through stifled sobs that he was telling the truth. That was when Jinchul felt it. A sudden shift in the air, cold and unnatural. Without hesitation, he shouted a warning, but the sound of his cry was drowned out by the low, sickening groan of the ground, rupturing beneath them. Darkness poured out like liquid ink, twisting and coiling as it expanded. Before anyone could react, shadowy tendrils lashed out, throwing two detectives aside with bone-cracking force. They hit the ground hard and didn't rise. The criminal stood paralyzed, eyes bulging with terror as tears streaked down his cheeks. A guttural scream tore from his throat, only to be swallowed by the sheer horror of what loomed before him. Jinchul rushed forward instinctively, but his legs froze mid-stride, as if the air itself had thickened around him. His eyes widened in disbelief. The shadows had begun to shift, and from them emerged three monstrous figures. They resembled ants, but on a grotesque scale, with gleaming black carapaces and razor-sharp limbs that clicked and twitched with unnatural precision. The man screamed, a raw, primal sound, but the monsters wasted no time. In a blur of motion, they descended upon him. Blood sprayed across the floor. His agonized shrieks echoed through the warehouse, then were silenced, swallowed by the tearing of flesh and bone as the creatures devoured him limb by limb. Jinchul stood paralyzed, his eyes wide, breath shallow. His mind reeled, struggling to make sense of the carnage unfolding before him. The sight of the monsters, of their inhuman efficiency and hunger, played on repeat, like a waking nightmare. Then two of the ant-like beings turned. Their gazes found him, silent, slow, deliberate. Something in their expression unnerved him more than anything else. It wasn't rage, nor bloodlust. It was satisfaction, as if they were glad to see him, as if they recognized him. And for a fleeting moment, he could have sworn they were smiling. But, before he could move, the creatures began to sink back into the shadows, vanishing into the same black abyss from which they'd come. The silence that followed was deafening. Jinchul remained rooted in place, blood spattered across his coat and boots. A strange déjà vu clung to his thoughts. He had seen this before. He didn't know when or where, but he had felt this horror already. By morning, the aftermath had reached the precinct in full force. A senior officer stormed in, his face red with rage, barking demands for answers. His voice echoed through the halls as he tore into the two detectives who'd been found unconscious on the scene, one of them still nursing a dislocated shoulder. Yet none could explain what had happened. When the officer turned to Jinchul and demanded his version, he hesitated for a beat before answering that he'd called for an ambulance after waking up, but the rest was a blur. He claimed he remembered little else. The senior scoffed in disbelief, then released a long, weary sigh. Despite the carnage, his main concern seemed focused elsewhere. The incident hadn't been reported yet, and he made it clear it should stay that way. He ordered everyone involved to keep their mouths shut. The detectives gave silent nods, and the matter was dropped. Later, back at his desk, Jinchul sat in uneasy silence. He couldn't stop thinking about the case, about the men who had surrendered, about the shadows, about those creatures. The whole thing clung to his thoughts like cobwebs. Another detective wandered over, curious about his fixation. When asked if he was still investigating the case, Jinchul replied that it wasn't official, but he was looking into it on his own. The detective seemed impressed, but Jinchul barely noticed, eyes scanning data on his monitor. He was digging through past reports, analyzing patterns, searching for something. The other man leaned in and pointed at a timeline on the screen. He noticed something odd. The number of criminals surrendering had dropped sharply between late February and early March. Jinchul paused at that. He asked what might cause such a dip. The observation made Jinchul pause. He asked if the detective had any idea what might cause such a pattern. The detective laughed softly, brushing it off with a story. He mentioned his aunt, who used to run a small book rental store, recalling how business always dipped around the same time each year, right when kids were heading back to school after vacation. Though, he shrugged it off, calling it just a thought, maybe not even relevant to the case. But Jinchul was already thinking. The explanation felt trivial, even laughable, but something about it tugged at him, something about the timing. He nodded slowly, murmuring that it was worth remembering. Even if it made no sense now, it might later. Meanwhile, a high school on the city's outskirts buzzed back to life as students returned from summer break. It was the start of the academic year, and the entrance ceremony for incoming freshmen was underway. But before the formalities began, a private meeting unfolded within the principal's office. The atmosphere inside was tense as the principal handed over a document to Mr. Park, the teacher in charge of student affairs, and spoke of a troublesome student newly transferred to their school. With mild curiosity, Mr. Park skimmed through the file, expecting red flags. Yet, nothing seemed particularly alarming. The student's father worked at a fire station, the mother was a housewife, and the academic performance was perfectly decent. On the surface, there was nothing that suggested trouble, but the principal urged him to look again, this time directing his attention to a specific line. That was when Mr. Park noticed the detail. A note indicating the student had left home for 2 years during the first grade of middle school. That one line stood out like a stain on an otherwise clean slate, suggesting a hidden fracture in the boy's past. Recognizing the deeper implications, the principal voiced his concerns and asked Mr. Park if he could handle the potential difficulties this student might bring. Known as Viper among his colleagues for his strict, uncompromising approach to discipline, Mr. Park welcomed the challenge with a spark in his eyes. He saw this not as trouble, but as an opportunity to reaffirm his authority. Soon after, the incoming freshmen gathered on the field for the entrance ceremony, their excited chatter filling the morning air. Mr. Park stood among them, scanning the crowd until his eyes landed on the transfer student in question, the so-called troublemaker, Sung Jinwoo. A confident smirk tugged at Mr. Park's lips as he tightened his grip on the stick in his hand and marched through the crowd, zeroing in on Jinwoo. His attention locked onto a seemingly minor detail, the gloves the boy wore. For Mr. Park, it was enough. In his eyes, dress code violations were a breach of order, and Jinwoo was already stepping out of line. With a sharp, commanding tone, he confronted the boy and demanded an explanation. Jinwoo turned his head calmly, locking eyes with him. In that moment, everything changed. The field, the students, the noise, all of it faded. In its place, Mr. Park saw something terrifying. An endless sea of darkness coiled tightly around the boy. The sheer weight of the presence sent shivers crawling up his spine. Snapping back to reality with a jolt, Mr. Park quickly averted his gaze. Struggling to gather his composure, he barked at the other students to settle down and fall in line. But inside, unease gnawed at him, a lingering dread that refused to fade. He questioned whether his eyes had betrayed him or if the fear was justified. From within the shadow, beneath Jinwoo's feet, Bellion observed the incident with quiet curiosity. He whispered to his king, noting that the teacher had glimpsed something he shouldn't have. Jinwoo, thoughtful, acknowledged the observation in silence, wondering if this too was a ripple from his return to this world. Soon, the freshmen were guided into their classrooms. While others eagerly formed groups and filled the room with chatter, Jinwoo remained seated at his desk, quietly immersed in a book he had brought along. His moment of solitude didn't last long. A student approached, introducing himself as Young Gil. Jinwoo recognized the name faintly, recalling a distant memory from his first year of middle school. Young Gil, cheerful and friendly, spoke of their brief time in the same class and how he had recently moved to this area. But before the two could continue their conversation, a group of 4 students interrupted. They dragged Young Gil away and turned their attention to Jinwoo, their mocking smiles unmistakable. Their voices rose deliberately as they commented on the glove Jinwoo wore, turning it into their laughingstock. Their intent was clear. They were trying to assert dominance. One of them went so far as to demand Jinwoo remove the glove so he could try it on himself. From within the shadows, Beru seethed. The Ant King, filled with fury and loyalty, requested permission to punish the insolent fools by tearing them limb from limb for insulting his liege. Jinwoo, however, dismissed the notion immediately. He didn't want a scene. Instead, he calmly removed the glove himself. The exposed skin beneath was marred by scars, twisted and discolored from the devastating battle with Antares. The grotesque sight silenced the group. Their bravado faltered as they masked their discomfort with forced laughter, trying to play off their nervousness with weak jokes. As they retreated awkwardly toward the back of the classroom, Beru's eyes followed them. Then, without warning, all four of them tripped over nothing in perfect unison, stumbling in a way that bordered on the ridiculous. The classroom broke into scattered chuckles. Beru, having caused the accident with precise intent, glanced toward Jinwoo for a reaction. Though Jinwoo didn't speak, the subtle smirk on his face was enough to show he approved of his mischievous summons handiwork. Later, as Jinwoo and Younggil exited the classroom together, the latter remarked on how much Jinwoo had changed. He was a far cry from the boy he remembered 3 years ago. With curiosity, Younggil asked if Jinwoo had trained intensely during his time away. Jinwoo nodded with a simple smile, confirming that he had indeed trained. Younggil chuckled and teased him, asking if he planned to join a sports club now. Jinwoo's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. He said he had one particular club in mind. Still puzzled, Younggil followed him toward the track field. There, Jinwoo approached the leader of the track and field club, Choi Tai-wong, and confidently submitted his name to join. Choi was taken aback. It was rare for a freshman to approach so boldly, and even rarer to ask to join such a selective club. He asked if Jinwoo had athletic achievements or prior training. Jinwoo answered each question with a quiet shake of the head, further irritating the seniors. They muttered about the exclusivity of the club and scoffed at the idea of a beginner thinking he could join. But Jinwoo stood firm, stating that he wanted to meet someone in a tournament. His thoughts briefly drifted to Hai-in, who had once been a standout runner before becoming a hunter. Jinwoo knew she'd be competing soon, and this was his chance to meet her without the weight of past battles or titles. Though his determination was evident, the seniors weren't about to let him in easily. Recognizing their mood, Choi proposed a challenge. He pointed to a lean runner stretching nearby, a second-year student known for being the slowest on the team. Jinwoo had to beat him in a race to earn his spot. Jinwoo noticed the student, and at first glance, he could tell this was no ordinary runner. While the young man appeared skinny, his muscular thighs and calves told a different story. Jinwoo recognized the ploy immediately, yet he still accepted the challenge. The seniors chuckled to themselves, knowing full well that the so-called slowest member had actually placed third in last year's regional meet. To them, Jinwoo's attempt seemed foolish. Choi raised the stakes, adding a condition. If Jinwoo lost, he'd handle the team's laundry and cleaning for a full month, but if he won, he'd earn his place. Jinwoo accepted without hesitation and stepped forward to run. Elsewhere, Mr. Park was taking a break in the teacher's lounge, still trying to shake off the unease from earlier. A colleague checked in on him, sensing something off. He assured her that he was fine, then moved to the window, lighting a cigarette as he gazed outside. His eyes fell on the track field, where students were mid-practice. That's when he spotted Jinwoo running with the athletes. Confusion furrowed his brow. This wasn't what he expected of a so-called troublemaker. The track coach entered just then, and Mr. Park asked him about what he was seeing. With a chuckle, the coach explained that Jinwoo had asked to join the club. Though skeptical at first, they were testing his stamina. He pointed out, amused, that Jinwoo was already on his 20th lap. Even he had grown tired just watching and had left the field for a short break. Mr. Park leaned forward, watching with a mix of disbelief and interest. Jinwoo didn't seem like the delinquent he had prepared for. Perhaps, he thought, it was time to observe the boy without bias. But just as he began to reconsider, a wave of dread gripped him. His knees weakened as he clutched the windowsill. The field below transformed before his eyes. The running students vanished, replaced by an army of shadows trailing behind Jinwoo. It was too real to dismiss. His heart pounded. Then, without warning, Beru materialized before him and let out a piercing shriek. The sheer terror of it shattered any illusion of safety. Mr. Park collapsed backward, overcome by fear. Beru, having made his point, returned to his duties. Igris appeared beside him, shaking his head at the Ant King's theatrics. Beru grinned unapologetically, and together they reached the same quiet conclusion. This particular human could indeed see them. Later that night, inside a modest grilled offal shop, the rookie officer finally gathered the courage to speak. The weight of a particular incident had clearly been pressing on his mind, the day when a suspect in a bizarre case had turned himself in, only to vanish without a trace. Detective Woo Jinchul, seated across the table, listened in silence, his attention more focused on his drink than on the rookie's cautious probing. Still, the younger officer pressed on, his tone shifting from hesitant to insistent as he asked if Jinchul had seen anything unusual that day. At first, Jinchul deflected, brushing off the questions with vague responses, but whether it was the alcohol loosening his tongue or the burden of carrying the memory alone, something in him cracked. His voice remained steady, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease as he finally described the haunting sight he had witnessed, what he could only call an ant monster. The rookie, confused yet intrigued, tried to ask more, but before he could continue, a stranger who had been passing by their table came to a sudden halt, clearly piecing together the strange description. It was Mr. Park, slightly dizzy from the drinks he'd had. Slurring slightly, he asked if what Jinchul had seen could have been a hybrid, an entity with the head of an ant and the body of a human. Jinchul, startled by the unexpected specificity, stood up, ready to question the man, but Mr. Park, as though hit by a sobering chill, quickly turned away, attempting to laugh it off, dismissing his comment as drunken nonsense. Yet Jinchul stopped him before he could retreat. With a look both sharp and hesitant, he urged Mr. Park to sit down and share every detail of the strange thought he had just let slip. The next morning, sunlight poured over the school's track field as Choi drove the running team hard, his voice booming with conviction. He shouted their goal aloud, that they were aiming to be #1 in Korea. Some team members hesitated, recalling how their original ambition had merely been to win the local competition. But Choi brushed off their uncertainty, stating confidently that with their new ace, Jinwoo, they could set their sights much higher. Young-gil, caught up in the team's enthusiasm, found himself running alongside Jinwoo. Unlike Jinwoo, who moved effortlessly, Young-gil gasped for breath, struggling just to keep pace. Jinwoo glanced over, quietly wondering what had compelled his classmate to push himself so hard. From the shadows nearby, Bellion observed with disdain. His voice, low and disapproving, noted the absurdity of humans and their tendency to embrace hardship even when there was no need to. Still concerned, Jinwoo flicked his fingers subtly, releasing a small thread of mana toward Young-gil. The surge coursed through the boy's body, restoring his stamina and sharpening his endurance. Suddenly, Young-gil's pace quickened. To the astonishment of the seniors, the rookie darted past them, overtaking runners who trained far longer. Fired up by the surprising display, Choi barked new orders, challenging the rest of the team to rise to the occasion. Meanwhile, from the teacher's lounge, Mr. Park watched the field intently. Though his eyes were locked on the runners, his thoughts remained tangled in the strange conversation from the night before. The memory of his exchange with Jinchul refused to let him rest. On the field, Jinwoo was not oblivious to Mr. Park's gaze. The man's persistent observation stirred a quiet alertness in him. Bellion's voice pierced the moment again, suggesting they erase Mr. Park's memories and sight, neutralizing the threat before it grew. Jinwoo, however, dismissed the idea. He preferred to understand Mr. Park's intentions before making any move. Beyond the school's perimeter, Jinchul stood torn between instinct and logic. The events of the previous night and the subtle oddities surrounding the school gnawed at him. The mention of monsters by criminals and the strange visions shared by Mr. Park had stirred something relentless inside him. Still, he hesitated, unsure how to approach a student on such matters without sounding unhinged. As he lingered near the school gate, debating his next steps, something subtle caught his attention. A shadow slithered beneath his feet, moving with purpose toward a nearby tree. Jinchul froze, senses flaring. There was something here, something unnatural. Inside the classroom, Jinwoo spun a mechanical pencil absent-mindedly, his thoughts drifting even as he stayed aware. He could sense it. Someone had noticed the sentries he had placed in the shadows. A knock at the door suddenly disrupted the quiet rhythm of the classroom. The teacher flinched as Detective Jinchul stepped in, formally requesting permission to speak with Jinwoo. The class buzzed with hushed whispers and curious glances. The idea of a detective singling out Jinwoo sparked wild speculation. Jinwoo remained unfazed. Calmly, he followed Jinchul into the hallway. As the two stood facing one another, a faint smile touched Jinwoo's lips. It had been years, perhaps even decades, depending on how one measured time lost in the dimensional rift, since he'd seen this man. Though familiarity stirred something warm inside, he held back any signs that might reveal too much. Jinchul, however, found himself unsettled. Jinwoo felt different, not just in demeanor, but in presence. Trying to focus, he pulled out his notepad and asked if Jinwoo recognized anything unusual, specifically something resembling an ant. After a pause, he revealed an illustration, a rough but detailed sketch of the ant-like monster. Jinwoo studied the drawing, his expression unreadable. He admired the effort and even complimented Jinchul's sketching talent before casually mentioning that he did, in fact, know about the creature. Jinchul leaned forward, unable to contain his excitement. He asked again, did Jinwoo truly recognize it? With a composed and mildly playful tone, Jinwoo remarked that it looked like something out of a children's show, those exaggerated monsters with cheap special effects. The answer deflated Jinchul. He had hoped for clarity, for confirmation, but all he got was a dead end. His shoulders sank slightly as disappointment crept in. Seeing the shift in the detective's posture, Jinwoo asked if there was anything else. Jinchul shook his head, explaining that everything had already been cleared with the teacher, and there would be no issues going forward. As the conversation ended, Jinwoo's eyes glinted with subtle amusement. In a calm voice, he asked to keep the sketch, saying it would serve as a memento of their talk. From the shadows, Beru's voice flared with indignation, criticizing the crude depiction of his form. But Jinchul, unfazed, tore the page from his notepad and handed it over. Without another word, Jinchul turned and began descending the stairs. Once his figure vanished, Igris stepped from the shadows and questioned why his liege had chosen not to reveal the truth. Jinwoo's reply was thoughtful. He spoke of forgetfulness as a divine mercy, a blessing given to mankind to protect them from truths too heavy to bear. Even if he'd nudged fate using a divine tool, the outcome remained the same. Igris bowed in understanding as Jinwoo returned to class. Soon after, the recess bell rang, and chatter filled the corridors. A group of girls, already drawn to Jinwoo, surrounded him, eager to learn the details of his talk with the detective. Jinwoo casually dismissed their curiosity, saying the matter was personal. The girls giggled, more fascinated than ever. But the light mood was shattered when 4 disgruntled students barged in. Pushing past the crowd, they looked annoyed at Jinwoo's growing popularity. Their leader tapped Jinwoo's forehead with mocking sarcasm, questioning why the police had paid him a visit. Before tensions could rise, a muscular arm wrapped around the troublemaker's neck. The senior members of the track team had arrived, towering behind them as they grabbed each of the bullies, questioning their motives for bothering their team's ace. The bullies could barely breathe, let alone speak, when Jinwoo calmly addressed the seniors, mildly surprised by their timely intervention. Choi laughed, saying they were there to invite him and Younggil to the newcomers' welcoming party. Choi then asked if they'd be free after class. Jinwoo nodded, promising to attend. The seniors left, dragging the bullies along, making sure they received a proper lesson. After school, Jinwoo joined the team for the party but was drawn away by a familiar voice. Jinchul stood near the school gate, requesting a moment of his time. Choi, sensing a serious conversation, wrapped an arm around Younggil and joked that they'd hold him hostage until Jinwoo returned. Acknowledging the detective, Jinwoo said he wouldn't be long, hinting that his friend's fate depended on it. Jinchul's voice trembled slightly as he addressed him, not as a student, but as Hunter Sung Jinwoo. His memory had returned, triggered by a small moment earlier when he'd handed over the sketch. Their fingers had briefly brushed, and something had ignited, an echo of something long buried. As Jinchul descended the stairs earlier, unease crept in. A voice had called to him, soft, distant, yet unmistakable, as if someone had addressed him as association chairman. The word sent a chill down his spine. He dismissed it at first, but the whispers returned. Jinwoo's name echoed, and pain bloomed in his skull. Visions flooded in, scenes of hunters, gates, rulers, monarchs. He saw Jinwoo in the heart of it all, the shadow monarch surrounded by war, death, and eternity. Time unraveled before him. Staggering, Jinchul struggled to breathe. The scale of what he saw defied logic, yet amid the chaos, one truth rose to the surface. Jinwoo was no ordinary boy. He was a being who existed outside of time, a bearer of forgotten wars. Carrying the memories of a world Jinchul could scarcely comprehend, they moved to a nearby park, away from the crowds. Jinchul, still stunned, asked how long Jinwoo had been fighting in the rift between worlds. Though history claimed his absence was 2 years, the visions told a story far more vast. Jinwoo finally answered. He had spent 27 years inside the dimensional crack. The number left Jinchul breathless. He asked, almost afraid of the answer, if Jinwoo ever regretted it. Jinwoo responded without hesitation, speaking with pride as he affirmed that, no matter how many times he had to face it, he would always choose the same path. Jinchul studied him closely. Despite everything, Jinwoo carried himself like a normal boy, but Jinwoo admitted that his life, though fulfilling, came with its challenges. Immortality and unaging youth forced him to constantly change his appearance to avoid suspicion. Their talk deepened, leading Jinchul to suggest something unexpected. Perhaps Jinwoo should consider joining the police force. He explained how many criminals were surrendering, haunted by shadows Jinwoo had left behind. Jinwoo smiled gently, noting that if he joined, there wouldn't be much left for the others to do. Jinchul laughed, saying that was the kind of world he wanted, a place where fear no longer ruled. As Jinwoo pondered the words thoughtfully, he promised to consider the proposal. Jinchul, speaking with quiet optimism, expressed confidence in waiting for Jinwoo's response. With a soft chuckle, Jinwoo teased him not to expect much, joking about the low pay and hard life of officers. Their moment ended with that light-hearted exchange, and once again, The two walked away on separate paths. As time quietly moved forward, an ordinary day in late April turned into the beginning of something extraordinary. In the United States, the emergency call center received a peculiar call from a man traveling through the desert. Initially, the agent on the line assumed it was just another case of a lost traveler needing directions, but the man quickly clarified that he wasn't lost. His reason for calling was urgent. He explained that he had witnessed something strange, something he couldn't rationalize. Sensing hesitation in his voice, the agent pressed for more clarity, asking if there was an emergency or a threat that required immediate response. The man paused, took a breath, and began to describe what he had seen. His tone carried disbelief, hinting at the surreal nature of his observation. He said something was breaking. The agent, trained for all types of emergencies, was momentarily thrown off. There were no buildings in that stretch of the desert. She asked again, seeking clarity, what exactly was cracking? That's when the man hesitantly revealed what he had been trying to put into words. It wasn't a structure, it wasn't the earth. It was the sky itself. Cracks were forming above him, as if the heavens were splintering apart. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Korea, Igris remained vigilant, ever loyal, ever concerned about his king's academic success. He was reviewing Jinwoo's mock test with silent focus, while Jinwoo himself sat distracted, lost in thought. It was unclear how much time had passed when suddenly a sharp chill ran down his spine, a sensation so unsettling and abrupt it forced him out of his reverie. Recognizing the weight of what he felt, Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He contacted the emissary of the rulers and arranged a private meeting at a quiet cafe. The emissary, who hadn't seen the shadow monarch for some time, greeted him with polite formality. But Jinwoo didn't waste time on greetings. There was urgency in his voice as he asked if the strange disturbance he sensed had anything to do with the rulers. The emissary seemed genuinely puzzled and denied any such involvement. Their movements, he explained, did not align with the anomaly Jinwoo was describing. When Jinwoo pressed further, demanding to know who was responsible, the emissary offered a grim explanation. He spoke of beings from another realm, giants known as Titans. Wicked by nature, they had clashed with the army of the heavens before being driven back, but now they had shifted course. They were heading for Earth. Concern deepened in Jinwoo's eyes as he questioned their intent. The emissary explained that Earth's resources had drawn them in, specifically star-laden rocks, the energy-rich matter that sustained life. These beings sought to consume, not coexist. Jinwoo needed no further convincing. These were not wanderers or neutral visitors. They were a threat. The emissary confirmed this grim truth and added something even more troubling. Before the cup of reincarnation had been used, none of this had ever occurred. Jinwoo's heart sank with the realization. The emissary nodded, noting that the timeline Jinwoo now lived in had diverged. The Titans, who should have targeted other realms, had shifted their gaze to Earth instead. Jinwoo immediately understood that these events were happening because of him. His immense power had left traces, echoes that reached beyond worlds and attracted entities that would have otherwise never found their way here. The emissary admitted that even the rulers suspected this and that the army of the heavens had already departed, sensing the shift in balance. But Jinwoo assured him there was no need for interference. This was his battle, and he would face the Titans alone. Back in the desolate stretch of the western United States, the government had already moved. The entire region had been sealed off. Experts from every conceivable field had been summoned, all to study a phenomenon no one could explain. The cracks in the sky were spreading, growing wider with each moment. Tanks rolled into position. Combat vehicles formed ranks. Soldiers stood armed and ready, with commanders asserting their confidence. But as the anomaly worsened, logic itself began to unravel. Vehicles and soldiers floated into the air, suspended as if the rules of physics had simply ceased. And then, Jinwoo arrived. He revealed only a fraction of his power, but it was enough to convince even the most skeptical military personnel that what approached could not be stopped by conventional means. He told them plainly, their weapons would fail. With reluctant respect, the military pulled back. Soldiers and machines retreated, and Jinwoo turned to face the fractures above. He could feel it now, an overwhelming hunger, a malignant presence pressing against the seams of the sky. It had been a long time since he felt such anticipation. A faint smile crossed his face as he summoned his twin daggers from the void and gripped one tightly. And then, the sky split. With a deafening roar, the Titans descended. Massive forms of solid stone flung themselves into the air, scanning their surroundings until their gaze settled on a lone figure in black. They laughed at the absurdity, one man against them. But Jinwoo stood firm. Calmly, he reminded the Titans that he wasn't alone. In the next instant, the earth darkened beneath him as shadows surged from below. Thousands of soldiers emerged from the darkness, shapes stretching wide and vast, transforming the desert into a sea of living shadow. Even the Titans paused at the sight. Before it could grasp what was happening, Jinwoo's command rang out. His soldiers surged forward to attack. Tusk was the first to strike. With a guttural chant, he unleashed a wall of fire that surged forward with relentless fury. Flames lit up the battlefield, consuming all they touched. One after another, shadow soldiers poured into battle, turning the desert into a chaotic blaze of war and might. Amidst the chaos, Jinwoo darted through the air, weaving past towering foes. Each move was swift, each strike precise. Limbs crumbled, bodies shattered. Then, in a dazzling display of mastery, he summoned countless daggers from the dimensional rift and hurled them at blinding speed, shredding the colossal beings as they crumbled beneath the storm of blades. Yet one among them endured. A titan, massive beyond comparison, withstood the onslaught. It stood tall and unshaken, glaring down at Jinwoo with a mixture of contempt and challenge. But Jinwoo remained unbothered. Gathering immense black energy into his right arm, he enlarged it to match the titan's bulk and brought it down like a hammer. The ground shook from the impact, dust and debris exploding outward. Still, the titan rose. From the rubble, it acknowledged Jinwoo's strength and arrogantly proclaimed the superiority of its kind. It began to condense its form, reducing its massive body into a more agile, dangerous shape. But before it could finish its declaration, Bellion intervened. With fluid grace and merciless force, he hurled his bladed weapon and cleaved the titan's head clean from its shoulders. The titan's arrogance was crushed in an instant. Bellion then turned to Jinwoo, ensuring his interference hadn't disrupted his liege's intent. Jinwoo gave a nod and instructed Bellion to crush the remaining titans without mercy. With a respectful bow, Bellion soared into the fray, slicing through stone giants and reducing them to rubble. Far from the chaos, in the heart of Washington, D.C., the atmosphere inside the White House was heavy. The president sat alone, his thoughts weighed down by uncertainty. The desert incident dominated his mind, every moment stretching the dread. When the military commander finally arrived, the president joined him, both heading straight to the secure conference room. There, the general directed everyone's attention to a video recorded by drones and automated units. No one spoke as the footage played. Images of the battle unfolded as one man commanding shadows decimated towering monsters. The room fell into stunned silence. The weight of what they had just seen sank deep into every soul present. The president struggled to comprehend. Who was this man? How could such power exist? His eyes turned to the CIA director, David Brennan, for answers. But David, though composed, had none. Their methods, surveillance, intelligence networks, none could trace or identify this man. The president's frustration built, but David offered something else, something unconventional, for a situation far beyond normal protocol. He mentioned a name, Norma Selner, a woman known not for weapons or science, but for seeing the unseen, for uncovering truths where logic failed. A few days later, the air buzzed once more with excitement as the qualifying rounds for the National Student Athletic Tournament kicked off. Jinwoo arrived at the stadium, accompanied by his team members, but the moment he stepped onto the track, his eyes locked onto an unmistakable figure. That face, there was no doubt about it. It was iron, now in human form. Team leader Choi, wasting no time, stepped forward and introduced Jinwoo as their ace for the tournament. His rival, unwilling to be overshadowed, confidently unveiled his own trump card, pointing to the towering freshman beside him, a hulking athlete named Kim Chul. As Kim Chul laid eyes on Jinwoo, a strange and overwhelming impulse surged through him, an inexplicable urge to submit. He resisted it with all his will, unwilling to admit even to himself that he might be intimidated. But deep down, he couldn't understand why his heart raced so wildly. Fueled by pride, Kim Chul stepped forward, his posture aggressive, eyes locked onto Jinwoo's. With a bold challenge, he dared him to follow, suggesting they settle things away from the crowd. Jinwoo, calm and composed, walked alongside him toward a quieter spot, far from the track field. There, Kim Chul's inner conflict boiled over. His hand shot forward, grabbing Jinwoo by the collar, frustration spilling out in one heated motion. But Jinwoo didn't react. Instead, the shadows around him stirred, silent at first, then writhing and roaring with familiar joy, as if welcoming a long-lost brother home. Bellion's voice echoed from within the gloom, offering to personally re-educate Kim Chul so that such insolence would never be repeated. Jinwoo, however, said nothing. Suddenly, something deeper stirred within Kim Chul. The flood of emotions became unbearable. Tears streamed down his cheeks unbidden, and his knees buckled as he collapsed, overwhelmed by a sorrow and longing he couldn't name. Jinwoo observed quietly, understanding that this boy now lived as a human, no longer bound to the shadows. There was no reason to interfere any further. As Jinwoo turned to leave, Kim Chul called out, voice trembling yet insistent. His words, raw and confused, stumbled out, interpreting the overwhelming connection as something strange, perhaps even love. Jinwoo paused, momentarily caught off guard by the innocence behind the misunderstanding. With a deep sigh, he turned back, and with a subtle snap of his fingers, Kim Chul's expression softened. Standing before him, Jinwoo weaved false memories into the boy's mind, a simple narrative of a young student picking a fight with a distant acquaintance of his father. It was enough. With his task complete, Jinwoo walked away, leaving Kim Chul behind. Yet, in the quiet of his thoughts, he honored the boy's past, the legacy of a loyal soldier who once stood as a protector of the world. He hoped the boy would one day take pride in that truth, even if he never remembered it. Kim Chul, now regaining his senses, looked around in confusion, trying to make sense of the strange encounter that already felt like a fading dream. Back in America, a sleek black sedan rolled to a halt in front of a quaint house tucked within a peaceful suburban neighborhood. Director David Brennan of the CIA stepped out, his expression unreadable as he approached the modest home. At the door, Norma Selner greeted him with a warm, knowing smile. David offered a polite smile and assured her he wouldn't take much of her time. He just needed answers. But before he could even begin, Miss Selner spoke first. Her voice was calm, but her words carried weight. She told him that after a certain individual came to her, her ability to foresee the future had vanished completely. David chuckled nervously, attempting to mask the tension that crept into his posture. The way she referred to the individual, as the god of death, still sent a chill down his spine. Yet her demeanor remained composed. She explained that while she no longer had visions of the future, the answers he sought had already been revealed to her long ago. When David pressed her, asking directly if she knew the identity of the man in the video, she nodded. She knew exactly who he was, but she refused to reveal any information about the individual. Frustration crept into David's voice as he emphasized the stakes, the destruction, the lives at risk, the power that man wielded. He needed to know. Miss Selner cut through his words with quiet authority. She told him he didn't need her to see the truth. His own eyes should have been enough. David fell silent, her words dragging his mind back to that footage. The raw, terrifying strength, the effortless obliteration of threats no military could handle. Miss Selner's voice, calm and unwavering, brought him back. She calmly noted that the incident in Western deserts wasn't the first time humanity had teetered on the edge of annihilation, without even knowing it. The implications struck David hard. Could that man really be what she implied? A force beyond human comprehension, the one that had ultimately kept humanity alive? With the conversation drawing to a close, David asked one final question. Could she guarantee that the man wouldn't threaten humanity? Miss Selner's serene smile remained. Her answer was calm, firm, and unwavering. The man posed no danger. That certainty left David with no room to argue. He nodded and made his way out. As the door closed behind him, a tall, broad-shouldered figure leaned against the hallway wall. Slicked back blonde hair, arms crossed, and a bored look on his face, Thomas Andre let out a low grunt. He watched the car pull away before muttering his disdain, wondering aloud if she'd like him to teach the man some lesson. Miss Selner's gaze shifted to him, warm but firm. She reminded him that one wrong move would be enough to get him disqualified from the very sport that had shaped his life. Thomas grunted, but didn't argue. Instead, he reached for the bag of cookies Miss Selner had prepared and began munching with lazy contentment. With his mouth half full, he muttered that her prophecy had saved his life. If she hadn't warned him that day, he would have died in that crash. There was no doubt in his mind. Miss Selner turned her gaze to the window, voice soft, as she said that he had done many good things in his previous life. Thomas blinked. For a moment, he had no words. The idea that someone like him, branded the devil of the UFC, could have once been good? It didn't compute. Curiosity crept into his voice as he asked what the man in the video had done to earn her trust. The smile on Miss Selner's face deepened. He saved the world, she replied. Thomas couldn't tell if she was being sincere or playful, but that was part of what made her impossible to read. Still chewing on a cookie, he asked the last thing lingering in his mind. What was the hero who saved the world doing now? Miss Selner's eyes sparkled with quiet affection. She replied with calm certainty that he was out there somewhere, simply enjoying his youth. Cut to Korea. The middle school division's preliminaries were about to begin. The announcer's call echoed across the field, prompting the runners to gather at the track. At the sound of the signal, the participants surged forward, each striving to gain an early edge. Among them was Cha Hai-in, her focus razor-sharp as she pushed herself forward despite the pain of a twisted ankle, determined to finish the race. Midway through, she surged ahead, overtaking the others with a burst of willpower that carried her across the finish line in first place. After the race, away from the crowd and prying eyes, Haein limped toward the shade of a tree. Exhausted and hurting, she sank to the ground and removed her sock with trembling hands. Her ankle was badly swollen, its purplish hue betraying the severity of the injury. Frustration settled in as she stared at it, wondering if she'd even make it to the finals like this. The thought of giving up hovered over her. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice when a hand reached out and gently touched her ankle. Startled, Haein flinched but didn't resist. To her astonishment, when the hand was withdrawn, the pain had vanished. The swelling had disappeared, as if it had never existed. Jinwoo was crouched beside her with quiet confidence in his eyes as he urged her to run without regrets, because moments like this came only once. As he stood to leave, his words lingered like the last note of a song. Haein's curiosity suddenly overpowered her hesitation. She called after him, asking if they had met before, but Jinwoo didn't answer directly. Instead, he tossed back a playful challenge. If she could beat him in a race, he'd tell her everything. Haein's competitive spark lit instantly. She accepted the challenge without flinching. As Jinwoo walked away, a small smirk tugged at his lips. No matter the age, Haein, it seemed, hadn't changed at all. Time passed after the prelims, as seasons quietly shifted one into another, and finally, Christmas Eve arrived. The city streets came alive with festive cheer as Jinwoo strolled through the bustle, his eyes drifting toward the couples dressed to impress. Compared to them, his plain outfit felt underwhelming. He grimaced, feeling like someone who had just crawled out of a university exam. Passing a closed boutique, his gaze caught on a particularly fashionable dress displayed in the window. An idea sparked instantly. Black smoke briefly enveloped his body, and in a flash, his ordinary clothes transformed into the same stylish outfit worn by the mannequin. He gave himself a once-over, seeking validation. Tusk, ever the fashion critic, gave an enthusiastic nod of approval, declaring the look perfect. Jinwoo's confidence returned, and with a spring in his step, he continued toward the meeting place. Despite the holiday buzz, Jinwoo's sharp senses remained alert. Amid the noise, he picked up the faintest sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Counting silently, he turned at the perfect moment. Haein had crept up intending to surprise him by covering his eyes, but froze mid-action, caught off guard by his awareness. Their conversation flowed easily from there. Jinwoo casually shared the results of his university entrance exams. Haein's eyebrows rose in surprise, questioning why he'd chosen that particular school when better options were available. Jinwoo explained, with calm reasoning, that there was a full scholarship, the opportunity to study abroad, and someone special he hoped to meet. Haein's curiosity turned sharp with suspicion. She asked if that someone special was a woman. Jinwoo, ever the tease, let the silence drag just long enough to amuse himself before replying with deliberate ambiguity. Haein pouted in response, her expression caught between curiosity and mild annoyance. But soon, her grin lit up again as she reminded him of a long-standing promise. With playful confidence, she challenged him to a race toward a tree just down the street. Jinwoo, amused, listened as she laid out the stakes. She wanted answers, all of them. Everything he was hiding, including the identity of that woman, and more importantly, whether they'd met before that track meet. Jinwoo hesitated for a heartbeat before agreeing, signaling that he would take her seriously. But before he could make a move, Haein stepped forward and wrapped her scarf around his neck. Her voice dropped just enough to carry weight as she dared him not to move if he really liked her. Her words struck deeper than expected. As she turned and began walking slowly toward the tree, Jinwoo stood rooted in place, memories rushing in like a tide. He had already lost this bet before it even began. The shadow soldiers, never far and ever watchful, erupted into a chorus of reactions. Tusk and Igris cheered, clearly enjoying the moment. Bellion and Beru, on the other hand, expressed disbelief that their king could lose such a simple challenge. Jinwoo shook his head at their antics, glancing around to ensure no one else could witness the absurd scene. The quiet street, lined in softly falling snow, framed the moment in calm serenity. Haein reached the tree, marking her victory with a light, excited hop. Her joy was infectious, drawing a smile from Jinwoo as he finally followed. With a calm, yet commanding tone, he instructed his shadow soldiers to close their eyes. As he approached her, the playful air between them softened into something quieter, more intimate. Their lips met gently, and the world faded into silence. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the street and wrapping their moment in stillness, leaving only the quiet connection between them. Months later, a college cafe buzzed with fresh energy as new students gathered for a welcoming party. Among them sat Jinho, shifting nervously in his seat. Despite his privileged upbringing and life of luxury, he felt strangely out of place. The casual setting of a noisy eatery serving frozen pork belly was foreign to him, yet eerily familiar in a way he couldn't explain. A classmate soon approached, sensing Jinho's unease. With a friendly tone, he offered advice on how to survive these gatherings, reassuring him to relax, but also warning him about a particular senior in their department. Just hearing his name was enough to make juniors sit up straight. The mention of such a formidable figure unsettled Jinho further, yet he did his best to blend in. Then, the cafe's doors opened, and the very senior they had spoken of stepped in. All conversation died down as the air shifted. He made his way toward Jinho's table. Jinho tensed, heart pounding. His classmate, caught in the gravity of the moment, gave a hasty excuse and vanished, leaving him alone. Jinwoo sat down without a word and poured a drink, placing it gently in front of Jinho. Hesitantly, Jinho accepted the glass, bracing himself for alcohol, but the moment he tasted it, he blinked in surprise. It was cider. With a faint, knowing smile, Jinwoo lifted his glass and told Jinho to call him older brother from now on. Jinho was taken aback. A rush of warmth swelled in his chest, something unexpected and deeply comforting. Jinwoo's quiet presence, powerful yet kind, filled a void Jinho hadn't known existed. The next morning, Jinwoo strolled through the campus on his way to the university hospital. The air was crisp, the day quietly unfolding around him. As he passed a cluster of buildings, a young woman walked by, whispering softly to herself. She was new to Seoul, a nursing student just beginning her journey, trying to calm the nerves that came with change. Her thoughts were tangled with doubt, until her eyes landed on Jinwoo. There was something about him, something familiar. Without thinking, she called out and asked if they'd met before. Jinwoo paused, his gaze meeting hers, distant yet gentle, as he replied with quiet calm that carried no hesitation, saying he didn't think so. Lee Juhee flushed with embarrassment. She turned away quickly, berating herself for blurting out such a thing to a stranger. What must he think of her? Behind her, Jinwoo smiled faintly, amused by her flustered retreat, and continued on. His destination soon came into view, a hospital, calm on the outside, bustling within. Inside, in a room under strict security, doctors moved carefully around an aging figure, Chairman Go Gun-hee, now bound to his bed by illness. The doctor helped him up when his eyes settled on a mysterious bottle on the table. Curious, the doctor asked the chairman about it, uncertain of its origin. Chairman Go explained that a young man had visited him, someone who claimed to know him from a forgotten time, a time when they had fought together against monsters. As a gesture of gratitude, the man had left behind the small bottle, vanishing as swiftly as he had appeared, like a fleeting mirage. The bottle was said to contain something extraordinary, a cure, a cleansing agent capable of restoring his ailing body. The doctor listened, struggling to believe the story, but the chairman no longer cared for doubt. His time was nearly up. He had made peace with that. With quiet resolve, he uncapped the bottle and drank its contents in a single motion. Then, he leaned back into the pillows, telling the doctor to let him rest. Whatever came next, he would face it as he always had, without fear. Time passed. Then, something stirred. A warmth began to spread through his chest, subtle at first, then rising. A soft, radiant light filled his vision. He turned slowly toward the window, where sunlight spilled into the room. The rays felt different, gentler, warmer, out of place for the nearing winter, almost like a sign. A faint smile broke across Chairman Go's face as he whispered to himself, marveling at the warmth. For the first time in a long while, it felt like a new chapter had begun. Time shifted to a different timeline, one where Antares, the first monarch born of darkness and the most powerful of his kind, reigned supreme as a being who embodied terror and destruction. Known across dimensions as the Dragon King, he commanded the awe and dread of all who recognized his unmatched might. But on an otherwise ordinary day, as he prepared to lead an invasion of Earth, something unimaginable occurred. Antares awoke to find himself trapped in a human vessel. He didn't know how it happened, yet the truth was undeniable, and even more baffling, he now possessed the memories of the human whose body he inhabited. The name etched into those memories was Sung Jinwoo, a lowly E-rank hunter from South Korea. Through Jinwoo's thoughts, Antares came to understand the young man's life, a cycle of hardship and danger endured without strength or promise. The reason for his persistence revealed itself soon enough, a comatose mother he longed to save. The simplicity of the goal amused Antares, who scoffed at the pitiful motivation, but his musings were abruptly interrupted by the sharp vibration of a phone on the desk. He picked it up, hearing a woman's voice on the other end, laced with urgency as she questioned his absence from an upcoming raid and demanded an explanation. Antares moved to end the call, uninterested in such trivial matters. Then the woman's tone shifted, accusing him of likely being late again, implying incompetence and failure. The word struck a nerve. Lateness, to the Dragon King, was a form of weakness, utterly beneath his pride and dignity. Still holding the phone, Antares demanded the woman's location, his voice carrying an undercurrent of growing irritation. A quick scan of the city allowed him to pinpoint her with ease. In mere moments, he appeared behind her. She barely had time to lower the phone from her ear before she felt his presence, flinching in surprise. Her startled reaction amused him, though he remained focused. His hands gripped her shoulders tightly as Antares asked whether he appeared tardy now. The woman stammered a reply, her shaken but clear voice satisfying his ears. Self-satisfied, Antares turned his attention to the looming gate and the group of hunters gathered nearby. His gaze narrowed. Something about the gate pulsed with an unusual energy, one that stirred something deeper in him. Though gates on Earth were meant to be constructs of the rulers, this one seeped faint traces of a monarch's aura. It was subtle, but unmistakable. The anomaly intrigued him. He decided without hesitation to join the raid, stepping forward with the rest. The dungeon welcomed them with immediate chaos, magical beasts ambushing them at the entrance. But Antares moved with unbothered precision, cutting through the creatures with such speed that the other hunters couldn't even follow his movements. Their murmurs betrayed their awe, whispering about his unfamiliar demeanor and overwhelming strength. Unconcerned by their confusion, Antares pressed on. He cleared the beasts in seconds, then discovered a hidden path within the dungeon's depths. Without consulting anyone, he began moving forward. The group leader raised a voice of reason, suggesting a vote before proceeding further. But Antares responded with wordless authority, delivering a single, precise chop to the man's neck. The leader crumpled unconscious to the ground. Antares scanned the remaining hunters, eyes glinting with challenge. None dared to speak. Silently, they followed. Before long, they stood before a massive door, an oddity for a dungeon. The hunters hesitated, unsettled by its ominous presence. Antares, too, sensed a formidable power from within, though his confidence remained unmoved. Without waiting, he pushed the gate open and motioned the others inside. The chamber beyond resembled an ancient temple, its atmosphere heavy with mystery. Yet Antares' focus remained unshaken. He pointed to the angelic statue at the room's center, a stone slate cradled in its arms. The hunters gathered around, drawn to the ancient runes etched into the slate. Breaking the silence, Antares began reading the commandments of the Cardanon Temple aloud. He hadn't even finished when the colossal statue's eyes snapped open. A beam of red light burst forth, crackling with lethal intensity as it swept across the room. The hunters froze, paralyzed by fear. The light bathed the temple in a searing brilliance, signaling the start of the trial. Antares, however, reacted not with fear, but exhilaration. He launched himself toward the statue, undaunted by the attack. There was no need to dodge. The force behind it was insignificant, far weaker than the breath of the ancient dragons he once commanded. As the smoke thickened around him, he retaliated with his own fury. A breath of destruction burst from his mouth, tearing through the temple's air and obliterating the statue in a single, thunderous blow. Disdain curled across his lips as he stood over the rubble, declaring it the true power of a king. But the battle had only just begun. Around him, the remaining statues sprang to life, yet they did not target the other hunters. Their attention, as if drawn by instinct, focused solely on Antares. He welcomed the challenge. To him, they were brittle toys. One after another, he shattered them with his bare hands, enjoying the satisfying crunch of stone beneath his strength. The hunters scrambled to stay clear, ducking as debris flew in all directions. Panic spread among them as they questioned the commandments and the madness surrounding them, but Antares paid them no mind. He stood atop a mountain of broken statues, his body radiating dark mana. The battle hadn't even pushed him to warm up. Then, as the dust began to settle, the angelic statue with the stone slate rose again. Fury flickered in its empty gaze. It roared its defiance, only for Antares to answer with deadly precision. He snatched a spear from the wreckage and hurled it with effortless force. The weapon struck true, piercing the angel's neck and silencing it forever. Yet even that failed to satisfy him. This was still beneath him. He didn't crave decoys. He wanted the true force behind it all. As if summoned by his demand, the towering, headless statue, silent until now, suddenly stirred. It rose, its voice booming across the chamber, declaring that their cursed connection would finally end here. Shadows expanded around it, plunging the room into darkness as a suffocating power filled the space. But Antares stood unmoved beneath the statue's enormous shadow. This was the kind of battle he desired. He responded in kind, releasing a storm of his own destructive aura. Then, like a dragon loosed from its chains, he charged with relentless fury. The statue, refusing to be outdone, struck back with thunderous force. The thrill of battle surged through the temple, echoing off its ancient walls as the clash of titans reached its roaring pinnacle. And then, Sung Jinwoo jolted awake. His breathing came in heavy bursts, his heart thundering in his chest. He sat up, eyes darting across the familiar setting of his bedroom. Quiet, ordinary. But the memory remained. Whether it was only a dream or a distorted glimpse into another life across the dimensional rift, he couldn't tell. All he could do was exhale sharply, the weight of it lingering. On the outskirts of Seoul, a police station welcomed a new addition to the violent crimes unit, an officer named Lee Se-hwan. It was his first day, and the weight of a lingering rumor gnawed at his nerves. Stories spoke of a detective known only as the Phantom, a man who cracked every case he touched, even those abandoned as unsolvable. The mention of working under the same unit as this enigmatic figure stirred both excitement and anxiety in Se-hwan. As he stood there, collecting his thoughts, an officer approached, offering a cup of coffee and a word of luck for his first day. Se-hwan accepted it gratefully, his curiosity piqued as he asked about the captain he would be working under. With a mix of amusement and seriousness, the officer revealed that the man he was referring to was none other than the Phantom himself, and that Se-hwan would soon be meeting him. Before Se-hwan could fully process the revelation, a tall man appeared in the hallway, taking in the sight of the new recruit before placing a firm hand on his shoulder and stating that his training was already underway. This man was Detective Sung Jinwoo, now known in the force simply as the Phantom. With an unexpectedly warm demeanor, Jinwoo guided Se-hwan out of the office, casually drilling into him the core principles of criminal pursuit. Over the next few days, Se-hwan chased minor cases under Jinwoo's guidance, soon realizing that the Phantom's pace was relentless. Fatigue etched itself into the rookie's features, each step beside Jinwoo, testing the limits of his endurance. Yet Jinwoo found purpose in mentoring someone with such promise. He saw potential, and that made the effort worthwhile. However, their routine was soon interrupted when a more serious case landed on their desks. A distressed woman walked into the station, seeking help for her friend who had recently died in what had been ruled a suicide. Her voice quivered as she insisted that her friend, Jin Yi, would never do something like that to herself. The detective initially assigned to the case had already dismissed her concerns, chalking them up to grief and emotional denial. As tensions rose, Jinwoo stepped in, calmly requesting to see the case file. His sharp eyes scanned the report. Jin Yi had been found in her bathtub, a fatal wound on her wrist, the only fingerprints on the knife her own. Medical records indicated a history of depression, though friends described her as cheerful and full of life. Everything appeared conclusive, yet a lingering instinct pulled at Jinwoo. He decided to take over the investigation, motioning for the grieving friend to accompany him to his office for a more private talk. Not long after, in the shadowed quiet of a dimly lit residence, Jinwoo emerged from the abyss, darkness curling around him. The spacious condominium stood silent, a hollow shell of someone who once lived alone. Despite the deep of night, Jinwoo moved with practiced ease until he reached the bathroom, the site of the tragedy. His gaze swept over the bathtub, the bloodstains telling a story of pain. And then, with quiet authority, he whispered a single word, "Arise." The blood rippled, then surged. From it emerged a shadowed figure, the broken soul of Jin Yi. She stirred weakly, her awareness flickering like a fading candle. Jinwoo steadied her, offering calm reassurance before gently asking if she truly could have hurt herself like that. In silence burdened with sorrow, Jin Yi confessed the truth and recounted her final moments. That night, as the city drifted into dusk, a knock echoed on the door of a middle-aged man's home. Standing at the threshold was Jinwoo, his detective badge raised. The man, who happened to be Jin Yi's father, opened the door with urgency and asked if the police had discovered anything new. Jinwoo nodded with practiced calm, stating that the investigation remained ongoing and requested to ask him a few questions. The man agreed without hesitation, and the two soon found themselves in a nearby cafe, seated across from one another. Jinwoo began his inquiry, asking about Jin Yi's school life and whether she had shown signs of aggression. The man faltered at first, but soon regained composure, describing Jin Yi as gentle and innocent, incapable of cruelty or resentment. His voice cracked with emotion, hands trembling as he spoke of the love he bore for his daughter, even admitting that she wasn't his by blood. Grief lined every word, thick with regret over failing to see her pain sooner. Jinwoo listened, his gaze unwavering. Then, reaching into his coat, he placed a phone on the table. Calmly, he explained that he had found a recording during his investigation, one left behind by Jin Yi. Moments later, her trembling voice filled the cafe, recounting the years of abuse she had suffered at the hands of her adoptive father. Her words painted a chilling picture. The torment, the fear, the desperate attempts to flee, only to be hounded even from afar. It was the final push that had broken her. As the recording ended, the man's demeanor shifted. Grief twisted into defiance, and with a hardened glare, he demanded to know what Jinwoo intended to do now instead of arresting him on the spot. Jinwoo didn't answer. The cafe around them began to blur, colors draining, shadows creeping. The man blinked in confusion as the walls dissolved into an abyss. The only things left were the chairs, the table, and Jinwoo, his presence now impossibly vast. Panic set in. The man tried to flee, but the moment he moved, countless insect-like limbs rose from the void, snaring him with terrifying precision. Screams tore from his throat as the claws shredded his body, dragging him into the abyss with feral wrath. Blood splattered across the darkness, and then all fell silent. Jinwoo remained seated, unmoved. From beside him, Jin Yi's figure emerged from the shadows. She bowed in quiet gratitude, her voice soft as she thanked the Shadow Monarch for delivering justice. Jinwoo returned her gaze gently, allowing her a moment to speak. After a pause, she made a humble request. The next morning, Jin Yi's closest friend arrived at the precinct, summoned for an update. Jinwoo welcomed her in, briefly explained the case's closure, then handed her a small package, cheerfully wrapped. It was a gift, one Jin Yi had bought before her death. Tears filled the woman's eyes as she unwrapped the present, a simple mug paired with a birthday letter in Jin Yi's handwriting. In that moment, Jinwoo's thoughts drifted to what could have been. Had Jin Yi never received those vile messages from her adoptive father, the two best friends might have been celebrating together today. Later that evening, Jinwoo found himself seated at a familiar pork belly restaurant. The air was filled with the comforting scent of grilled meat, and across from him sat Jinho, nervously announcing his plan to propose to Jinna. With a blend of pride and worry, he revealed a ring box, asking Jinwoo if he had made the right choice. Jinwoo sighed, admitting that he wasn't the best when it came to matters of the heart. But Jinho wasn't dissuaded. Grinning, he shared his grand plan. Once Jinna completed her medical degree, he would build her a hospital on land worth 30 billion won. The gesture touched Jinwoo, but he reminded Jinho that material gifts wouldn't win Jinna's heart. What mattered most was being genuine. Jinho's character alone was more than enough to be a worthy partner for his sister. Jinho, moved by his words, asked for a hug with teary eyes. Jinwoo tried to dodge the embrace, but Jinho's emotional persistence won out. That night, Jinwoo returned home to his spacious residence on Seoul's outskirts. Inside, Hyein greeted him with a smile, gently rocking their son, Suho, in her arms. Jinwoo's expression softened as he took the child, who giggled with joy and wrapped his tiny arms around his father's neck. Noticing the tension between two of his loyal shadows, Jinwoo tilted his chin toward Bellion and Igris, silently questioning their dispute. Hyein, trying not to laugh, explained how the two had been locked in a heated debate over Suho's upbringing. Bellion insisted it was time for sword training, while Igris argued for focusing on academics in this modern age. Jinwoo cut in, reminding them that their son had yet to even walk, and Hyein, clearly exasperated, gently nudged him, suggesting that he should spend more time at home, at least until Suho took his first steps. With a sheepish smile, Jinwoo nodded, agreeing without protest. The next morning, Jinwoo made his way straight to Chief Woo Jinchul's desk. The chief had summoned him urgently, and his expression was grave. A peculiar development had occurred. The legal guardian of the woman who recently died had vanished without a trace. Even more strangely, all surveillance cameras near his residence had stopped functioning at the exact same time. Feigning surprise, Jinwoo said nothing. Jinchul, trusting in his discretion, brushed the matter aside and revealed the true reason for their meeting. He slid a small note across the table containing the name and room number of a hospital. Chairman Go Gun-hee was in critical condition. The chief's voice was somber as he urged Jinwoo to visit, sensing this might be the final opportunity. Later that day, Jinwoo entered the hospital room where the once mighty chairman lay frail and surrounded by machinery. Go Gun-hee's eyes lit up as he saw Jinwoo. With a faint nod, he gestured for the oxygen mask to be removed. Jinwoo complied, listening as the chairman spoke in broken whispers. He had searched for Jinwoo ever since the day he vanished after giving him the magical potion all those years ago. Jinwoo reached into his coat, producing another bottle of the elixir of life, but Go Gun-hee shook his head. He had lived enough. He was ready. There was just one thing he wished for, not a longer life, but a glimpse into the one he had forgotten. The one Jinwoo had once mentioned, a world where he had fought as a warrior beside him. Jinwoo hesitated. He knew the pain such memories could bring, but the chairman's gaze was firm, unafraid. So Jinwoo took his hand and unlocked the memories long buried. A flood of visions swept over Gogunhee, battles, sacrifice, unity. He relived it all. Tears streamed down his face, but his heart was full. In those final moments, he was no longer a frail man in a hospital bed. He was a hero once more. His final breath escaped in peace. The beeping of the monitor faded into a long, solemn tone. Jinwoo wiped the tears from the chairman's face and stood in silence, honoring a true warrior. As Jinwoo left the hospital, the colors of autumn embraced him. The world moved on. But then his phone rang, jolting him from his thoughts. It was Ahjin, her voice frantic and disbelieving. Through the chaos, she somehow managed to say the words. Suho was flying around the house. A flicker of amusement warmed Jinwoo's expression as he promised he'd be home soon to take care of it. He told her not to worry. He'd personally teach their son how to fly. Back home, the chaos continued. Bellion declared Suho's airborne abilities assigned to begin aerial combat training. Igris, ever the rational one, insisted this hinted at a future in aviation. Meanwhile, Ahjin tried to clean the shattered utensils caused by her son's airborne antics, shouting in exasperation for Jinwoo to hurry home. By the time Suho learned to walk, he was freely roaming around the house. And for some unknown reason, he had developed a strange attachment to the Ant King. Beru, who was born to instill fear in humans, was visibly shaken. Since his fateful clash with Jinwoo on Jeju Island, this was the second time he had encountered an emotion other than terror directed at him. Beru found himself in a perplexing dilemma and tried everything to avoid the young monarch, but no matter where he went, no matter how high he flew, Suho followed with the same unwavering interest and innocent fascination. The sight of Suho's steady, curious gaze left Beru more bewildered than he'd care to admit. He couldn't understand why the young monarch sought him so persistently. Hoping for answers, Beru turned to Igris. The ever-composed Shadow Knight offered a simple yet profound insight. He pointed out that to a toddler, a towering ant who could walk, fly, and even speak must appear nothing short of a living marvel. Beru pondered that revelation in silence. And in the curious, unflinching eyes of the young master, he found something he had never expected, something he perhaps always needed: acceptance. Years passed, and Suho had now grown old enough for kindergarten. One ordinary day, Ahjin stepped into his school, greeted warmly by the director. With a pleasant smile, the woman handed her a sketchbook filled with Suho's drawings. On the very first page was the image of a two-legged ant. The director explained that the children had been asked to draw a friend, and this had been Suho's answer. As Ahjin studied the drawing, realization slowly dawned. It was unmistakably Beru. The director encouraged her to turn the pages, revealing more sketches Suho had made. On the next page were depictions of other shadow soldiers playing alongside him. As she flipped through, page after page followed the same theme: shadowy figures, monsters, warriors, all drawn with the warmth and familiarity of cherished companions. Then, the director's voice broke Ahjin's thoughts, guiding her attention to the final page. The theme for that one had been home, and this, she explained, was the reason she'd requested the meeting. It looked like a small, ordinary house at first glance, but beneath it, the ground was shaded pitch black, cloaked in shadows. When asked about it, Suho had said that was where his friends, his family, and his big dad lived. Initially, the director had found the imagery unsettling, even wondering if something might be wrong at home. But Suho's cheerfulness, his balanced behavior, and the lack of any signs of trouble had led her to another conclusion. Perhaps he simply had a unique way of seeing the world. She even suggested that Suho might have a rare, artistic gift. Ahjin managed a polite smile and an awkward agreement before bidding the director farewell, but her thoughts were troubled as she returned home to speak with Jinwoo. When Jinwoo flipped through the sketchbook, he couldn't help but chuckle. There was a playful pride in his gaze as he admired his son's imagination, but when Ahjin directed him to the last page, asking if he knew anything about the big dad living inside the shadows, Jinwoo paused. His lips curled into a quiet laugh as faint memories stirred. Memories of a throne, of darkness, of a world where he had once ruled as the Shadow Monarch. But Ahjin wasn't amused. Her expression had grown serious as she conveyed another concern raised by the kindergarten staff. The director had noted how other children, despite Suho's calm demeanor, instinctively kept their distance from him. That piece of information struck a chord within Jinwoo. He had suspected it for a while. It wasn't mere coincidence. In Suho, the children must have sensed something far deeper, something primal, a trace of the overwhelming aura once carried by the Shadow Monarch, an instinctive fear of death. The power that Jinwoo had borne for so long was now awakening in his son, growing stronger by the day, and Jinwoo knew what that meant. Suho wouldn't be able to live a normal life among humans unless he could completely suppress or control that power. Until then, there was only one path forward. Jinwoo's eyes drifted to the wall of the living room. At the center hung the largest frame, their wedding day, frozen in time, a moment of joy. Surrounding it were countless pictures of Suho, but these weren't ordinary family photos. They were glimpses into a childhood surrounded by shadows, warriors, and beings of incredible might. Then, with resolve hardening in his chest, Jinwoo made the difficult decision to seal Suho's powers, along with his memories of the shadow soldiers, until the time was right. From the darkness behind him, Beru emerged quietly. The Ant Marshal had been listening and understood. Jinwoo gently handed him the drawing Suho had made, one last look at the memory of a bond now being put to rest. Beru's gaze softened as he took in the child's innocent depiction. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he requested a final moment alone with the young master. He stepped carefully into Suho's room. The boy slept peacefully, the rise and fall of his breath like a lullaby. Beru stood over him, silent and still. Then, softly, he whispered his farewell, not just for himself, but on behalf of all shadow soldiers who had once cherished the presence of the young prince. With that, Jinwoo approached his son. He placed a hand on the boy's forehead, his heart heavy, and cast the spell that sealed away the powers and memories that bound Suho to the shadows, granting him a chance at a normal life. And as the door clicked shut behind him, Suho drifted deeper into sleep, where dreams carried him through shadowy meadows filled with dancing ants, knights, and orcs. A final joyful memory of a world he would one day return to. The sun shone brightly over Seoul on yet another morning, marking a quiet yet significant milestone, Suho's transition into adulthood. It was his first day at high school, a place that perfectly embodied the law of the jungle, where the strong ruled and the weak endured. Lee Yuncheol, also a freshman, found himself seated at the back of the classroom. A new environment meant new challenges, and Yuncheol was more than ready to assert his dominance. As he observed the classroom dynamics, his gaze fell on Suho. Seated quietly, Suho exuded a strange detachment from the bustling energy of the room. His casual glance toward Yuncheol held a subtle indifference, one so calm it bordered on provocation. That look alone stirred something in Yuncheol, igniting a need to reassert his presence. As he rose to confront the peculiar student, a firm grip on his shoulder brought him to a halt. Startled, he turned to see Jo Sung-ho, a fellow student who had apparently known Suho from middle school. Sung-ho warned him then and there Suho wasn't someone to mess with, but his caution only served to deepen Yuncheol's irritation. Dragging Sung-ho out to the school grounds, Yuncheol unleashed a brutal beating to silence the warning. He needed to send a message to establish himself. Yet, even under blows and bruises, Sung-ho remained unwavering in his stance. He spoke again of Suho's reputation, of strength no one dared challenge back in junior high. Yuncheol scoffed at the idea. His disbelief twisted into frustration, culminating in a stinging slap that echoed across the open air. And just then, a presence approached from the distance. Suho was walking steadily toward them, his expression unreadable. At the sight, Sung-ho instinctively lowered his head, refusing to meet his eyes. Yuncheol, still caught in a whirlwind of confusion and simmering anger, had no time to react. In a blur of motion, Suho launched a flying kick that crashed into one of his underlings, sending the boy sprawling to the ground with a sickening thud. Before the second could respond, another flying kick landed cleanly against his face, knocking him out cold. Stunned, Yuncheol stood frozen, struggling to process the sudden onslaught. But as rage overtook his senses, he threw a punch at Suho, only for it to be stopped mid-air by an impossibly fast kick that intercepted the blow with inhuman precision. Then came the final strike, a devastating kick under his chin that lifted him off his feet before slamming him into the ground. Silence followed, heavy and suffocating, as all three of Yuncheol's group lay unconscious. With the matter settled, Suho turned and headed back toward the classroom to pick up his bag. But inside, the room's stillness felt different, too quiet, almost unnerving. A faint sense of nostalgia washed over him, as if he'd been waiting for something beyond the ordinary. Just as he reached for the door, something strange stopped him. It wouldn't budge. At first, he thought it was locked, but even as he applied more force, the door refused to move. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Rushing to the window, he peered outside, and what he saw defied reality. The world had frozen in time. Students stood mid-stride, cars halted motionless on the road, and even a ball remained suspended mid-bounce. Everything was locked in eerie stillness. Then it began. A black hole emerged at the back of the classroom, its swirling darkness distorting the very air around it. It stood there ominously, as if reality itself had been torn open to reveal a gateway to the unknown. Suho's pulse quickened, not from fear, but from something else. Deep down, it felt like the moment he'd been waiting for. His mother had always said he resembled his father, and now he found himself wondering what his father would do in a moment like this. The answer soon became clear. With his heart pounding like a war drum, Suho stepped forward, his feet moving with instinctive certainty as he walked into the blackness. The darkness swallowed him whole. He emerged in a dim hallway, its walls ancient and worn, the air thick with silence. Glancing behind him, he saw the passage had vanished, leaving him no path but forward. Reaching out, he took a torch from the wall, lifting it high to illuminate the path ahead. Shadows stretched and flickered with the flames, revealing rows of neatly arranged weapons: swords, daggers, bows, spears, maces. The corridor displayed an arsenal of gleaming armaments, each catching the torchlight with deadly promise. Suho's heart thudded faster as he walked past them. Notifications began flashing before his eyes, describing use cases and eligibility ranks. Each weapon seemed to call out to him in its own unique way. Suho froze for a moment, half convinced he was inside a game. A thrill rushed through him as he realized he had to choose one of the weapons. As he moved deeper into the hallway, his eyes briefly landed on a dagger, the same type once used by Jinwoo. It looked fragile, unimpressive. Suho wondered who in their right mind would ever rely on something so weak. Brushing past it, his gaze locked onto something else entirely: a set of gauntlets. They stood out from the rest, their polished surface gleaming with a raw, untamed energy. They radiated strength, something primal, something fitting. With his choice made, Suho tossed the torch aside and stepped forward. As his fingers touched the cold metal, he slid his hands into the gauntlets, the armor fitting as if forged for him alone. In that moment, the decision was made. Whatever lay ahead, this was the weapon he would face it with. Flames roared down the walls as Suho stepped forward cautiously. The corridor was drenched in a stillness that felt unnatural, but he paid it no mind. Each step echoed with tension. Then, just as he passed one of the suits of armor, it moved. The ancient steel groaned to life, lifting its sword high and aiming for Suho's head. The blade came down with a savage swing. But Suho reacted just in time, his gauntlets rising to intercept the strike with a harsh clang. Without hesitation, he retaliated, his fist crashing into the armor with all his strength. The blow rang through the hallway, metal bending under the sheer force until the armored knight collapsed to the ground. Panting, Suho staggered back. His eyes darted around and realization struck. There were many more suits along the path he'd walked. His worst fear materialized before his eyes, as one by one, they began to move, their weapons gleaming ominously in the firelight. The corridor erupted into chaos as Suho braced himself for the onslaught. His fists became a blur. The enchanted gauntlets smashed through helmets and body armor with ruthless precision. Each clash echoed like a drumbeat of war. With a crushing kick, he pinned the last knight to the floor, ending the battle in a violent crescendo. Silence returned. Then, a glowing message appeared before his eyes. He had reached level 19 after defeating the horde of living armor. A smirk of satisfaction tugged at his lips, though a flicker of confusion clouded his thoughts. How had he managed to survive before the level up? The system felt more and more like a game now, guiding him, rewarding him with strength after each challenge. Pushing the thoughts aside, he turned his focus to the hallway. At its end loomed a massive door, the only way forward. With determination, he placed both hands on the heavy wood and pushed. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a grand lair beyond. Wall-mounted torches flared to life, illuminating the room as Suho stepped inside. At the far end stood a throne, and upon it, Marshal Igris. A dark aura pulsed from his body, and his red plume flickered in the air. Without a word, Igris rose and drew his demon monarch sword, holding it before Suho with terrifying menace. Nervousness flickered across Suho's face. He knew instantly, this was no ordinary opponent. If he wanted to survive, he had to strike first. But before he could even finish the thought, Igris moved. The Black Knight's speed was unreal. One instant he sat on the throne. The next, his glowing blade sliced through the air, passing Suho in a blur of deadly precision. Suho gasped and bolted upright. The lair was gone. So was the knight. He was back at the starting point. His heart still thundered from the shock. The memory of the glowing sword and the sheer force behind it made him shiver. He had been sure it was the end, but he was alive. Then, he noticed something strange: the torches. When he began, there were 3, each burning with blue flames. Now, one had gone out. He stared at it, realization dawning. These flames weren't for show. They represented his chances. his lives. Every time he failed, a torch extinguished. Suho's breathing calmed as understanding replaced fear. He quickly swapped out his old gauntlets for a new upgraded pair. He needed every edge he could get before the flames died out completely. But just as he braced himself again, it happened. Time twisted, he was thrown back to the beginning once more. Only one torch remained now, flickering faintly against the gloom. Suho groaned in frustration, rolling on the ground, fury boiling in his chest. The Black Knight was too powerful. The gap between them felt like a mountain, unscalable, impossible. It wasn't just difficult, it was unfair. The trial stacked every odd against him, but even in frustration, he refused to quit. Gritting his teeth, Suho rose again, determination burning in his eyes. He equipped himself with every weapon within reach, driven by a single resolve to grow stronger. This time, he would level up further before daring to face the knight again. As he stepped forward, he saw them once more, suits of armor standing silently in their previous places as if nothing had happened. They had respawned. Suho sighed, took a breath, then launched himself into the fray. His movements were sharp, precise, each strike cutting through the air with purpose. Suited enemies fell swiftly, his weapons sinking deep into their helmets. One archer raised a bow, arrow poised to fire, but Suho was faster. In a flash, he closed the gap and slammed a punch into the enemy, sending it flying. Soon, the corridor was filled with fallen armor. Notifications flickered before his eyes. He had leveled up again. Another message appeared. He had reached the required level to initiate an advancement quest. Without hesitation, Suho accepted. 2 portals burst open beside him, releasing fresh waves of armored beasts. A timer ticked down. The quest had begun. Suho's grin widened. The challenge thrilled him. Then came the mages, hands glowing with arcane energy. Flames burst from their fingertips, conjuring a storm of fire. Suho moved instinctively, jumping back to avoid the brunt of the blast. But they weren't done. Together, they summoned a massive fire spell and hurled it down toward him. Suho raised his shield just in time, the searing magic crashing against it as he stood firm, eyes never leaving his opponents. Then, the ground trembled. The mages had summoned a massive stone golem. Suho let out a sigh, tossed his shield aside, and surged forward. His fists became a flurry of strikes. In moments, the golem crumbled under his relentless assault. Driven by battle lust and unyielding will, Suho tore through the remaining enemies. Every strike was perfect, every move calculated. Armored beasts and mages alike fell before him, reduced to dust and silence. With the battlefield cleared, a flood of notifications appeared. He had advanced from fighter class to soul striker. His rewards were generous: a guard's necklace, the highest grade mage's ring, and the scorching gauntlets of the fighting phantom. Suho didn't waste a second. He returned to the Black Knight's lair. Igris still sat on the throne, unflinching. But Suho had changed. He had reached level 70. Power surged through him, more than ever before. With a gaze full of conviction, he challenged the Black Knight again. Igris rose, drew his sword, and struck. The blade, now crackling with dark energy, smashed the ground and sent a shockwave that stunned Suho. But he dodged at the last moment, repositioned himself above the knight, and struck back with precision and force. The lair shook. Dust and debris clouded the air. But the fight wasn't over. Suho's agility shone. He dodged every blow, each movement honed from dozens of battles. His counterattacks came fast and relentless, but deep down, he knew. It still wasn't enough. Igris didn't budge. The knight swung his blade with brutal force, sending Suho flying, yet Suho used the momentum to his advantage. Mid-air, he twisted and came down hard, gauntleted fists slamming into Igris with overwhelming strength. The knight faltered for the first time. Suho, however, didn't let up. Punch after punch followed, culminating in a devastating strike to the chest that launched Igris into a pillar, cracking it with violent force. Igris blocked what he could, but Suho's blows were too many, too fast. Piece by piece, the knight's defenses fell apart. Yet, there was no bitterness in Igris's gaze, only admiration. In Suho's strength, he saw the shadow of his king. Born to a godlike father and an S-rank awakened mother, Suho's potential was boundless. He hadn't even reached his peak, and still, he stood above monsters. Igris knew the battle had reached its end. Undaunted, Suho drew in his mana for one final strike. Then, with a roar, he unleashed it, piercing through sword and steel alike, reducing the Black Knight to dust. At last, Suho stood victorious, releasing a long-held shout as a wave of relief and triumph surged through him. But his journey wasn't over. Behind him, a new gate shimmered into existence. Relief flooded him at the thought. Perhaps this was the exit. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the gate, propelled by hope and rising anticipation. But on the other side, his breath caught. He found himself surrounded by an area consumed in flames. Unbeknownst to him, Suho had stepped into the demon castle. The monsters here charged at him without hesitation, but Suho, now more powerful than ever, destroyed them with ease. Floor after floor, beast after beast, none could challenge him. Even floor bosses like Vulcan and Midas fell swiftly, without resistance. Suho couldn't help but wonder, was he that strong now, or were they simply too weak? Regardless, his level soared, and soon he stood at the gates of the 100th floor. But instead of battle, he was greeted by something unexpected, a demon lady flanked by guards. She introduced herself as Ezel, eldest daughter of the Radiru clan, and congratulated him for reaching the final stage. Suho blinked, surprised. He looked around, cautious, but Ezel only chuckled, assuring him he had truly cleared the castle and invited him to a banquet hosted by her father. Suho politely declined, saying he wasn't of age to drink yet. Then, with a light-hearted smile, he waved goodbye. Ezel returned the gesture, sending him off to his next mission as he stepped through a new gate. Upon reaching the other end, Suho was met with a daunting sight. A colony of ants, their bodies as large as humans, screeching in unison as they prepared to strike. Suho, still trying to process the scene before him, immediately ran for his life, his breath ragged as panic set in. But amidst the chaos, a small silver lining appeared. Each victory against the ants made him stronger. His level was rising steadily with every battle, fueling him with renewed determination. After what felt like an eternity of relentless attacks, the charge of ants finally ceased, and Suho steeled himself for the next challenge ahead. Soon, he found himself standing before the last room of the cavern. It was a massive, hollow chamber that exuded an ominous presence. The sheer size of the lair unnerved him, sending a chill down his spine, but he forced himself to press forward. At the far end of the chamber stood the humanoid ant king, Beru. As their eyes locked, Suho noticed something strange about the creature. For reasons he couldn't explain, Beru seemed to be crying. But before Suho could fully process what he saw, the ant king surged forward, claws extended, and unleashed an ear-splitting cry that shook the very foundation of the lair. Beru's movements were impossibly fast, each strike landing with devastating precision. Suho braced himself, standing firm and taking every blow head-on. Yet, amid the fury of the attack, Suho sensed something off. Despite Beru's overwhelming strength, the creature seemed to hesitate at critical moments, pulling back when it could have delivered fatal blows. That hesitation, though subtle, became Suho's lifeline. He seized each fleeting opportunity, landing a lethal jab to Beru's face, which seemed to crumble under the weight of an emotional meltdown at the sight of his grown young monarch. The battle raged on until Beru finally admitted defeat, dissolving into thin air. Suho, battered and drained, let out a long sigh of relief, a wave of luck washing over him as he stood tall. Though victorious, he couldn't help but laugh, grateful for the stroke of fortune that had spared him a much easier boss this time, a stark contrast to the last. His body aching from relentless combat, barely had a moment's respite when yet another gate materialized before him. A surge of anticipation swelled in his chest as he saw his level had finally hit 99. It felt almost poetic, the number so complete he believed he had reached his final threshold. With that belief warming his thoughts, Suho stepped eagerly through the gate, convinced his long adventure had finally reached its conclusion. But the sight that greeted him shattered that hope. Yet another endless horde of beasts stretched across the horizon, and this time, it was giants and dragons that loomed in the distance. Relief turned to dread in an instant. His journey wasn't over, not even close. It was just one trial after another, and once again, without hesitation, Suho plunged into the fray. His body moved on instinct, dodging blows, countering with precise and lethal strikes. Each monster that lunged toward him fell beneath his fist. One of the giants swung a colossal sword, aiming to crush him, but Suho shattered the blade with a single blow and followed up with a devastating kick that sent the creature's chin reeling. He landed gracefully, his breath shallow, but before he could even recover, another wave surged forth. A monstrous unit, led by high orcs and ice bears, lunged toward him with ferocious cries. Suho met them head-on. His fists tore through the beasts, his blows thunderous, decisive, unrelenting. High orcs crumbled under his strikes, while the bears thudded to the ground in rapid succession. But there was no pause. More orcs rained down from above, attempting a surprise descent. Suho's reflexes sparked, and he leapt backward just in time, narrowly evading their blades. The pressure didn't relent. High orcs now circled from every angle, mounted on wyverns as they soared overhead. Their plan was clear: exploit Suho's preference for ground combat, but he didn't flinch. Rising to the sky like a bolt of lightning, he tore through the airborne monsters, cleaving a path through the clouds and striking them down mid-flight. As he reached the zenith, a new terror emerged. Titans, stone giants whose towering forms stretched into the heavens, began to stir. At their center stood their leader, cloaked in shadow, who acknowledged Suho's arrival and his progress through the game. He spoke of the path ahead, warning that the title of Young Monarch would not make it easier from here. Suho didn't care for words. Even before the sentence finished, his fist rocketed forward with a brutal jab, followed by a storm of attacks that tore through the Titan army. Their stone bodies shattered, crashing into the earth below like broken statues. The battlefield stilled, but only for a moment. From the smoke emerged another presence, Tusk, the mighty shaman, his staff pulsing with destructive power. With a flick of his wrist, he activated gravitational magic, slamming Suho into the ground. Then, with cold precision, Tusk hurled him across the battlefield, burying him in the earth. 3 colossal dragons rose next, mouths glowing with fire as they loomed overhead. Without warning, they unleashed a barrage of flames, scorching the terrain. But Suho burst from the rubble just in time, his fists now armored with mana, and with a blur of motion, he launched into the sky. One strike, then another, and the dragons fell one by one, their bodies crashing in a fiery cascade. Still, he knew his greatest threat remained. Tusk was still standing. Without wasting a moment, Suho mounted a fallen wyvern and took to the air, preparing his attack. But Tusk had already summoned a massive fireball above his head, casting it down before Suho could react. He dodged by a hair's breadth as the mountain behind him exploded into flame and rubble. Stunned by the destructive force, Suho's eyes widened, watching the blazing remnants of the peak crumble. Tusk, meanwhile, casually patted himself on the back, pleased with his newfound power. Before Suho could launch another strike, the battlefield descended into chaos again. Every shadow soldier he had defeated moments ago regenerated, this time joined by a familiar face, Jima, the Naga boss, charging forward with his trident in hand. But Suho was ready. In the blink of an eye, Suho slipped past the sweeping trident, his body moving with surgical precision before he retaliated with a devastating burst of strength that sent Jima hurtling across the field. It had been so long since this journey began, and Suho could feel his energy fading. He knew that if the monsters kept coming, he wouldn't last. His stamina was nearing its limit. Recognizing his vulnerability, he focused all his remaining mana into a single, devastating attack. A Gatling gun of punches that tore through the battlefield, annihilating everything in sight. Tusk tried to shield himself, but Suho had already moved. In a flash, he reappeared behind the shaman, and with one final, crushing blow, dismantled him completely. The once feared opponent was reduced to nothing more than dust scattered across the field. As the dust settled, Suho approached a glowing gate ahead, his path forward. He paused, reflecting on everything. Though his level hadn't increased, he had gained something greater, the ability to control his immense strength with precision. Every encounter had refined him, turned his raw power into something purposeful. But before he could step forward, a figure approached from the sky. Suho looked up to see another Black Knight descending, but this one was different, radiating a presence so immense that even the winged ant, once his fiercest opponent, felt insignificant in comparison. Clenching his armored fists, Suho braced himself to face the towering knight. Bellion stepped forward, unsheathing a blade that hummed with restrained power. With a voice laced with pride and recognition, he called Suho the Young Monarch, then vanished in a flash of speed, striking first with blinding precision. Suho's fist met Bellion's blade in a thunderous clash. The ground shook beneath their feet as steel collided with force. Questions spun through Suho's mind. Why did each of these powerful foes recognize him as the Young Monarch? His punches grew faster, fiercer, each one driven by a hunger for answers. He landed a left hook that reverberated through Bellion's armor, but the knight remained unmoved. Suho followed with a right, but Bellion had vanished, reappearing behind him. A sharp sting grazed Suho's side as he turned to see the knight's blade now transformed into a massive segmented whip, flying in all directions with deadly grace. The blade sliced through the air, unleashing a storm of destruction in its wake. Suho knew he couldn't afford a single mistake. His movements sharpened, honed to razor precision as he dodged each strike like his life depended on it. Then, in a daring move, Suho grabbed hold of the segmented blade, halting its storm. Seizing the brief moment, he launched forward, delivering a flying kick toward Bellion's face. But the knight reacted in a flash, bringing both arms up to shield himself just in time. Suho, however, was already on the move, using the opening to slip past the defense and land a punishing blow to Bellion's midsection. The knight was sent flying, crashing into the earth with a boom that split the ground. But Suho knew this wasn't the end. Rebellion would not fall so easily. This battle could last a day or longer if neither of them yielded. Still, amidst the clash, Suho felt it. This wasn't the real threat. Something greater loomed above. Lifting his gaze, he saw a massive wyvern soaring overhead, its screech splitting the air. A moment later, a figure dropped from the creature's back, landing hard enough to crack the very earth. Dust rose, obscuring the figure's face, but the presence was unmistakable. Cloaked in darkness, mana pouring from his form, the man stepped forward. Twin daggers gleamed at his sides. For the first time since entering the gate, Suho saw a human. He tried to speak, to reason, but the hooded figure gave no response. Without another word, Suho lunged forward, mana crackling around him. Their collision sent shockwaves through the air, but Suho found himself on the back foot. The hooded man moved with terrifying elegance, dodging every blow with ease. He wasn't just fast, he was masterful. Each movement betrayed years of experience. No matter how hard Suho fought, he couldn't keep up. Each attempt to strike only widened the gap between them. Falling to his knees, the weight of his failure pressed down on him, but he didn't surrender. Burning with defiance, Suho surged forward again. Though he knew his opponent's power far exceeded his own, he still believed, if only by sheer will, he could win. The hooded man stood unwavering, silently lifting his dagger high as Suho tightened his grip and charged forward with everything he had. Yet, his opponent didn't so much as flinch. With terrifying ease, the dagger carved through Suho's assault, shattering his gauntlets and leaving his hands bloodied and trembling. Pain surged through him, but his resolve held firm. Despite the searing wounds, Suho hurled himself forward once more, driven by sheer will to overcome this towering obstacle. A part of him couldn't help but marvel at the hooded figure's overwhelming strength and flawless technique. If he could become even a fraction that powerful, he thought, it would all be worth it. Suddenly, the man placed a hand on Suho's head. The touch was calm, final, as he asked if Suho enjoyed the game. A flicker of recognition struck Suho. He glimpsed the face beneath the hood, and everything clicked. The voice, the aura. This was someone he could never forget. It was his father. Shocked, breath stolen from his lungs, Suho offered no resistance as the man gently pushed him, sending him hurtling backward into the glowing gate. The man's parting words echoed. It was still too early for him. Light engulfed Suho, and he jolted awake with a gasp, upright in his chair. His vision cleared. The familiar classroom, drenched in warm sunset hues, brought reality rushing back. His heart raced as he wiped sweat from his brow. The dream still clung to him, vivid, unsettling, like a dungeon crawl from a game, but twisted into something personal. And at the end of it all stood his father. The idea made him shudder. Suho dismissed the bizarre imagery with a shake of his head, relieved it had only been a dream. As his breathing steadied, his classmates stepped into the room, surprised to find him still at school, and asked if everything was all right. He nodded, offering to help lock the doors and windows before they left for the day. Far above, on the school rooftop, Jinwoo stood with Beru and Igris, watching the quiet world below. Beru broke the silence, proposing something that had clearly weighed on him. Perhaps it was time to restore Suho's powers, given the young monarch's progress and relentless spirit. Igris agreed, noting that, in all of Suho's tests, this was the first time he had come so close to encountering their liege. But Jinwoo saw things differently. He reflected on his own journey, how strength alone had never been enough. The trials that shaped him had taught restraint, taught patience. He wanted Suho to learn the same. No matter how admirable his son's courage was, acting without strategy or self-awareness was a dangerous flaw. Suho needed time to grow, and Jinwoo was willing to give him just that. Beru, overwhelmed by emotion, gazed down at the sketch Suho had drawn of him, tears brimming in his eyes. Jinwoo, sensing Beru's feelings, gently reassured him. He suggested that it might be time to gather everyone together and simply share a meal. It had been too long since they enjoyed something so peaceful. In the bustling city, the air buzzed with the voice of a television broadcast detailing the live scenes of a raging forest fire near a residential zone where a firefighting unit had finally been mobilized to contain the spreading blaze. Among the responders stood Baek Yoon-ho, drawing in a deep breath of relief after enduring a long, exhausting night combating the wildfire. His body bore the weight of fatigue, yet his spirit remained firm as the team leader approached, handing him a chilled water bottle in quiet acknowledgement of their shared effort. At the forefront of the operation was Sung Il-hwan, Baek's captain, and a legendary figure in firefighting circles, renowned for his unshakable leadership and triumphs over seemingly impossible disasters. For Baek, serving under such a man was not just duty, but an honor he carried with silent pride. The moment was almost dreamlike, and as Beck lifted his gaze to the sky, he caught sight of something streaking across the clouds. But Il-hwan, calm and composed, dismissed it with a glance, noting it was likely just an airplane. Elsewhere, inside the glass-paneled heights of a sleek skyscraper, Jinho walked with brisk energy, his excitement thinly veiled behind the practiced composure of a professional. An employee kept pace beside him, going on about the importance of settling on the perfect title for their upcoming virtual reality game. But Jinho's attention was far from focused on titles or marketing plans. His thoughts danced with a joy that pulsed stronger than logic or work. As he stepped into the open space of his office, that joy became too overwhelming to hold back. Unable to contain it, he shared the news. His wife was pregnant. A wave of cheers swept through the room, and the atmosphere instantly shifted as the team erupted in applause, voices filled with congratulations. Yet, Jinho wasn't finished. As the celebration simmered, he delivered one more piece of news, perhaps even more unexpected. The team now had a backer, and not just any investor. Choi Jong-in, the most influential name in the entire industry, had decided to invest in their company, Ahjin Soft. The room was stunned into silence for a heartbeat before it burst once again into celebration, this time tinged with awe. Jinho's name was no longer just circulating within the company walls. It had begun echoing across newspapers and media outlets, hailed as the next rising star of the industry. Meanwhile, the sun bathed the sky in a golden hue as Jinwoo and Haein soared above the world atop Kaisel. The wind surged past them, with each powerful beat of the wyvern's wings, lifting them ever higher into a vast, tranquil expanse where the horizon stretched in quiet eternity. A gentle warmth bloomed within Haein as she took in the breathtaking view, one she hadn't seen in years. Beside her, Jinwoo reached into his pocket and drew out a small box, revealing a gift he had prepared with care for their 16th wedding anniversary. Nestled within was a necklace of quiet elegance, its design timeless and beautiful. Without a word, Jinwoo reached over and clasped it around her neck. Their eyes met as they leaned closer, the moment suspended between wind and sky, ready to be sealed with a kiss. But just as their lips nearly met, Jinwoo's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his expression sharpening with quiet resolve. It was time for her to return. No words were needed. Haein saw it in his eyes and offered a lingering smile before stepping away, her fingers brushing his one last time. Kaisel shifted, wings slicing the air as the wyvern turned and began its descent, carrying her back toward Earth. Jinwoo watched until she was a fading speck against the golden light, before he finally turned. And in that instant, the calm shattered. The skies fractured like broken glass as a rift tore through the clouds, spilling blue fog that swirled and thickened into something unnatural. Jinwoo recognized it at once, the warning etched in memory, the one he could never ignore. Entities of unimaginable power had the potential to attract terrors from beyond dimensions, horrors drawn in, like moths to a burning flame. With his decision firm and his mind now quiet, he raised his hand. Shadows rippled beneath his feet, answering the call before it was spoken. Then came the command, timeless and absolute, as the darkness surged forth, arise. At the same time, far away in a secluded realm, Suho stood once more, within the depths of a foreboding lair. Exhaustion clung to him like a second skin, each breath heavier than the last, as he endured yet another crushing defeat. Days had passed since he last saw his home, and the eerie cold that permeated the air gnawed at him from within, threatening to hollow him out completely. But even after countless failures, Suho refused to bow. This was his final chance, and somewhere deep inside, a voice had haunted him ever since he first stepped foot into this place. Arise. The word echoed relentlessly through his soul, like a curse or a forgotten promise. With resolve tightening in his chest, he clenched his fists and turned to face the towering, ominous door before him. The path ahead lay cloaked in darkness, yet something about it stirred a faint flicker of recognition, a pull from a forgotten past. Still, with no hesitation, Suho stepped forward, ready to confront his fate and whatever waited for him beyond the veil of shadows. That wraps up the entire solo leveling story, and with it, the series comes to an end. Thank you for following the journey so far. I hope you enjoyed every moment of it. But this is just the beginning of something new. Up next, we step into the next era as I bring you the story of Jinwoo's son in the timeline of solo leveling Ragnarok. So stay tuned, hit that subscribe button, and turn on notifications so you don't miss it when it drops. I'll see you soon.